Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel Fanfiction podcast. Today I got an original Chinese novel for you. The name of the novel is The Fourth Calamity, Starry Sky Frenzy, author Shengren. Chapter 72. Operation begins. The next morning, many players logged on promptly. Aside from the daily sign-in lottery, the most important thing is that every player will receive an armor set today. This was something Xia Shang mentioned personally when he left yesterday, which excited the players so much that they immediately went online to the forum to start a heated discussion. Many players who hadn't logged in that day finally managed to log in that evening to try and draw their daily reward, only to hear about this amazing bonus news. They then started looking into the information they had missed on the forums. What? The map for the Red Crystal Mine is about to be released. What? A mine with over 400 Kroni soldiers. We're going to attack it. Really? Damn it, every time I go on the forum I feel like I'm the only one in the world who didn't get a spot. Do you have a video? Do you have a video? Send me the link. As a result, Qin Chuan's recorded broadcast became popular again. Whether they were real players, casual players, or fans of the trend, they all started leaving comments under the video and even began to study the tactics of 50 vs 400. Those who were just jumping on the bandwagon hadn't really looked at the previous videos, treating it as just another game hyping up the hype, and so they all chimed in with comments like, what's there to discuss about a crappy game? Players should just go all out and get it done. I've never seen a player who can't take on 11 or 100 opponents. Exactly, that's right. What difficulty does an online game have? The number of monsters is just for players to mow down, and you're talking about tactics for that. Of course, not many people really care about such comments, because most viewers are just casual gamers anyway. Besides, the comments with the most likes are from tactical experts who seem quite knowledgeable. Isn't it more interesting to watch them? As for the real players, they don't have time to read the comments at all. They're all busy asking their mentors, bosses' wives, and wives at home for leave so they can log in and complete tasks. No one knows what price they paid, but when Xia Shang brought 50 armored vehicles with the Osprey squad at dawn, all the players erupted in a loud cheer. Silence, children of the void. Xia Shang stood on the cormorant and silenced the players with a flick of his hand. Looking around, Xia Shang was relieved to see that all 51 players were present. He knew that some players had misplaced their time, and there were many suggestions on the forum about whether it's possible to play the game while sleeping at night, or whether it's possible to adjust the time difference so that the game and reality are exactly opposite. In fact, Xia Shang believes that if the problem of sleeping while playing games is solved, then the second problem will not be a problem, because at that time players will no longer need to care whether it is dark or light. But let's tackle the most important thing first today. As you all know, we have a very important mission today. The success or failure of this mission will have a profound impact on our future development. If we succeed, our development speed will increase rapidly. If we fail, our investment will be completely lost. In short, this battle will be a very tough one. Are you all ready? Series mission. The Red Crystal Mine is a shameful waste in the hands of the Kroni. Claim your MK1 power armor and take back the Red Crystal Mine. Accept, reject. Faced with this task, no one would be foolish enough to refuse. Very good. I see your determination. These are yours now. You have 30 minutes to adjust. After 30 minutes, we will set off. With yesterday's demonstration, talented players quickly became adept at using the power armor, while those who hadn't seen the demonstration before, with the help of other players, also quickly adapted to the power armor's strength boost. 30 minutes passed quickly, and just then, shouts came from outside the stronghold. Master Wanderer. The players all recognized Carlyle's voice. What's going on? Have NPCs found us here? Maybe they're here to pick up that female NPC. What's her name again? Perhaps it's Ari Ling, or maybe he also wants to join the war. Carlyle didn't know what the players were discussing, but Xia Shang beckoned him in. Upon entering the stronghold, Carlyle saw the open space filled with fully armed armored figures, some standing and some jumping. The 50-odd silver white armored figures were quite imposing in his eyes, but it also gave him a sense of encouragement. How are things on your end? Xia Shang asked. My Lord Wanderer, the remnants and survivors capable of fighting are all willing to join this battle, but they have one condition, Carlyle said. Please speak. They hope you can look after the other survivors in their safe zone after they are killed in action. Xia Shang looked at Carlyle and shook his head. What's wrong? Lord Wanderer, is there a problem? Carlyle panicked. He had already summoned this man to risk his life for him. Was Lord Wanderer going to refuse now? You've got one thing wrong, Carlyle. You don't need to risk your lives for me. This battle doesn't require you to sacrifice yourselves, Xia Shang said simply. Tell them that their own survival is the priority in this battle, which means they just need to tie down enemy forces. We'll provide the weapons. I see. That's perfect. I misunderstood. I'm so sorry, Wanderer. Carlyle blushed and quickly went to the outpost to explain Xia Shang's meaning. Cool, suddenly, a whooshing sound came from the sky, and two mottled single-soldier airships landed. Two people jumped off, and they were Sony from the fishing and hunting team and Talu from the raiding squad. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Wanderer, we've also assembled over there. Sunny carried a matte dark green fork on his back and a Dagra flame tongue at his waist, clearly taking this battle very seriously. Where's the butcher? Xia Shang asked. Haha, Butcher is even more excited, saying he's been wanting to go back and kill his way back for a long time. Sunny laughed. Alright, let's set off then. Proceed according to plan. The Ostavan Mountains. The sky was azure, and the sun shone brightly. If it weren't for the bulky and ugly Kroni soldiers, the scenery here would be wonderful. Unfortunately, large areas of the mountain were destroyed, and a military camp with yellow and green hues occupied the area. Countless soldiers carrying Genera assault rifles wandered and patrolled the mountains. In some filthy corners, you could even see some fragments of severed limbs, and it was unknown which unlucky soul they belonged to. Every day is so boring, there's nothing to do, but I'm also doing something every day. A Kroni soldier complained to his brother beside him. Brother, it's our duty to protect this mine, the brother next to him said. But life on Earth is so boring, don't you think? There's no entertainment, and the offspring of those test subjects are too fragile to handle. They die too easily, the Kroni soldier lamented. Of course, we are all soldiers who have been injected with enhancement drugs. They are just a bunch of scum who escaped from their cages. Yesterday was a bit interesting though. 3 survivors from who knows where stole our light airship and even came up to us to show off. They really don't know the meaning of death. But they didn't die, did they? Sergeant Yates' 3 shots didn't kill any of them. He was furious yesterday. Sure, don't let the sergeant hear us. Everything that happens during the day can add some fun for the Kroni soldiers, and if there is fighting, it is even better for them. So the Kroni soldiers don't care about these episodes, and even use them as topics of conversation. Just as they were discussing which survivor to capture that night to make into toys, a distress signal came from the military camp requesting help. The soldiers of Kroni spontaneously ran down the mountain and saw a black armored truck speeding towards them in the distance, with 3 light boats firing at it from the sky behind. Brothers, we need help. They somehow stole our light boat and ambushed us. Our truck is carrying very important supplies. We can't let them take it. A communication came from inside the black armored truck, in Kroni's language. Damn it, those bastards dared to hijack our truck. Upon realizing that the person in the truck was indeed one of their own brothers, the Kroni soldiers were enraged and rushed forward to provide support. Chapter 73 Player Offensive. The nameless sniper Jed Allah fired his gun into the air in an attempt to cover the advance of the armored vehicles. However, the armor of the airships could not be broken by the caliber of a small submachine gun. The 3 airships even bypassed the armored vehicles and used air power to strafe the ground. The airships' left and right machine guns unleashed a rapid barrage of fire, quickly suppressing the Kroni soldiers at the foot of the mountain, forcing them to seek cover. It's those 3 from yesterday. A sharp-eyed Kroni soldier noticed a crack on the side of one of the ships, indicating it had been hit by a sergeant's bullet. Our Genera is not working, notify the sergeant. As soon as the words were spoken, a convoy of survivors suddenly appeared behind the black car. It was unclear when they had appeared, but they followed behind the black car and kept firing. Judging from the gunshots, they were also from Genera. Quick, quick, brothers, let's intercept those scum and notify the sergeant that yesterday's airship is here again. When the Kroni soldiers saw the convoy of the remnants, they thought they were out of luck again, but unexpectedly, a fat pig was delivered to their door. You should know that what the Kroni soldiers loved to do most on the plains was to rely on their iron armor to suppress and shoot down the remnants of the people who were firing their guns by hand. Dozens of Kroni soldiers then formed ranks and faced the armored vehicles' cover fire. Swoosh, the truck passed through an opening specially left by the soldiers and, guided by the soldiers behind, drove straight to the center of the camp. Come on, you scum. You're not qualified to steal our stuff. The Kroni soldiers roared as they charged toward the remnants, their grenades clashing with fury. The convoy of survivors clearly did not want to confront them head-on, so they drove their dilapidated cars separately, intending to bypass their formation from both sides. Do you think this will work? The Kroni soldier grinned and threw a blasting grenade from his waist. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous bombing scattered the civilian convoy, which was then routed under the firepower of Genera. However, there were also quite agile figures who skillfully dodged all the explosive attacks and stood in front of them with large shields made of fish bones. Go to hell. One of the survivors from the vehicle leaped up, his dark green spear shooting out with a furious shout, pinning a Kroni soldier to the ground with a whoosh. This power, is it from a refined enhancement potion? Damn it, they really are traitors, man. Seeing the terrifying destructive power of the spear, the Kroni soldiers realized that their opponent was no less powerful than themselves, and might even be stronger. Open fire freely. Annihilate them. Gunfire struck the fishbone shield, scattering countless sparks, but it couldn't stop the survivor's steps. He swiftly avoided the most concentrated line of fire, and under the cover of fire from the survivor convoy behind him, he rolled over and hid in front of the corpses impaled by harpoons, using the corpses and shields to give himself a chance to catch his breath. Boss, we're here. With a roar, several more spears shot out, each instantly pinning a Kroni soldier to the spot, significantly reducing the frontal firepower. All right, let's keep charging. Sonny glanced at his teammates, laughed loudly, pulled his spear from the corpses, and charged forward again with his shield up. Warning, warning. A convoy suspected of being supported by traitors is attacking us at the foot of the mountain. Requesting backup. The large black armored vehicle moved unimpeded. Butcher heard a request for assistance from the enemy camp on the communication channel, and looking at the countless Kroni soldiers who were crossing paths with him to support the foot of the mountain, a contemptuous smile appeared on his cracked lips. You can stop the car and come with us to exterminate the survivors. A survivor soldier from Kroni called out to him. Sorry, brother, this shipment is too important. It was originally meant to be put on the tracks, but I have to stop it in a safe location. The butcher quickly changed his expression. Then let's go over there. The other person didn't suspect anything, pointed to the open space where dump trucks were parked not far away, and then ran down the mountain to provide support. The butcher quickly parked the armored vehicle behind the dump truck to use it as cover. After securing the two Genera swords he'd bought from Quinn, Butcher jumped out of the cockpit, quickly moved to the rear of the vehicle, opened the cargo door, revealing rows of standing, silver-white armored figures. Quinn brothers and sisters, we're in position. Butcher shouted at the armored door. In response, all the observation eyepieces of the armored vehicles lit up with a dark blue halo. Damn it, we're finally here. I don't know who I am, I don't know where I am, all I know is that I'm going to go on a killing spree. Brother Xia has sent us the map, everyone pay attention to your positions. Guys, watch out for those mushroom-shaped structures on those high platforms. There might be snipers inside. Charge, charge, kill the sniper first. Dozens of silver-white armored vehicles filed out of the carriage and quickly dispersed to fight. The two players, who were playing together, were retracing their steps to the nearest military camp vault when they suddenly ran into 4 Kroni soldiers. What are you? The Kroni soldiers had never seen this kind of armor before, so they didn't immediately connect it with the traitor attack outside the camp. I'm your father. A player lunged forward, pointed his gun at the mouth of the soldier who was speaking, and fired a burst of bullets, instantly blowing the soldier's head off. Enemy attack. There are enemies in the camp. The accompanying soldiers immediately retaliated, and the two were about to use their physical strength to subdue the player, but they overlooked the silver-armored one. Thump. An armored leg lashed out, sending one of the Kroni soldiers flying. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. The player who was almost subdued by human flesh reacted quickly, bending down and sweeping his leg to kick the soldier who was pressing in, then casually pulled out the hollow blade from his back and drove it into the soldier's forehead. Looking back, his teammates had already beheaded the last one with a single axe blow. Is the axe any good? It feels so short. The one who wanted to be the father of the Kroni soldier was none other than the blazing dust. Actually, it's not so bad. The reason we were too short before was because we couldn't beat the Kroni soldiers in close combat. Their physical abilities are almost like those of super soldiers. Now that we have armor, we've made up for that gap. Maid Chrysanthemum Ari shook the axe in her hand and put it back into the pair of axe sheaths on her back. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. A sudden burst of gunfire erupted between the camps, clearly indicating that the players had begun a large-scale engagement with the Kroni soldiers. Hurry, hurry, stop dawdling. One soldier gives 180 experience points. If we don't grind now, when will we ever get more? Chrysanthemum Love Maid urged. Charge straight for those archers. There must be a lot of people inside. Dust, with Genera in one hand and an empty blade in the other, charged toward the nearby barracks with Chrysanthemum. Damn it. Where did these silver-skinned bastards come from? The Kroni soldiers, who were waiting in place, were both surprised and furious at the players' surprise attack, and they cursed loudly. But players don't care if you're angry or not. They'll kill any Kroni soldiers they see. Leave no one alive. Watch out, Marines are here. A black cannon was suddenly thrown between the players. With a loud bang, 2 players were blasted away. Fortunately, their armor absorbed most of the debris and impact, preventing them from dying on the spot. Oh my god, I completely forgot there were different types of troops. The tan-colored, corrugated iron-clad Marines were indeed far more elite than ordinary soldiers, and the players' offensive on the camp immediately slowed down. Bang! Suddenly, a Marine's head exploded and disappeared, and a silver figure charged towards the center of the Marines from the side, firing as he went. Press the shot now. Qin Chuan's voice rang out in the camp, and the players reacted one after another. With the amplification of their power armor, they were like silver grasshoppers, covering dozens of meters in just a few steps and crashing into the Marine core camp in droves. Give me a break. The silver-white iron fist slammed into the Marine's forehead, almost knocking him down. Damn, that's hard. Seeing that his punch wasn't effective, the player decisively pulled out his cane from his back and smashed it into the Marine's head, sending him to his death in just a few blows. Haha, I told you not to come empty-handed. A player nearby couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Hey, how was I supposed to know that the Marines are all such monsters in terms of physical fitness? The power armor's power boost is like child's play to them. The player awkwardly made excuses for himself. Just then, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed over the red crystal mine. Snap. The player who was just awkwardly laughing was actually killed by having his armor pierced through. Qin Chuan's eyes widened immediately, recalling the same gunshot from yesterday. Sniper. Everyone scatter. Snap. Another player, this time even got a headshot. Chapter 74. Could Brother Xia Shang possibly lie to me? Holy crap. They're cheating on the other side. As the players gasped in shock, the deafening gunfire sounded like the King of Hell calling their names, each shot capable of instantly killing a player. In an instant, the players scattered and fled, some hiding in the arched roof of the military camp, some rolling under the vehicles, and others hiding behind boulders. Damn, thank goodness we're in the mountains, otherwise our 50 men wouldn't be enough to stop them from counting their troops. Chrysanthemum Love, the maid, secretly peeked outside, trying to find the source of the gunshots. But the gunshot was so loud that the echo could only be heard from the waist, making it impossible to tell where it came from. I told them to keep counting down, and then respawn on the spot at the last minute, Dust said as it closed the public channel. What did Quinn say? Chrysanthemum asked. He doesn't know the location of the enemy sniper either. He can only be sure it's in a higher place, but it probably won't be easy to get up there, Dust said. With a bang, two figures knocked over the crates of general merchandise piled up behind Chrysanthemum and Dust. Chrysanthemum was so startled that she almost smashed them with her double axes, but she stopped herself when she saw that they were players wearing armor and with IDs above their heads. You guys are lucky to be alive. Chrysanthemum said irritably. Sorry, I just ran up from the other side of the mountain. I was in a hurry to find cover, so I climbed in through the window. Zhou Jizuan got up from the ground and pulled Xianxia Erwui up as well. What's the situation down the mountain? Dust asked. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Jizuan shook his head and said, the battle situation is not good. I saw from afar that nearly half of the convoy was scattered and many people died. The fishing and hunting team is still entangled, but most of the Kroni soldiers are already on their way back. Hearing this, everyone knew they couldn't stay here for long. If they were completely surrounded, even with their armor, they wouldn't be able to handle the Kroni soldiers trapping them like turtles in a jar. We need to break this deadlock, Chrysanthemum. Dust scratched his head and quickly sent Qin Chuan the information that Kroni was rushing back to defend from the foot of the mountain. There's no way to slow him down unless someone acts as bait to lure me to the sniper, Qin Chuan replied. However, when the players contacted each other, the Kroni Marines did not disconnect. Instead, they quickly regrouped and began searching for the intruders hiding in their own camp. Here it is. The Kroni Marines shouted, and a hail of bullets forced the players out of the vault. The players couldn't withstand the enemy's dense fire and kept running away to avoid the shots, only to be met with fragmentation grenades from the enemy. The player cursed and was blasted away by the shockwave of the fragmentation grenade, momentarily disoriented and unaware of his surroundings. Bang! Before he could recover from the chaos, gunshots rang out again, and the player found himself counting down. Qin Chuan, who was crouching behind the boulder, suddenly twisted his neck as if he had heard something. He cautiously looked in a certain direction on the mountaintop, but did not find his target. No, I don't recommend waiting like this just because of a sniper rifle. If the Marines find us, we're doomed. The numbers are too big. A player chose to revive in the last second of the countdown, scrambling and crawling behind a tree while sending a message to the public chat. Indeed, the more chaotic the situation, the better, so he can't keep up. My suggestion is to set the mountain on fire, fill it with smoke and see how he tries to snipe. Holy crap, that's a genius. The prison needs guys like you. This sparked a huge wave of interest, with players actually starting to look for flammable and explosive materials around them. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions echoed through the mountains, and thick smoke began to rise into the sky. The soldiers from Kroni were furious when they saw this. Attack now, hurry. Suppressive fire. These sons of bitches, those tin rats. Players dodged the Marines' assault while typing messages in the public chat. Damn it, don't forget about the Marines. They have smoke grenades too, don't they? Ammunition crates. There are ammunition crates between the connecting bridges in the arches of each military camp. Blowing up those ammunition crates will set their camp on fire. Dust and Flowers, however, did not follow the crowd to bomb the munitions. Instead, they confronted the Marines and launched a counterattack. Chrysanthemum, cover me. Dust shouted, rolled out of cover, and charged towards the Kroni Marines from the flank with an empty blade in one hand and a Genera in the other. All right. Chrysanthemum pulled out the grenade she had taken from the Kroni soldiers earlier and threw them 3 times in quick succession as if they were free. Boom, boom, boom. Although it wasn't a Marine core fragmentation grenade, the shockwave was enough to give the Marines a run for their money. Your dad's here. Dust interrupted the Marines by using the impact of the grenade to rush to their side and unceremoniously open fire on their weakest points, their faces. But the Marines quickly adjusted their stance, drew their machetes from their thighs, and slashed at Chen's neck. Dust used the size difference to duck and dodge the slash, then used his bare blade to slash at the opponent's armor. In the past, this slash would have had no effect, but now that he was wearing power armor, the slash actually deflected the direction of the opponent's slash, and he almost fell over due to his unsteady body. Seeing an opportunity, Dust immediately pressed the barrel of his gun against the gap in the enemy's armor and fired. Then he took grenades from the enemy's waist, pulled the bolts, and threw them all, regardless of the type. Boom, swoosh. Fragmentation grenades blasted people off their feet, leaving them covered in blood, while smoke grenades shrouded everyone in a fog. The fighting around them was even more intense. Players, ordinary soldiers, and Marines were all embroiled in a fierce battle. The thick black fog and white smoke from the burning smoke cloud obscured the bloodshed of the battlefield and also blocked the sniper's vision. Uff. Dust, his blood boiling, let out a strange cry and charged toward the player who was being beaten down by the Kroni soldiers on the other side, kicking him away. Thanks. Damn, I almost got beaten to death by a flurry of punches. Ezio praised me, shaking his dizzy head as he got up from the ground. No guests. Before Dust could finish speaking, a streak of light pierced through his chest, and a gunshot rang in his ears a moment later. Dude, how did you die? Ezio, who was praising me, was startled by the gunshot and immediately saw that the player who had just come to rescue him had a fist-sized hole in his right chest. Dust twitched at the corner of his eye, glanced at it, and then leaped forward, knocking Ezio down into the smoke. Quinn, there's a crooked tree on the ridge, is there? Dust clearly saw the edge of the dissipating smoke grenade behind him, and a hole pierced by a bullet vortex clearly pointed to a crooked tree. So he sent out the intelligence without hesitation. Brother, are you alright? Is it too late to revive on the spot? Ezio, who was praising me, asked anxiously from the side. It's too late. Dust rolled its eyes. This shot looked terrifying, but in fact, without bleeding, this body, which was blessed with life force, was indeed exceptionally tough. But this shot has also shattered his mobility. Even if he's not dead now, it will be difficult for him to continue fighting. To continue fighting, he would have to choose to expend experience to revive. Consume experience points. Are you kidding me? Damn it, everything I have now is due to my own hard work. Deep Blue, give me some points, let me see your limits. In just a moment of thought, Dust poured all the experience he had gained from carrying fish balls on the plains and the total of 2,000 experience points from the kills in this battle into life force. Just kidding. Brother Xia Shang already said to focus on adding points to vitality. Would my brother lie to me? Chapter 75. The last 13 players, 4 vitality. Increases the unit's vitality by 200%, indirectly. Phantom armor stress 6. With its vitality level rising 3 levels, the body's vitality jumped from 80% to a terrifying 200%. Of course, the pressure also increased by 3 points. Dust's current frequency of Phantom has reached 14.9%, and the pressure limit is only 4 points. However, Dust has the pressure sharing of level 3 willpower, so the total pressure limit of 8 points is more than enough to handle a level 4 void crystal. The moment the crystallization upgrade was completed, Dust immediately felt a familiar warm current surge through his body, and the warm current continued to gather towards the hollow in his chest. Dust was surprised to find that this was the self-healing symbol that appeared after the life repair device was activated. It was the first time in his life that he had felt a warm current in his body, so he remembered it very clearly, but the feeling now was a little weaker than the warm feeling when the device was activated. Remaining healing time, 2 hours, 09 minutes, and 55 seconds. Holy crap, a hole in my chest, and it only takes 2 hours to heal? Am I even human? Stop yelling, are you trying to die? Ezio's praise brought Dust back to reality. Just as Dust was about to give up and was about to finish him off, Ezio's voice, praising Dust, brought him back to reality. I won't die. I won't die. Dust shouted. With the help of the self-healing heat, the muscles in his body, which were originally weak, were forced to stand up. Holy crap, you're the toughest guy, Dust. Ezio exclaimed, staring wide-eyed as Dust stood up with a hole in his chest, only then noticing the ID above his head. TSK, say whatever you want, I'm too lazy to explain to you. Dust noticed that when he moved around, his body was also consuming warm energy, which caused the remaining healing time to keep changing. Dust, are you dead or not? If you're resurrected, hurry up and help. The people below are attacking. Chrysanthemum's voice suddenly reached his ears, and Dust quickly picked up his weapon and ran outside. Find Chrysanthemum, who was crawling on the rocks and shooting downhill. Dust peered out and sent a message that many players had already been dragged down the mountain, and some unlucky players were already dead, not knowing how many times they had died. What's the situation below? Can you hold on? Dust asked. I don't know, their firepower is too strong, and they seem to be risking their lives, braving the grenades to come up and trade one for one with us. Chrysanthemum shouted, glancing at Dust and almost thinking it was a ghost that had come back to life. What? You've pushed your vitality to 200%. After Dust's explanation, Chrysanthemum reluctantly accepted the fact that he could still run around with a huge hole in his head. Why don't you get a Zanpakuto and call you an Aran car? What a joke. My hole will heal. Didn't you see that granulation tissue has already grown? Dust roared angrily, pointing to the tender pink granulation tissue at the wound. Quack. That's disgusting. I don't want to see. Chrysanthemum quickly turned her head and opened fire on the Kroni soldiers below the mountain. TSK, pretentious. Dust spat out, when suddenly a series of gunshots came from the hill behind them, drawing the attention of many players who still had some free time. A 9-5 wisdom trout. Brothers, did anyone go up and find that sniper? Ezio praises me. I don't know, but I think I saw that sniper before, by a crooked tree on a hillside. He shot the tough guy in the chest with one shot. Nikolai tearing fishballs. What? The king of durability is dead. That's incredibly fragile. A burning Dust. What the hell are you talking about? I'm still alive. Chrysanthemum loves Maid. He even returned alive with a hollow hole in his body. I suspect he'll release his Zanpakuto, maybe even sprout wings and become Darkwing Demon. When went silently. That's great, the resilient king. I was surrounded and killed by the Kroni in one encounter before, and I discovered that after the phantom dies, it can't control all the entropy. 20% of it is fixed, probably as resurrection cost. Quinn, you guys still have the nerve to chat in the public chat. This little brat above has a boss level stat. He can use a sniper rifle like a stick. If it weren't for the void shield, he would have killed me instantly. Holy crap, the boss. A 9-5 wisdom trout. What? The boss is using a sniper rifle. But I also found several snipers on those mushroom-shaped watchtowers, and they all took my life in one go. Nothing special about them. Your girlfriend isn't bad. You're talking nonsense. Those snipers use toothpick snipers. They don't make as much noise as the one above. That boss was practically aiming at people with an antimaterial weapon. Galio doesn't save the blind man. It's great, guys. Seeing you all having so much fun reminds me of how I died 3 times and didn't level up, wasting 20% experience each time. Anyway, see you at the Wanderer's hideout. Afraid of getting a sore throat. Drink Pepsi, then I'll. Subsequently, many fallen players emerged and occupied the public channel. Before the battle was over, the surviving players and the remaining Kroni Marines also engaged in a war of attrition. Because there were enough players at the beginning, they helped each other, and some risked their lives to save others, taking down many of Kroni's core troops. The troops that returned from the foot of the mountain were mostly ordinary soldiers. Facing players who could easily pick up marine equipment and dropped magazines, the ordinary soldiers were somewhat overwhelmed and were hit by fragmentation grenades and free bullets. At one point, Kroni soldiers even ran out of ammunition. However, some experienced Kroni Marines recognized their opportunity. Attention all squads, they only have 13 firing positions left. Brothers down the mountain path, flank from the rear. We'll maintain continuous faint fire from the front, but be mindful of ammunition consumption. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. There are still a lot of residual Kroni soldiers. Many heads are wandering in the forest, like a pack of wolves along the path horizontally surrounding the player's position, while firing together, giving pressure to both ends of the player's front. The player's attention was constrained forward and backward. The fire could not be focused in one direction, and the Kroni soldiers at either end were greatly relieved of the positive pressure and began to push upward against the residual fire. It's a bit bad, brothers. Can't hold them down, cried the Chrysanthemum love maid, throwing another smoke bomb at her hand. Damn, you throw smoke bombs to give them cover. Dust cursed angrily. Ah, I only have one fragmentation thunder left. I'm ready to keep and explode with them, Chrysanthemum said innocently. I can't stand it anymore. The Marines are too fierce. The earthy yellow figure rushed into the player's line and faced the greeting of the player's sword and stick. It was hard to cripple a player before it was done. What the hell are you doing? Half of them can be replaced even if you wear power armor. The players were stunned. No way, no melee round, just pull the trigger, the crippled player said bitterly while lying on the mound. That can only be said to practice more vegetables. This game starts with not only firing guns and swords, melee combat is certainly indispensable. I'm still pressing. My mother's clony machete is going to chop me on the neck. Oh. Hey. Rush, brothers. They will be slaughtered by us, not a single one. A tall Kroni Marine raised his sharp triangular machete and shouted to boost the morale of all the soldiers. All the Kroni soldiers who had run out of ammunition drew their machetes and charged towards the last dozen or so players with a thud as they pounded their way down the mountain path. Chapter 76 On and off the field. Chrysanthemum love maid kept moving the muzzle of her gun and pulling the trigger. Even with the increased rate of fire, her kill speed was not enough to keep up with the fearless charge of the Kroni soldiers. In the end, she gave up shooting, put her rifle into the void, and took out her double axes to fight the enemy in hand-to-hand combat. The attacks of the Kroni soldiers were powerful and sweeping, making them relatively easy to deal with. Zoran's twin axes were light and sharp, and with the addition of power armor, they could even cut through the iron armor of the Kroni soldiers. Unfortunately, 2 axes are no match for 4 swords. In no time, the Kroni soldiers had taken Chrysanthemum by the side, cleaving through her chest armor with 2 blows. In the process, one of them even kicked Chrysanthemum away, sending her crashing into a boulder and nearly unable to get up. Damn it, this game is way too hard. Chrysanthemum rolled around to avoid the cleaver's pursuit, only to be met with another cleaver aimed straight at her face. Base. Suddenly, an empty blade appeared and severed the arm holding the knife at the elbow with a single blow. The powerless cleaver, along with the gushing blood, slammed into the soldier's face. Just as the soldier was about to cover his severed arm, the attacker lunged forward and stabbed him through a gap in his abdominal armor, killing him instantly. Phew. I really can't go on. Dust collapsed to the ground after killing the Kroni soldier. Chrysanthemum seized this hard-won opportunity, rolling away to create distance from the other Kroni soldiers. Looking at the other players, they were almost all forced into a dead end, their armor tattered and their regenerated limbs exposed bare. Is the mission going to be sent out? Chrysanthemum sighed, feeling that all her efforts were about to be in vain. Die! The Kroni soldiers didn't care what their enemies were saying. 3 cleavers came down from 3 angles at the same time, giving them no chance. Swoosh! Just as Chrysanthemum had poured all her experience into her willpower, raising it to level 4, and thought that this trip wasn't a complete loss, a dark green harpoon shot through the air. Swoosh! Not just one, but a continuous stream of harpoons shot forth, pinning down all the Kroni soldiers around the player who were preparing to deliver the fatal blow. Is it a fishing and hunting team? The players all looked in the direction from which the harpoon came. They saw the still intact fishing and hunting team, holding tattered fishbone shields, rushing towards them. Their speed in climbing the slope barefoot was no less than their speed in swimming water. Their fierce battle at the camp was actually giving the survivors down the mountain enough time to catch their breath. Sorry, people in the wall, we're late. Sunny's face was covered in blood. It was hard to tell if it was his own or the enemy's, and the other fishing and hunting teams were in the same condition. Seeing the shattered silver armor scattered all over the ground, and the people in the walls with their limbs in disarray, the fishing and hunting team members became breathless. Even though they knew the people inside the wall might not die, the sheer brutality of the battle still far exceeded their expectations. Have you dealt with the rabble down the mountain? Chrysanthemum was quite surprised to see so many here, because Xia Shang had warned them before the mission began not to approach the center of the battle unless the outer perimeter was completely safe. Reporting to those within the walls, after you entered the enemy camp and the battle intensified, most of the Kroni soldiers retreated as ordered. We followed Lord Wanderer's instructions and thoroughly eliminated all the outer soldiers before coming to assist in the battle, but we didn't expect to arrive too late, Sunny said remorsefully. It doesn't matter, you'll see them again tomorrow anyway. Chrysanthemum waved her hand in consolation, picked up a Genera from the ground to check the magazine, and shouted to Dust lying on the ground, "Stop pretending to be dead, let's take out all the remaining Kroni first, and then go help to take down the boss." With the help of a powerful NPC team and the cooperation of 12 players, although there were only a few dozen Kroni soldiers left, it was still a tough battle. The remaining players are still fighting, but the players outside the game have it easy. After using up their 3 resurrection chances, they can only choose to respawn at the Wanderer's hideout, but even after choosing, it still shows that it will take 8 hours to create a phantom. So they all logged off and started chatting on the forum. Some people boasted about how much experience they had gained, some regretted not using their experience before dying, some wanted to know what to do if they didn't have any equipment after resurrecting, and some had already started planning to use the void passage as a scalper. However, many players are lamenting the same thing, armor. After all, those currently posting are all people who have died and logged off. Not to mention armor, all their weapons and equipment have been destroyed. Perhaps some players are cautious and only brought Gadar to the front line. What a pity. Such useful equipment. We just received it this morning, and now it's useless. I can only say that the 1-hour trial card is over. Actually, it's alright. This armor was given to us for free, and we even used it to earn more experience than we used to earn in 3 days. We leveled up our willpower to level 3 directly. What? You're already level 3? I'm only level 2. Maybe it's because you died early. Ha ha ha. I asked around, and almost everyone is level 3 and has opened a void portal. With the void portal, there will be a chance to preserve important equipment before dying in the future. The problem is that we've invested so much, lost almost all of our players, and we still don't know if we can take this map. I feel like things are going to get a bit messed up. So many of us are just chatting on the forums. There are probably only a few still in the game. We haven't even cleared out all the Kroni minions, and there's still a Yama boss on the mountaintop. Holy crap, even wolf warriors couldn't win this battle. You know what? These Kroni soldiers are something else. They're on a completely different level from the ones we usually encounter on the plains. I can't even imagine how ruthless the boss is. The main problem is that we are too few in number. It's 50 against 400. Each of us has to kill more than 8. Oh, I killed exactly 8 people with my 3 lives. Looks like I didn't hold everyone back. I'm sorry, I only changed 5. I've let everyone down. With my last life, I took down at least 3 with grenades, making a total of 10. Wow, you killed so many. You must have used your experience points strategically every time, right? Stop talking. The experience of dying together with someone else was only settled after I died. I lost 100 million. I also. Stop rambling, everyone. Have you forgotten the war isn't over yet? Suddenly, a rather serious reply made everyone laugh. There's nothing we can do if it's not over yet. Right now, when we open the client, it shows a respawn countdown, and we can't even log in. Yeah, there's not much we can do besides posting fluff. No, guys, there are streamers in the game too. They're still soloing the boss in the livestream right now. I didn't know you guys knew, so I'm just mentioning it. Holy crap. Chapter 77 Evil Eye. Yes. Qin Chuan was the lucky one who took on the boss one-on-one. When he got the sniper's location from the dust, he immediately abandoned the experience packs on the front lines and prepared to eliminate this battlefield threat before going back to farm experience. Who knew that damn sniper was actually a boss? Yes, loud gunfire, terrifying instant kill power, and high-altitude hiding places. These could all be considered prerequisites for a boss. But in previous games, which boss actually influenced the battle from the very beginning? Weren't elite monsters the ones harassing the battlefield? So initially, he approached this guy who shot him in the back as if he were dealing with an elite monster. However, when Qin Chuan first saw the sniper face-to-face, he sensed that something was wrong. The opponent did not have traditional mimicry or disguise. His entire body was covered with some kind of rubber product after removing the padding armor. The only fleshy part of his body was his hideous face full of stitches and scars. His physique was also taller and stronger than that of ordinary Kroni soldiers, and even 30 centimeters taller than Qin Chuan, the Phantom. This also made the uniquely shaped gun in his hand even more mysterious. It was a large gun with a twisted and curved handle, resembling a Christmas candy cane. It had a conspicuous barb at the bottom of the barrel, and an iron rod with a burning black rope sticking up on the right side of the gun. No scope. Qin Chuan's first thought upon seeing the gun wasn't that it was strange, but rather that it lacked a scope. Does this mean it's not a sniper rifle, but a rifle? You guys found me so quickly. You don't seem to be locals. Is this some new equipment from the Iron Defense line? The first reaction of the Kroni man when he saw Qin Chuan appear nearby was not to keep his distance, but to curiously examine Qin Chuan closely. After taking a second look, he dismissed the idea, muttering to himself, No, this isn't the style of those traitors. Could it be the Cups Trading Company? Give up, you can't guess. Qin Chuan shook his head. Every second he delayed meant one less experience pack for the players, increasing their risk. So he immediately raised his gun and shot the Kroni man in the head. Ding ding ding. 3 deflated bullets slammed to the ground, and the Kroni simply raised his hand to shield himself, using the armor on the back of his hand to block Qin Chuan's headshot. That's all the force you've got. The Coup's Chamber of Commerce is clearing out their inferior inventory for you. What does mean? Qin Chuan was both amused and exasperated. He was undoubtedly using the Brighton equipped with Fatal Sense, but Fatal Sense only increases the damage when hitting a weak point. If the bullet is blocked midway, it doesn't count as hitting a weak point. Instead, it's like shooting the enemy's hand, resulting in almost no damage. Since firearms aren't doing any damage, let's try melee weapons with enhanced strength. Qin Chuan retracted Brighton's gun rack on his back, drew his empty blade, and leaped toward the Kroni. Let me introduce myself. I am Sergeant Yates, and this is my brother, Evil Eye. Sergeant Yeezy did not retreat a step when faced with the silver-armored iron-clad man who slashed at him with his sword. Instead, he stepped forward and swung his 1.3-1.4 meter long cane. Bang! The gun barrel and the long sword collided violently, and Qin Chuan was instantly thrown more than 10 meters away. When he rolled to the ground, there was still a faint glow on his body, which was the strobe of the shield nearing the point of collapse. Qin Chuan was completely stunned. He got up and looked at the other person in disbelief, only to find that the other person was vigorously pounding the stone under their feet with the muzzle of a gun, and some powder could be seen dripping from the gun barrel onto the ground. Sergeant Yates then calmly pulled out the barb from under the barrel, took out a metal tube from the bulletproof pouch on his waist, opened it, poured the glowing powder inside into the barrel, and then pushed the longer end of the barb in to press it down firmly. Finally, he took out an alloy bullet about half the length of a finger and inserted it into the barrel. Watching the Kroni's methodical movements, Qin Chuan's mind suddenly clicked. That was actually a flintlock pistol. You're lucky, or rather, a lucky few of you. My evil eye doesn't usually look at people. If you can die under its gaze, you're already good enough to have tea with the manager of Cooper's. Having said that, Ye's instantly raised his evil eye and aimed it at Qin Chuan. However, Qin Chuan had already taken action. What a joke, everyone's watching you load the bullet. How could they be watching you aim at yourself? Qin Chuan dodged the evil eye's gun barrel by sidestepping and quickly threw a smoke grenade in front of Yates. Thick smoke obscured Yates' view, but he didn't stop rotating the gun. He even pinpointed a direction and pulled the trigger. Boom! Like a thunderclap, a fiery red beam erupted from the evil eye gun, piercing through a vacuum tunnel in the smoke and also penetrating Qin Chuan. With a loud bang, it pierced and shattered a giant rock, as tall as a person and standing in the mountains for who knows how many years, not far behind Qin Chuan. TSK, not bad luck. Ye's cold gaze was gradually obscured by the smoke, and Qin Chuan, inside the armor, broke out in a cold sweat, feeling the iron armor on his right side burning hot. Damn, what kind of monster is this? What kind of terrifying black technology is that flintlock rifle? Not only was he shocked, but even the viewers in his livestream who hadn't been around for a while were completely stunned. This is terrifying. Is this the first boss for the newbies? Holy crap, the way he looks at me is like I'm looking at a dead person. Now I finally know what the way someone looks at a dead person in a novel looks like. I suggest Beijing Film Academy include this in their textbooks. Holy crap, that look in their eyes. I'm sweating bullets. What's the point of submitting teaching materials? I suggest a thorough investigation. How could a stuntman look at someone like that without killing someone on his hands? This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. No, isn't anyone curious about the flintlock pistol in his hand? What flintlock musket? Isn't that a cannon barrel he's holding? Have you ever seen a flintlock musket that could break a boulder that thick? That's unscientific. Absolutely unscientific. That kind of muzzle thrust is impossible. The gun itself should have exploded upon ignition. Dude, your streamer level is already 19, and after watching for so long, you're still talking about science in Starfall. That's definitely a gun barrel made of void nanoquantum level materials. A series of metallic tapping sounds echoed in the livestream. Although everyone had only heard it once before, their hearts clenched involuntarily. To be honest, that sound is more terrifying than the gunshot that signals the coming of the King of Hell. It's common knowledge that the sound of a gun being cocked before execution is what truly terrifies prisoners. However, Qin Chuan was the first to react. The sound of the ground being dug had indeed made him nervous, but it had also made his thoughts clearer. Loading a flintlock pistol is the most time-consuming and easiest part to interrupt. As long as you keep interfering with the opponent's loading, then no matter how good their marksmanship, how accurate their prediction, or how terrifying their firepower, it will be useless. So Qin Chuan drew the Genera from his waist with one hand and sprayed it wildly at Yes behind the smoke. It worked. Yates stopped taking the gunpowder canister. I noticed before that you have a lot of our Kroni sidearms, almost one for each of you. The iron line of defense could not possibly provide so much weaponry to people of unknown origin. Yes slowly emerged from the smoke, craning his neck forward, staring intently at the Genera in Qin Chuan's hand. Leaving aside Genera for now, your sudden appearance in the center of our camp clearly indicates that you were hiding in that armored cargo vehicle, as well as those 3 airships from yesterday. To be honest, I was surprised that those 3 shots yesterday didn't leave any of you behind. Sergeant Yeezy said with a twisted smile, as if he had thought of a good idea. I think you can't just die like this. If we could extract your genes and integrate them into the bloodline of our Kroni Empire, it would be a pretty good experience. Chapter 78 Maneuvering. The boss who got kicked in the face want our genes? That's not a good idea, Shy. What you said before was truly outrageous. It's been so long since I've seen Nantong's comments. This is so satisfying. No, nobody cares whether the streamer lives or dies. Keep it up, big brother with the cane. Qin Chuan glanced at the comments and almost vomited blood in anger. The streamer was about to be mauled to death with a cane, and you guys were still cheering for the other side? Still having trouble concentrating. The gun barrel, as thick as a ripe plum, danced in a blur, sweeping straight toward Qin Chuan's waist. Qin Chuan reacted quickly, bending backward to avoid the bullet's muzzle, but was still grazed by it. His shield hadn't fully regenerated after the previous attack, so this grazed shield easily shattered his armor. Qin Chuan could clearly feel the shield generator on his chest vibrating and radiating heat on his skin. Drink. Having failed to sweep the attack, Yates took another step, raised his evil eye with one hand, and smashed it down on the little kid in front of him. This distance leaves Qin Chuan no room to maneuver. With the evil eye's length and Ye's arm span combined, the attack range is only 2.5 meters. Unless Qin Chuan is a grasshopper who can leap more than 10 meters in an instant with a flick of his thigh, he cannot do it even when wearing power armor. However, Qin Chuan did the opposite, crouching down and rolling under the armpit of Ye's gun-wielding arm. Asterisk smack. Asterisk the earth and rock shattered, and the evil eye's heavy blow cleaved a ravine in the mountain. It's hard to imagine what would happen if this hit a player, resulting in a harmonious scene of everywhere. After rolling 3 or 4 meters away, Qin Chuan glanced behind him and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Wow, this scene looks so familiar. Could it be? Is this the roll-around move from the campfire strategy guide? This streamer is so skilled, it brings back so many memories. This roll brings him back to the campfire. So Starry Night Frenzy is also a campfire game. Now I understand why it's so difficult. Hey, you know what, you really have to admit, this boss's size and attack patterns do have a bit of a campfire vibe. Indeed, Ye's action of raising the evil eye with one hand and slashing it just now did activate a certain instinct within Qin Chuan, causing his body to roll out on its own. But the problem is, rolling won't help, I can't break his defense. Qin Chuan was furious and impotent. He raised the Gedalai, aimed it at Ye's back, and pulled the trigger, emptying an entire magazine of bullets. As expected, the bullets were either deflected by the curve of Yates' armor or smashed into button-like pieces of metal, clattering to the ground. Bluster and hide and seek, you're just like Kuaka in that cave. Yes didn't care at all about the back massage Qin Chuan gave him, and turned around with the evil eye on his shoulder, looking down at him with disdain. Kuaka. Qin Chuan was puzzled. Haha, those are the rats from the plains. Yes laughed loudly, gripped the evil eye tightly, and lunged forward, swinging it fiercely at Qin Chuan. The heavy gun barrel whistled and whooshed in Yates' hands, the sound of it cutting through the air making Qin Chuan's ears itch. However, thanks to his long training in the campfire game, Qin Chuan did not panic. His opponent was tall and strong, with a long weapon and wide, sweeping movements. Each attack left him with ample blind spots to dodge, and as he expected, he was able to dodge each attack without serious injury. But this kind of evasion starts to stop working after only 4 or 5 attempts. Bang! The evil eye suddenly turned and struck Qin Chuan's calf at a slight angle. Fortunately, the previous maneuver gave the shield time to recharge, and this mistake only cost Qin Chuan the price of a dent in his calf armor. However, the shield was broken again and entered a frequency reduction and cooling phase, which made Qin Chuan break out in a cold sweat. This boss is changing its tactics. I haven't even dealt any damage to it yet. How did it change phases? This streamer doesn't understand. The game's AI is incredibly advanced. He watched you roll every time. Based on his character design and combat experience, he probably figured out a way to counter your roll long ago. After seeing the most credible answers in the comments, Qin Chuan was also a little troubled. That damn game planner is really leaving players no way to survive. Not only are the stats high, but they also seem to have the ability to learn on the fly. Qin Chuan felt somewhat desperate. Seemingly sensing the change in Qin Chuan's emotions, Yi slowly raised the evil eye, tilted his head back, and looked down at him with a condescending gaze. You're giving up already. I haven't had enough of the game of Kova catching Kuaka. As he spoke, Yates pointed at Qin Chuan's leg, which was dented in the armor. I was trying to break your leg just now so I could play with you slowly, but your shield had just been charged up. For the next attack, I'm still aiming at that leg. I hope you can hold out a little longer. Qin Chuan looked up at Ye's sarcasm, as if listening to something. The mountains were quiet at this moment. Didn't you notice? Qin Chuan said calmly. What? Yez's gaze drifted to the sky, then he suddenly realized something, his brows furrowing deeply. You don't mean to say that your swarm of rats can wipe out my entire army, do you? Otherwise what? Qin Chuan sighed, as if trying to release all the tension from his fight with Yez. I'm facing you alone, not because I'm confident I can defeat you, but because only I can keep you occupied. Obviously, that judgment is correct. At this point, Qin Chuan laughed, unsure whether he was mocking Yez or himself. If it weren't for this shield, I would have been killed by you long ago. Being sniped is one thing, but being killed by a flintlock rifle is not a good reputation. Ha ha ha, with your bunch of guns that can fly to the sky, you're not even as good as green recruits. I'd rather my men wipe you all out. Yez was so angry that he laughed instead. Is that so? Suddenly, a voice that Yez had never heard before came from behind. Yez looked up and saw a pair of iron plates that were rapidly enlarging. Bang! Caught off guard, Yez was knocked back several steps and had to use his evil eye to steady himself. He then covered his face, which was stinging from the impact with the metal plate, and stared at the attacker with his cold eyes. Damn, even our combined knight's kick to the head only managed to send him flying 3 steps. The attackers were none other than Dust and a Jew. Seeing that their well-prepared sneak attack had failed to inflict any damage, the two of them were practically bulging their eyes out. Yates also realized what had just attacked his face, the sole of his foot. He, a sergeant selected from among thousands in the Kroni Empire, was actually kicked in the face by some nobody. Scum! Enraged, Yez strode towards Chen Aha a Jew, his massive frame casting a shadow that obscured both of them. Get out of the way! Qin Chuan shouted a warning, but it was too late. Bang! Yez, enraged, slammed his blow into Chrysanthemum's waist. The terrifying impact seemed to freeze in bullet time the instant it struck Chrysanthemum. Then, Chrysanthemum became a blur as she crashed straight into the fault cliff more than 10 meters away, embedding herself deeply in a human-shaped crater. Chapter 79 Death Battle against the Evil Eye. All of this happened so fast that even Dust, who was standing next to Chrysanthemum, hadn't reacted yet. Yates grabbed Dust's neck again and easily lifted him up. He then saw the deep red flesh and blood intertwined veins on Dust's small chest, with countless tiny tubes and bright red networks, which turned out to be the tissue structure of a lung. It's you. You're still alive. Even in his rage, Yez was momentarily stunned when he saw the wound. Yez has never seen anyone in his life who could survive being hit by the Evil Eye and still be jumping around, kicking himself. I don't want to see them either. Since you're lucky enough to be alive but don't want to live, then die cleanly. Yez grabbed the U-shaped butt of the Evil Eye's gun and smashed it into Dust's head with a bang. They carelessly discarded the corpse like trash, which was discovered by the remaining players and the fishing team who happened to arrive in a group. Hey guys, just take a couple of quick steps and you're headed straight for the Western Paradise. Why don't you go on a pilgrimage to the West instead? 9-5 Jizuan was barehanded and barefooted, with only his torso covered in armor. Dying so quickly, this boss has such high stats. Didn't you see that was a throw? If you get hit by the boss's throw, your health bar won't drop below 40, and even a god can't save you. Holy crap, he's looking this way. Faced with Yez's scrutiny, the players nervously took 2 steps back. Only the members of the fishing and hunting team held their spears horizontally and stared at Yez. If Yez made the slightest move, they would rush forward and fight him to the death. Yez did not attack them immediately, but instead looked at Qin Chuan, who was poised to strike. Looks like you were right. That bunch of useless trash really did fall to you rats and plain scum. But it doesn't matter. As he spoke, Yates reversed the gunshot, took out a long hook from under the barrel, and opened the iron can he had been holding, pouring colorful powder into the barrel. Those eliminated are all unwanted, worthless genes. The Kroni Empire doesn't need such garbage. As long as I'm alive, the Red Crystal Laboratory will not fall into anyone's hands. Qin Chuan got goosebumps the moment he saw the man insert the iron hook into the gun barrel to compact the gunpowder. Stop him from loading. Attack his face, that's his weak point. Qin Chuan shouted a reminder to the players, but actually meant more to the fishing and hunting team, who were now stronger than the players. As Qin Chuan took the lead in reloading and firing, the other players and the fishing team also sprang into action. Those with ranged weapons began firing around Yez, and a dense hail of bullets rained down on him like a storm. Knowing his own weakness, Yates lowered his head and covered his face. His armor could withstand more than 90% of the shots, and his rubber skin could absorb the force of the bullets. However, he quickly suffered from material fatigue under such dense fire, and gradually cracked and bled. Watch out for my grenade. A player pulled out a fragmentation grenade and threw it at Yez. Just as he was about to see the boss flee in a sorry state, Yez suddenly covered his head and, in a bizarre posture, spun around and elbowed the fragmentation grenade back. Faced with the flying fragmentation grenade, the players who were closer to it were too busy to protect themselves and scrambled to the nearby trees and rocks for cover. However, the player who was thrown back to its feet was unlucky. Holy crap, elbow strike. He only had time to utter a gasp before being sent flying into the air by the explosion of the fragmentation grenade. This immediately reduced the player's focus of fire by more than half. Yates seized the opportunity, loaded a bullet into the chamber, and swung the gun to aim at a player. Huh. The player with the gun pointed at him had just thought of hiding, but the screen flashed and all that was left was the option to respawn in the Wanderer's hideout. Holy crap, that's a fast gun. Upon hearing the thunderous gunshot, the surrounding players felt their hearts tremble. Don't panic. He's using a flintlock rifle, so reloading is very slow. As long as we suppress him and prevent him from reloading, we'll be fine. Qin Chuan quickly calmed the players down when he saw them hesitate. However, the players' suppressive fire is intermittent. Just when they need to change magazines, Yeezy will skillfully clean up the gunpowder residue, reload the gunpowder, and compact the bullets. His process is faster than the player's magazine changes. Move. Don't just stand there reloading. Qin Chuan wanted to remind him, but Yee's flick shot was still cooler. With a thunderous sound, another player was eliminated. Look this way. Suddenly, a furious shout came from beside him. Yez abruptly stopped pouring gunpowder, grabbed the gunpowder canister, and turned to avoid a harpoon gleaming with cold light. At the same time, he kicked out, but it was blocked by Sunny's elbow and knee. Despite the impact of the kick, he was still sent flying several meters before landing steadily. Fishing and hunting team, I know you. The most capable armed squad in the lakeside market. Instead of serving under that old man, why not join our Kroni Empire and help us reclaim the solar system? Wouldn't that be much better than fishing for an old man? Yez spoke as he continued to work with his hands. Sunny didn't reply, but unleashed a gun dance, slid close to Yez, and fired simultaneously with his teammates who were also looking for an opportunity. The 3 harpoons, from 3 different angles, were all aimed at stabbing the rubber joints with the larger cracks. Yez dared not be careless. He gripped the muzzle with one hand and swung his body to strike with the butt of the gun. 3 crisp clangs rang out, and the members of the fishing team felt a pain in their wrists as they held the humming and trembling harpoons. However, Yeezy wasn't much better off. A bloody hole was punctured in the cracked rubber around his waist. Ha ha ha, as expected of the fishing and hunting team, that old man's reminder was actually quite useful. Yez wiped the blood from his waist and chuckled. You really have to thank that old man. If he hadn't tricked Anki into going to the Wind Spirit Tribe, it wouldn't have taken us long to wipe out all your strongholds and warehouses on the plains. Sunny sneered. Onk. Upon hearing these 2 words, Yates frowned and tried to recall the name before finally finding the relevant memory. You mean the guy with the mushroom haircut? It's all right, I'll take you to see him. Not only Sony, but even the other members of the fishing and hunting teams bulged the veins in their hands as they gripped their harpoons upon hearing this. Die! The fishing and hunting party surrounded Yez, but Yez remained calm and composed. He used his barbed iron rod to deflect several cold glints of light, and used the hardest iron armor on his shoulder to knock off the tip of Sunny's spear. Suddenly, a dark gun barrel emerged from under his arm and was pointed at Sunny's forehead. Boom! Sunny flew backwards, his head tilted back. Jean Chuan was stunned, the players were stunned, and the viewers in the livestream were stunned. Sunny collapsed to the ground, his cochlea still ringing, but he got up in a panic and looked up at Yi's. He saw a member of the fishing and hunting team whose torso had exploded and who had lost half of his body was dead at Yi's feet. He knocked Sunny aside in a flash, but was shot himself. Colvin. Sunny's eyes widened in fury. This was a name most players had never heard of, but one player present recognized the member of the fishing team. The clever older looked at the face of the fishing team member and remembered the scene when he asked him to spitfish for him. Even the news that mining could increase reputation was told to him by the man. No need for shouting or sorrow, you must all go on your way. Yates said calmly and cruelly, knocking away the members of the fishing and hunting team beside him with 2 punches and 2 kicks. With gunpowder and bullets loaded, the evil eye fixed its target once more in the next second. Chapter 80 Who is Anki? Yi's swift and accurate marksmanship made all the players, and even the online viewers in the livestream, feel that he was unbeatable. No way, after defeating over 400 main force soldiers, there's still such a terrifying boss. Isn't this game a bit too difficult? Haha, I knew it was a trap when they gave all players free equipment before the quest started. Turns out it was a balancing measure by the developers because the boss's stats were too high. But it was all for naught, I was still being chased and attacked by the boss. I couldn't win in melee, and ranged attacks were completely countered. Sigh, oh well, I can't beat them anyway. Gaining some experience isn't a complete loss, at least I've activated the void portal. The comment section was filled with pessimism. Jean Chuan was also very anxious. He moved between various cover while hoping that his gun could affect Yates' aim. I'll blow you up. With a fragmentation grenade in each hand, Zhou Wujizuan rushed in front of Yates when Yates was aiming at the fishing team. Yez tried to kick him away, but Zhou Wujizuan had anticipated all sorts of possible responses from the other party. The moment he saw Yez raise his foot, Zhou Wujizuan bent down and grabbed Yez's thigh. Damn scum. Yez quickly smashed his head with the butt of his rifle and pulled him off his lap. Just as he was about to throw Yeezy away, Yeezy's arm was suddenly gripped at the joint. What? Yates' eyes widened suddenly as he stared in disbelief at the resurrected Chizuru in his hand, his mind reeling for a moment. Boom boom, 2 fragmentation grenades exploded simultaneously, the shockwave and shrapnel instantly tearing the 95 Jizuan apart, and a wave of rubble and dust engulfed Yez. Holy crap, that's amazing. 2 lives and 2 grenades and you've taken down the boss. Wait, how come this guy has managed to revive once? How can he be so good at hiding? This comment was probably a question from a player who had left the battlefield. I think it still has to be a self-destruct attack. No matter the era, we're always afraid of suicide bombers. After dodging all the scattered debris, the players still on the battlefield peeked out from behind cover amidst the specks of blood rain, cautiously peering into the blood mist. Did they kill him? First kill in the entire server. The clever old was both puzzled and scared. As if in response to his questioning, a sound came from the blood mist. Damn, no way. Upon hearing this sound, the players immediately raised their guns. As expected, Yez's tall figure emerged from the gradually calming blood mist. His body was mostly stained red with blood-red paint, and his armor was covered with sharp iron plates. Even with such a close explosion, his face remained intact, seemingly because he used his other hand to protect his head at the crucial moment. However, his hand that was detonated was not so lucky. The outer padding armor was completely blown off, leaving only a bare, blood-red arm. The slightly torn muscles and the blood vessels clinging to the surface were clearly visible in the sunlight. Looking at his right arm, which hadn't seen the sun for decades and was now exposed to the air, feeling only a stinging sensation, Yez looked at the player, lost in thought. You guys have really surprised me. Before the words were even finished, a figure suddenly rushed out, leaping into the air and unleashing a cold light. Swish, Yez instinctively raised his hand to block, but the hollow blade slashed through the muscle bundle of his forearm. The stinging pain enraged him, and with his intact arm, he swung his evil eye and smashed Jean Chuan, who had attacked him, away. Ah, ha. Jean Chuan was hit squarely in the chest. Not only was his shield shattered again, but the remaining impact also gave him a hard blow. The dented chest armor made it difficult for him to breathe, and he had no choice but to quickly pull himself out of the armor. Cripple his hand. The fishing team reacted faster than the other players. Despite being outnumbered, their formation remained tight and sharp, swarming towards the bleeding part of their prey like a group of bloodthirsty piranhas. Do you think this will give you a chance? Seemingly spurred by his injuries, Yi's became increasingly frenzied. Contrary to his usual behavior, he actually met the spears thrust at him from all angles when faced with the close-quarters attack of the fishing and hunting team. Harpoons pierced through the rubber and plunged into Yi's body. The fishing and hunting team was not pleased but fearful and immediately tried to retreat. But Yi's was not about to let them come and go so easily. Ha! With a furious roar, Yi stretched out his blood-red arm and grabbed one of the harpoons. Together with the evil eye in his other hand, he swung it, instantly smashing the fishing team away with a series of thuds. The sound of bones shattering could even be clearly heard. Amidst the low groans of pain, Yi pulled the harpoon from his body and stepped forward to kill the fishing and hunting team. There's still a chance, brothers. A player, wielding a machete stolen from a Kroni soldier, charged fearlessly toward Yi. Seeing all the NPCs severely injured while the boss was covered in wounds, the players knew that they had reached the final moment. If you're in such a hurry, then you should all die first. Yez threw a harpoon, killing one player instantly, but the other players were ready to die and were not intimidated at all. They surrounded Yez and attacked him. Some used machetes to slash, some used clubs to smash, and those with guns pointed at Yez's wounds and fired. Jean Chuan didn't rush up to join them, attempting to beat Yez to death with a flurry of punches. Yi simply swung his harpoon and smashed down on the evil eye, killing the players in just 4 or 5 blows. Won't they be resurrected? Yez stomped on a player's corpse and cursed. A corpse leaped up from behind him and slashed at Yi's neck, but was stopped by thick rubber. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Damn it, I'm not strong enough without the armor. Jean Chuan thought to himself, trying to pull out his empty blade by pushing off Yez's shoulder, but the next moment he was hit in the cheek by a long, blood-red arm and sent flying far away. Yi's looked at the battlefield, where corpses lay everywhere. Apart from a few fishing and hunting teams that had lost their weapons, limbs, and combat effectiveness, the only one still alive on the field was this one piece of trash rat in front of him. You have angered Kroni. After this, I will report your existence to the Sergeant Major. We will find your tribe, dissect them all, and find the gene that allows you to come back to life, and we will fuse it into Kroni's bloodline. Kroni's bloodline. Is it something like you, neither human nor ghost? The mocking voice reached Yates' ears. Yi's, seeing Jean Chuan, who had been knocked off balance by a punch and couldn't get up for a long time, realized that someone else had said those words. So he looked up and saw a person wearing a mushroom-shaped helmet, dressed in dark earth, on the rocky slope, looking like some kind of shadow. Are there more experts? What kind of expert is this now? Not a player, this is an NPC. Could it be reinforcements summoned by Xia Shang? The viewers in the live chat were speculating about the identity of this NPC, whose face was not visible. Yates looked at the stranger, took a few breaths, and then suddenly burst into laughter. Anki, you've finally come out. I thought you were planning to hide in the shadows for the rest of your life. Upon hearing the boss's words, the fishing and hunting team members all turned to look, but then lowered their heads in shame. What could they possibly do right now? The viewers in the live chat were also shocked. Brothers, did I skip an episode? Who is Onk? Chapter 81. Are there still experts? Why are people skipping around in the live stream? Anki got tricked into going to an NPC in the Wind Spirit tribe. Oh, didn't the boss say he was dead? The boss didn't say he was dead. He just said to send the fishing and hunting team to see him. It seems this NPC is hiding, and the Kroni haven't found him. If he couldn't build it, what's the point of him coming out now? His entire army has been wiped out. Yes, not only the players, but even Yates didn't know why this guy who had been hiding for months would appear at this time, asking for help. It's too late. offering assistance. That's also too late. I thought I'd have to hide forever, but now I have a chance. Onk's voice was hoarse yet calm. Opportunity. What opportunity? An opportunity to escape. Or do you think you can kill me? Yez said with a laugh as he stretched out his blooded hand, took out an iron can from his waist, and applied gunpowder to the evil eye. Holy crap, he's fired again. Shouldn't we beat him up? The comment section was filled with suggestions, but the NPC remained unmoved, simply watching Yates load the bullets while saying, I certainly don't have the ability to kill, you can't possibly not know that. I'm just an ordinary person who studies history. Yes, so what is the significance of your appearance at this moment? Yez asked, raising the evil eye with one hand and pointing it at Onk. Without the shock absorption of the armor, you can't even hold the barrel with that hand anymore. You still can't aim with just one hand, Onk replied, seemingly ignoring the question. Oh, then you can give it a try. Yez showed no mercy, and without any hesitation, he aimed at Onk and pulled the trigger. With a thunderous gunshot, Yates gripped the evil eye with one hand and raised the muzzle high, managing to brace against its recoil. But what surprised him even more than the recoil was the unharmed Onk. Did it miss? How could that be? Yez immediately loaded the gunpowder and aimed at Onk again. Boom! A cloud of smoke suddenly rose from the hills behind Anki. The evil eye's bullet passed through Onk and struck the ground at a point in a straight line behind him. This is impossible. You're not Onk. What are you? Yates' eyes widened, his tone suddenly rising, his loud voice seemingly trying to mask his panic. What? You're this scared when your gun can't take down the target? Onk sneered, pulling a crystal-clear crystal from under the bandages binding his arm. That's it. Yates' pupils dilated in shock upon seeing the crystal. You've cracked its secret. This is its power. Yes and no. Onk held up the 1 centimeter thick crystal sheet in his hand and pointed it at the sun in the sky. A rainbow of light refracted from it, changing unpredictably on Onk's face. To be precise, it gave me the secret on its own initiative, although only a little bit. But how could such an answer satisfy Yez? Impossible, it's just a piece of glass. Are you trying to tell me it's alive? Qin Chuan's network connection has finally stopped losing packets, and he is now covering Ziqing's jawbone while eavesdropping with the audience. However, these two people clearly didn't speak human language, and neither Qin Chuan nor the audience had any idea what they were saying. Is it crystal or glass? Glass can hold secrets. And you're giving them to us willingly. Do you think we're as stupid as the Kroni? I suspect the game's writers have run out of ideas and can only come up with these riddle-solving characters for us to guess at, Qin Chuan said, shaking his head. Wow, great minds think alike. It's rare to see so many viewers in the chat agreeing with the streamer's opinion. And Onk continued with the riddle. Do you know the wrath of the spectrum? What? Yez asked, puzzled. Suddenly, a crater exploded beneath Yates' feet, startling him so much that he retreated several steps. Looking at the crater at Yates' feet, Onk sighed and said, how could your gun be so crooked? As Yez finished speaking to Onk, the light and shadow around his body suddenly began to distort and change, eventually dimming and disappearing. Then, from the other side, a sound like a bag falling to the ground came. Yez turned his head and saw another Onk, but this Onk looked extremely tired, panting heavily as if all his strength had been drained. Seeing Onk kneeling on the ground, unable to get up, Yates suddenly burst into laughter. I see. You used the power of glass to deflect my first bullet. The reason the second shot missed was because that Onk was just an illusion. Yez stepped over pieces of corpses and walked towards Anki. Halfway there, he pointed in the direction where Qin Chuan was hiding and laughed. Now I'm happy that you can die a little later. The next moment, Yates used the hook under the barrel of the evil eye gun to hook Onk's neck and lift him up, his fleshy fingers taking the glass from the other's powerless hand. Looking at the clear glass, Yates couldn't help but admire it. Ever since you took it from the bottom of the red crystal mine, all the other glass shards have lost their activity. That's why we tricked the Wind Spirit tribe into letting you bring it back here. Unfortunately, you discovered our deception and hid in the shadows with it. That's why I hate Night Feathers, guys. But it's all right now. She's back in my hands now, and both the sergeant major and the lieutenant will commend me for that. Yates threw Onk on the ground and, mimicking Onk, turned the glass towards the sun. Aren't you curious now? Onk slumped on the ground, panting heavily but speaking calmly. Curious? Curious about what? Yez was overjoyed and had no idea what Onk was talking about. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Didn't you ask me why I stopped hiding? Why did I only come back with the glass when they were almost all dead, as if I were returning the glass to you? Onk coughed twice and said with a smile. Oh, you're talking about this. I was already indifferent to it, but now that you've brought it up, I'd like to hear your answer. Yez stepped on Onk's calf with a slight force, and Onk cried out in pain. Tell me about it. Yez asked while grinding Anki's calf, seemingly venting something, perhaps the fear he had just felt at being terrified by Anki. It's because you'll die from the sharp edges of glass. Anki cried out, enduring the pain of his cracked bones. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Just as Yeezy wanted to torture the grey rat a little longer, a sharp whooshing sound came from behind. Call out, Yates froze, staring wide-eyed at his abdomen. A 2-finger-wide slit of glass pierced through the rubber belt around his waist like a sword, emerging from his stomach, with crimson blood gushing and dripping down, a truly beautiful sight. Holy crap, there are other experts. Here we go again. When will this end? The comment section was filled with exclamations of surprise. With a whoosh, the glass sword was pulled out of Yez's body. Yez turned around abruptly, raising the evil eye and aiming it at the unfamiliar figure. Many fragments of different colors, soil, stones, blood, and even silver white iron pieces were fused and attached to his body by the turbid crystals, making him look like a glass man. And who are you, you piece of trash? Yez cursed. Don't you recognize me? You knocked me into the mountainside with your kick, and I was broken in two. The glass man smiled and raised a fist that had been melted into a ball by glass, with a short axe in his hand. It's you. Yates realized. Qin Chuan stared at the glass man in disbelief, the name that popped into his mind, but he dared not utter it. Holy crap, could it be a chrysanthemum? A voice rang out beside Qin Chuan, startling him. Holy crap, how come you're still alive? Qin Chuan stared at the guy who suddenly appeared beside him. Dust chuckled and said, Resurrection. I still have one more chance to be resurrected. Qin Chuan was speechless, but finally shook his head and said, as expected of vitality. Stop talking about me. What's going on with chrysanthemum? Dust waved his hand and looked at the resurrected chrysanthemum with curiosity. Chapter 82 The Predestined Glass Sword. Damn it. Can't you all just die already? Enraged, Yez unleashed a burst of red light from the muzzle of the evil eye gun. Boom. Chrysanthemum love made's head shattered instantly, but strangely, there were no blood red proteins or other tissues. Instead, it looked like some kind of crisp solid shattered into fragments, scattering everywhere. Seeing that Chrysanthemum had been blown to a headless state by his own shot, Yeezy roared in catharsis, thus declaring his victory. However, the next moment, the jagged, sharp cuts at the neck of the headless corpse slowly extended upwards, and the ground beneath his feet churned and rippled. Many crystalline substances surged from the earth and clung to the body, converging towards the head. A head made of soil. Dust stared in astonishment. In less than 10 seconds, a brand new head grew out. It was a head made entirely of turbid glass, with 2 helmet-like horns at the eyes and a blade-like horn curving backward between the eyebrows. It's more accurate to say it grew a helmet than a new head. Is it my turn? Chrysanthemum's voice came from under the helmet, like a breeze scraping against the edge of glass, sounding sharp and crisp. Before Yez could react, Chrysanthemum suddenly charged at Yez, a sharp and long glass sword growing from her left hand, which had lost a Zoran axe, and slashed at Yez's face with a whooshing sound as it cut through the air. Crash! The vertical glass sword smashed into the evil eye, blocking its way, shattering into 2 pieces. Chrysanthemum and Yeezy were both stunned. Ha, that's all. Yez laughed loudly, raising his evil eye and smashing it towards the chrysanthemum's forehead. Chrysanthemum reacted much faster than before. Almost the instant Yez raised his hand, she began to move, nimbly spinning around Yez and changing her position, raising her right hand, which was fixed in her fist, and chopping down Yez's ribs with a single-handed axe. Armor shattered. Blood splattered everywhere. Holy crap, one axe hit and it broke through the defense. Dust exclaimed in surprise. Huh, what kind of tile is this? Qin Chuan frowned in disbelief, knowing that he had previously slashed at the rubber with his knife without breaking through its defenses. Now, Chrysanthemum casually swung her axe and shattered and sliced away all of Yez's armor. You opened one too, right? Yez was also shocked by the excruciating pain in his ribs. He hurriedly swung his spear to try to clear the wound, but a newly formed glass sword was faster and pierced directly into the wound in Yez's ribs. Clang! However, Chrysanthemum was also hit squarely by the evil eye, flying back 10 meters before stopping its retreat. Ooh, ah! Yez wailed in pain, carefully touching the wound under his armpit with his bare hand, pinching one of the hard pieces, and pulling it out forcefully. It turned out to be half a glass sword. The moment the chrysanthemum pierced his body, she had already planned to break the sword inside him. It's all just petty cleverness. You, everyone is like that. But what does it mean to be petty clever? It means that the enemy in front of you is someone you can't defeat, which is why you try to compensate with schemes. Yez threw the glass sword on the ground and began to fire bullets at the evil eye. Seeing this, Chrysanthemum flicked her left hand, producing another glass sword, and immediately stepped forward to engage Yez in combat. However, after taking only 2 steps, Chrysanthemum suddenly felt her body lose its balance and fell to her knees with a thud. What's going on? Dust poked its head out and looked at the chrysanthemum that had suddenly fallen into a slump, only to see that there was a huge crack in the chrysanthemum's waist. The crack is even extending to both sides at a speed visible to the naked eye. Was it that attack just now? Qin Chuan asked in surprise, having also seen it. Dust shook his head and said, no, he prepared to deflect the force of that attack. He caught the blow with the axe, so the force shouldn't have been applied to his waist unless it was something he already had. At this point, Dust realized, that was Chrysanthemum's previous injury, but it must have been temporarily repaired by this strange power, just like his head that was blown off. Hearing Chen Ai's words, Qin Chuan became anxious and asked, then the wound on his waist can't be healed anymore, doesn't that mean his time is up? What about the boss? When Yez saw Chrysanthemum kneel down, a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. He turned to look in the direction where Ankh was lying and said, this is the sharpness you were talking about? It seems it can only give me some superficial wounds. Anki was lost in thought, but he too succumbed to despair, his head drooping. With the evil eye fully loaded, the gun was once again aimed at Chrysanthemum's head. Let's see if you can grow another one this time. Just as the trigger was about to be pulled, a silver-white figure darted out from the side, wielding an empty blade and slashing at Yez. Is this ever going to end? Yates turned his gun around and fired at the dust billowing in the air. Dust was instantly ripped open in the abdomen, but he seemed unaffected by the injury and continued to swing his empty blade. Yez dodged it by tilting his head, and the blade struck his shoulder, splattering a drop of blood. Qin Chuan suddenly appeared from Yez's side, gripping the hilt of the hollow sword with both hands, like a woodcutter chopping down trees on a mountain, and slashed at Yez's slender arm that had lost its armor. Just as Yez was about to turn around and smash Qin Chuan to death, Dust grabbed his neck and pulled him backward. His shot missed, and Qin Chuan struck Yez's arm squarely. Just like chopping bamboo shoots with a sharp knife, the blood-red arm fell cleanly off Yez's body with a whoosh. Uff! You beasts! You scum! Die! Despite enduring excruciating pain from his severed arm, Yez haphazardly swung at the evil eye, but Qin Chuan dodged each attack with a roll. You die first. Dust wrapped his arms around the back of Yez's neck, trying his best to strangle Yez, but in reality, he could only barely keep himself from being thrown off. Yez suddenly turned his wrist, and the evil eye lashed out like a whip across the Dust's back. Dust instantly spurted blood from his mouth and nose, and some unknown fragments mixed with blood also came out of his mouth. However, the Dust still wouldn't let go, and even stuck to Yez's eyes. Die! Yez pulled again, and phantom parts tumbled out of the hole in Dust's abdomen, but he still didn't let go, one of his fingers even digging into Yez's eye socket. Yez howled in pain, and the hand that had never left the evil eye suddenly dropped it and reached out to grab the Dust. Qin Chuan seized the opportunity and leaped forward to grab Yez's hand, preventing him from succeeding. And so, the three of them huddled together in an ugly huddle, with Yez's vile insults continuing to pour out. Give me an angle, Dust. Suddenly, Chrysanthemum's voice came through the Dust's communication channel. What angle? Make him tilt his head back. Dust didn't know what Chrysanthemum's meant, but knowing this was probably the last chance, it grabbed Yates's eye sockets and pulled him backward. Yez's head snapped back to the sky, and his one eye suddenly caught sight of the chrysanthemum lying face down in front of him. He bent his left arm in front of him. Sizzle, a glass sword more than 10 meters long instantly extended and pierced through the 10-meter distance, precisely penetrating the softest part of Yez's lower jaw, the pharynx, and even directly piercing into Yez's brain, bursting out from the top of his head, and even mercilessly piercing through the dust behind him. He's too cautious. With a snap, the glass sword shattered into pieces, and Chrysanthemum herself was cut in two by the crack at her waist, immediately losing all signs of life. On the other side, Yez, whose brain tissue had been damaged, also died on the spot. His tall figure could not support the weight of the three people and finally crashed heavily to the ground, falling next to Evil Eye. Chapter 83 Acquaintances. Did we win? Qin Chuan released Yez's hand and found that the other party was no longer moving. He then struggled to get up. No one answered him. Qin Chuan stepped forward to check Yez's injuries and saw his head pierced by a single blow, along with the dust behind him that had been pierced through the gourd. The comical scene reminded him of a famous scene from a certain anime. Damn it, you even cosplayed as Goku, huh? Qin Chuan said, turning to look at Chrysanthemum. Then you're Piccolo. Hilarious. I was wondering why that looked so familiar. It was the special beam cannon. I'm fucking laughing. You know what? This boss is incredibly durable, more durable than dust. It wouldn't be bad if the two of them were brothers. Qin Chuan stepped to the side and kicked something. He picked it up and saw that it was actually a life repair device for dust, which seemed to be still in operation. I guess he was wearing it during the melee. Let me wear it for a bit. Qin Chuan said, placing the repair device on the gun mount on his back. With a whoosh, Yates' head suddenly started moving. Holy crap. This startled Qin Chuan so much that he almost slashed at it with his knife, but then he realized that it was just the dust below that had come back to life. Give me a hand, I'm pinned down. Dust couldn't budge the heavy corpse pressing down on him, so he turned to Qin Chuan for help. Next time you're going to come back to life, can you at least do it sooner? Qin Chuan clutched his heart. For a moment just now, he felt his heart rate was probably close to 200. Ah, sorry, I've never really risen from the dead before, so I'm inexperienced, Dust said apologetically, escaping with Qin Chuan's help. Should I call him Brother Xia Shang now? Go ahead and call them. If we don't call them now, we won't be able to handle any more people coming. Qin Chuan quickly reported the battle results to Xia Shang. In fact, a part of Xia Shang's consciousness has always been attached to Qin Chuan's phantom, and has always been watching the battle from a first-person perspective. I didn't expect. They actually managed to take them down. Xia Shang snapped out of his daze and at the same time received the good news from Qin Chuan. Although there were moments of despair during the process, various unforeseen events prevented Xia Shang from finding an opportunity to intervene. Xia Shang had predicted that this would be a losing battle. With over 400 Kroni soldiers and a top officer in command, the players would undoubtedly be wiped out. Xia Shang originally planned to use some of the entropy points gained from this battle to activate another void ascension state for the last few players during their desperate fight, in order to complete the script of the Jedi explosion. However, the current script is even more bizarre and fantastical than he had envisioned. Forget about it. Let's take some men and clean up the battlefield first. When Xia Shang arrived at the battlefield beneath the red crystal mine with his team from the lakeside market, many survivors and remnants were already cleaning up the mess. They were the remaining 60% of the force who had fought against the Kroni soldiers at the foot of the mountain. After the fishing and hunting team members were settled by Qin Chuanchen and received life repair devices to stabilize their injuries, they spontaneously took charge of maintaining the situation. You did a great job, much better than I expected. Xia Shang quickly found Chen Ari and Qin Chuan in the restroom near the entrance of the red crystal mine, along with the fishing and hunting team and Anku who were recovering from their injuries. Upon seeing the last two players, Xia Shang was generous with his praise. Hee, it's all right, it's all right. Dust chuckled like a fool. Qin Chuan, however, keenly sensed this and countered with, so, what's your expectation? Naturally, the entire army was wiped out, Xia Shang said. Upon hearing this answer, not only Qin Chuan and Chen Ari, but even the fishing and hunting team looked at each other in bewilderment. Regardless, you did an excellent job and exceeded expectations for this task. I will reevaluate the rewards for this task and give them to you. Xia Shang said, gesturing for the two players to follow him. I'm going into the mine. The mine shaft is sealed off. We've both been there. Do you have any way to unseal it? Qin Chuan asked. Just follow me. Xia Shang didn't say much more. With Qin Chuan and Chen Ari by his side, Xia Shang headed straight for the red crystal mine. When he waved his hand, the two of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. Once you've broken through thousands of blockades in the future, you'll naturally have that ability too, Xia Shang casually offered a promise. The dim lights in the red crystal mine couldn't illuminate the rock walls, so Xia Shang had to turn on a light source for illumination. The three of them walked several dozen meters in and suddenly left the small tunnel, arriving at a huge, brightly lit space inside, another hollowed-out mountain interior. This is... Dust and Qin Chuan stared in amazement at the piles of alloy supports that were planted in the ground, supporting the inner walls with patterns that resembled ripples in water. This place was intact a month ago, a mineral deposit. Xia Shang gestured in front of him, indicating what this large area of space meant. You mean, this place has been hollowed out? Dust was struck dumb upon hearing this. Do you know what red crystals are? Xia Shang suddenly asked. Dust and Qin Chuan exchanged a glance and said, a kind of energy mineral body. Yes, it is a crystalline mineral that stores a very stable radiant energy inside. It is active but does not dissipate, and can be used in all aspects of life, technology, military, and even the universe. Its most widespread use is as portable fuel. It can be found in mountains, on the seabed, in polar regions, and even on meteorites. In the universe, it can also be found on certain planets and celestial bodies. But how would you feel if I said it was once part of some creature? Xia Shang's words silenced the two players. Isn't this just oil? Dust scratched his head and replied. This answer made Qin Chuan burst into laughter, while Xia Shang wanted to laugh but dared not. Maybe you have something to compare it to, but that's not what I'm talking about. Xia Shang, along with Chen Ari and Qin Chuan, continued walking inwards and soon arrived at a miner's dormitory area. It was more like a prison than a miner's dormitory. Behind the iron gate were many people with blank expressions. Most of them had physical defects. They used the grooves carved out of the rock wall as beds and ate some kind of sticky food. There was a strange smell in the circulating air. If it weren't for Kroni's ventilation system, the three of them would probably have been driven out by the smell long ago. When they saw three strangers walk through the iron gate, everyone inside just watched them without saying a word. Aren't you going to let them out? Qin Chuan saw that there was even a woman holding a child inside. Not now, Xia Shang said, and was about to leave when someone called out his name. Xia Shang, Wanderer, you are here. Dust was startled and looked to the side, only to see an old man with a face full of sores, disheveled hair, and a tangled beard, almost unrecognizable, rushing to the door. You know someone here, brother Xia Shang, Qin Chuan reminded him. I'm quite surprised that you're still alive. Xia Shang turned around helplessly, looked at the old man, and introduced him to the player. Elder Fengling, please address this matter. Chapter 84 The Past Buried Underground Elder Fengling. Upon hearing these four words, both players recalled frequently hearing this guy's name while progressing through the game storyline. So you're the one who betrayed the Wind Spirit tribe to the Kroni Empire. You don't look like you're getting off so well. As Chen Ari said this, he saw Zun Qi glaring at him with anger in his eyes. However, the people behind Zun Qi turned their heads to stare at Zun Qi's back, their eyes filled with hatred. But they didn't say anything, perhaps because they were already tired of cursing. Seemingly sensing the resentment emanating from behind, Zun Qi quickly lowered his gaze from the dust, then turned to Xia Shang. Then why are you here? You wouldn't happen to be... Zun Qi was about to smear them when Qin Chuan interrupted him. Excuse me, this mine has now been taken over by our Wind Spirit base. We are currently inspecting our new territory. Wind Spirit stronghold. Isn't it the Wind Spirit tribe? Zun Qi looked bewildered. What did new territory mean? There were so many troops from the Kroni Empire outside. Wasn't it incredibly impolite of you to say such things? Looks like the soundproofing here is really good. You didn't hear such a big battle going on outside, or maybe you just didn't want to hear it. Xia Shang shook his head, stretched out his wrist, and his personal terminal projected the image of a tall, dead Kroni man. Upon seeing this, everyone in the prison stood up in shock, but no one made any further moves. Yes, Sergeant. Zunchi's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth as he called out the corpse's name. You killed him. The Kroni Empire will not let you get away with this. So you mean they let us go before? Xia Shang asked, pulling his wrist back. I accept my fate now. It was my senility to believe their lies, but the brutality of the plains people of Kroni is plain for all to see. They've invested so much effort in this mine, in the ancient secrets hidden beneath, and yet you snatched it from Kroni's mouth just before they were about to unearth it. You will draw the wrath of the Kroni Empire. Zunchi became more and more excited as he spoke, and in the end he even shouted at Xia Shang with all his might, spitting as he spoke. Xia Shang ignored his roar and instead said to the people deep inside the prison, "This is your business, so you can handle it." Then, carrying the dust with them, they left and boarded an elevator, heading deeper underground. Hearing a faint scream nearby, Qin Chuan sensed something was wrong and tried to start a conversation. He just said the Kroni Empire came here because it holds ancient secrets. What secrets? Haven't you already seen that secret? Although it was only a part of it, Xia Shang replied. Dust, in a flash of inspiration, blurted out, "Is it Kiku?" He must have just activated a certain power or fragment of power within the mountain, and the two merged, allowing him to temporarily wield that power, Xia Shang explained. It's just that I didn't renew the subscription, and the cheap program will expire soon, Qin Chuan said with a smile. But what kind of power is that? It seems like he's using some kind of crystal ability. Dust wondered. As they were talking, the elevator reached the bottom, and Xia Shang stepped down first, gesturing to the two of them. This area is clearly not yet fully mined. Many cutting machines are still operating automatically around it, seemingly equipment for creating space rather than mining equipment. Boxes and boxes of red crystal all were placed in the side corners, and many more were piled up in the surrounding caves because they had no containers. So many reddish crystals. How many tons must that be? Dust exclaimed in amazement. Each cave contains approximately 400 tons, and these 5 caves alone contain 2,000 tons of red crystals, Xia Shang said. And there are many more such caves inside. 2,000 tons. Dust was so shocked his jaw almost dropped. You think that's a lot? A transport ship goes through at least 100 tons of fuel for a round trip on the tracks, Xia Shang laughed. Then this. Dust didn't know whether this was a lot or a little. It seemed that the larger the quantity of materials, the greater the consumption. The two followed Xia Shang further in, and just as they began to wonder where they were going, a shadow suddenly appeared above their heads. Where is this? Qin Chuan looked up and found that this place seemed to be a naturally existing underground cavern. Xia Shang raised his hand and shot out a beam of light, illuminating the void and revealing the true face of the huge shadow. A terrifyingly large, dark green rock grew out of the cliff face, its three withered, branch-like structures resembling bent fingers supporting the three people above their heads, as if trying to pick something up. Why does this look familiar? Dust was shocked, but a sense of familiarity arose in his heart. Yes, it's Night Spirit. It's part of Night Spirit's remains, Xia Shang said decisively. What? Such a huge Night Spirit. Could it be one of those giant night spirits that appear at night? Qin Chuan exclaimed in surprise. No, that's not right. If this size is a hand, then its overall size is even larger than the great Night Spirit I've ever seen. Dust suddenly realized something was wrong. Xia Shang laughed, walked to the rock wall, tapped the dark green Night Spirit stone, and said, that's right, it is indeed not an ordinary great Night Spirit, or you could say it is one of the reasons why the Night Spirit plane is called the Night Spirit plane. I call it the remnant of a spirit fiend. A malevolent spirit. A mangled body. Upon hearing this, Dust couldn't help but press. So this is the secret Kroni wanted. They want to uncover the existence of the night spirits. The remnants of the spirit fiend are the key. Of course not. Have you forgotten Anki? He is indeed a historian who has spent most of his life traveling across the plains before finding some clues here, Xia Shang said, reaching out to break off a delicate, translucent hard piece from the rock wall. This is lapis lazuli, which you can also call glass. It is a product of sand and soil melting and crystallizing at high temperatures. It is not surprising that it appears in nature. However, whenever someone digs up this dark green boulder in a red crystal mine, dense fragments of lapis lazuli will be found around it. At first, no one knew what this meant. Even Anki ignored it as a byproduct of Night Spirit Stone. It wasn't until a few years ago when I helped the Wind Spirit tribe find this mine that they dug up this Night Spirit Stone. Anki discovered that unique piece of glass here. He told me that he heard the glass talking to him, but he couldn't understand what language it was speaking. As the investigation into this language progressed, news of his possession of glass shards spread quickly, and the Kroni arrived. The Kroni people control a vast number of red crystal mines on this land. Naturally, they discovered the special properties of the glass long ago. In order to prevent the plainsmen, who were rejected by the Kroni people in their eyes, from cracking the secret of the glass, the Kroni people sent people here. And you all know the rest of the story, which is the old story of betraying people for profit. After hearing Xia Shang's explanation, Starry and Qin Chuan were momentarily stunned. Is this triggering the game's storyline? Wait, let me sort this out. Dust squatted to the side, beginning to process the new information. Not to mention him, even the online viewers in Qin Chuan's livestream fell into a brief silence in the face of the sudden game plot. As a seasoned indie gamer, Qin Chuan already possessed the ability to analyze plot information in real time. Combining this with the abilities that Chrysanthemum had previously demonstrated, he immediately asked Xia Shang the most crucial question. Could the glass be the key to fighting the Night Spirit? Chapter 85 Thanks to the Void for its gift, however, Qin Chuan did not get the answer he wanted on this issue. That's not the case. It did fight against the spirit demon and caused damage to it, because the red crystal is a byproduct of the spirit demon's blood. But just like you, it was only the surface of the spirit demon, so it was eventually shattered here and became a remnant of its will. Xia Shang said with some emotion. The crimson crystals are Night Spirit's blood. Their blood has the effect of assimilating surrounding objects. You could say that the red crystals are the transformed substances, but you could also call it blood, Xia Shang nodded. Hearing this, Qin Chuan recalled how the technology of this world used other people's blood as fuel, and for a moment he had a sense of déjà vu. However, the dust next to them suddenly began to sparkle. Wait a minute, Brother Shang, you've explained it so well, you know more about the secrets here than the Wind Spirit tribe, or even Anki. Anki doesn't even understand anything about Lioli. How do you know it's a weapon or ability to fight against spirit demons, rather than a weapon or ability against spirit demons? Dust has found a loophole in the Xia and Shang dynasties. Qin Chuan was stunned when he heard Chen Ari questioning Xia Shang. Dude, you're questioning an NPC when they're guiding you through the story? However, when he pondered what Chen Ari had said, he discovered that some key details of the events Xia Shang had described had indeed been hidden. Anki found Xia Shang and said that glass could talk. Obviously, he didn't even know what glass was, so he probably still thought that glass was a companion stone of Night Spirit Stone. Later, he went to decipher the ancient language and was discovered by the Kroni. So why would Xia Shang be so sure that glass was opposed to spirit evil? Faced with the questioning, Xia Shang laughed instead, which terrified Chen Ari. Could it be that he had discovered something and the NPC was going to silence him? It was indeed my mistake. There are some things I didn't tell you. For example, I could actually understand what the glass shards were saying, and I even knew the identities of these Night Spirit stones from the beginning, but I couldn't tell them. Xia and Shang did not hide anything. They explained the problem very clearly. You knew what glass was talking about, but you didn't tell Onk, and then he got caught by Kroni. So you're the one who's responsible for everything. Dust was completely stunned, never expecting the answer to be both so simple and so complex. Xia Shang did not object to the accusation, and sighed. In that case, it is probably possible to point the finger at me, because I did not expect Anki to be so radical, going so far as to search for ancient language information in areas controlled by the Kroni forces, and I felt that this was not information they could access. Why? He spent his whole life searching for secrets and histories that you could answer so easily, Dust asked, puzzled. And now you've told us so readily. Because it's a fragment of armor, a relic of the Oro Empire, and I've seen too many people corrupted and degraded in their pursuit of the Oro ruins. Okay, so it wasn't a plot hole after all, Dust said dejectedly. Xia Shang. So you're interrogating me like this because you think you found a plot hole? For a fleeting moment, Xia Shang wanted to kick this guy offline and ban his account. So, in today's situation, it really was the power of the armor. Qin Chuan noticed Xia Shang's momentary change in mood and quickly tried to smooth things over and change the subject. Exactly, but that was just the last echo. We might not find anything. Xia Shang said regretfully, then instructed the two players, you'd better not easily reveal this to the people of Pingyuan. Why? Is it because of that corruption and depravity? Dust turned into a curious child again. Sigh. Yes, Xia Shang said, feeling a bit weary. The technology of the Oro Empire utilizes a lot of void power, including some immature modifications. These modifications may be highly toxic to me and to you people within the walls, not to mention to the ordinary people here. They could actually turn them into other kinds of beings. Xia Shang knew that Qin Chuan was still live streaming at this moment, and he took this opportunity to tell the players who had died and had not yet been resurrected, as well as the players who might come in the future. As for whether they will comply, Xia Shang only needs to secretly add keyword detection to the user panel later. But if someone still insists on using various puzzle-solving methods to reveal it to the natives, then Xia Shang can only say, since they have already done this, we can only comply. That evil spirit. Dust still had a problem, and Xia Shang slapped him on the head. Still asking. You'll find out about the spirit demons later. The more you eagerly seek information now, the sooner you'll be scrambling to avoid them. Seeing that Xia Shang was unhappy, Chen Ai finally suppressed his curiosity. Wanderer, we found something strange on the battlefield. This is it. The three returned to the ground, where they were greeted by survivors who were cleaning up the battlefield. Oh. Xia Shang took the few transparent crystals handed to him and raised his eyebrows. When Chen Ari and Qin Chuan saw the crystal in Xia Shang's palm, their eyes widened in surprise. Holy crap, a void crystal. Seeing the intense reaction of the two people behind Xia Shang, the survivor became hesitant and asked in a low voice, is it something very important? Xia Shang helplessly comforted him. You don't need to worry about it. These are things they lost. If you encounter something like this again, just leave it where it is. They will come back for it tomorrow. After dismissing the remaining people, Xia Shang turned back to look at the dust and Qin Chuan. Can't you guys be normal for once? No, Brother Shang, did he mean there are still a lot of void crystals on the battlefield? Those are all blind boxes. I need to open them. Dust was so excited that he was about to run away, but Xia Shang raised his hand and bound him with circles of void power. Qin Chuan, who was watching from the side, didn't dare to move his legs. Why didn't you pick them up before? Why are you in such a hurry now? Do you think someone will steal them? Xia Shang said, exasperated. I didn't know you weren't picking it up before. The dust struggled on the ground, like a lively green caterpillar. Didn't I tell you? You'll know when the void is watching you. Xia Shang said helplessly, when the void is watching you, there is a chance that the targeted life that you kill will generate a void crystal under the gaze, and the dropped crystal has a certain connection with the watched person, so you should be able to sense their existence. This is an instinct that you, as people born within the wall, possess. I don't know. Dust stammered, but eventually calmed down and was released by Xia Shang. Hey, Brother Shang, what does that instinct you mentioned feel like? Dust chuckled and sidled up to Xia Shang. Xia Shang did not answer, but instead looked up and gestured to Qin Chuan beside him. Dust glanced at Qin Chuan and found him motionless. The next moment, he suddenly turned and left. What's going on? Aren't you going to follow them? Dust was confused, but Xia Shang scolded him, so he had no choice but to slink away and follow Qin Chuan. Brother Shang seems angry with me. Genera said aggrievedly from behind Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, walking ahead, was somewhat speechless, so you're feeling wronged, huh? But this AI is so realistic. It's not the stereotypical angry person yelling and shouting. It's like a real person trying to control their anger, but they can't help but let their emotions show in their attitude. Dust also explained, to be honest, the angry version of Brother Shang is kind of handsome. You're right, I think so too. As he spoke, Genera followed Qin Chuan to the place where the three of them had surrounded and killed Yez, whose body was still there. Qin Chuan strode forward, following his inner guidance, and picked up a dusty crystal next to Ye's. This isn't right, is it? Isn't this the monster killed by Chrysanthemum? Dust looked at the crystal that Qin Chuan picked up and questioned repeatedly. I don't know, but I definitely sensed him. Maybe it's because I also contributed. Qin Chuan shrugged, simultaneously kicking the corpse. Swish 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 till more than a dozen crystals fell out from various corners of Yi's body and scattered all over the ground. Upon careful counting, there were actually 13 crystals. It seems that everyone is being watched by the void during this bloody battle. Even the dust seemed to sense a call and found its own crystal within it. Thank you, Father Void, for your gift. Dust bowed repeatedly to the sky in gratitude. Tisk, this game even has loot drops from monsters now, Qin Chuan remarked. It's really sci-fi. It would be strange if monsters didn't drop anything, okay? I've been annoyed by those games where they don't give the monsters their weapons after you kill them. This game is very realistic. You can pick up all the weapons the monsters are holding. Besides, if you're unhappy, you can give them to me. I'm not picky. Dust looked at the void crystal in Qin Chuan's hand. What a joke. I barely killed any mobs while trying to draw the boss's aggro for you guys. I didn't even get any crystals or much experience. Qin Chuan was furious. However, in response to his anger, Dust's reaction was, holy crap, gold. A gasp rang out as a dazzling golden crystal lay quietly in Dust's hand. Chapter 86 Audiz's Unexpected Incident. Server-wide announcement. Starry Sky Frenzy is about to undergo a version update. Players still in the game are requested to log off within 2 hours by setting up a save point. This update will run until 9 AM tomorrow. Not long after, Dust, who was still searching for the scattered void crystals that called for him on the battlefield, suddenly received a user message. Holy crap, an update is coming already. Dust had just found its own crystal and didn't even have time to observe it or open the blind box. It quickly put it into its pouch and immediately went to find the last crystal that belonged to it. Qin Chuan, on the other hand, didn't have so many problems. Before going to PK Yez, he had also eliminated some Kroni soldiers along the way and unexpectedly obtained a void crystal here. The drop rate of crystals seems a bit high this time. Qin Chuan held the crystal in his hand, looked around the battlefield, and saw dozens of survivors at the foot of the mountain cleaning up the corpses. With a casual glance, he could see a few crystals covered in dust on the ground, waiting for their destined owner. Seeing that the survivors, just as Xia Shang had said, ignored their existence and showed no intention of keeping them for themselves, Qin Chuan couldn't help but marvel at Xia Shang's importance to them. Let me see, what's the effect of this one? Qin Chuan grasped the crystal, focusing his attention on the hard object in his palm. Zero burst reload, increases reload speed by 10% indirectly, rifle pressure 2, the effect is not bad. What color is it? Level 0 already has a 10% bonus, meaning that each level up will increase the bonus by that amount. If it can be upgraded to increase reload speed by 50%, it will be very effective for Qin Chuan, an experienced gun user, almost eliminating any gaps in his firepower. Thinking this, Qin Chuan opened his palm and saw a bronze-colored crystal. Well, Qin Chuan wasn't too disappointed. At least in terms of functionality, it was quite good. This also reminded him of the golden void crystal that had fallen from Yi's body before. The comparison made him realize how frustrating it was to see someone like him. Well, every cloud has a silver lining. Maybe it's because he activated that bronze-level life force that is now at the gold level. But when he thought about how vitality enhanced the dazzling dust, Qin Chuan was speechless. Just then, game update information flashed onto his retina. They're updating again. Qin Chuan was taken aback, recalling that he had been in the game for about 5 days. It's true, for such a big game, which is still in its first closed beta phase, yet so far no players have encountered any bugs. For 5 consecutive days, it has been above the level of any other game on the market. Qin Chuan sighed and noticed that Genera had sent him a message on the public channel. Burning dust. Quinn, where should we log off? Back to the base. Quinn, I shouldn't need to. I can just find a safe place to sleep. Any military camp around here should be fine. Burning dust. Well, I'll go to the military camp closest to Brother Xia Shang. In terms of safety, being near Brother Xia Shang is definitely better. Qin Chuan did not comment on this, but he still went back with Genera to find Xia Shang, who was busy on the Kroni terminal in the military camp. Find a safe place to rest. Then you can sleep wherever you want. Why are you looking for me? Xia Shang knew they were talking about the game update. After all, he was the one who asked Audis to send the announcement. However, he is currently reviewing all the data and information stored in the Kroni camp so far, including resource inflow and outflow bills, personnel transfer lists, and weapon data allocation. He needs to review all of this, so it would be somewhat inconvenient for players to find him at this time. They could have just found any bedding to lie down and become corpses. However, as if they had received some kind of permission, Genera and Qin Chuan immediately lay down on one side of Yuan Kalongni's inflatable mattress behind Xia Shang and logged off at lightning speed. Xia Shang finally understood their thoughts and couldn't help but feel speechless. Commander, all the players have logged off. Audi's cheerful voice reached my ears. Of course I know. How are the phantoms used for player resurrection arranged? Xia Shang asked. It's all arranged. When they load into their new bodies, the phantoms will automatically adapt to the body parameters they adjusted earlier. But with 49 phantoms outside, Audis is a little scared. Audis replied timidly. You clever fellow, now you're afraid of ghosts. Xia Shang chuckled. How's the contact with Kuzhong going? Reporting to Commander, Elder Kuzhong replied half an hour ago, saying that he would immediately set off to assist you with the personnel relocation at the Red Crystal Mine, and he should be on his way now. Coming in person, that's fine, saves me the trouble of explaining, and makes it easier for that old bastard to help those survivors. Wait, did he say something about it? Yes, he said he wanted a share of the red crystals, as well as Cloney's weapons. Xia Shang was somewhat surprised to hear this. That's all. A Aside from the red crystals, the market in front of the lake also contributed manpower and effort, and even lost many lives. Xia Shang couldn't possibly leave them out. As for Kroni's weapons, he had no use for them. Only the players found them useful. That's all he told Audis. He also said he wanted to talk to you, Commander, in person. Audis' phantom said, surrounding Xia Shang. That's right, that's more like him. Xia Shang finally felt normal. As for what Ku Zhong wanted to talk about, Xia Shang had a vague guess. Is there anything else you need Audis to do? Audis leaned close to Xia Shang's face. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Oh, right. I teleported a box of glass shards and a player phantom that has transformed into a battle armor to the warehouse. Could you analyze their status for me? Xia Shang ordered without any hesitation. Are you referring to that glassy phantom that split in two? Audis has received it and is currently scanning and analyzing it. Wait, is it still alive? Upon hearing Audis' surprised voice, Xia Shang sat up straight on alert. The next moment, Audis' virtual projection began to hiss and flicker, indicating that Audis' signal had been interfered with. Xia Shang watched the intermittent projection of Audis, his face darkening, his clenched left hand poised to strike. The signal interference didn't last long, but Audis' projection changed into something else. You, the power of the void, I feel. A crisp, glassy sound came from the cracked glass helmet in front of me, speaking in an ancient language. Audis. Xia Shang ignored her and called out the name of his AI central assistant. Where do you come from, void power, to help? The image in the glass helmet continued to speak, but soon the image also fluctuated, and the next second, it turned back into a cicada-shaped hovering drone. Oh, Commander. Don't worry, Commander, everything is under Audis' control. It was just a minor mishap. Right, Commander, that's just a joke. Audis' cute, double-sized eyes couldn't make Xia Shang laugh. Sensing Xia Shang's hidden emotions, Audis finally backed down. I'll try to ignore this mistake. What did you do? Xia Shang loosened his grip on his left fist, and the pale purple phantom dissipated from his palm. Audis shifted his body and whispered. I gave her a little bit of energy, and it seems to have reactivated her. Upon hearing this, Xia Shang helplessly covered half of his face with his hand and sighed. Next time, just do as I say and don't do anything extra. This is just good command. Chapter 87 Inequality solved, so what's the situation? Can you analyze its information structure? Xia and Shang will not pursue these matters for the time being. Yes, Commander. The Phantom's internal structure is almost entirely crystallized, and the way energy flows can be easily identified. It should only take a day to crack its system structure. However, Commander, she seems to insist on communicating with you. After answering Xia Shang's question, Audis carefully added. With Xia Shang's permission, Audis immediately connected the consciousness he had just received to the communication device. You are, Commander. The power of the void, aid the Oro Empire, aid me, banish the spirit fiends. The glass helmet faced the Xia and Shang dynasties, expressing her thoughts in simple, ancient vocabulary. Help you. Xia Shang continued searching the information in Kroni's database while listening intently to the other person's archaic vocabulary. Finally, without even lifting his eyelids, he asked, what would I get in return for helping you? Whether it was due to being buried in the ground for too long causing its thinking to become dulled, or whether its central core was damaged in the ancient war, the consciousness of this ancient armor did not understand Xia Shang's meaning. What do you mean? To fulfill our duty, our responsibility in the Oro Empire. Before she could repeat her nonsense about fighting for the king, Xia Shang impatiently waved her hand to interrupt her, saying, Wake up, Lady Lioli. Your wisp of consciousness has been following Anki for so long. Haven't you realized the problem yet? The Oro Empire you serve has long been destroyed. This is no longer the era ruled by those long-lived gibbons who call themselves the Golden Rulers and Oro Nobles, understand? They are all dead. At this point, Xia Shang suddenly turned his head and added as if he had just realized something. Oh right, you died with Ling Shao in the ancient battlefield, so you didn't know about the great destruction at all. It's not your fault. Anyway, forget about the Oro Empire, silly girl, you should have your own life now. Faced with Xia Shang's barrage of information, Glasshead fell completely silent. The projection of her head looked left and right before disappearing, replaced by Audis, who was still acting cute. Oh, Commander, she seems to have lost her sense of awareness. Audis quickly began to analyze the current situation and found that the consciousness that was originally active in the fragments of the Phantom had now gone dormant. So she's become withdrawn. Whatever, whether she's alive or dead is of no use to us anyway. Let's continue disassembling the armor structure. The glass-like ability is still pretty good for making decorations. Players like this kind of appearance. Xia Shang said indifferently. However, Commander, it seems she left some information in the fragments. Oh my god, Commander, it's the master design blueprint for the battle suit. Ah. At this moment, Xia Shang was like that white cat asking a soul-searching question. What's wrong with this guy? Not only was he called autistic, but he also handed over his design drawings. Yes, Commander, you heard me right. A general design drawing, not a blueprint. As long as we have enough materials, we can produce the structural blueprints for the corresponding components, which will then be used in the foundry for manufacturing. Wait, something seems off. Just as Audis was excitedly sharing this exciting news with Xia Shang, it discovered another problem. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Xia Shang quickly asked. This master design blueprint is incomplete. Currently, we can only read the component assembly data and a partial internal system structure. The missing parts are the instruction set and transmission structure of the head's light sensor, as well as a large portion of the mecha structural data. I'm sorry, Commander, without these two parts of data, we cannot reproduce the blueprint, Audis said dejectedly. After hearing the news, Xia Shang found that he was not so disappointed, or perhaps he had been mentally prepared for it all along. Forget about Audis, it's already a pleasant surprise that she managed to leave behind the master plan. Judging from the fragments of consciousness she had just retained, it seems that only her central instincts are still functioning. Perhaps she herself doesn't even know that her database is incomplete. Upon hearing this, Audis blinked and asked in return, is it like Audis right now? You are different. Aren't they the same? Forget about that. Just keep deconstructing her. Ask me if you have any questions. Okay, Commander, Audis will finish analyzing her database as soon as possible. After seeing Audis off, Xia Shang breathed a sigh of relief. After another hour of reviewing the documents, he finally got through all the useful and useless information in the camp, and even obtained a few design blueprints as an extra. Although these are all common devices and weapons in Kroni, the kind he wouldn't even glance at even if they were lying on the ground before, he still saved these blueprints now, considering that there are so many players to support. This is perfect. I can use it as a reward for tomorrow's mission. Xia Shang was happy that he could use less of his savings. At this moment, a survivor cautiously entered and told Xia Shang Ku Zhong that he had arrived at the camp. Elder, you've arrived quite quickly. Xia Shang walked outside the military camp and saw Ku Zhong being helped down by several familiar faces from the market. You set off early, but you have no idea how restless I was, Ku Zhong said with a wry smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xia Shang led Ku Zhong to the tents displaying the fallen soldiers. I will have their remains properly arranged, Ku Zhong said to Xia Shang after a moment of silence. We were able to secure the mine thanks to them this time. Regardless of whether they are from the lakefront market or not, I will take responsibility for their compensation and benefits, Xia Shang said. To everyone's surprise, Ku Zhong refused Xia Shang's offer. Regardless of their battle achievements, I have already made arrangements for the participants and the fallen. Lord Wanderer, you still bear their hopes for you, so there's no need to compete with me for this matter, Ku Zhong said simply. That is also the purpose of my visit. Hope. I can't bear that. Xia Shang said with a wry smile. Tell me. A long time ago, when you discovered this place, I heard that this mine was in a very good location, backed by mountains and by the sea. I also heard that the night spirits don't linger here at night. Perhaps the nearby vegetation resources were wiped out by the Kroni people, but the foundation is still solid. Ku Zhong walked out of the tent, leaning on his cane, with Xia Shang following behind him. Yes, if we have vehicles, whether we're going to gather resources in the dense forest or explore deep into the mountains, this would be a good starting point. Xia Shang said, pointing to a mountain valley not far away. Sai, can you please change your habit of interrupting me? My carefully organized thoughts are all messed up now, Ku Zhong sighed, tapping his cane as he scolded. So just tell me the key point, Xia Shang said, shaking his head. Then you should establish a base here. No, Xia Shang refused on the spot. Look at you, I told you the key point, but you disagreed with me after I told you, Ku Zhong said angrily. Just because I told you to speak frankly doesn't mean I agree, Xia Shang laughed. Chapter 88 Test Announcement. Xia Shang crossed his arms and continued. I know what you're thinking, which is why I told you not to beat around the bush. There's no way I'm joining the iron defense line. That wouldn't help them, it would only harm them. Ku Zhong, so what do you mean? Xia Shang, I can agree to incorporate this mining area into the lakeside market, and you will be in charge of managing it. The profit sharing will still follow the old rules. The mine vein here is long enough that it's not a problem to arrange for as many people to come here to make a living. Why am I in charge again? Do you want me to work myself to death in this elder's position? Ku Zhong roared angrily. Besides, what do you mean I have to arrange for people to come in and make a living? This is your responsibility. The more capable you are, the more responsibility you bear. Okay, I have no objection. Xia Shang knew that he actually agreed to the arrangement, so he went along with Ku Zhong's temper. All right, you can continue to be a hands-off manager. But there's one more thing I need to remind you. This time, the people inside the wall have finally made their appearance in front of everyone. The Iron Line will soon find out about their existence. You don't trust the ironclad defenses? Xia Shang sensed the old man's worry and couldn't help but ask in return. It's not that I don't trust the Iron Line, I just don't trust the people inside the walls from the Iron Line's perspective, Ku Zhong explained. The Himalayan caravan won't be long before they arrive, and I want to raise the reputation of the people inside the walls before they come. This is a good opportunity, and I want them to be able to take on war assignments tomorrow. In reality, players waiting for the update are so anxious, even though almost all of them have to wait for the resurrection cooldown. Or perhaps that's why the double helix-like superimposed buffs make them even more eager for tomorrow to arrive. To alleviate this anxiety, they could only gather around the official website forum and discuss it intensely. Ezio praises me. Why isn't tomorrow here yet? Afraid of getting a sore throat. Drink Pepsi. Can someone give me a stick so that when I open my eyes it's tomorrow? Wen went silently. I'm going to die if I can't play Star Ocean Frenzy. A giant cucumber. What exactly will tomorrow's update include? I feel like we haven't even gotten a tiny fraction of the game's main content yet. 9-5 Wisdom Trout. Indeed, their battle armor is riding in spaceships, reigning supreme in the sky and on Earth, while we're still fighting at the entrance of a village for mining and clones. Burning dust. Didn't the melee event drop a new armor? Maybe ask the developers. Maybe this update will feature that armor. Chrysanthemum Loves Maid. Huh? You're asking me. I didn't know. Everything went black and I was possessed. Actually, it felt no different from the streamer Quinn's tutorial, the only difference being that I was out of mana. Nicholas Fishball. I saw in a video that you could make swords out of glass. How did you control that? Chrysanthemum Loves Maid. I don't remember that either. At the time, I felt like there was a constant stream of white noise in my ears, and I just instinctively learned those skills. Didn't Quinn also instinctively use his abilities back then? At Quinn. Burning dust at Quinn. Nicholas Fishballs at Quinn. Quinn, stop tagging me. It's really strange. It's like having your own arm at your fingertips. How do I put it? It's like imagining you have a tail, and you feel that tail is real. It really exists. Salty 251. So it's the same as controlling entropy and opening a void portal? To be honest, I was ashamed to admit that even after I logged off, I still felt like I could open a void portal. I can only say that the game simulated illusions so realistically that it felt like the real world was over there. Super invincible Tyrannosaurus. What's going on? Am I the only one on this forum who didn't get a game pass? Sacred Sword. You are not alone. Holy Armor Rhino. Holy crap, the person upstairs is shameless. They don't even have the qualifications to play the game and they're still registering a game ID. Galio doesn't save the blind man, as if you're the same way, pointing. Sankaria. You guys are saying that even if we mine the minerals we stole, will we still be able to earn reputation and money? Burning dust. That's not necessarily true. Who said what we steal is ours? It belongs to the NPCs. We're just their henchmen. As for reputation and money, we'll just mine and fight as needed. Nikolai tearing fishballs. Huh? I thought we'd get red crystal or Chrysanthemum Loves Maid. No way, you're a rich woman with hundreds of thousands in assets. Why would you care about this little bit of mine? I doubt you could buy the whole mine. Wen silently. Wow, a rich woman. I'm starving. Food. The moment the forum heard about the rich woman, the thread immediately went off topic. Until someone mentioned it. Smart old R. Seeing you guys still chatting on the forum, I'm just reminding you that the official website homepage has released a preview of the update. This caused a huge stir, and all the players returned to the official website homepage, where they found a prominent announcement. Starry Sky Frenzy Test Client version 0.02 update announcement. Good evening, everyone behind the Great Firewall. While we were working overtime to maintain the game content, we accidentally discovered that our Audis forgot to release the update announcement. After being reminded by the Wanderer, it has now hastily edited this text. If there are any discrepancies with the in-game update content, please forgive us. The update content is as follows. The Red Crystal Mine is now under the jurisdiction of the Lakefront Market and has been renamed the Red Crystal Community. The following new features have been added. 1. NPC assignment or delegation. The development team noticed that after the people from the wall joined, the original inhabitants of the tribes or settlements would have their livelihood skills or activity areas directly or indirectly affected by the activities of the people from the wall. This resulted in the people from the wall losing some plane's reputation without their knowledge, which was also unexpected by the development team. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. However, since this is the result of the game's AI deducing the information itself, we cannot directly interfere. Therefore, we can only indirectly create an NPC assignment and delegation function. People inside the wall can find an NPC with a crystal terminal near the central hall of the Red Crystal Community. People inside the wall only need to pay a certain reward or item to submit a small task that they think is troublesome or that they cannot complete on their own. The task will be automatically assigned to a nearby NPC who is available and willing to pay to complete it. Note, this feature is designed to allow NPCs whose survival rate is affected to survive normally. If the people inside the wall upload too many excessively dangerous or poorly rewarded tasks, it may push some NPCs to the opposite side of the people inside the wall. Please be aware of this. Additionally, commissions are not necessarily private. If the people inside the wall have enough people to mobilize for a large commission that is safe enough, they can find the corresponding NPC to conduct a joint distribution. This distribution will not consume the people inside the wall's coffers. 2. Vehicle rental function. Yes, we've added more vehicles. The development team knows that the people inside the walls are very particular about traveling between locations. This is a unique feature of the early game and an unavoidable experience. Crossed out. So the team sent a message to Xia Shang overnight, instructing them to appoint a group of NPCs with car repair skills to assemble several small vehicles, handcarts, for the people inside the walls to use for outings and picnics. Tip: if you feel that the vehicle's functions are insufficient, you can spend materials and star coins to upgrade the vehicle. The upgrade potential depends on the NPC skill level and the vehicle's initial limitations, so please pay special attention to this. 3. War delegation. War assignments are a function that can only be accessed by those within the walls who have the corresponding reputation level. When a person within the walls has a sufficient reputation level, they can find the corresponding NPC opposite the NPC assignment or commission. Note: war commission missions refresh unpredictably, are relatively difficult, and have severe penalties for failure, highly likely to result in immediate loss of progress. The development team strongly recommends that players currently within the wall should team up to attempt these missions. 4. Increase in mineral types. Because of the presence of mineral catalysts inside the red crystal mine, the mineral resources here are very rich, and people inside the wall can find some even rarer rare gems here. Note: when exploring and mining in mines with special mineral deposits, the buyback price of these special minerals can differ significantly from that in other regions. The above is game content that is highly relevant to everyone inside the wall, and will immediately affect the gameplay experience of those inside the wall. You need to understand it first, and then proceed with the subsequent projects. The attitude of the Iron Defense Line. The Iron Line will soon take notice of those within the walls, as their convoy will arrive at Lakefront Market soon, though the date is yet to be determined. Tip: for more information about the caravan, you can learn more from the relevant NPCs, but don't ask the same questions one after another, because the NPCs in the game are actually quite emotional, laughs, and I believe some of you in the game have already noticed. The following are game optimizations. 1. More realistic physics optimization. I'm here for only 3 things: realism, and more realism. 2. More types of marine life, rainforest creatures, and mountain beasts have been added, perhaps some of which could become companions. 3. Increased freedom of choice, adding more types of void crystals, mix and match as you like. If there are any bugs, ask the programmer. 4. Enhanced user experience with the addition of evolutionary branches to the void passage, highly recommended. 5. Added a few bugs, you might not encounter them, just kidding, if you don't encounter them, then there are no bugs. Is there a CG trailer in Chapter 89? The announcement was simple and unadorned, but the players reacted quite differently. Burning dust. Brothers, can anyone translate this for me? A giant cucumber. Huh? This isn't an alien language. Does it even need translating? Clever old R. If I didn't know you were a man of you the Great, and had served as our human shield and taken hits, I would really think you were a spy sent from outside. Sankaria, this update is all related to the red crystal mine we conquered. Does that mean if we fail the mission, the update will be delayed? Chrysanthemum loves maid. You're wrong, bro, think about it. How long after we finish the mission, and Dust and Quinn watch the story, at most an hour, the development team announced the version update. This is clearly premeditated. 9-5 Wisdom Trout. Indeed, it seems that in the project team's eyes, even if we were outnumbered, 50 against 400, it should have been a guaranteed victory in their plan. I don't know how they arranged it. Is it possible that players will definitely trigger the glasses ability at the final boss? When silently, that doesn't make sense. If we don't have a powerful player to interfere with the boss's sniping, or if Quinn gets sniped by the boss from the start, this mission feels like a 100% failure. It's too much of a gamble. Quinn, so what? At worst, everyone will respawn and the mission will fail, and we won't update this version. These kinds of simulation games with intelligent calculations actually have a lot of room for operation. When the game is large, the development team will prepare 2 or even more branches. Whichever result the player is guided to will be used. Salty251. Let me do the math. The game has only been in testing for 5 or 6 days, which means the vehicles were actually prepared from the beginning, but they were just held back from being released. Your girlfriend isn't bad. Holy crap. It really is. I noticed it a while ago. The vehicles of the game NPCs are ordinary, but actually quite practical. I've been wondering why they don't let us use them, forcing us to spend time walking. Turns out it's the development team's twisted sense of humor. Sankaria. Perhaps it was due to resource considerations. We didn't have that much money to buy red crystals as fuel back then, and even if vehicles were available, they would easily gather dust. Chrysanthemum loves maids. Hey, brother, you're mistaken. For us players, there's a saying, I may not use it, but you can't refuse to give it to me, and I certainly can't be without it. Galio doesn't save the blind man. Vehicles aren't so bad, actually. Quinn stealing a big truck and using it as a shuttle is pretty cool. Think about it, everything you have is stolen, and you're using stolen weapons and equipment to steal from others. A giant cucumber. Wow, that sounds amazing. Holy crap, this is incredible. And your girlfriend is pretty good at Tegio praised me. A burning dust. What's the meaning of vehicles? You know, these kinds of updates usually have the most important content listed first, and this NPC assignment function is the only officially designated gameplay feature. I guess it allows players to hire NPCs to do quests. Can any scholar defend me on this? Quinn, you can tell from what the development team said. This is a feature designed to make things easier for players, so they don't have to do everything themselves. For example, some basic and repetitive tasks like acquiring, gathering, and even building can be delegated to NPCs. This joint distribution system with relevant NPCs is basically like building a massive infrastructure project, isn't it? Nikolai tearing fishballs. Huh? That's what I came here to play. If the NPCs do everything, what am I supposed to do? Chrysanthemum loves maids. Teske. A rich woman with a huge sum of money still has to do everything herself, laying the foundation and building the house. You could be a contractor, hire a bunch of NPCs to help you, and plan how to build it for them. Wouldn't you be participating in the process yourself? When silently. But I really like the feeling of having mud all over my hands in this game. A giant cucumber. Whose kid is this? Sankaria. Isn't this just RTS, real-time strategy, gameplay? Just clicking around to send troops to build barracks and factories. It's not very interesting. It feels inferior to war delegation. Wasn't that what we were mining for? Ezio praises me. Even the official development team said that thing is very difficult. Although the difficulty corresponds to the mission rewards, it's better to develop a bit more. This time, the development team specifically pointed out the value of the void passage. Players showed unprecedented enthusiasm, and the discussion under the update announcement lasted until 3 AM before gradually subsiding. Only a group of unqualified viewers remained, gritting their teeth and playing the game online all night in the forum. Dust got up very early, not because he had a good habit of going to bed early and getting up early, but because, like many players, he was so excited that he didn't sleep well and was dreaming about playing Star Ocean Frenzy. Damn it, this can't go on. Dust looked at the video he made in his spare time last night while chatting on the forum, which had a pretty good number of views. So he went out to eat breakfast at a breakfast shop while reading the comments to see if there were any useful suggestions. Suddenly, a newly updated comment caught his eye. Haha, I just watched the third-person perspective of the streamer on the official website. The battle situation looked so messy, but I have to say, it was actually kind of cool from this first-person perspective. What official website third-person perspective? Dust immediately opened the official website and found that it had been updated again. The first thing displayed on the homepage was a screenshot of players wearing minimalist power armor clashing with Kroni soldiers in a melee. Holy crap, are they all this handsome? Dust was shocked. The next moment, an image flashed, showing the logo of Starry Sky Frenzy, followed by gunfire and bombing. Even though he only turned the volume up halfway, the sudden noise attracted the attention of several diners, and Chenari quickly turned it down. The image transitions from a hazy, pitch-black scene to a clear blue and white one, finally settling on a bright, clear sky in the center. But the receiver was filled with the sounds of gunfire. Suddenly, the screen shook, the sky and earth merged, as if the camera had sat up and taken in the bloody battle between the silver-armored man and the Kroni. If you're still alive, come lend a hand. Suddenly, an armored vehicle that had been suppressed by the three-man team of Kroni shouted at the camera. The image shows him looking down at himself, his silver-white armor representing his faction, his gun still in his hand, and the ground beneath his feet covered in blood and various blood-stained metal fragments. The screen suddenly shook violently as the three Kroni soldiers charged toward them, raising their Brightons and firing bullets. Two Kroni soldiers shielded him with their iron armor, but Genera's armor was almost useless against the player. He drew his machete and slashed at the camera. Chapter 90 Unlocking Void Techniques Brush. The camera flickered, switching to another perspective, showing a silver-white armored figure wielding double axes, coordinating with other armored figures to fend off wave after wave of Kroni charges. Then, the scene shifts again, showing armored vehicles crashing into machetes, splattering blood everywhere. Another ugly Kroni is struck by an iron fist, followed by repeated blows with clubs. In the midst of a desperate struggle between the two sides, a clap of thunder resounded in the sky, and a player instantly lost his head. The mysterious gunshots immediately dominated the battlefield, until someone took the bullet with their own body, and a crooked tree zoomed into the center of the screen. Dust silently watched the video on his phone, seeing Qin Chuan, who had found Ye's first, escape again and again under the heavy evil eyes wielding. Even knowing the outcome of the war, he couldn't help but feel a chill for the video, and didn't even realize when he stopped eating his breakfast. Not too long, not too short, the dust finally came to its senses after Ye's death. However, the CG was not over yet. The remaining scenes showed the aftermath of cleaning up the battlefield, a fleeting glimpse of a huge dark green fingerbone in the mine, and even a scene of Ku Zhong and Xia Shang together, which represented the official takeover of the Red Crystal Mine. The screen went black, and Dust thought it was over, but then he suddenly realized that he was surrounded by people, and he didn't even know when they had surrounded him. Dude, what movie trailer is this? Someone seemed still engrossed, thinking it was a trailer for some fantasy film. Indeed, every frame in the video was as exquisite as a real shot, making it hard to guess that it was just a game scene. Just as Dust was about to blurt out, "This is a game," there was another sound from the phone, and it was Audiz's voice again. "Commander, it seems she left some information in the fragments." "Oh my god, Commander, it's the master design blueprint for the battlesuit." Dust looked back at the phone screen and saw a gleaming, broken helmet slowly appearing and disappearing in the image. The CG will officially end at that point. Design blueprints, the overall design blueprints for the battle armor. Dust slammed his half-eaten bun on the table, immediately opened the Audi's app, found the first test player group, and discovered that discussions about the CG short film had already begun. He was a step behind. After quickly finishing the tightly clenched dough in his hand, Chenari mumbled to the onlookers behind him, "This is a game trailer," then showed them the game's official website before immediately retreating to the official forum. Games. Are games this realistic now? In the breakfast shop, the older office workers didn't pay attention to these things. Yes, there are some simulation games, but I think I've heard of the game he's talking about before. The update ended at 9 a.m. The players who had been waiting for a long time had already put on their equipment, and the moment the countdown reached 0, Star Frenzy started. Swish, Chrysanthemum Love Maid suddenly stood up, and the first thing she saw was a neatly arranged phantom on the ground. Some of them were still in human form without any features, while others had completely transformed into the appearance of players. Obviously players were logging in and connecting. It's a completely new body, and they didn't even provide any weapons or anything. Chrysanthemum emerged from the crowd, patted her back, and realized that they hadn't even provided a tactical vest for storing weapons. All she had was this tight-fitting combat suit. However, Chrysanthemum was not disappointed. On the contrary, she remembered that she had killed the boss Yes before she died yesterday, and an amazing number appeared above the boss's head, plus 2,250. A full 2,250 experience points. This is the experience he gained from his final death. He doesn't need to revive on the spot, so he won't consume 20% as a revival fee. It's just a full 2,000 entropy points. In addition to the more than 2,100 entropy points gained from killing a total of 12 Kroni soldiers before yesterday's boss fight, Chrysanthemum has gained more than 4,000 experience points this time. However, he filled his consciousness with entropy every time he died yesterday, and now his account level has reached level 4. Level 4 doesn't unlock any new features, so Chrysanthemum wants to level up to 5 first. Consuming 1,300 entropy points on the spot, the Chrysanthemum stopped infusing itself the moment its willpower broke through 5. Previously, I gained 2,000 experience points to level up to level 3. Now, I need a total of over 4,000 experience points to go from level 3 to level 5. Chrysanthemum clicked her tongue in amazement as she opened a void passage that was flashing with a notification light. Let me see what new things are here. Chrysanthemum watched expectantly as the purple lotus opened, and a human-shaped silhouette slowly appeared in the center of the vortex, but it was obscured by the mist of power within the vortex and could not be seen clearly. A point of light flickered on the lower abdomen of the humanoid silhouette. Chrysanthemum skillfully focused her attention there, and a piece of information flooded into her mind. Skill unlocking, source of power, source of power. Your consciousness has approached the distance of the void, giving you the ability to lock in a trace of energy from the void. Storage limit, 25. Void energy? Where does void energy come from? While Chrysanthemum was puzzled, she suddenly felt a cool yet burning sensation in a spot just below her navel. Fortunately, she got used to it in just a few seconds, as if her body, or perhaps her mind, thought it had always been there. This is energy from the void. Chrysanthemum seemed to instinctively feel the void energy slowly growing stronger within her body. Tracing its source, Chrysanthemum actually found a void passage. So this is where it overflowed from. Chrysanthemum was somewhat surprised, but the feeling of growth quickly subsided. So this is my blue bar. As if to verify his words, the user panel shrank, and next to the UI representing his physical condition, a simple energy bar slowly flashed, with the number 25 thoughtfully marked next to it. It looks a bit short, but it should increase with the level of willpower, Chrysanthemum guessed. Looking at the other functions, there wasn't anything new. However, he noticed that in the character outline that unlocked the source of power, there was a dark gap in the torso, limbs, and head, which seemed to correspond to the light spot of the source of power. These must be the other void abilities, right? These abilities should require void energy to use, and this blue bar is for unlocking them in advance. Although Chrysanthemum really wanted to know what these skills were and what their functions were, he simply didn't have enough entropy left to fill his willpower. Who knew how much entropy was needed to go from level 5 to level 6? Moreover, these entropy chrysanthemums had already been assigned a place, but now he needed to go to Xia Shang to buy something first. As Chrysanthemum was thinking, she heard the sound of the hatch opening. Turning her head, she saw Xia Shang walking out and congratulating all the players who had just logged in. Congratulations to all those inside the wall. You were not afraid to fight against overwhelming odds and achieved a perfect, even exceeding, completion of this arduous task. As soon as the words were spoken, the settlement screen appeared before everyone's eyes. Series of tasks completed. Chapter 91 Series of Missions Conclusion. Series of Quests. The Battle for the Crimson Crystal. Kroni discovers that the scattered glass contains secrets about an ancient war. In order to unravel her existence, they attempt to collect more glass fragments scattered across the night spirit planes, thus deceiving the Wind Spirit Tribe. Mission completion. Random Blueprint X1. 3,000 star coins. Void Shield Blueprint X1. MK1 Power Armor Master Blueprint X1. Given the outstanding players who influenced the course of the battle and shaped its outcome, additional rewards will be awarded as follows: Happy Smiley, Evil Eye Blueprint X1, Villain Backpack Blueprint X1, Martial Machete X1. List of rewarded players. Chrysanthemum Loves Maid, Quinn, 9-5 Wisdom Trout, Burning Dust, Sankaria, Ezio Praises Me, etc. Please check your rewards. The IDs of the 13 players in total also happened to be the same 13 players during the final boss battle. Chrysanthemum Loves Maid stared at the items in the task settlement column, becoming more and more excited as she looked at them one by one. Void Shield. Power Armor. There's even an Evil Eye. Although I don't know what this villain's backpack is, Chrysanthemum thinks it shouldn't be too bad. Anyway, thank you Xia Shang and the production team. Upon confirming receipt, Chrysanthemum noticed that the blueprint was directly added to his account, while the only physical reward, the martial machete, was delivered to him via void teleportation. Chrysanthemum recognized this weapon. A significant portion of the soldiers in Kroni were equipped with this machete. The blade of this knife is wide and thick, with a blade length equivalent to an adult's arm. The tsuba, handguard, has been replaced by an iron ring for carrying. However, it differs somewhat from the machete in the hands of the Chrysanthemum memory Ryclonian. Recalling the scene of the Kroni drawing their swords, Chrysanthemum gently twisted the handle, and the blade of the machete gradually heated up and turned red, eventually emitting a blazing orange light. Yes, this machete also has a heat-generating blade that can easily chop through sheet metal. Yesterday, many players were easily killed when they encountered Marines equipped with this type of machete on the battlefield. Reaching out to touch the blade, Chrysanthemum felt the scorching heat and wondered if her Zoran twin axes had become obsolete so quickly. Not necessarily. Chrysanthemum swung the machete and felt that it was still too heavy. He preferred a melee weapon that was faster to swing. Just as Chrysanthemum put the machete into the void portal, she received a private message from Dust. Blinding Dust. Where is it? Still in front of Brother Xia's house. Chrysanthemum loves maid. Yeah, just received the mission reward. Burning Dust. Oh, this is it. Shall we team up to farm blueprint materials? Blueprint materials. Upon hearing this, Chrysanthemum looked at the blueprints again. Blueprint, Evil Eye. The Evil Eye is a semi-automatic flintlock rifle developed by Kroni, possessing terrifying single-target damage. Its gunpowder, made from powdered red-colored crystals mixed with special catalysts, generates enough force upon ignition to penetrate thick enemy armor plates. Even if the bullet shatters, it can still inflict damage on creatures within a certain radius. Gun body casting requirements: 10 standard alloy plates, 100 ferrites, 2 amorphous alloys, 200 nanospores, and 5 polymer bundles. Gunpowder casting requirements: per 100 parts red-colored crystals times 50 nanospores times 20 explosive scavengers times 1. Holy crap, this recipe is terrifying. He was terrified when he took one look at the materials used to make the Evil Eye. All 5 of them were rare materials. And this gunpowder formula, red crystals, and nanospores are all familiar. So what's this explosive flammability agent that's new? Blueprint, Void Shield Generator. The shield generator, developed by the Wanderers for the people within the wall, was activated by the power of the void, absorbing atmospheric radiation to form a deflecting shield. Casting requirements: 5 amorphous alloys, 2 circuit boards, 1 control module, 300 ferrite particles. Okay, it's better. Although there seems to be too much amorphous alloy, it's still more pleasing to the eye than that Evil Eye above. Blueprint, Villain's Backpack. The Kroni villains are equipped with jetpacks, which use compressed air for propulsion, temporarily granting them considerable agility and airtime. Casting requirements: 500 recycled metals, 3 circuit boards, 3 control modules. That's it? After seeing how outrageous the Evil Eye was, Chrysanthemum found that each subsequent one was simpler than the last. In the end, only the circuit board of this armor caught his eye. The rest were just a matter of recycling metal. After thinking for a moment, the Chrysanthemum began to return to Dust. Chrysanthemum loves maid. How are you guys planning to get these materials? Evil Eye's material list is really outrageous. Burning Dust. Huh? The old plan. Didn't we do it before? When Quinn saw the Evil Eye blueprint, I told you, his eyes practically popped out of his head. He said he'd lead the team, and we'd raid the transit warehouse. A transit warehouse. Kroni transit warehouse. Chrysanthemum slapped her forehead and immediately joined the ranks of Dust. Chrysanthemum loves maid. The problem is I'm still with Brother Xia Shang. How do I get to you guys? Besides, I still need to retrieve the void crystals. Air burning Dust. It's not a big problem. Quinn and I will go get a car now and pick you up in a bit. Besides, we checked the map, and the transit warehouse isn't far from here. With the plan finalized, Chen Ari and Qin Chuan found the vehicle department of the Red Crystal Mine. After waking up in the camp and accepting the quest rewards, the two of them immediately wanted to gather materials. When they stepped out of the temporary rest area, they were surprised to find that it was 4 a.m. in the game time, and the NPCs outside were already busy, doing their best to clean up the camp. Excuse me, where is the vehicle rental service? Qin Chuan stopped an NPC who was passing by and asked. At first, the other person didn't understand what he was talking about. After explaining to him that it was a place to borrow the car, hesitantly gave them directions. A clearing has been made in front of the largest camp tent. The elders have told you to go there and look around the central hall. After thanking the NPC, the two rushed to the central hall and found that it was indeed an open space, but the surrounding Kroni vaults enclosed it, and there were even many NPC laborers clearing away the rubble and dirt on the ground. It's been updated, but not completely. Dust scratched his head upon seeing this. After all, it's a game that uses real-time internal calculations, so it's all about realism, Qin Chuan said with interest. Besides, the environment can be monitored at any time, and the main thing is that the NPCs can handle this function. But there are so many NPCs here. That person has a crystal tablet. It should be the NPC assigned by the NPC in the announcement, right? Why does he look so familiar? The two saw a female NPC sitting on a tree stump not far away. Her appearance was not clear in the cool light of the early morning, but she was holding a crystal plate the size of a book. Want to try out the new features? It's still early, let's go. The two of them immediately started walking towards the female NPC. Chapter 92. Others add noodles, you add water. When Ariling learned yesterday that the Red Crystal Mine had been captured and all the Kroni people had been wiped out, she could hardly believe her ears. She watched as the group of strangers, yet enthusiastic, squeezed into armored vehicles, and even the girl who had talked to her that night about how to expand the base was heading to the battlefield to fight a war from which she would not return. Indeed, almost all of them died in battle, but they also wiped out the Kroni people and reclaimed what once belonged to the plains. The survivors of the former Wind Spirit tribe who had been enslaved were also all released. Upon learning the news, Ariling followed Carlyle in the assembly vehicle and arrived at the Red Crystal Mine with Elder Kuzhong. Although she was prepared after getting off the vehicle, having grown up on the plains and seen the desolation of battlefields many times, the horrific scene that came into view still shocked her greatly. The ground was littered with the severed limbs and corpses of the Kroni, and many fragments of silver armor were scattered in circles, like crimson flowers withering on the battlefield. They're all dead. Ariling couldn't imagine, nor did she want to believe, that the people who had gathered in the Foamling tribe at night had all disappeared in the blink of an eye. 2 are still alive, a survivor who was collecting the bodies replied. What were the 2 like? Ariling thought of the short girl from that night. 2 young men, I suppose. Not getting the answer she wanted, Ariling was disheartened. Aren't you going to see your family? Carlyle asked from behind her. Not long after, Elling found her 3 family members in the mine's prison. Fortunately, they were unharmed. Kroni had not used them for experiments. They were just very weak due to the high intensity of labor and malnutrition. It's all right, it's good that you're all right. Ariling hugged her family, and found that while she was happy, she was also in pain, because she knew that the joy of their reunion was bought with the lives of those strangers. If this was the price to pay for finding her family, then she... Soon, some of the elders' subordinates came to count the number of people. Since Ariling knew most of the people here, she stood up and offered to help. Seeing that Ailing was quite familiar with the group of miners, Zal, who was originally a guard of the Dry Bell, had finally found a savior. Do you know them? Zal reflected on his life. Wasn't it because he didn't know how to communicate that he was assigned to be a gatekeeper? Yes, I used to live with them. Ariling nodded. Thank God, please help me. After helping to count the number of people, Ariling also assisted the rescue team in moving some of the more severely ill people out, and then settled the others in. Adding to other work, she could barely rest for a moment until dusk. Perhaps because her feet were covered in mud mixed with their flesh and blood, Ariling felt that her feet were a little hot. Are you Ariling? An elderly voice came from behind. Ariling quickly turned around and saw that it was Kuzhong and Carlyle, with an embarrassed-looking Zayla beside them. Yes, it's me. Elder, is there something you need? For some reason, Ari Ling felt a little uneasy. I heard that you were the one who first contacted them, right? Ku Zhang asked. Them? You mean? Oh, look at my memory. You should be one of our own. No need to hide it like this. Let me ask again. Were you the first person to come into contact with the people inside the wall during this war? Ku Zhang wiped the wrinkles on his forehead, gave an apologetic smile, and then added, The wall? Are they people inside the wall? Ari Ling's mind went blank when she heard those 3 words. Yes, they are a group of people from within the walls gathered by the wanderer Xia Shang, Ku Zhang affirmed. It was me. I heard they lived in the Wind Spirit tribe, so. After Ari Ling finished explaining, Ku Zhang nodded and glanced at Jala, making the young man shrink back. I originally wanted to give this job to him, but he just strongly recommended you to me, and Carlisle doesn't object, so I came to you instead, Ku Zhang said with exasperation. A job? Are you going to assign me work? Here. But I feel guilty. Although they were people within the walls, they also died here for us. Before Ari Ling could express her true feelings, Ku Zhang quickly pressed his hand to stop her. That's why I asked that question in the first place. Carlisle guessed you would think that way. Did you also want to say that you were afraid to stay here, afraid that you wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully? There's no need for that. They are people within the walls. Life is only once for us, but it's not the same for them. Ku Zhang said with some emotion. Ari Ling froze for 3 seconds, then her face suddenly flushed with excitement as she grabbed Ku Zhang's arm and asked, What? What do you mean? Won't they die? Yes, they will be back tomorrow, so you can rest assured. And that's not the point. Xia Shang told me that the people inside the wall value our role more than their own lives, Ku Zhang said with a smile. What do you want me to do? Anything I can do. Ari Ling felt a little lighter, and finally she could catch her breath. Isn't this the side quest NPC from yesterday? A surprised voice interrupted Ari Ling's recollection. Her pupils refocused, and her gaze fell on the 2 people in front of her. Have you found your family? It's you too. Ari Ling recognized Chen Ari and Qin Chuan at a glance, and immediately stood up excitedly, grasping Qin Chuan's hand. Really, thank you so much. They are all very good. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Ari Ling thanked them repeatedly. Chen Ari was quite embarrassed, and Qin Chuan just suppressed his smile. It's nothing, just a small favor, Chen Ari said shamelessly, earning a roll of his eyes from Qin Chuan beside him. Damn it, you can take a beating, but can anyone else? And you call it a small favor? In the end, it was really thanks to Chrysanthemum, who possessed the power of armor, that they managed to pull a fast one. Otherwise, the entire team would have been wiped out. They're all still alive, right? If we see them today, are they the same people as yesterday? Ari Ling pressed. Is the me of yesterday the same me as the me of today? Dust turned to look at Qin Chuan, only to be shoved aside by Qin Chuan. Are they asking you philosophy? They're asking about reality. Qin Chuan was quite exasperated with this crazy guy, and finally explained to Ari Ling, it's okay, they won't change. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Chuan and Chen Ari began to learn about Ari Ling's current job, a community labor commissioner. Oh, so this is where I fill in the task information for the assignment. Qin Chuan took the crystal plate, pondered for a moment, and began entering information into the detailed section inside, while Chen Ari peeked out from the side. Quinn, is hanging just one piece of recycled metal enough? I feel like ferrite and the like can be hung up too, right? Dust asked, looking at the contents of the crystal panel. I'll only hang one, you can take care of the rest, Qin Chuan said meaningfully. Oh, okay, I'll do it then. How much should I fill in for the reward? Dust remembered the contents of the update announcement and only put the longsword materials that were easy to collect into the demand column, but finally ran into trouble in the reward column. Finally, following Qin Chuan's suggestion, the price was entered according to the current market price in Pingyuan, and then confirmed. Ari Ling took the board and was shocked by the amount of material required. She repeatedly checked to make sure they hadn't entered too many zeros. After confirming that everything was correct, the 2 learned from Ari Ling where the person in charge of the vehicle was located, and then said goodbye to her. This feature is pretty good. At least we don't have to carry tons of recycled metal back with us anymore, Dust explained. So it's a feature that reduces repetitive work and increases our efficiency in playing, but have you considered this question? Qin Chuan asked Chen Ai rhetorically. Making players do repetitive tasks is an important way to increase game time and improve player engagement. Other games desperately add more and more tasks, but this game actually lets AI do the work for us, like adding water to the dough. Why is that? Dust pondered for a moment, a wise expression appearing on its face, before replying uncertainly. Is it, so we can have fun? Hee, that would be best. Qin Chuan laughed, a certain possibility flashing through his mind, then he said in a low voice, otherwise, you'll have your fun later. As they spoke, the 2 arrived at a military camp that had been partially destroyed by bombing. Leaning against a rock on one side was a tin plaque with newly painted characters that read, Hongjing Auto Repair Shop. Chapter 93 Chrysanthemum Combination Techniques. So you've really just called it Red Crystal Auto Repair Shop? And why is it all junk? Dust looked in surprise at the half-military camp that the group was still setting up. Several small cars with severely damaged exteriors, patched-up bodies, and frames resembling off-road vehicles were already parked inside. You can't say that. These cars were probably brought by the NPC convoy yesterday to cover for us. They lost quite a few people because of it. If you talk like that, they might raise your price separately. Qin Chuan's reminder made Chen Ai quickly cover his mouth and shut up. He breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed that the NPCs were all busy and no one had noticed his words. Should we buy one? Should we pick one from these cars? Ask first. Qin Chuan approached an NPC who was sorting sheet metal parts and, with the NPC's directions, met the person in charge of the auto repair shop. Hello, this is Kobo. Do you need to rent a car? Don't be fooled by their less than ideal appearance. They're all perfectly functional. If you'd like, we can quickly refurbish them to your specifications. The owner of the auto repair shop, Kubo, is a bearded man who gives a rather generous first impression. That would be perfect, but I heard you also handle vehicle upgrades and modifications. Qin Chuan asked. Yes, of course we do. But I'm sorry, we're not fully prepared. We don't have the necessary vehicle control components for the upgrade, so we can't help you with the modification and upgrade right away. However, if you can provide the components or devices, we can also provide technical services and only charge a modification fee, Kibo explained to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan listened to his words while observing the condition of the assembled vehicles. He wasn't surprised to hear that there were currently no upgrade channels available. Do you have their specific configuration parameters? Qin Chuan asked, pointing to one of the vehicles. We don't have that, because it's all manually assembled. The engine components inside are assembled from engines, drive shafts, and other parts salvaged from the battlefield or from the Kroni junkyard. Qin Chuan understood that Kibo's implication was that they didn't have unified data for measurement and reference. However, Kibo said that they could try it out themselves, and if there were any unsatisfactory aspects, they could be modified as long as they had the technical expertise. The internal structure of the assembled vehicles is largely the same. The functions of the driver's cab should be based on Kroni technology, using similar control methods. Therefore, even if you don't know how to drive, you can easily get the hang of it. Moreover, Qin Chuan, an experienced driver from Haicheng, quickly mastered it and drove around the community. To be honest, I didn't realize this when I drove the armored vehicle last time. The driving experience is really amazing, except the seat is a bit uncomfortable. Qin Chuan jumped out of the driver's seat and immediately told Kubo that he wanted to buy the vehicle. The total price is 30,000 star coins. It's not expensive. You can buy it with 4 or 5 getters. But it's not cheap either. You'd need several lives to get 4 or 5 getters. Thank you for your support. Please wait a moment. We'll replace the car body for you right away. After seeing that the other party paid 30,000 star coins via the regional network without batting an eye, Kobo thanked him repeatedly and quickly called his men to disassemble and replace the shell of the assembled car, which was riddled with bullet holes. By the way, regarding the parts you mentioned for the upgrade, when will you be able to get them? Jean Chuan asked Kubo as he watched them frantically dismantle his new car into a skeleton, noticing how the rough but not inferior engine components were assembled with a level of technology far beyond reality. Because he realized that it was clearly not something that he or any other player could replace. The delivery time is not fixed, because it depends on the luck of the scavenging teams outside. If they are lucky, they may get a set in 4 or 5 days, but if they are unlucky, they may only get some repair parts. So the best situation is for you to bring your own replacement kit. Bring your own. Go scavenge Kroni's junk. Dust, who had been watching the vehicles for a while without much interest, asked in return after hearing this. This is just our means of making a living. If you were to take action, you would have more ways to acquire them. For example, there is a roller weapon in the Kroni camp in the jungle. It has a good transmission device inside. If you want to be more extravagant, you could also put the propulsion engine of a single-person airship in a vehicle. There are also some equipment from the Giant Tooth Special Forces. They are all good stuff. The bearded man, his chin trembling, told them everything, as if he had been waiting for them to ask this question. Before long, Jean Chuan drove the brand new assembled metal vehicle away from the red crystal community. In addition to a passenger named Starry, there were some spare red crystals on board. Following the directional instructions on the user panel, the two drove towards the hideout of the drifters. In about 30 minutes, the metal-plated vehicle had traveled dozens of kilometers and arrived at the foot of the mountain where the Xia Shang aircraft had crashed. There happened to be a black armored truck parked there, and many players were gathered around waiting to depart. The group of players also saw the uninvited guest and initially wanted to call the police to warn them, but they quickly realized it was one of their own. Isn't that streamer Quinn? He's our leader, all clear. Wow, they've all gotten into cars already. Dude, the vehicle system just launched, right? It's only been online for less than an hour, and they've already got cars. Jean Chuan performed a drift maneuver, parking the assembled vehicle side by side next to the armored vehicle. As soon as I got out of the car, the other players surrounded me, asking me all sorts of questions about the assembled vehicle. It takes half an hour to get here from Hongjing Community, at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. It's no problem. I feel that if there were a paved road, it would be even faster. Jean Chuan replied to them one by one, while Chenari took the opportunity to go find Chrysanthemum. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Coming, don't rush me. Chrysanthemum hurriedly ran out of the cave. Wow, where did you get that bow? Dust noticed a silver-grey bow on Chrysanthemum's back and realized it looked familiar, so he blurted out, "You bought the one Malawian Quachar Paris." What? Is there a problem? Chrysanthemum asked back. No, if rifles aren't enough, then bows will be even less effective at dealing damage, right? Dust said, shrugging. That's a stereotype. What kind of game is this? Starfall Frenzy. When in doubt, use void mechanics. Chrysanthemum curled her lips and reached out to suck a void crystal from Paris. The crystal shimmered with silver light. It was the sensitive trigger he had previously obtained. 2 sensitive trigger, increases rate of fire by 30%, doubles the effect for bows, indirect, rifle pressure 6, bow pressure 6. Do you even understand the significance of doubling the firing rate of bows? The chrysanthemums display the effect of crystallization to the dust. But this isn't bad for a rifle, is it? Even with a 30% increase in rate of fire, Brighton would just use it like a submachine gun to spray water. Besides, where does a bow get its rate of fire? Hand speed equals rate of fire, right? Dust still doesn't understand. What's the use of maxing out the rate of fire for a weapon like the Brighton, which is only good for scratching the surface? As for the rate of fire effect, I've already tested it. The actual effect of increasing the rate of fire is that it allows me to draw the bow more easily and faster without reducing the power output. Chrysanthemum took the bow from behind her back, instantly drew it to show the dust a full moon, and then used Paris as a wrestling stick, pulling it back and forth. So you mean it's full damage every time? That sounds good, but can you aim accurately? Dust asked. Missing an arrow is still a big cost, isn't it? Even if you miss with a rifle, it's still effective in suppressing the opponent. If you miss, it's all for nothing. Sigh, you just don't understand, Chrysanthemum said, patting a metal can hanging from her waist, and asked in return, if the arrows were strapped with fragmentation bombs, would I even need to aim accurately after a combo attack? Chapter 94 really liked a line from a non-European player. Huh? With Chrysanthemum in tow, the three of them rushed back to the red crystal community, sending Chrysanthemum to search the entire map for her void crystal. Before long, apart from a few being picked up by unsuspecting NPCs and requiring some persuasion to get them back, Chrysanthemum quickly collected 5 void crystals. 5 in total. Chrysanthemum exclaimed excitedly as she returned to the car. After all, who doesn't love opening blind boxes, especially since there's a surefire way to make a profit? Hold on tight. Next stop, Bloodbath Transit Warehouse. Jean Chuan warned, turning the control panel to drive outwards. Open it quickly. The dust urged the chrysanthemums to crystallize. Before long, all 5 crystals were observed. 3 bronze, 1 silver, and 1 gold. Feeling a bit unlucky, Chrysanthemum touched her nose. Let me see. Dust took the 5 crystals from the chrysanthemum and held them in its hand. This bronze one has ballistic deflection, increases shield capacity by 9% per level, and has a pressure of 2. I also have this one, but I don't have a shield right now, so I can't use it. The second bronze one, Iron Cleave, increases the chance of this attack becoming a weak point attack by 20%. That's pretty powerful, but even level 0 pressure requires 4. Bronze, pressure point, I have this one too. It increases melee damage by 20% per level. It feels like bronze level items are amazing. It also has 4 pressure points at level 0. Silver is rifling. Holy crap, 15% more shooting damage per level. And the pressure is 4. You call this bad luck? Looking at the 4 crystals, each one represents a real stat boost. Except for the Iron Slash, which is a bit luck-based, but if the probability is increased, it will be terrifying. Every strike will hit a weak point and be fatal. Who can withstand that? I certainly can't. As for the gold color, dust focuses its energy on projecting itself onto the surface. 0 split chamber. Each shot has a 15% chance to generate additional projectiles without consuming ammunition. Each projectile deals independent damage. Indirect, rifle pressure 10, R. Dust's eyes suddenly widened as it stared at the golden crystal. What happened? What's the effect? The chrysanthemum hadn't even looked closely before the dust snatched the crystal away. See for yourself. Dust handed the split chamber to chrysanthemum, somewhat speechless. Let me see. Split chamber, pressure 10. When Juhua saw the last number, she jumped up from her seat, bumped her head on the roof, and sat back down, startling the driver, Jean Chuan. No, what's going on with you guys? Jean Chuan asked, puzzled. Look at that Quinn. After slowing down and stopping, Jean Chuan took the golden crystal and almost threw it out of the car window. Holy crap, what the hell? 10 stress points. Jean Chuan couldn't believe it. It's important to know that all the void crystals we've seen so far, at level 0, have a pressure level below level 5, increasing by 1 point for each level gained. However, this golden crystal, despite its relatively low level of 0, actually exerts a pressure that other crystals at levels 5 or 6 or higher can only achieve. Level 5 or 6. Pressure point. Level 0 grants 4 points of pressure, while level 5 increases melee damage by 120%. Rifling at level 0 provides 4 points of pressure, while level 5 increases shot damage by 75%. What kind of lousy thing is this? Splitting the chamber. A 15% value, or even a probability value, and you dare to ask for 10 points of pressure. This can't be a bug, can it? Chrysanthemum asked somewhat awkwardly as she caught the void crystal that Qin Chuan had tossed to her with disdain. This isn't impossible. Didn't yesterday's announcement say that the types of void crystals have been increased, and a few bugs have also been added? I guess they just happened to fall on your shoulders. Qin Chuan restarted the assembly vehicle and drove off again, saying at the same time, "Wow, your luck is off the charts, Chrysanthemum," Dust said gloatingly. TSK, the development team is really biased. Some people have amazing stats for bronze-level crystals, while I finally got a gold crystal and it's only level 10 pressure. Why are the chrysanthemums filled with tears? Because they love this game so deeply. Bullshit. Haha, it's alright. Aren't you level 5 in willpower? You can share 5 points of pressure. Why don't you increase the frequency of your bow? 5 points is about 15% frequency increase, and it doesn't require much experience. Dust chimed in from the side. Hey, stop talking about me. What did you guys get? Chrysanthemum was annoyed by the teasing and put away the 5 crystals, asking Dust and the other 2 in return. TSK, stop talking. I only have 2 crystals in total. One is bronze, which increases reload speed, and the other is gold, which dropped from Yates. It's called something like critical delay, a rifle boost that increases the probability of making a shot a weak point shot by 33.3%, but the rate of fire will decrease by 3.3%. The stress level is 4, so it's not too bad. Qin Chuan's final sigh undoubtedly dealt a fatal blow to the heart of the chrysanthemum. Then, and what about you? Chrysanthemum looked at the guy next to her. I wasn't very lucky. I only picked up 6 crystals. Dust had just finished speaking when Chrysanthemum grabbed his collar. You call this bad luck? Don't rush, although there are 6, 5 of them are bronze, buddy, Dust said with a wry smile. Oh, 5 coppers. That's not very good. Upon hearing the news, Chrysanthemum calmed down somewhat and released her grip to apologize to Dust. However, when she thought of Dust's incredible bronze level stats, she felt a strange unease again. For Dust, is extracting copper the same as extracting gold? Tell me, what are the effects? Chrysanthemum quickly asked. Besides the pressure point, there's also ballistic deflection, which you also possess, Dust said, taking out a copper-colored crystal. Oh. Dismemberment is also a melee effect, increasing damage to weak points by 15% per level, stress 4. And then, not bad. Steel fiber increases skin resilience, 9% per level, and pressure also needs to be 4 points. Another copper-colored crystal. Oh, the number is a bit low, what a pity. Not bad. Pilot, resists an additional 10% damage while airborne, stress 4 points. The conditions are a bit harsh. Something's not right. All 5 bronze-colored void crystals were in Dust's hands. Although they didn't seem very strong, Chrysanthemum vaguely sensed that something was wrong. What's the last one? I can accept you withdrawing gold. Chrysanthemum said after thinking for a second. Yes, it is indeed gold. Chrysanthemum. Dust took out the last void crystal. Whether it was an illusion or not, Chrysanthemum felt that the void crystal in Dust's hand was more dazzling than her own golden one. Before Genera could explain, he reached out and took it, intending to look at it himself. Genera didn't seem to mind, as he had just done the same thing. Chrysanthemum was uneasy. He saw that his friend had indeed achieved 5 wins and 5 losses. If the crystal's effect was still poor, even he would feel bad. But this guy is really a bit cheeky, and Chrysanthemum doesn't want him to get the good crystals. Thus, amidst this conflicted state of mind, the effects of the golden crystal slowly appeared before him. 3 shock absorber, reduces physical damage taken by 20%, indirectly. Phantom armor, stress 7. Chapter 95 attacked on the way. What does this mean? Chrysanthemum held up the golden void crystal in her hand, raising her eyebrows as she looked at the dust. Haha, what else could it mean? Hearing the questioning voice from behind, Qin Chuan couldn't hold back any longer. Ballistic deflection shield maxed out, health and vitality maxed out, steel fiber, that sounds like it increases defense, so it's all maxed out armor. And the pilot shock absorber, that damage reduction is just for taking hits. He's the most durable champion in the game right now. Hearing Qin Chuan's teasing, Chenai's face flushed red, veins popping out as he argued. Damage immunity doesn't mean being hit. Front row. Can being a front row tank be called being durable? He then spewed out some ridiculous statements, such as they won't be able to hurt me then, and you can only deal damage if you're alive. Can you equip this thing now? I see you've already upgraded it to level 3. Chrysanthemum asked with concern after laughing. After all, she would definitely be relying on Dust to take the hits for her in the future. No, I mean to help pull monsters and draw aggro. Such an important position can't be messed up. I'm also level 5 now, and after fighting the boss yesterday, Phantom's frequency of attack jumped up to 21.1%, which is exactly the pressure cap of 7 points. My vitality was raised to level 4 because I didn't waste entropy, which is 6 points of pressure. So I'm just 1 point away from installing shock absorbers, Dust said with some regret. Keep in mind that this is a valuable percentage-based damage reduction. The higher the damage received, the more terrifying the damage reduction from this percentage becomes. Then why did you go straight to level 3? Level 2 would have been usable already. Chrysanthemum asked, puzzled. I got too excited when I saw the percentage symbol and wanted to see its limit, but who knew that it would show that it had reached the rule limit when I added it to level 3? Dust took back the shock absorber from Chrysanthemum and shook his head with a sigh. Fortunately, the entropy consumed was about the same as the usual level 3. Level 3 is the limit. That's a bit low. It feels like your vitality is even lower. Chrysanthemum shook her head. Well, it's not so bad. If we can equip all of them someday, the 20% damage reduction will raise the upper limit significantly. And let's not even talk about me. Now that I think about it, your split chamber shouldn't be bad. It can be considered double damage. Dust mentioned the high-pressure crystal again. What's so good about it? It's only a 15% chance. Even if it's not a guaranteed random hit based on luck, you'll only trigger double damage 15 times out of 100 shots. Chrysanthemum waved her hand, denying Dust's opinion. But each level increases the probability by 15%. What if it could reach 100%? With a rifle, you'd fire 2 bullets every time. If that's still not enough, what if you added Quinn's critical delay, making every shot a weak point hit? And then there's the weak point sensor, further increasing weak point damage. After Dust finished speaking, Qin Chuan immediately added, and what if this set of crystals is then installed on the evil eye? Back then, Yez almost shattered my single soldier airship with 1 shot. You can take it down with 2 shots, 2 weak point damage amplification shots, let alone an airship. You could even destroy a space carrier. Quinn, the space carrier is in the sea. Sigh, it's all the same thing. If you know this combination, you can turn anything into a powerful weapon. As the 3 were talking, suddenly a shield rippled across Qin Chuan's face without warning, indicating that something had activated his shield deflection. Immediately afterward, a gunshot rang out. Watch out. Enemy attack. Keep your body low to the ground. Qin Chuan quickly turned the steering wheel sharply, while loudly warning the 2 people behind him. You're too late. Dust has already been hit. It looks like it just bounced off your shield. Chrysanthemum reacted quickly, immediately grabbing the handrail on the vehicle frame, and at the same time saw a bloody hole in Dust's chest. Just a minor scratch. Just kidding, it won't bleed. As long as it doesn't kill me, it's no big deal. Dust looked perfectly normal, but when he glanced down at the bloody hole in his chest, he realized that it hadn't hit his heart and that the recovery time would only be 10 minutes, so he immediately classified it as a scratch. Awesome, is this the confidence that vitality gives you? No, that's the confidence Brother Shang gave me. Didn't he suggest I build my character around this crystal? I plan to max it out right away. Stop chatting, we're still being ambushed. Qin Chuan was speechless. The 3 men lowered their bodies, and thanks to Qin Chuan's superb zigzag driving skills, the subsequent gunshots did not cause them any actual damage. They only heard the clanging sound of armor being pierced from the vehicle's exterior. Do you know the direction? Dust popped out from the backseat. Damn it, we're the kind of guys who wiped out 400 Kroni soldiers, and you think we can just hold them down with a gun? I didn't hear any gunshots from my side, they're from the right. Chrysanthemum said. I saw it. Qin Chuan had also been searching for the direction from which the bullets came. Just as Ju Hua gave him a warning, he also noticed that the bullets were fired from the same direction. With a flick of the control wheel, the engine of the assembled vehicle roared to full power, the rear wheels kicked up a cloud of grass clippings, and it accelerated toward the general direction. During the advance, Qin Chuan's frontal shield was repeatedly triggered, indicating that it had found the right path. By accurately predicting the enemy's firing rate, Qin Chuan barely dodged 3 or 4 bullets before finally crashing into the enemy just before his shield was destroyed. Holy crap! The Kroni Empire has added a new unit type. Dust was taken aback when he saw the armor paint of the enemy soldiers. Yes, the attackers were indeed their old friends, the Kroni. However, the armor of these Kroni soldiers was completely different from that of the common Kroni soldiers. It was painted in a greyish-white color with some orange-red patterns on the surface, making them stand out from other soldiers. Seeing that this hunting van dared to ram into them head-on, the group of unfamiliar Kroni soldiers did not panic and dodge. Instead, one of the soldiers, with a surge of air behind him, leaped into the air, a deep red weapon in his hand aimed at the front of the vehicle. Boom! A fireball the size of a fist shot straight at Qin Chuan. He immediately swerved to avoid the shot, but when the fireball hit the ground, it caused a violent explosion, flipping his entire car over. He rolled a few times and lay on his back on the ground, motionless for a moment, with only the flames from the explosion burning the surrounding weeds. Looks like the credit for the victory is mine. The Kroni soldier landed slowly, carrying a deep red rifle, and looked provocatively at a Kroni female soldier in the squad who had a round head, a relatively normal build, and whose face was covered with white and red paint. In her hand was a sniper rifle equipped with a scope. It's clear that she initiated the initial sniping. HMPH. The female soldier was very unconvinced, snorted coldly, and turned her head away. This reaction pleased the soldier, and he was about to grin when a Kroni soldier next to him, whose armor was completely different and whose helmet was towering high, snatched the crimson gun from his hand. Damn it, I was just showing you, and you actually used it. The cannibalistic woman's ammunition is hard to carry. Every shot used is one less available, and you actually used it on this bunch of plains hogs. He carefully wiped the cannibalistic woman in his hands, but the more he talked, the angrier he became, and he went up and kicked her. It's nothing, it's not a big mission. Just because a shipment was intercepted, the higher-ups sent us to look after this warehouse. That's making a mountain out of a molehill. And if you, the cannibalistic she-devil, aren't used now, you probably won't be able to fire a single shot until the next transfer order comes. Hearing his teammates' reprimand, even after being kicked, the soldier wasn't angry. He even offered to let him use his thug backpack to go bungee jumping later. Just then, a noise came from the overturned assembly truck. I won't steal experience points in Chapter 96. Several white-clad Kroni soldiers present glanced at the scene. Wow, one shot at the cannibalistic woman didn't even kill them. Is your gun a defective product from the military factory? You're talking nonsense. It's clearly your poor aim. The blast wave was mostly blocked by the front of the car, which is why they survived. It was just pure luck. Then why don't you give them another shot? Get out. Use your Gadapa. The two were arguing about the cannibalistic woman, while the other teammates were just watching the show. Qin Chuan and his 2 companions, on the other hand, were having a rather unpleasant time. I was literally knocked offline, and everything went black. Chrysanthemum was dizzy and had many bruises on her body and face. Come out quickly. A low voice came from beside her ear, and Chrysanthemum was quickly pulled out from under the car by the dust. What's the situation now? Don't they plan to continue the attack? Dust patted Chrysanthemum's face to wake him up, and at the same time turned to ask Qin Chuan, who was also cowering behind the car. No, they didn't think much of us, assuming we were just ordinary people from the plains. Qin Chuan said calmly, because the shell-like object had exploded near the front of the vehicle, and the aftershock had directly shattered his shield, causing him to stumble and fall. However, the opponent's underestimation gave him time, and now the shield has been fully charged. There are 5 new unit types in total. That guy just now could fly, and he was using the villain backpack from our blueprint. It's very agile and fast. Another one is using that cannon-like thing from before, called something like the cannibalistic witch. Qin Chuan quickly introduced the situation on the other side. She really is a female demon, so hot. Dust felt a tingling sensation on his face, as if he had been burned. There are 2 more that are unclear. One is holding 2 thick-barreled guns, probably shotguns or something. Another is short and has 2 light machetes at his waist. The last one is a female sniper. After Qin Chuan finished speaking, the 3 fell into a brief silence. How are we supposed to fight this? Chrysanthemum covered her head. Maybe we should just surrender. This team is too well-rounded. They have melee, ranged, mid-range, and even flying abilities. They're practically invincible. Dust started to back down. Now you're talking about throwing. Didn't you say before that we couldn't let anyone hold us down? Qin Chuan glanced at Chenari. Then we didn't know their firepower was so strong. Dust quickly retorted, then realized, Quinn means we can fight. Yes, it's possible, Qin Chuan said confidently. The 2 soldiers from Kroni seemed to have had enough of arguing, and their teammates seemed quite used to this kind of scene, so they didn't interrupt them. Forget it. I'm not going to talk about this with you. These pigs have had enough of watching the show, haven't they? The soldier carrying the thug's backpack turned to look in the direction where Qin Chuan and the other 2 were hiding, drew his Genera, and called out to his teammate next to him who had 2 machetes hanging from his waist. Shorty, let's go together. Call me the Predator. You stupid villain. The Predator drew 2 curved machetes from its waist and followed the thug straight toward the front of the car. Have you had enough of playing hide and seek? The thug suddenly rushed to the side, raised his gun and fired a burst of bullets at the back of the car, only to find that there was nothing there. In a moment of surprise, a figure darted out from behind the corner of the car's rear, and a martial knife gleaming with orange-red heat slashed down at his head. Clang, the Predator's machete suddenly shot out from the side, deflecting the heavy blow, and another blade slashed across the attacker's waist. Buzz, the pale blue radiating ripples deflected the slash, and the machete directly cut a crack in the inverted car door. Deflection shield. Before the Predator could even react in surprise, 2 more figures darted out from behind, slashing down with 2 martial knives at the same time. You're asking for it. The thug raised his hand and pressed the muzzle of his gun against the Predator's shoulder to counteract the recoil. Jedala then opened fire fiercely on the 2 of them. More than 10 bullets struck one person, causing him to fall to his side and die instantly. Another person, however, was shielded from the barrage by a figure who flashed forward from behind and deflected the bullets with a shield. Still trying to save people. You'll all die. The villain laughed and cursed, not noticing that this was already out of his teammate's sight. Just as he was about to ambush the 2 survivors with the Predator, the corpse next to him suddenly lunged forward halfway down, escaping the Predator's attack range, and even slashed the villain's waist with a backhand slash before he could dodge. The scorching blade instantly pierced through the soft armor at his waist, and blood gushed out. Ah, damn it. Shorty, help me. The villain clutched his wound and staggered back several steps, raising his gun to shoot the cunning fellow. No one can help you. Dust, covered in bloody holes, swung his hand back and pierced the villain's armor, tearing another hole. The dual-wielding Predator was already entangled by Qin Chuan and Ju Hua. Faced with the high-temperature blade of the martial machete, the Predator dared not take it head-on. After parrying 3 or 4 blows, his lightweight machete was actually damaged. Where did you get your martial knives? The Predator roared in fury. Your teammates will ask the same question next time, but the object of their doubt will become your weapon, Chrysanthemum said sarcastically, blocking Qin Chuan's dodge angles from the left and right, and slashing in a cross shape with 1 horizontal and 1 vertical line. Damn it. Seeing that he had nowhere to hide, the predator gritted his teeth and blocked with his twin blades in front of him, while trying to use the impact of the attack to escape the attack range of the two. However, this desperate attempt to block only managed to stop a high-temperature blade. What? In the predator's eyes, the machete in the left-hand survivor's hand suddenly transformed into a white rifle, which was also pointed at its head. Bang bang bang, the predator's head exploded into watermelon pieces in an instant, and red and white matter covered the car's exterior behind it. The two successfully worked together to take down one person, but the situation for Dust was not so optimistic. Damn it. Dust overestimated his current recovery ability. The bullet holes in his body were also frantically draining his strength. With the villain injured twice in succession, the subsequent follow-up knife strikes were not powerful enough, and he could only barely open the armor. However, the villains were terrified by the sight of the predator being ambushed and killed. These three were clearly not ordinary plains boars, and the two of them's act of tricking and killing the predator was something that the numb remnants of the past could never have imagined or done. Help! They're rebel agents. Whether he was rambling or had a sudden inspiration, he immediately activated his airflow backpack and leaped into the air, desperately calling for help from his teammates who were just watching the show. What? I initially thought this guy was just joking around, but then I noticed that the villain was covered in bloody wounds and blood was dripping from his feet as he floated in the air. That's when I realized something was wrong. Assistance. Cavalry flank suppression, snipers follow. While instructing his teammates to change formations, the bombardier gripped the cannibalistic woman tightly and charged towards the villain to prepare for a rescue. However, just as he pulled out the hematopoietic injection and was about to catch the thug, an arrow shot from behind and struck the thug's jetpack. Sparks flew everywhere, and the jetpack uncontrollably sped up at full power. The thug suddenly accelerated and crashed into the bombardier. The two were dragged several meters on the ground by the jetpacks. Boom! It exploded into a burst of sparks. TSK, the villain's backpack is a bit, not very useful. Qin Chuan said to Ju Hua, who was holding a bow and arrow, after seeing this. At least they can fly. What do they do next? There are only two of them left, Chrysanthemum countered. Only two left. Isn't that easy to handle? Dust, covered in blood, sat casually by the car, carrying a martial machete. I won't steal the experience points for something this simple. I'll leave it to you guys. You idiot. ×2 Chapter 97 Dust. A visionary perspective thud. 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 The deep rumble shook everyone's eardrums. The gun barrels spewed out shrapnel to cool the bullets. The burly Kroni shotgunner, who had been hiding his true strength, managed to suppress Qin Chuan and Ju Hua all by himself, forcing them to bury their heads and take cover. Then there was the female sniper, whose figure was almost the same as the players. She changed positions very quickly, and with several changes in angle of sniping, she soon forced the three of them into the muzzle of a shotgun. Damn it, I blew them up. Chrysanthemum had many bloody holes and abrasions from shotgun blasts all over his body. Fortunately, Phantom could stop the bleeding automatically. Otherwise, given his physique, he would probably be lying on the ground by now. Don't be impulsive. It's not worth wasting your life here. Otherwise, I would have resurrected Dust to fight on the front lines. Qin Chuan pressed down on Chrysanthemum's shoulder. What do we do now? There's no way to avoid it anymore, Chrysanthemum asked, holding the fragmentation grenade in her hand. Just as Qin Chuan was about to peek out to see the enemy's figure, a sniper shot hit his shield, and he quickly ducked back. However, it also allowed him to see the other party's footsteps. Okay, I'll take out the snipers. You guys hold off the shotgunners, Qin Chuan said. What? Before Ju Hua could react, Qin Chuan, carrying Brighton, bent down and rushed out, firing repeatedly from the gun. Brighton's bullet struck the sniper, sending sparks flying. Unlike other Kroni soldiers, she only had sheet metal sewn onto her body for basic protection, without any padding to absorb shock. As a result, she was also hit by the hail of bullets, and she ducked and covered her face before turning and running toward her teammates. Upon hearing the gunfire, the shotgunners turned their guns towards Qin Chuan and fired suppressive shots from the waist. Large shards of shrapnel rained down on Qin Chuan's shield, instantly causing it to flicker and become unstable. Just as the shotgunner was about to continue firing, Chrysanthemum suddenly appeared and shot an arrow. The metal arrow pierced the shotgunner's breastplate 2 centimeters with a whoosh, and the shotgunner's figure was only shaken by the impact, obviously without any real damage. Your bow can't even break through armor. Dust wasn't just a bystander. It lay down next to the car to take over Chrysanthemum's firepower, and said at the same time, "What can I do? Your rifle is just scratching the surface." Chrysanthemum anxiously drew her bow again and fired, but this time she missed completely. Or you can throw a grenade, Dust said. I only brought 2. What will I do after I use them? Chrysanthemum asked rhetorically. Let's deal with the present first, then worry about the future. Before Chrysanthemum could say anything more, she suddenly realized that the shotgun shells were already aimed at her. Thump thump. From Chrysanthemum's perspective, everything spun around her. She thought she was about to choose resurrection, but found that her consciousness had not drifted away. What happened? Looking down, he realized that it was Dust who had kicked him down, which was why he hadn't been killed by the 2 shots fired by the other side. Holy crap, bro. Chrysanthemum exclaimed gratefully. Just as he was about to pull out his grenade and say goodbye to his hesitant self, he caught a glimpse of a fiery red object lying on the scorched grass not far away. His pupils contracted instantly, and without thinking, he rushed out, shouting, "Cover me!" Dust didn't know what he was going to do, but he still pulled out his weapon to provide cover fire for Chrysanthemum. Qin Chuan's situation wasn't going smoothly either. The sniper was running quite fast, making it difficult for him to close the distance quickly. At the same time, he also had to be wary of the sniper suddenly turning around and firing a shot. It's fortunate that the shotgunner was engaged, otherwise he would probably be dead. A disgusting unit, huh? I'm really getting angry. Qin Chuan suddenly stopped in his tracks, took 3 deep breaths to calm his heartbeat, and then picked up Brighton. In an instant, Brighton seemed to merge into his palm, his arm, his gaze passing over the back of Brighton's gun, his eyes becoming one with it. The sniper didn't hear the gunfire behind him and assumed Qin Chuan was reloading, so he turned around and aimed, only to find Qin Chuan standing straight, like a stone statue not far away. Through the scope she was looking through with one eye, her slightly narrowed gaze and the dark muzzle of the gun seemed to lock onto her at the same time. A chill ran down her spine, causing her hand to hesitate for half a second before pulling the trigger. Bang! A crisp gunshot, characteristic of Brighton, rang out, and the sniper's head exploded. On the other side, Chrysanthemum stepped on the shotgun's firing line and leaped up, catching the crimson weapon on the ground. She is a cannibalistic female demon. Come on, let's shoot each other. Chrysanthemum shouted, grabbing the cannibalistic woman and turning to pull the trigger on the shotgunner. The cannibalistic woman's gun barrel rapidly heated up, causing the air to steam and distort. A fireball shot out half a second later, and the enormous recoil even sent her Chrysanthemum flying. The fireball seemed to grow larger and larger in the shotgunner's eyes, and in that instant, he remembered all the moments he shared with his brothers. The next moment, he was engulfed in flames. Holy crap. Dust watched the figure rapidly charring and turning black in the flames, and couldn't help but feel a pang of fear for his 3 teammates. Thankfully they hadn't hit them, or they would have been scorched to death. A sudden and fierce battle ended in a hard-fought victory. The 3 men sat down to rest, leaning against the overturned assembly vehicle, and also took stock of their spoils. A sniper rifle and its remaining 27 bullets, a cannibalistic machete and its remaining 3 compressed incendiary rounds, a dagra and some ammunition, and 2 machetes with many scratches. What a pity about that double-barreled automatic shotgun. The high temperature of the incendiary round ignited the magazine, causing it to explode and fall apart. Chrysanthemum sighed. These weapons are pretty good haul, especially this ogre witch weapon, Qin Chuan said optimistically. It's not bad, but there are only 3 rounds of ammunition. It can only be used to turn the tide of battle in critical moments. Dust lay on the ground trying to avoid extra physical exertion and recover from his injuries at full speed, but even so, it would still take more than 3 hours. Otherwise, I'll just go to sleep and log off. I think that would reduce the time to less than an hour, Dust complained. TSK, you're riddled with bullets, and you're still not happy about being fully healed in just 3 hours. Chrysanthemum sighed helplessly, but then remembered that Dust had a device that accelerated recovery, so she pressed, where's your life repair device? Lost it. Hee tilde, damn it. Stop pretending to be cute. Go to hell. How did you get lost? I don't know. It was there when we were fighting the boss, but it disappeared after we finished the story underground. It's probably a bug, so I applied to make one before I logged off yesterday. It should have been done a while ago. As Dust spoke, he found the Foundry page in the user panel and selected to collect the life repair device that had been completed. A ripple of void appeared before the Dust, and a cylindrical life repair device fell onto him. Well, isn't your brother EIG far-sighted? Dust activated the repair device and placed it in the center of the 3 of them. 666. Brother Ari is a master strategist. The army moves only after the supplies are ready. Chrysanthemum said, bowing. Seeing this, Chuan silently withdrew his hand, which he had just put into his waist bag and was about to take out the life repair device, and zipped it up. It turns out that he revived just as I was using his repair tool yesterday, so I didn't notice. Let's just treat it as a bug. Chuan thought to himself. So how will this equipment be distributed? Dust then asked the crucial question. Chapter 98. Could it be a decryption player? There's no need to distribute them now. Chuan shook his head and said. They're just weapons in our hands, but if we give them to Xia Shang and Audis, we can each have a blueprint. That means that none of us can possess this weapon, just like the evil eye. Chrysanthemum and Dust both agreed, but the current situation is that even if they hand over these weapons and obtain the blueprints, they'll still have to find the materials to make them. I've decided to keep using it for now, at least until we've secured this transit warehouse. Maybe we'll make a killing and then use all the blueprints to build it when we get back. Dust suggested. That's what I mean. We'll use it to buy materials, and once we get back, we'll hand them in and make a new one. Chuan nodded. Then I'll go pick up the shotgun fragments too. What if brother Xia Shang or Audis can figure out the blueprints? Chrysanthemum excitedly ran to retrieve 2 gun barrels and a stock. But among these weapons, the most useful cannibalistic weapon has very little ammunition left, only 3 rounds. I calculated the magazine capacity, and each magazine only holds 5 rounds, Chrysanthemum said regretfully. Upon hearing this, Dust immediately said, I already told you to throw grenades. There are plenty of fragment grenades in the red crystal camp. Chrysanthemum, I didn't expect it to have so little ammunition. Oh well, it's definitely my fault. How about we send one of the cannibalistic monsters' ammunition to brother Xia Shang and have him break down a blueprint? Chuan quickly tried to smooth things over. Everyone agreed to the suggestion, and soon Chrysanthemum transmitted a bright red incendiary bomb to Xia Shang. Wait, let me send him an explanation. It would be terrible if he thought we teleported bombs to his house. Chuan quickly sent a message to Xia Shang. Xia Shang, we captured a super powerful weapon, but the accompanying ammunition is too scarce. I saw that the evil eye can analyze the blueprints for gunpowder, so I was wondering if it's possible to analyze the blueprints for the ammunition as well. The sample has already been sent. Xia Shang was not at his hiding place at the time. He was puzzled when a very intimidating-looking bullet was suddenly delivered to him. He only understood what was going on after receiving the message. So it turns out the blueprint came for free. Xia Shang weighed the familiar bullet in his hand, thought for a moment, and decided to let them have it for free. Xia Shang, sure, but you'll be using this weapon very soon, right? The materials for this kind of ammunition aren't easy to come by. It's all right. As long as we know the materials, we'll know which warehouses to run to later. Otherwise, if we use up all our bullets, we'll only have a stick left. Even if we get into the warehouse, we won't know which ones are useful, which would be a waste. Xia Shang, okay, I've already given it to Audis to analyze. He should have the results in about 10 minutes. Please wait a moment. There won't be such a good thing next time. Xia Shang shook his head, sighing that he still didn't have the talent to be a capitalist. I should have gone to KUPS for further studies. They are experts in this area. On the other side, the 3 got the answer they wanted and excitedly high-fived each other. In less than 10 minutes, all 3 of them received a blueprint for an ogre ammo that could be made an unlimited number of times. Explosive extinguishing agent, ferrite, biomass, and polymer bundles. Chrysanthemum slapped her forehead, unable to bear looking at the cruel ingredient list. What is biomass? This was the first time Dust had ever seen the name of this thing. It seems to be the same type of material as nanospores. I heard someone mention it at the market. It's also a very dangerous material, Chuan said, frowning. Why is it dangerous? Is it poisonous? Dust asked, puzzled. I don't know. You see, the way they store nanospores is through isolation, so it's probably a substance that can't be touched casually. Maybe it's harmful to the skin. The 3 hadn't been discussing for long when they heard what sounded like shouts coming from afar. Chuan picked up his sniper rifle and took a look, only to find that it was actually players driving over in their assembled vehicles. Wow, someone can actually afford a car that costs tens of thousands. Dust stared wide-eyed as the assembled car rapidly approached. He noticed that it wasn't brand new like Chuan's car. It had just had holes patched up on the sheet metal before it arrived. Holy crap, the durable king, burning eyes Dust. And the boss first kill player, Chrysanthemum loves maid. What's going on with you guys? How did you all manage to flip the car? As the assembly vehicle approached its stop, 3 players got off, their IDs above their heads being 9-5 Wisdom Trout. Ezio praises me, and your girlfriend isn't bad. Your girlfriend is pretty good at recognizing the 3 players' IDs, especially when she saw the ID of the player who was lying in a daze. She immediately exclaimed in surprise. Chuan and his 2 companions realized that all of them had familiar IDs, and that they were also pro gamers. Oh dear, we've been ambushed. A completely new type of soldier, they. Chrysanthemum Love, Maid and Chuan then explained the situation. What? A brand new unit, a 5-person squad, an area of effect fire-based weapon, and a long-range sniper rifle. Upon hearing this, the 3 looked at the spoils of war laid out on the ground, the overturned, half-blackened and half-covered in blood assembled vehicle next to it, the nearby charred but now extinguished grass, and some wreckage not far away. You guys are really awesome. Ezio praised me, giving the 3 a thumbs up, then asked, do you need any help with this car? With the old assembler's accelerator slamming into Chuan's car finally came back to normal. It's alright, this car is very durable. On the way here, it went downhill and flipped several times, but it was fine, Joe Jizuan laughed. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. What are you guys planning to do? This car must have been expensive. Dust had recovered quite well and was able to get up, asking the 3 of them. Hey, you guys bought it? I don't know how much you spent. Mine is rented, 10,000 star coins a month. Repairs are extra. As for what we're going to do with it, of course, it's the same as yours, Joe Jizuan replied, patting his vehicle. Same. You're going to rob someone too? No, how did you know we were going to rob someone? Chrysanthemum asked in surprise. Hey, the fact that the 3 of you teamed up and stole an armored vehicle as soon as the server opened is well known. We also checked out the new features at the Red Crystal Mine. The 2 of you had 2 material collection quests set up, both of which are materials needed for this blueprint reward. Plus, we were planning to make this evil eye flintlock anyway, so we naturally knew what you were up to. Ezio praised my analysis as excellent and well organized. Wow, you play games like you're on a manhunt. Are you a professional puzzle player? No, I only know a little about the law. How about it? Are you interested in coming along? It shouldn't be too difficult with 6 people working together. Ezio praised me, suggesting, 30 minutes later, at Guji Mountain, gunfire erupted in a deafening, continuous barrage. Holy crap, is this what you meant by 6 people working together not being too difficult? Dustcat shouted into the communication channel from behind a rock that had been partially smashed. Holy crap, how was I supposed to know? Did they have this kind of equipment when you guys came last time? Ezio, despite his boastful attitude, was firmly pinned behind cover by the gunfire, and the others were in a similar predicament. Because opposite them, at the entrance of the transit warehouse where the Warframe Cryo containers had been previously blocked by players and NPCs, 2 machine gun turrets had been installed at some unknown time. 2 Kroni soldiers were sitting on it, firing wildly, each with 2 machine gun barrels that were bombarding the location where the 6 visitors were hiding at an extremely high rate of nearly 10 rounds per second. In addition, many other Kroni Marines are also rapidly assembling. We've really bitten off more than we can chew. Several players had the same thought. Chapter 99 Go and charge the Kroni troops. Use the cannibalistic she-devil. Dust noticed that the advance of the Kroni Marines forwards had reached the vicinity of the front line, so he shouted into the communication channel. Now, isn't that too early? Chrysanthemum refused. Then throw a grenade. At least make a hole, otherwise we'll be wiped out before we even get into the warehouse. Dust's face was being slapped by flying pebbles. My angle isn't right here. Forget about the angle, just reduce the enemy's firepower and let Quinn snipe those 2 machine gun turrets. That'll be a blessing. Ezio praised me, then pulled out 2 fragmentation grenades from his crotch, and threw them out without even looking. Oh right, I just confiscated a sniper rifle from Quinn, so I won't hide it anymore. Joey Jizuan also realized what was happening. A void portal opened, and a backpack fell out. When he opened it, he found it was full of fragmentation grenades. Using both hands and even his teeth, Joey Jizuan threw fragmentation grenades one after another into the advancing Kroni Marines, forcing them to scatter and lie down. Those who were unlucky had their hands and feet blown off. Holy crap, why didn't you use all these grenades sooner? You've made us all get attacked by these local rats. Dust watched in horror as he pulled out and tossed the grenades, his throwing motions incredibly smooth and fluid. I thought it was going to be sent, so I was even planning to die and not resurrect, just go straight back to town, said Joey Jizuan. This time I'm really going all in. You guys better get me into the warehouse. Sunk costs, Kroni's firepower seemed to have been reduced by more than half in an instant. Qin Chuan realized that this was an opportunity. He immediately drew his orange light sniper rifle with a long barrel and, as if he had just practiced it several times in his mind, accurately located one of the Kroni soldiers who was driving the machine gun turret. With a bang, the Kroni soldier was thrown from his seat by the impact of the sniper bullet, and a splatter of blood could be vaguely seen on his shoulder. TSK, the frequency is too low, it's not easy to use. Qin Chuan quickly ducked back, pulled the bolt and chambered around. On the stock of the sniper rifle, you could see a string of characters that could be translated as Goldsmith Vulcan. Did you take them down? Chrysanthemum asked, startled, as the roar of one of the machine gun turrets subsided. Qin Chuan, no, I'm not used to the new gun, I just missed. Then I'll try. Chrysanthemum was eager to try, drew back Paris's longbow, and shot an arrow. However, the metal arrow traced a parabola and swished into the ground a few meters in front of the turret. Damn it, I forgot about flight attenuation. We need to synchronize with the frequency and put on a more aggressive look. When Chrysanthemum saw a Kroni man raising his gun and aiming at him, he quickly bent down and crawled down. At the same time, Qin Chuan attempted to snipe several bold Kroni soldiers advancing on the edge of the position, gaining nearly several hundred entropy points. Combined with some remaining points from before, he poured them all into the metalworking Vulcan, instantly bringing the frequency to 11%. It's different now. Qin Chuan immediately felt the weight of the metalworking Vulcan gun in his hand become more familiar, and he could control the direction of its muzzle much more easily. So he turned to his teammates for help. Give me a break, give me a break. Draw some firing lines. Upon hearing Quinn's order, the others began to fire intermittently. Joey Jizuan, feeling the pinch from the fragmentation grenades, also switched to suppressing fire. Finding an opening, Qin Chuan peeked out and fired another shot. This time, the shot did indeed hit the face of the remaining turret machine gunner, and even though it didn't hit his forehead, the result was not much different. It's solved. Dust can lead the charge now. Qin Chuan said, glancing down at metalworking Vulcan. He noticed that after successfully sniping the target, metalworking Vulcan's attack frequency had increased by 0.7%. Me. Dust heard the gunfire outside, which, although it had been mostly cut off, was still deafening, and couldn't help but ask a question that struck him like a dagger. It's you. The 2 machine gun turrets will soon be controlled by the new rifleman. Now is our best chance to charge. Qin Chuan sniped twice more, quickly killing one of them. Don't be afraid, we'll follow behind you and provide cover so you can charge into their lines alive. Then you can pull out your martial machete and start hacking away. They won't be able to withstand it. At that point, we'll follow up and kill the enemy. The Kroni will be defeated without a doubt. Ezio praised me immediately. Okay, whatever you say. Dust realized that what he said made a lot of sense, so he rolled away from the cover, bent down and charged towards the line of fire of the Kroni Marines. At the same time, he also took the Genera from the villain, so he charged with 2 submachine guns, and actually showed the momentum of a man charging into the army. Of course, this is on the premise that you don't notice the bullet holes that appear on his body. Holy crap, what a warrior. He charged right away. Your girlfriend was quite surprised and followed her teammates out of cover, aiming and firing as they slowly advanced. Damn it, all the crystals this guy gets are for taking beatings, of course it's fierce. Juhua couldn't hold back anymore, every arrow was shot out at full power, and every hit or kill would increase the frequency, and as long as the frequency increased, his arrows would be more accurate. In addition, Qin Chuan kept his scope focused on the area around the 2 turrets. Anyone who got close was either shot in the head, their armor shattered, and they were either seriously injured or knocked to the ground. Moreover, the entropy points he gained from each kill were immediately invested into his light sniper rifle, which made his marksmanship increasingly accurate. Is that gunshot from the metalworker Vulcan? A Kroni soldier asked in confusion. Throw mines! Throw mines! Shouted the Kroni soldiers. Countless fragmentation grenades flew through the air, but Dust had anticipated this. It plunged headfirst into the corpses of the Kroni, letting their armor shield it from the shockwaves and shrapnel. As for the few stray shards that pierced its body, they were merely scratches to it. Throwing grenades, throwing grenades. 9-5 Jizuan laughed, and with a whoosh, he pulled out grenades from his backpack and threw them around, causing Kroni to scream in agony. You fucking better aim when you throw it. Suddenly, a vulgar curse rang in his ears. It turned out that Dust had been scared out of his wits by a teammate's care grenade from behind. If he hadn't taken cover in time, his skull would probably have been blown off. Sorry, I just threw it at anything that was moving. Joey Jizuan said awkwardly. Are you a toad, or something? The abundant firepower of his teammates made Dust's charge increasingly easier, and in the end, he climbed over the barricade at the front door of the transit warehouse with his body covered in blood and holes, and then drew his hot-bladed martial machete and hacked wildly. Damn it, you lunatic. The Kroni soldiers, who were frightened by the scorching blades of the Dust and dodging repeatedly, cursed and drew their machetes to fight the Dust hand-to-hand. King of endurance, lie down. Just as Dust was about to be overwhelmed and hacked down by a group of people, Joey Jizuan, I Jiao Kuo Nyo, and then INVPO Buhao also rushed forward. Although they were also injured, they were in high spirits and helped Dust fight against the Kroni soldiers defending the front line. Chapter 100. Let's charge forward one more time. Damn it. Watch your ass. You're gonna chop me up. I didn't want to either. He's the one pushing me towards you. Then kill him. Can you? Dust was interrupted halfway through his sentence by a Kroni soldier's machete. The numerous wounds on his body had greatly weakened his stamina, and the attack that he could previously withstand was now directly knocking him to the ground. Scum, die. The Kroni soldier kicked up Dust and was about to chop off his head when a metal arrow pierced through the air and went straight for his temple. Ha! Thanks, bro. Dust lay on the ground, panting, then took out the life repairer, activated it, and placed it on his chest. This is my last arrow. My quiver is empty. Chrysanthemum's voice rang out in the team chat. How about, the Jedala submachine gun? You can pick up bullets anywhere and shoot however you want, Dust said. I'll fucking shoot it all. Your girlfriend isn't bad, she roared with one hand on Gedda and the other on Marshall. Hold on a little longer. I'm coming to get a new gun. Just as Chrysanthemum was running over, Qin Chuan followed closely behind. I'm out of bullets too, just one left, Qin Chuan said with a wry smile. Hearing this, Zhou Jizuan paused for a moment, then asked, Brother Quinn, don't you have a companion who can pick up ammo? I remember it's the porter, right? We need to have the same type of bullets on the battlefield. We only have this one metalworking Vulcan, and there's no way to pick it up even if we wanted to, Qin Chuan said helplessly. Beep, beep. At that moment, a loud level 2 alarm sounded from inside the transfer bay door, followed by a dense thud of footsteps. The vibrations traveled along the alloy floor, and even the players could feel them. So many people have come to help. Will this ever end? Collect as many bullets as possible. It's going to be a tough battle. It's all right. I found a lot of smoke grenades. I'll just seal the door off. 3 smoke grenades landed in front of the transit warehouse door, hissing and spewing out thick white smoke that completely covered the door. Then, the sound of an iron gate opening came from the fog. The players then began to smash fragmentation grenades into the gate. A series of loud explosions and screams followed, and several hundred-digit numbers popped up in the players' eyes. Boom! An impact grenade dispersed the smoke, and behind the open door, there was hardly a single intact man, even if he was still alive. After taking them out with a few shots, a rare lull appeared in the battle. What's going on? Are they all dead? Ezio asked, puzzled. How many people are there? We've only taken down 40-odd people in total, said Chrysanthemum Love, shaking her head as she turned back to retrieve her arrows. What happened when you came last time? Asked Jujiro. I didn't kill many monsters last time because I had a suit of armor to help me. He rushed straight to the innermost part of the area, and even after he fought his way out, there were still people coming out of there. Later, the NPC told me that there should be at least 300 Kroni soldiers here. Should we split up this time, with one team drawing attention and the other moving the warehouse? No need, I brought this. Ezio praised me and pulled out a metal box. Qin Chuan found the thing looked familiar. A hacking device. What would you need that for? Qin Chuan asked. I asked the owner of the auto repair shop, and he told me that the Kroni soldiers all follow orders. Before receiving an alarm, soldiers patrolling different areas won't easily go to other areas. As long as we turn off this stupid alarm bell in time, the Kroni people deeper inside won't come out immediately. But how do you use this thing? This was the first time Qin Chuan had heard this information, so he secretly remembered it. Is this it? There's a control panel here. Zhou Jizuan carefully observed the corridor and saw a box with a yellowish screen. Let me see. Please grant permission, this should be it. Ezio praised me for fiddling with it for a bit, then used Marshall to pry open the casing and stick the hacker in. Oh, it's all set. Deactivate the alarm. Ezio praised me for using the touch controls on the panel. With the real-time translation from the user panel, deactivating the alarm wasn't difficult. The next moment, the sirens that had been echoing in the corridor disappeared, and everything became quiet, which surprised the other 5 players. Oh, there's such a feature. It seems to be designed for stealth gameplay, right? Chrysanthemum Mari wiped the blood off the arrows in her hand and put them back in the quiver. The quiver was already more than half full, and some arrows were nowhere to be found. In order not to waste time, Chrysanthemum had no choice but to reluctantly discard them. Of course, those survivors used this thing to steal things right under the noses of the Kroni, said Zhou Jizuan. Otherwise, given the survivors' fighting skills, they would have been wiped out by the Kroni long ago. What stealth? As long as we kill everyone, no one will know we're here, right? Dust is recovering well because Qin Chuan gave him another life repair device. Although the 2 repair devices working at the same time cannot restore at double the speed, they still provide a 1.5 times effect when combined, so he looks good now. Are you stupid? We were just lucky. We ran into a group of elite monsters who gave us equipment, including a sniper rifle for Quinn. Otherwise, we would have been blown up long ago. Chrysanthemum Love Maid was speechless at Dust's inexplicable confidence. He, stop arguing, come and see this warehouse layout map. Just then, Ezio's voice, praising me as awesome, interrupted their argument, pointing to the very abstract screen on the control panel. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. In an instant, all 6 heads crowded in front of the small control panel screen. Most of the materials we need are rare, especially the explosive charge, which we've never seen before. Perhaps we could check out this level 2 warehouse. No, not bad. You don't understand. What's the most important thing in robbery? Zhou Jizuan shook his head and asked in return. Is it accurate and fast? Wrong. Utterly wrong. Zhou Jizuan exclaimed. Take whatever is valuable. If you ask me, we should go here. As he spoke, Zhou Jizuan swiped the screen and pointed to one of the heavily surrounded square areas, a level 4 security warehouse. Isn't that unnecessary? We don't have enough firepower right now, and Quinn's sniper rifle is out of ammo. Chrysanthemum disagreed. Only the holy armor and holy sword went in before. We don't know what level of difficulty it is inside. Chrysanthemum is right. Now that we're here, it's better to play it safe. As long as we can make the evil eye and the shield, what level 4 security zone won't be like no one to us? Ezio praised me, but also wanted to play it safe. Even the wise and shrewd Zhou is not stubborn. He prefers to play it safe. Let's go to the level 2 warehouse first. If we don't find any explosive flammable agents here, we'll move to the one next door, which is the level 3 warehouse. Can we win? Our main firepower right now is the Jedara submachine gun. Dust was a little uneasy. What's your phantom frequency now? Qin Chuan, who hadn't spoken until now, asked. Let me see. Holy crap, 44%. When did this happen? It's already at 14 stress points. Dust was astonished when he saw the number. You guys should also check yourselves. You just gained quite a bit of entropy. Dying would be a waste of 20%. You might as well use this time to improve your combat strength, especially you, Dust. Dust asked in confusion. Install the shock absorbers, and also the steel fiber. Upon hearing this, Dust suddenly became alert. Quinn, you wouldn't be thinking of? His voice trembled slightly. Surely not. Like Chrysanthemum said, let's play it safe. We can each get an evil eye and come back again. Wouldn't that be easier? Don't you guys agree? Dust wanted to pull the others along, but including Chrysanthemum, they were all silently checking their pressure gauges, trying to reach their current maximum combat power. Clearly, like him, they had understood the implication in Qin Chuan's words. You guys. Dust looked at the 4 people in surprise. Brother, this battle is a victory. We'll immediately support you as the strongest player in the entire community. Ezio praised me and patted Dust on the shoulder. Here, take this, my captain. Chrysanthemum saw a rectangular black iron shield, about half a person's height, covering the corpse of a Kroni soldier next to her, and handed it to Dust. Captain, everyone shouted solemnly. Lead us one more time. Chapter 101 Level 2 Warehouse. Has the alarm been lifted outside? Deep inside the transit warehouse, the Kroni soldiers were equipping themselves with weapons, preparing to go to provide support, but soon discovered that the alarm had been lifted. Looks like they took out the intruder. I wonder where that hothead came from. Why so fast? Don't you give us any time to relax and have some fun? All right, everyone, go back to patrol. By the way, haven't the giant fang unit arrived yet? Asked a man who looked like a Marine Corps captain. Reporting to the captain, there is no follow-up information yet. The previous reply was that we would be arriving soon. We hope to complete the handover as soon as possible. The troops in the red crystallization mining area issued an alert yesterday that they were being invaded, but there has been no news of them since. It is possible that something serious has happened. Is it that mining area in the Astavans Mountains? Yes, that's the area that Sergeant Yates is stationed in. As soon as he finished speaking, the Kroni soldiers, who had just been saying how boring it was, fell silent. We have also recently received warnings from other bases that a group of unfamiliar rebel armed forces has appeared on the plains and is attacking our brothers who are patrolling or collecting supplies. Rebel forces? Impossible. How could they possibly be capable of defeating Sergeant Yates? Exactly. Those rebels are just a bunch of stray dogs eating our leftovers. I suspect it was the people from the Cups Trading Company who infiltrated the Earth's atmosphere. Those unscrupulous merchants are like flies. Wherever there's profit, they'll find a way to get in. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dust, perched atop a crated metal shield, looked back at his teammates for what seemed like the umpteenth time. Are you really ready? Dust asked. Everyone knew he was actually asking himself, but no one called him out on it. They all nodded in response from a distance around the corner, while simultaneously raising their respective weapons. Fine, sigh, all the hard work is done by the tanks. Dust sighed, reaching out to casually touch some buttons on the new control panel. The sealed doors that blocked the two storage areas in front of him opened with a whoosh. The outside has been cleaned up. Should we call a cleaner? Why are you alone? The soldiers standing guard behind the door saw it open and immediately began to jeer, only to see a shield standing on the other side, with the shield bearer crouching behind it. No, shield guards couldn't possibly be completely hidden by iron shields. They also have standard padded iron armor for protection, so they wouldn't be that small. Who goes there? The soldier shouted, raising his rifle to aim at the shield, but to prevent it from being a joke played by his dim-witted teammates, he did not fire immediately. The one who'll take your life. Suddenly, a figure flashed out from afar, and a gleaming arrow instantly pierced through the 15-meter distance, going straight through his throat. Unfortunately, before he died, this Kroni soldier managed to fire a few more shots. The gunfire once again alerted the area, and many soldiers who hadn't gone far immediately turned back. Dust. In. Chrysanthemum greeted. Dust was going all out, charging in with his shield up, only to run into 7 or 8 Kroni sentries armed with rifles. Invaders have broken in. Kroni soldiers shouted, and then unleashed a barrage of fire on the Dust. Ding 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 ding. The firepower of their automatic rifles was completely different from that of Genera. They had a greater impact and were more powerful. Even though Dust was holding his shield with his head down, he was still knocked backward by the continuous impact, and the shield in his hand began to deform severely. This won't do. Dust was anxious and immediately raised his shield to dodge the gunfire, while his Genera roared and fired back at the guns. Find cover. Inflatable bunker ready. Laugh. The 3 Kroni sentries threw their backpacks to the ground, which immediately and rapidly expanded into a black, bread slice-shaped wall half the height of a person. The solid surface deflected all the bullets fired from the Dust. Where are the damn people? Aren't they going to help? Dust shouted into the communication channel. Here it comes. When the tunnel behind the Dust was no longer filled with the whistling of bullets, the players reappeared and rushed in together. Faced with the players' heavy fire, the soldiers repeatedly called for backup. Likes to hide behind cover. Zhou Jizuan sneered, casually tossing a grenade behind the cover. Wow, with a loud crash, severed limbs flew everywhere. Not to be outdone, the other side also launched a fierce attack, sending a dark object hurtling towards them. Thump. The intense heat erupted within a range of several meters, spewing out molten orange-red iron that quickly melted the sheet metal on the ground. Ezio praised me as awesome and said my girlfriend was not bad, but they were not far enough away. Not only were their skin instantly scorched by the heat wave, but also sparks of fire splashed onto them, making a sizzling sound. Holy crap. Holy crap. A fucking thermite bomb. The 2 players quickly jumped away, shook the parts that had been splashed, and finally managed to pry the molten metal embedded in their flesh from their bodies along with the charred flesh around them. Damn it. This game is getting more and more inhuman. How can they release such disgusting weapons? Is this something a human would do? Ezio, clutching a dent in his abdomen where skin had been missing, cursed. Luckily, the Phantom was able to quickly constrict his blood vessels to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, he probably would have been incapacitated. On the bright side, we have new thunder to use. Zhou Jizuan couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at their curly hair. Fueled by rage, the 2 curly-haired players fought with extraordinary ferocity. With Dust in front to block the fiercest line of fire, the 2 of them drew their machetes and followed behind, hacking down anyone they could get their hands on without hesitation. Seeing that the invaders were advancing instead of retreating, the Kroni soldiers no longer cared and threw another incendiary bomb capable of melting iron. However, before the grenade could even hit the ground, it was slapped back by a large shield with a loud bang. With a loud thud, molten iron splashed onto the Kroni soldiers, quickly burning through large sections of their padded iron armor. Without the protection of their armor, the players' bullets could easily kill even the weakest of the guards, the Genera. Soon, the group had cleared out all the sentries. You guys go in first and transfer the materials away. We'll go ahead and suppress the fire. Zhou Jizuan called to Juhua and Chennai to move deeper into the warehouse, while Qin led the 2 wounded men to break through the door of the level 2 warehouse. Damn, what is all this? Bones. Your girlfriend opened a storage box in front of her and found it full of wild animal bones, some of which still had the skin and flesh cleaned up. Damn, this is full of chicken wings. Ezio on the other side exclaimed, praising the heavyweight crate I opened. Dude, is this all there is to a level 2 warehouse? After opening a few more boxes, we finally found several boxes of ferrite and alloy plates. I still have 4 teleportation chances left. Shall we teleport together? Qin asked. It's all right, let's try storing it first and see how much capacity it can hold. Ezio praised me and placed his hand on one of the alloy plate storage boxes. As the void rippled, the alloy plate storage box, the size of an oil drum, slowly vanished. It was as if it had never existed. How much did you pack? Your girlfriend asked quickly. I feel like I can fit 4 more boxes, Ezio said, praising me. Excluding my equipment, that's a total capacity of 5.5 boxes. That's not bad. You can store all these alloy plates there. I'll eat the ferrite. Quinn can keep them for the next level of storage, Bu suggested. That's fine, but I feel that directly requesting the transfer of a large number of similar supplies to Xia Shang is the best option, Qin suggested. Chapter 102 I will take action, huh? Why is that? Bu asked. You can use the added storage space to store new equipment, right? If you fill your backpack with alloy plates now, how will you pick up high-level equipment later? Qin reminded him. In this game, you can pick up enemy weapons at any time. Hee. Thinking about it, it's true, but there's a limit to the number of times you can teleport. Then let's try the maximum limit each time. Soon, all 8 boxes of alloy plates and ferrite materials were transported away, and the 2 people each had 1 more transport opportunity. So, 2 boxes at a time. That's definitely more cost-effective than buying it outright. Let's go, let's not waste time, they're still fighting. Wait, I'm also tired of this box of chicken wings. Let's move it to the next warehouse and send it away together. I think you're really hungry. When Qin and his 2 companions caught up with Starry and his 2 companions by following the sound of gunfire, they found the 3 of them locked in a fierce battle with the Kroni spearmen. Don't delay, clean it up quickly. Chrysanthemum said hurriedly when she saw the 3 of them arrive. With Qin's addition, even the frontline Dust could wield a large shield in one hand and a machete in the other, braving the rapid-fire rifles to break through enemy lines. What the hell are you? The Kroni spearman stared in horror as Dust was pierced through by the 5-shot barrage, yet it still seemed unharmed as it knocked him over. He couldn't help but clutch his chin, which had been broken by the corner of the shield, and questioned Dust. What am I? A bunch of cringeworthy lines flashed through Dust's mind, but before he could decide which one, the spearman on the ground was choked by a chrysanthemum arrow. What are you doing? Chrysanthemum asked. Watch out behind you. A machete slashed across the Dust's back, but only managed to make it stagger. This. Kroni, the spearman, stared blankly at the machete in his hand. Based on his past experience, shouldn't this strike have cleaved a person in two? How come this guy only got a minor scratch? Ignoring the deep, bone-revealing knife wound on his back, Dust turned and slashed at the bewildered man's forehead, asking Chrysanthemum, do you think I should give myself a nickname? The king of durability. No, that's not it. That's a bit too much of an insult to Dust. Dust shook his head. Then I can keep you occupied all day. Zhou Jizuan reacted quickly and kicked away the incendiary bomb that the other party had just thrown. As the frequency of this new phantom increased, the players' reactions and actions became more and more spontaneous. What kind of nickname is that? Then you can think about it when we get back. Right now, grabbing the loot is the most important thing. 2. With no more distractions, Dust blocked the guns and knives with his own body, while the rest of the team took the opportunity to deal damage, and soon they arrived at the level 3 warehouse again. The alert level on the other side has been raised. Dust found a gap and sat behind a Kroni portable bunker. The sturdy backrest allowed him to relax his whole body and let the 2 repair devices heal him at full speed. It's alright, the passage to the level 4 warehouse has been blocked by them, so we can rest for a while now. The injuries of the other players were not optimistic either. Zhou Jizuan often walked near the minefield and had his calf and 2 fingers burned off by an incendiary bomb. He was also shot several times in the chrysanthemum, and the flesh and blood were torn open where the bullets passed through. He also sat next to the Dust to get some treatment. This rifleman's rifle is much taller than Gedela's. I feel like I need to switch weapons, Ezio said, holding up his sturdy, tan-colored rifle. The recoil is too strong, it's not as good as the Jedala, Dust commented. The recoil is powerful, if Quinn used it, it would be a one-shot kill. The group looked at Qin Chuan and found him listening intently to something. What's wrong? Chrysanthemum asked. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and said, void crystals dropped. What about you guys? Upon hearing the word void crystal, the other 5 realized what it meant and quickly tried to sense if there was a call from the void. Oh, I've got it. Born, what have you gained? Several people danced with joy, carrying Dust along as they went to find the crystals. After going around once, each person picked up 1 or 2. What did you get? Chrysanthemum looked at the crystal in her hand with some emotion, so she asked the other teammates first. Cut iron. Grenade launcher, a bronze-grade crystal that increases the probability of hitting weak points with shotguns. Ballistic deflection. What a coincidence, I also have the iron cutting skill, but I also have the endless suffering skill, which is bronze level. Shooting it interferes with the enemy's status recovery. I don't quite understand it. Qin Chuan was the only one among the 5, besides Ju Hua, to obtain a silver crystal. Destroy Kroni. There's actually a targeted amplification attribute. Qin Chuan exclaimed in surprise. It's a pity the value is too low. At level 0, it deals 1.05 damage to Kroni, which means a 5% damage increase per level. I just don't know what the upper limit is. It's not bad. Even at level 3 or 4, it can still provide a damage bonus of about 20%, and right now our only enemy is Kroni. Let's see. There aren't enough pressure tanks. There might not be room for this one. Qin Chuan shook his head. Seeing that everyone had their own crystals, Chrysanthemum did not hesitate to observe the crystal formation. 0 vital energy, increases the unit's vitality by 40%, indirectly. Phantom armor stress 2, seeing the familiar bronze-grade crystal, Chrysanthemum raised an eyebrow. Vitality. Upon hearing that the chrysanthemums had also come to life, Chenari immediately gripped his hand tightly. Dude. However, before he could finish speaking, Chrysanthemum interrupted him. I refuse. I haven't said anything yet. Dust was momentarily speechless. I'm just an archer. My survivability only increases my margin for error a little bit. Besides, I don't have room to equip it. The pressure point and the split chamber are still desperately in need of supplies. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Wait, buddy, didn't you hate split chambers? 10 pressure points. Dust couldn't believe that his brother would actually resort to such a historical record just to avoid sharing the burden with him. Unfortunately, the chrysanthemum remained unmoved, only temporarily switching to the vitality linkage repair device to quickly recover from its injuries, before removing the pressure point installed on the bow and arrow. Dust could only sigh at this, silently upgrading the steel fiber by 2 levels. Opening the level 3 warehouse revealed a surprising amount of rewards that caught everyone's attention. Biomass. Nanospores. Polymer bundles. Amorphous alloy. Control module. Even though the reserves of each material were not large, the variety covered almost everything they needed for their blueprint. As for the 7 major gem ores in the warehouse, they didn't even glance at them. Pass it on, pass it on. Chrysanthemum grinned from ear to ear. After spending another 4 teleport attempts to empty the warehouse of materials that everyone considered important, everyone began to discuss the matter. What do we say now? It seems like all we're missing is this explosive charge. I thought it would be materials from a level 3 warehouse, but I didn't expect to have to go to a level 4 one now. To be honest, there might not even be a level 4 certificate. This is just a guess. As they spoke, they found Qin Chuan picking and choosing among the surrounding storage boxes. Brother Quinn. Nothing. Get some sample to take back. Anyway, if you don't take it, you won't take it. Qin Chuan said, throwing up the green and red gemstone in his hand. Ezio recognized the thing at a glance, and his heart suddenly itched. Now if you don't change your reputation, it won't be bad to change your money, right? After all, applying for blueprint production also costs money. There is not enough star coins to spend at present. I'm just looking at the materials. It's still Brother Quinn who understands economics. I'm so furious. The crowd said happily. That's right. If the thief doesn't leave, you understand. I won't leave until this is empty. Ah, is that what you mean? Just as the players are reveling in $0 purchases, the 4th level alert area. Outside, there's no movement. Kroni soldiers stood guard in front of the sealed alloy door, but nothing happened after a long time. Maybe he's gone. Could it be that they're just here to steal materials? Nonsense. What could possibly be here? The Kroni soldier cursed. It should be noted that as the dominant force in the Night Spirit planes, they were repeatedly attacked and lost goods by forces other than the armored warriors. The opponents were just a bunch of tactically inept, untrained amateurs who relied solely on firepower. This is a direct slap in the face to their Kroni troops. Fight them. How can we let them steal our things? For the dignity of the Kroni Empire. Defend our possessions. A Kroni soldier shouted hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot. That shout seemed to express the sentiments of all the soldiers present, and the scene immediately stirred with excitement. Do not act rashly. Just then, a hoarse voice brought everyone back to their senses. Clang, clang, clang. A Kroni sergeant, dressed entirely in black with a fog-colored camouflage pattern, descended the spiral staircase. His heavy steps indicated the high quality of his armor, and behind him followed several Kroni guards with the same camouflage. Upon seeing him, the soldiers calmed down. Keep a close eye on the level 4 warehouses, and don't let the same thing happen again. I'm truly ashamed of you for having your warehouse quartermasters kidnapped right in front of Chenlu. No one dared to utter a word in response to his rebuke, for he was the commander who transported the cargo to the orbital ship. Everyone stay put and stand guard. It doesn't matter if they throw away trash or anything outside, but this thing must not be thrown away. If they still try to get in, I'll take care of it myself. Chapter 103, another boss? Alright, guys, now we're at the final stage. Several players stood outside the sealed gates of the level 4 security zone. Ezio, praising his own skill, brandished his hacking device and asked, are you all ready? Ready. The players used portable cover they had picked up from the corpses of the Kroni soldiers to create various terrain features in front of the door, and then spread out to prepare. Just as Ezio was praising me and preparing to lift the lockdown, Chrysanthemum suddenly noticed that the dust that should have been attracting attention in front of the gate was gone. Wait, where are our tanks? Following Chrysanthemum's questioning, everyone discovered Dust hiding in the corner. No, man, my shield's been destroyed. I can't exactly take the hits with my bare hands, can I? Dust protested vehemently. Go away, take this and sit in front of the door. Your girlfriend is not bad. She tossed you a backpack for deploying portable cover. After removing the bottom stabilizer, you can carry it up as a shield. This is the mechanism he just discovered. Upon hearing this, Dust asked for 2 deployment backpacks, activated one of them and tied it to his back, while leaving the other in front of the gate. They're here. With a hiss, the hydraulic rods inside the wall were activated, and the heavy, sealed hatch slowly rose. Fire! In an instant, a hail of bullets came flying towards them. The players quickly ducked to avoid the bullets, and the portable cover was knocked down by the intense barrage of fire. Holy crap! How come there's a machine gun turret indoors? Dust was at the forefront, enduring the most intense firepower. The portable bunker in front of it was scorching hot from the turret bullets, and the entire bunker expanded due to overheating. Doesn't this just mean there are even more treasures hidden inside? Joey Jizuan grinned, weighed the incendiary bomb in his hand, and threw it into the gate with a whoosh. Thump! Molten iron splashed everywhere, burning through the layers of portable bunkers inside and causing many Kroni soldiers to lose cover. Scrap! Go to hell! These soldiers did not dodge, but took advantage of their teammates' firepower to advance. Several Kroni soldiers drew their machetes and charged in groups of 2 or 3. Watch out, there might be a monster bumping into you. Jin Chuan warned Chen Ari at the front in the communication channel. Upon hearing this, Dust took off running. Most of the bullets hit the cover behind him, with a few hitting his legs, but none of them crippling him. How do we fight this? Joey Jizuan kept throwing bombs into the interior while asking everyone questions. Jin Chuan attempted to kill the turret operator during a brief lull, but the operator ducked to avoid him. No, we don't have an advantage in a shootout. We have to fight in close combat. Even if we die, we can still catch them off guard, your girlfriend said, not badly. But the turrets are suppressing it, so we can't break through even if we want to, Ezio said, praising me. Let me try. Chrysanthemum tied the incendiary bomb to the arrowhead with a strip of cloth, then lay on the ground and drew the bow with his feet. Only in this position could he release the arrow as quickly as possible after pulling the safety pin. Accuracy wasn't a concern, after all. Whoosh! Bang! The rocket carrying lightning was fired at the ceiling of the level 4 containment zone, and the incendiary bomb exploded in response, with countless molten iron falling like raindrops. Wow! Many Kroni soldiers were unaware of what was happening above them and were immediately drenched in molten iron at hundreds or thousands of degrees Celsius. Even those who were lucky enough had their armor burned through by the dripping molten iron, writhing in pain. With just one arrow, the entire area covered by the incendiary bomb was rendered ineffective, and the firepower immediately weakened. The other players were stunned by what they saw. Holy crap, that's awesome. You can play like that. Joey Jizuan compared the range he could throw with his own grenades, realizing that several grenades couldn't even reach the point where this one shot could cause such damage. Quick, before they react, melt that idiot turret. Hearing her teammate's reminder, Chrysanthemum could only try to locate the turret in the direction she remembered. Fortunately, the turret was covered by half of the molten iron spilled, and the driver on it was covered in molten iron that burned into his body, causing him to writhe in pain. There's a chance. A great opportunity. Dust and 9-5 Wisdom Trout cheered and charged forward, suppressing and wounding many Kroni soldiers with their swords and spears. Their ordinary rifles are almost useless against the Dust with maximum tankiness, and with a portable cover on his back, he can easily block countless shots with a simple turn, which greatly increases the Dust's damage resistance. Inferior creature, die. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and a scorching hot blade slashed directly at the Dust. The Dust hurriedly raised its sword to block, but was sent flying by the immense force transmitted from the blade. Holy crap, there's another expert. The 9-5 Jizuan was stunned to see the Dust flying back like sandbags. Kill them all, roared the tall Kroni man wielding the knife, as he charged toward the fallen Dust with his machete. Clang, clang. Several slashes came down, and the Dust struggled to stay upright, but was held back by the portable cover. Help me. Dust shouted. Chrysanthemum quickly drew her bow and shot an arrow, but the tall Kroni man didn't even glance at it, and accurately caught the metal arrow that was aimed at his temple. You little thief. You dare to steal our stuff with this level of skill. Commander Kroni cursed, casually throwing out an arrow that pierced through the chest of the unresponsive 9-5 Wisdom Trout. Huh, what the hell? Kujiro Tomazuru clutched the trembling arrow to his chest, looking at the other man in confusion. This wasn't my arrow either. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. With his heart pierced by a sword, Joey Jizuan's phantom quickly lost his life and collapsed to the ground, dead. 1 arrow, 1 kill. Now Chrysanthemum dared not shoot an arrow at him anymore, and immediately shouted to Jin Chuan, Brother Quinn, this one is for you. Damn it, how am I supposed to fight this? Jin Chuan cursed, while being suppressed behind cover by the firepower of other soldiers. We'll take care of those minions. Ezio praised the bull, who charged along the wall with his head down, throwing 3 fragmentation grenades behind the Kroni lines despite the bullets. Kill, 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 kill. Your girlfriend is not bad either, she's even more masochistic. He's thrown all the smoke grenades he had on the field, and under the cover of the smoke, he charged straight at the enemy's ground-shaking enemy. He wielded 2 machetes in each hand and slashed at the enemy Kroni soldiers in the smoke, and limbs flew everywhere. What about the other side of the Dust? Bang! The Kroni's New Year's greeting knife technique was once again blocked by Dust's raised knife. Feeling bored, the Kroni instantly kicked Dust under the armpit that was exposed when he raised his hand, sending Dust flying several meters away. If it weren't for the portable cover dragging him, Dust felt like he would have been flying into the sky. Charging so far ahead, I thought you were a tough fighter, Commander Kroni sneered, walking step by step toward the Dust that was struggling to get up. Turns out you're quite resilient. Being able to withstand this kick from me is not a physique that the remnants of the fallen can possess. Dust felt a tightness in his throat. He quickly seized the opportunity to cut the makeshift suspenders covering his body, rolled over, and reached down to touch the armpit where he had been kicked. His ribs were soft and mangled. It's no exaggeration to say that any player who got hit by that kick would have to prepare to respawn on the spot. Only Dust could survive and even get up. Holy crap, that's strength. Is it another boss? But you don't show any signs of tissue expansion and elongation, and your muscle density is below standard. This doesn't seem like you've had any enhancement injections. Or perhaps someone provided you with different enhancement methods, such as Koku's physique serum. Listening to the other party's questioning words, Dust felt that this scene was so familiar, as if the same scene had happened before, when he was also facing a person who looked like Captain Kroni alone. The plot is a cycle, Dust said with a bitter smile, blood oozing from his mouth and nose as he opened his mouth. Dust covered its mouth and nose in surprise, looking at the thick blood falling into its palm with confusion. This was the first time the Phantom had bled. Chapter 104 Transformation Internal Bleeding. Dust looked at the human silhouette on the panel with a message indicating internal bleeding and a 3-second countdown. A new mechanic. A debuff. 3 seconds later, the bleeding from his mouth and nose stopped, which relieved Dust. Oh, so it really is a physical enhancement. You've made contact with the Cups Trading Company. Where? Which guy is it? We've cut off communication channels with any of the companies that have traded with the Steel Line. Could it be a new trading company? Seeing the Dust state reversed gave Commander Kroni some other speculations. I'd like you to keep guessing. Dust reached down to his lower back and activated the life repair device. It doesn't matter. We like guys with better physiques the more. They're rare high-quality materials in the lab, perfect for researching the things in the black zone. So I won't kill you. Keep an eye on him. The commander said jokingly, taking 2 steps around the Dust before turning and walking towards the other players. You. Dust immediately raised his knife to step forward, but was knocked to the ground by 2 Kroni soldiers behind him with the butts of their rifles. Behave yourself. If the commander doesn't give the order, I'll kill you right now. The Kroni soldier was furious and slapped Dust on the forehead several more times, blurring Dust's vision and causing a dizziness countdown to appear in the status bar. 9-5 Jizwen was dead, Dust was captured, and the remaining 4 players were not faring well either. Without Dust to withstand the pressure and 9-5's carpet bombing, all the firepower was now focused on them. Their cover was being smashed to pieces, and they couldn't even stick their heads out. Where's the thunder? Let's break this deadlock. Chrysanthemum shouted. He was out of thunder and only had 2 arrows left. He was now fighting with Kroni's rifle. Only 2 left. Keep one for yourself. Ezio praised me as he raised a grenade to throw. Snap! A large hand suddenly gripped Ezio's wrist as he praised me. It was Commander Kroni. Ezio praised me, looked up at the other person, and realized that the portable cover he was leaning against had disappeared without him noticing, and he had no idea when the enemy had approached. Bang! Ezio praised me as awesome, only to be slammed onto the floor, the metal plate denting instantly. Bang! With another blow, the old ox died on the spot. Oh, you don't have any physical enhancements, why? Commander Kroni asked, looking at the severed arm in his hand, removing the grenade from it and casually tossing it aside. His response was a 5-round burst from Chrysanthemum's rifle. Bang 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 bang. Rifle bullets struck Commander Kroni, producing a clanging sound. That's not how you use a dough. And another problem is that you guys are too unprofessional. If it were the Iron Line, they would definitely first investigate the target location's firepower distribution and personnel deployment, and take targeted measures to assassinate or attack difficult targets. Commander Kroni walked and talked, facing the gunfire from Chrysanthemum, for example. As he spoke, he raised his arm and pointed it in one direction, and then there was a whoosh. What's going on? Your girlfriend is not bad. She looks completely bewildered. The scene around her suddenly changes, and she finds herself in front of Chrysanthemum for no apparent reason, only to be shot through the body by him with 3 bullets. Chrysanthemum was completely bewildered. Why had the enormous Kroni become her teammate? Holy crap, they're cheating. Chrysanthemum yelled, and the next second she was met with concentrated fire from Kroni soldiers. Qin Chuan, who was hiding to the side, saw everything. Just now, Commander Kroni reached out and aimed at your girlfriend, which was not bad. The next moment, the 2 switched positions. What kind of expert is this now? Qin Chuan exclaimed in surprise. Clang! Bang! A grenade flew in an arc from a corner and landed at Qin Chuan's feet. Boom! This bunch of headless flies managed to beat you all like this. I really don't understand what kind of junk the land-based arsenal is producing these days. They don't deserve to be called brothers. Commander Kroni stepped out of the shadows where your girlfriend was hiding and spat at the remaining soldiers. I'm sorry, Commander. The commander trudged heavily to the last remaining Dust, noticing that his wound showed clear signs of improvement. You've got some potential, kid. Why don't you come work for me? Commander Kroni looked down at the dusty skull and asked, work for you? Dust slightly raised its head, raising an eyebrow to look into the other's eyes. What can you give me? Commander Kroni was taken aback, then burst into laughter, as if he had heard some incredible joke, and laughed for more than 10 seconds before gradually stopping. Seriously, kid? You actually asked me what more I can give you. Don't you understand the situation? The Kroni command mocked. It's your life. Work for me, and I'll let you live. Isn't that enough? Do you know how many survivors across the entire Night Spirit Plains, the entire Imperial planet, even Mars and Ceres, have knelt like stray dogs at the feet of our Kroni Empire, only to be crushed by us? Countless people would love to kneel, but they don't even have the connections. And you're asking me what I can offer you? As he spoke, the surrounding Kroni soldiers laughed, as if mocking Dust for being so reckless as to not know the immense power of the empire he was facing. Dust glanced around at the disdainful faces, then looked back at Commander Kroni and retorted seriously, but you still haven't taken over the entire plains of Eidolon, have you? You still can't deal with the Eidolons, can you? I don't know about Mars or Ceres, things that are too far away, but even on this plains of Eidolon right here, you can't keep your word. Snort. Faced with the Dust's skepticism, all the Kroni soldiers put on a show, and the Kroni commander even snorted coldly. That's only a matter of time. Once the underground waves are analyzed and the ruins of the Oro Empire are discovered, clearing out the Night Spirits will be nothing. Oh, the ability you just exchanged with someone is technology from the Oro Empire. Dust probed. Are you curious? Of course, of course. The Oro Empire is a civilization that ruled the entire solar system thousands of years ago. Their technology can travel through the void to universes light years away. They are immortal and rule the universe with a force called armor. As long as we crack this technology called armor, the golden age of the Kroni Empire will come, and I have mastered the teleportation ability from the armor. As he spoke, he raised his hand again and instantly switched places with a Kroni soldier. Do you see clearly? This is the power of the Oro civilization, and our Kroni Empire is the successor to the Oro civilization. Do you understand? I can see your potential. As long as you become a soldier of the Kroni Empire and become our brother, you will also have the opportunity to master this mysterious technology. That's wonderful, I'm very interested. But what's the price? What's the cost of mastering this skill? Dust expressed longing, yet also showed obvious hesitation. Why did such a powerful empire disappear? In a corner unseen by the crowd, several corpses began to move slightly. Chapter 105 It's time to victory in the squad channel. Several players chose to respawn on the spot during the last countdown, but they are still pretending to be dead, listening to the story and discussing countermeasures. Ezio praises me. Isn't the Oro Empire the civilization featured in the official website's promotion? The introduction says there are 3 forces dividing up the Oro civilization's legacy, and Kroni is obviously one of them. Chrysanthemum loves maid. None of that matters. The important thing is that he actually knows the armor skills. I feel like even if I had the ogre witch skill up my sleeve, it wouldn't have mattered. He just teleported away and dodged it. A 9-5 wisdom trout. I wonder if he has any other skills. When I watched Quinn's replay, it seemed like one warframe had 4 skills. Your girlfriend isn't bad. Probably not. If she had 4 skills, she would have wiped us all out in one combo. How could we have been fighting her all this way? Quinn. And another issue is that warframes also consume energy to use abilities. I was only able to use them infinitely because an NPC gave me a one-time overload mode. Following this logic, even if the warframe itself has ability cooldowns and energy consumption, then it must also have ability cooldowns. Outside the channel, the commander, upon hearing Dust's question, paused for a moment before replying. These are all mysteries buried in the past. Why the vast and terrifying Oro Empire was destroyed almost overnight is something we need to uncover and find the truth to avoid the same fate. As for the price you mentioned, you will know it later once you join us. Commander Kroni then fell silent, waiting for Dust to respond. Burning Dust. Brothers, what do we do? It seems like the dialogue has reached its end. Have you thought of a way to break this deadlock? Quinn. Yes, trick him into using teleportation again. Chrysanthemum loves maid. Yes, the moment he lands, I'll blast him to smithereens. Upon hearing this, Dust's eyes darted around. He cleared his throat twice and said to Commander Kroni, to have the opportunity to master such an incredible ability, I have absolutely no reason to refuse joining your ranks. Upon hearing this, Commander Kroni smiled and said, I believe you are a smart man. However, Dust changed the subject. If I join your ranks and achieve great feats, and have the opportunity to gain skills, will this be the only skill I can choose? I don't think this so-called teleportation is suitable for me. To put it bluntly, it's just the ability to switch positions. Dust's seemingly thoughtless words made Commander Kroni laugh in exasperation. Just the ability to switch positions. I had some expectations for you, but I didn't expect you to be so brainless. You can't even see the skill ceiling of such a tactically valuable ability. Kid, watch closely. Commander Kroni raised his hand and activated his skill on Dust. The next moment, Dust found that the image in front of his retina shrank to a single point in the center, and the whole world seemed to collapse into a black hole. Then the image was reversed. Looking around, Dust was now standing in the same spot where Commander Kroni had just stood. The 3 Kroni soldiers around him didn't waste any words. They pressed down on him and slammed him to the ground with a thud. Do you understand now? Transferring key enemy targets to your own people is the simplest and most effective way to use this. Commander Kroni's voice came from afar. He looked up at the Dust, peering through the gap in the railing at the other person, and smiled. What you said is true. Hee, now you understand. Commander Kroni remarked that the guy was a bit slow-witted, but then noticed several Kroni soldiers staring in horror behind him. Turning his head, he saw a man who had clearly been shot sitting up, seemingly unharmed, holding a dark red gun that he recognized very well. Cannibalism. Thump. A scorching incendiary bomb shot out and collided with Commander Kroni's figure instantly, exploding into a scalding spiral of fire that even melted the ground. 2 soldiers nearby were instantly charred black. Before the Kroni soldiers could react to the sudden reversal, several players who had been pretending to be dead couldn't hold back any longer and instantly sprang to their feet, catching the Kroni soldiers off guard. You're playing us. The Kroni soldier next to Dust looked angrily at Dust on the ground. Hey, what are you talking about? What happened? Dust looked completely bewildered. Damn it. Just then, 2 grenades landed with a bang around Starry, in the center of the 3 people. Upon seeing the grenade, even Dust was stunned. Seriously, buddy? You guys are repaying kindness with enmity. Boom. The Kroni soldiers were blown to bits. With the combined efforts of 5 players at full health and strength, they wiped out all the remaining Kroni soldiers in front of them until they were sure there were no more enemies left in the current level 4 blockade zone. Damn. Is this how you treat heroes who bait out the boss's skills? The Dust, which had instantly come back to life, rushed down the spiral staircase, grabbed Zhou Jizuan by the collar, and cursed it angrily. Hey, bro, this is to fully restore your stats. Zhou Jizuan retorted. At this moment, Qin arrived at the spot where the incendiary bomb had exploded, where he saw a body lying on the ground, its surface iron armor already glowing red from the heat. How come he's still not dead? Qin noticed that the body was still moving slightly, and the carbonized fingers, which were emitting sporadic sparks, were still trying to move. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. What is he saying? Several heads suddenly popped up beside him, startling Qin. I can't hear you. We're all adults here. Let's get it straightened out. Who will do the work? They should have plenty of experience. Give it to the Dust. Everyone agreed, so Dust didn't hold back and fired 2 shots, blowing Commander Kroni's head off. A reward of 1,900 entropy points. Dust saw the number pop up. It gives slightly less experience than the boss in the red crystal mine, Chrysanthemum said, shaking her head. Looks like it's just a regional elite monster. But even an elite monster has skills, so why doesn't Yez, as a boss, have any? You'd have to ask the production team. Maybe it's their internal allocation. Look at Yates, he has that evil eye, so why would he need any skills? Or maybe acquiring the armor's abilities requires paying a price, and Yates doesn't want to lose out on something else. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and see what's in the level 4 warehouse. At this point, everyone remembered what the most crucial task was. Yes, let's hurry up and grab our stuff and head back. This transit warehouse has several floors. Know when to stop. It's time to return in triumph. Xia Shang put down the crystal plate in his hand, rubbed his temples, and got up to walk outside the archway of the military camp. Wanderer, this is the previous resource allocation record. They have been notified to come and collect the supplies. A guard arrived just in time and handed Xia Shang a handwritten record. Okay, well done. Xia Shang glanced through the paper and put it away, noticing the other person hesitated. What's wrong? Wanderer, our mountaintop signal tower has received a distress signal, but its encoding seems to be in the format of the Cups Trading Company. Chapter 106 is this dog egg. At noon, 2 crated assembly trucks drove into the Hongjing community, each with 2 boxes of goods on its roof. 2 assembled vehicles. Are they NPCs? A player asked curiously when he saw the 2 vehicles from afar, which were almost unrecognizable. Let's go take a look. We might be able to buy something from either one. Do you have enough money? You're borrowing from me again. You'd better go mining this afternoon to pay me back. All right, let's go take a look. Many players shared the same thought and soon followed the tire tracks to the auto repair shop. Boss, fix the car. Dust and Chrysanthemum jumped out of the car, shaking their hands that were stiff from gripping the bumper. When the auto repair shop owner, Kubo, saw the assembled cars that had just left in the morning and were being specially supplied back for war damage by noon, he felt a little uneasy. How come these people couldn't sit still for a day after they finished fighting yesterday and went to find a fight? Isn't it uncomfortable to put your head on your neck? Well, we need to conduct a comprehensive safety check on it first. Kobo looked the car over and noticed that there were many bullet holes in some parts where critical components were placed. No problem, as long as the whole thing is renovated, like it was this morning, that's fine, Qin said, then told Starry and Juhua to move the cargo box off the roof of the truck. Boss, the cars returned. Zhou Jizuan shouted loudly from behind. Kobo stared speechlessly at the assembled vehicle of the 95 Jizuan. He remembered that this vehicle should be the one for which he had signed a lease agreement, right? How could he build it like this? But all the silence can only be summed up in one sentence. Fine, whatever. 4 cargo boxes were placed on the open ground in front of the auto repair shop, and the surrounding players gathered around. Quinn, whose house did you guys rob? Are there any good items or materials you can sell? I want to make a shield generator. Most players wanted to make this shield, so the call was met with a large response. This was exactly the scene they wanted to see. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to such lengths to deliberately place 4 boxes on the roof of the vehicle. Yes, we bought a lot this time. Everyone, take a look. The prices are all negotiable. All 4 boxes were opened, and they were filled with all sorts of things. Weapons, rifles, grenades, bullets, materials, circuit boards, control modules, and even some shiny gems, in considerable quantities. Holy crap, you guys are going to make a fortune. Just looking at this, it feels like there are hundreds of thousands of them. Some players remembered the prices of the materials, and these were all materials that players could name from the demand list. We don't need that many, sell them all cheaply. After all, that's all we have, Dust quickly said from the side. Buy it cheap. Does that mean there's a discount compared to the market price? I need to control the module. Circuit board. Circuit board. I need a circuit board. What? Gems. I can even sell chicken wings. Holy crap, amorphous alloys. I want them all. Sorry, this is limited to 1 per person. These aren't chicken wings, they're vulture wings. Audi said they could be used to exchange for good things with the biologists at the lakeside market. Really? What good stuff could a biologist possibly have? Everyone was chattering away, but their hands were moving quickly. Asking questions was one thing, but getting a discount meant you had to be fast. Excuse me, may we buy some materials? Just as everyone was busy dealing with the players, the NPCs also came to join in the fun. Sure, you're welcome. What would you like? Chrysanthemum's eyes lit up, and she quickly began to entertain the NPC. Polymer bundles, and nanospores. The NPC whispered. Okay, is this enough? Chrysanthemum picked up the items and wanted to hand them to him. However, the NPC didn't immediately reach out. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said, "We don't have enough star coins. I wonder if we could use something as collateral to cover the missing amount. Mortgage? It's just bartering. Sure, but what is it?" Chrysanthemum asked in return. The NPCs exchanged a few words with their heads bowed, and then took out a melon from the bag on one of their backs. "What is this?" Chrysanthemum carefully took the pumpkin-sized object and found that it was not a pumpkin. The surface was soft to the touch, but it was very resilient, and it was also warm, a little warmer than her body temperature. Is it some kind of creature? When the thought popped into Chrysanthemum's mind, she felt a chill run down her spine, and the warm, soft thing in her hand suddenly felt as prickly as a durian. But he was too embarrassed to throw it back. "This is a kukoro egg. We found it in the rainforest and originally intended to give it to Master Tisona to raise, but something unexpected happened on the way. One of our men was injured and we need to make medical supplies. So that's how it is. Kukoro eggs. I think I've heard of them before. When I was having barbecue at the Wind Spirit Outpost last night, someone mentioned that the person in charge of the mines near the lakefront market kept a big dog, which was a kukoro. So you're going to trade this for something that could save your life?" Jean Chuan, who had been listening in, interjected with a question. "Yes, kukoro eggs are actually quite rare. Wild kukoro cherish them and usually hide them more than 10 meters below their burrows. So you won't lose out. They're very valuable." Seemingly thinking Jean Chuan wanted to bargain, the NPCs quickly added, "How serious is the injury?" Jean Chuan gestured for Chrysanthemum to return the egg to them. "If it's not too serious, we can lend you the life repair device. You guys have a repair kit? Great. There's hope. Little Six is saved." My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. Several NPCs happily ran off with the dusty repair kit, forgetting even to take the kukoro egg that Chrysanthemum wanted to return to them. "Never mind, I'll pay them when they get back," Jean Chuan said indifferently. The 4 crates of general merchandise, except for weapons and ammunition, were almost entirely bought up by the players. They even retrieved a crate of supplies from the Void Passage, among which the incendiary bombs were the first items to sell out. "Looks like we players really understand art," Zhou Jizuan chuckled, squatting to the side. "Right, Kiku." Yes. When Chrysanthemum realized that this melon was dog egg, she was no longer afraid of it. She was holding Kukoden and looking and listening, and just casually agreed with Kugochimaru's questions. "But nobody's buying weapons. The female deer does a lot of damage, so why don't they buy them after trying them out?" Dust wondered. "The recoil is probably too strong. The trigger is impossible to pull back even when firing 5 shots in a row," Ezio said, pouting as he praised me. "Why don't we sell them to NPCs? Aren't NPCs all fond of weapons? They'd probably be very interested." "That's not necessarily true. The guns that we can't even control are even more heavyweights for them." "Hey, right, didn't they say that the convoy with the iron line of defense would be arriving? Let's sell them to them then. They're an armed force resisting the oppression of the Kroni. There should be someone in the Kroni who can handle them, like Butcher." "That makes sense. Let's find a warehouse to store it first." Just as Chrysanthemum went to borrow the warehouse from the auto repair shop owner, an uninvited guest arrived. Upon seeing him, Jean Chuan quickly stood up to greet him. "So that's why we had a new order for void shields at the foundry. You guys went shopping again as a group." Xia Shang looked at the group of people in front of him with a smile. "Chapter 107 Void Specialization, isn't this? Some people just can't resist the blueprint." Several players chuckled awkwardly. "Besides, we only sold some supplies we didn't need, so there shouldn't be any problem, right?" Jean Chuan asked in a low voice, thinking that the game prohibited players from trading large quantities of items and materials. "Of course there's no problem. You don't need to worry about anything. I'm just surprised that they all built the void shield at the same time. And you guys, my buddies, you surprised me even more. You even submitted an order for the evil eye." Looking at the 6 little ones, Xia Shang felt a sense of joy. Including the several boxes of alloy ferrite plates that were reported and submitted, as well as such a large quantity of rare materials, plus the explosive charge, I originally thought it would take you half a month to have a chance to make this weapon. At this point, Xia Shang suddenly noticed Jean Chuan winking at Chenari, seemingly signaling him to step forward. "Is there something you need? We're like family, you can speak frankly about it," Xia Shang said frankly. "All right, but let's talk about it in the military camp," Jean Chuan suggested. Arriving at the arched roof of the military camp where they had just finished resting, the bright yellow lights cast long shadows of the group onto the corrugated iron walls. "What is it that's so serious?" Xia Shang asked, puzzled. Seeing that there were no other NPCs around, Dust reached into the void passage and took out 2 crystal-clear glass fragments with red and green liquids on their surfaces. "We discovered fragments that appear to be glass armor. The Kroni sealed them in some kind of closed magnetic field device they made. Unfortunately, we accidentally damaged that magnetic field box. Fearing something might happen to it, we quickly stored it in the void passage." Dust handed the items to Xia Shang, anticipating the unfolding of a new story. After receiving the 2 shards of glass stained with the blood of the evil spirits, Xia Shang frowned and fell into deep thought. Chrysanthemum was filled with trepidation, because he was the prisoner who had broken the storage box. "Didn't you feel anything at the time?" Xia Shang suddenly asked Juhua. "No." Chrysanthemum shook her head. "That's a pity. If we had them, we'd have 2 pieces of good news. Since we don't, we only have 1 piece of good news," Xia Shang said, weighing the fragment in his hand. "How so?" everyone asked. "This is indeed a fragment of the glass lady, even a fragment of its central core. It should have originally contained the central consciousness and data. Chrysanthemum is a consciousness wave that has had contact with her will, and should have had the opportunity to activate the remaining central core here. Unfortunately, it has lost its central consciousness due to the long years and the violent cracking by the Kroni people." Chrysanthemum suddenly realized. "You mean, if the central authority still exists, that would be good news. But since you're not here, there's no need for further discussion. You've done a good job. The database here should be able to complete all the blueprint data for the glass lady battle armor." Xia Shang smiled. "Armor?" The 6 players were all shocked and quickly surrounded Xia Shang, all wanting to ask him for more detailed information about the armor. "I know you're all excited, but we still need Audis to analyze its data before we can create the corresponding blueprint samples. It's a bit too early for you to be in such a hurry," Xia Shang said helplessly. "How can we not be impatient? Glass melting blade, soaring through the skies and diving into the depths." Players expressed their eagerness. Xia Shang smiled upon hearing this and instead asked, "The problem is, even if you obtain the armor blueprints now, and even if you manufacture a complete set of armor, how are you going to use it?" "This." The players looked at each other in bewilderment. Only Jean Chuan recalled the feeling of being taken out of his armor by Xia Shang. "I remember," Jean Chuan said. "The battlesuit isn't a piece of equipment like an exoskeleton. It's a whole unit. To pilot the battlesuit, the first step we need to take is to transfer our consciousness into it." "That's right. I thought you'd forgotten." Xia Shang smiled, confirming Jean Chuan's statement. He then looked around at the other players and said, "I see you've all reached level 5 willpower, so you should all have activated the power source ability, right?" The players nodded in agreement. "If it weren't for temporarily boosting my combat power, I would probably be level 6 by now," Chrysanthemum added. "Then you probably don't have the ability to take over the armor yet. If you want to control your own armor, you must improve your willpower and unlock the void transmission ability in order to actively transfer your consciousness into the armor." Transmission of consciousness through the void. What level is needed to unlock this void transmission? Dust asked. Xia Shang thought for a moment, then stretched out his left hand and unfolded the bone amplifier. Whoosh, a spinning lotus lifted up the outline of a human body, which leaped into his palm. "Isn't this the panel we use to unlock the source of power?" Chrysanthemum exclaimed in surprise. Xia Shang nodded and said, "Yes, it doesn't have a specific name, but I call it void specialization." As Xia Shang spoke, 5 star-studded rings formed a 5-point circle around the human body, with the 5 centers falling on the head and limbs respectively. The intersection of the 5 rings was precisely the location of the source of power. These are unique void techniques of ours. Generally, after strengthening your connection with the void and being able to absorb void energy, you will have 5 different derived techniques, namely void teleportation, void ray, void burst, void concealment, and void ejection. 5 names were announced from Xia Shang's mouth, and 5 brightest stars lit up in turn from the head, right hand, right foot, and left foot of the human body outline. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Originally, these 5 derivatives had no order. You could unlock one of your favorites each time you leveled up, until you unlocked them all. Only then would you truly possess the combat power of someone within the walls. For example, Blazing Dust. Didn't you ask me about using Night Spirit Stones to create amplifiers? Ah, yes. Dust nodded repeatedly. Void rays allow you to unleash void energy, causing disintegration and reconstruction of targets hit. This is a type of damage that cannot be mitigated by any means, and it is the damage that Eidolons fear most. Eidolon amplifiers can help us amplify and change the way the ray attacks, causing higher void damage in different ways. To fully utilize Eidolon amplifiers, you must first possess the ability of void rays, which is why I didn't tell you this beforehand. There's also void burst, which unleashes intense void energy at close range, useful for close quarters combat. Void shroud. Channel a void veil to conceal your presence, protecting you from all forms of observation and harm until you manually deactivate it or your energy is depleted. Void ejection. Briefly transforms into a beam of void energy for a straight line dash. The last feature, void communication, allows your consciousness to switch between armors at any time. After saying that, Xia Shang clenched his fist, put away the projection used for demonstration, and shook his head, saying, void communication is indeed crucial, but other abilities are more valuable to you at the moment. So before you actually obtain the battle armor, I don't recommend that you activate this ability immediately. Chapter 108. Did the repair tool kill someone? Players were immediately bewildered by the void specialization and began discussing which skill to prioritize after leveling up. Some people believe that the void ray is the most important, as it allows everyone to go out freely at night. Some people feel that void shroud should be selected first, since being invincible and immune to damage is something everyone envies. Some people think that void launcher is cost-effective, as it can be used for fixed-point teleportation, movement, and dash, and even has the ability to avoid damage. However, no one argued, and they all reached the same answer. As Xia Shang said, it would be sufficient to have void transmission when the battle armor was actually made. Sigh, I don't think brother Xia Shang would betray us. After the 2 previous battles, Dust had gained a lot and now trusted Xia Shang's training recommendations quite a bit. It takes several thousand entropy points to level up, and now you're just going to use it on an ability that's useless without armor. That's a bit. Chrysanthemum touched her nose. There's an old saying by you the great, those who understand the times are heroes. If we can max out our other abilities, wouldn't that reduce the difficulty of obtaining materials to make armor? Zhou Jizuan agreed wholeheartedly. Stop nagging, brothers. Leveling up is still the most important thing. I should have known better than to waste over 1,000 experience points on the void crystal. What good is your 1,000 plus? I just added that elite monster's experience and willpower to my account, and it didn't make a ripple at all. Dust clicked his tongue. Indeed, finding a place to increase entropy is urgent. At this point, Chrysanthemum suddenly raised an eyebrow and looked at Xia Shang. Xia Shang. Brother Xia Shang, please help me. Brother Xia Shang. No, Godfather, can you recommend 2 places where I can farm entropy? Brother Xia. Brother Shang. Father Xia. Just as Xia Shang was about to tell them about the distress signal, he couldn't stand their shamelessness and their attempts to seduce him. Suddenly, Ari Ling rushed in with a crystal plate in her arms, only to be shocked by the chaotic scene. Ari Ling. I'm afraid the air will suddenly become quiet. What are you standing there for? Get up. Qin Chuan, who had been standing to the side without moving, felt a blush creep up his face and quickly urged the player to get up. What is it? Xia Shang asked seriously. There have been deaths in the community. They say someone used fake life restoring devices on them and want to apply for a steel ruling. What is steel judgment? Wait, repairer. Dust suddenly jumped up from the ground, turning to look at Qin Chuan beside him, who also frowned. The Ironclad judgment is a means of questioning and judging certain controversial cases under the protection of the Ironclad defense line. It is usually conducted by the most prestigious elders in the region. Do you know about this? Xia Shang looked at Chenari and knew that he knew something. That's how it is. Dust and Chrysanthemum quickly told Xia Shang what had happened. The repair tool we just used came from a dungeon. How could it be fake? Ari Ling said, I can understand, but they're a bit out of control right now. Take me there. Xia Shang waved for Ari Ling to go ahead and said, you all follow along and see what's going on. After walking a few steps, Xia Shang and the players could hear a loud argument. When they went over to take a look, they found that the argument was blocking the entrance of the auto repair shop. Not only were there many NPCs gathered around, but there were also quite a few players who had joined in the fun. We did indeed encounter them here, Dust said. Xia Shang remained silent, pushed through the crowd, and saw several backpack survivors clinging to the owner of the auto repair shop. It's the Wanderer. The NPCs surrounding them became respectful, and the noisy chatter instantly quieted down, leaving only the backpack survivors shouting loudly, only realizing a beat too late that someone had arrived. My lord, Wanderer. Upon seeing Xia Shang, they immediately changed their attitude, but their expressions were still unpleasant, especially when they saw the players behind Xia Shang. It's them. Wanderer. They pretended to be kind, gave us fake repair kits, and got our teammates killed. Chrysanthemum remembered the man who had spoken. He had been timid and hesitant at the time, but now, in a fit of rage, he pulled out the repair kit that Dust had given him and was about to smash it on the ground. Let me see, Xia Shang said. The man paused, took a deep breath, and then respectfully handed the hand to Xia Shang with both hands. Brother Xia Shang is truly prestigious. The surrounding players sighed in admiration upon seeing this scene. After taking the repair kit, Xia Shang inspected it thoroughly. The energy battery inside, which was used to generate the magnetic field, still had about half of its charge remaining. Who lent it to you? Xia Shang asked. Him. The man pointed at the Dust, and his companion glared at him angrily. Xia Shang activated the repair tool in his hand and placed it on the ground, gesturing for Chenari to come forward, to demonstrate its effectiveness. Dust paused for a moment, not understanding what he meant. Chrysanthemum immediately pulled out a machete and handed it to Dust, and he suddenly realized what it meant. Good. Without saying a word, Dust slashed his own arm, creating a deep cut. Seeing that Chenari seemed like a completely different person, ruthless and taciturn, and ready to stab him directly, the man who had come to question him couldn't help but take a step back, his expression changing slightly. Dust casually tossed the machete back to Chrysanthemum, then stretched out his wounded hand next to the life repairer. It's healing, it's healing. The NPCs who were watching the scene gathered around to look at Dust's wound, and they could clearly see that granulation tissue was growing around the edges of the wound. It seems the repair kit is working properly, Xia Shang asked, looking at them. Do you have any further objections? How could this be? The backpackers frowned, gripping the Dust in their hands as they looked at it, and found that the repairer was indeed working properly. Hey, Quinn, they don't seem like they're trying to scam us, do they? Ezio nudged Qin Chuan with his elbow and whispered. But my companion, he was only injured and not in any immediate danger, but when we took this repair kit back to him, his wounds immediately worsened, and there was even tissue overgrowth. He also immediately lost consciousness. The man looked directly at Xia Shang, without any guilt. Until we turned it off, but it was too late, one person added. Upon hearing this, Xia Shang raised his eyebrows slightly. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he abruptly reached out and grabbed the man's arm, startling him so much that he tried to press down on the gun handle at his waist, but forced himself to restrain himself because of Xia Shang's identity. Do you have any wounds? Xia Shang didn't pay attention to the other person's small movements, but just stared intently into his eyes. No, the man shook his head. He wasn't lying. Where are they? Xia Shang gestured to his teammates behind him. No, there was only Farley. Take me to see his body. Xia Shang said seriously, glancing at the tense Ling passed down the word. Everyone who was near where they placed the wounded should be gathered together and disinfected with high-temperature firearms. If anyone has burns, treat them with a repair kit. Dust, stay here and don't move. Quinn, you and the rest of you come with me. Upon hearing Xia Shang's instructions and arrangements, the man being held in his hand began to look confused, then bewildered, and then suddenly horrified. Quickly, take the wanderer to the tent, he shouted hurriedly to his team, his lips trembling. Chapter 109 The Footsteps of the Plague. What's going on? I don't know. I heard that an NPC was killed by healing, and then Brother Xia Shang might have discovered something. The players who were hurrying behind Xia Shang whispered among themselves. Here I am, Lord Wanderer. The three backpackers led Xia Shang to a tent that had just been set up, but when they lifted the tent flap, they did not see the expected corpse, only a pool of blood. Gone. How could it be gone? Could it really be true? Xia Shang reached out and pushed the three people aside, then bent down to look at the bloodstains and could see some scratches. Brother Xia Shang, where's the body? Chrysanthemum peeked out, hoping to see what a carcass with proliferating flesh looked like, but all she saw was a pool of reddish-brown blood. Did it dissolve into blood? This isn't blood, Xia Shang said, reaching out to touch it. When they were only a few centimeters apart, an inexplicable pulsation appeared on the surface of the blood. Numerous hairy tentacles extended towards Xia Shang's fingers, as if awakening from a daze, as if they had smelled something delicious. Holy crap! Several players were startled by the suddenly appearing bloodstains. What is this thing? This is tissue fluid teeming with plague virus. If left unattended, it will become a breeding ground within half a day, capturing and devouring any passing creatures, Xia Shang explained, withdrawing his hand. Plague virus. This was the first time the players had heard this term, but Xia Shang wasn't in the mood to tell them a story right now, and simply raised his hand to set up and issue the task. Alert mission. An uninvited guest has appeared in the Red Crystal community. It is extremely dangerous and possesses the ability to infect others with a virus. The community members must be protected from infection. Locate and eliminate it as quickly as possible, and ensure no one is injured. The mission instantly appeared in the eyes of all players in the Red Crystal community, making them eager to participate and mobilizing in the chat channel. Galio doesn't save the blind man. Hurry, hurry, hurry. A brand new alert mission. Everyone, find the target. Sankaria, but it doesn't even say what this uninvited guest looks like. Smart old R. Sigh, didn't the mission description already mention it? It has the ability to infect people with viruses, so it probably won't look human. For example, I think I just saw a guy with a big bulge around his neck. I thought he was a deformed person, so I didn't pay much attention. Was he the mission target? Chrysanthemum loves maid. Holy crap, where is it? Quick, kill it. Don't let it spread the infection to NPCs. Bang! A gunshot rang out over the community. Xia Shang noticed the direction of the gunshot and immediately rushed over. What should we do with this thing? Ezio, who was praising me, quickly asked Xia Shang. Burn them all, don't let a single one of them escape. As Xia Shang was speaking, several more gunshots rang out, so he stopped lingering, took out his hoverboard, and rushed toward the source of the sound. Holy crap, what the hell is this thing? It's indestructible. For example, he had just turned around and found the mutated creature that was staggering. Since the mission instructions said to kill it as soon as possible, he didn't hold back and directly drew his gun to kill it. However, let alone being unable to be killed by one shot, even 3 shots would only sever one end of its limb, leaving blood splattered all over the ground. Players who heard the commotion nearby rushed over, and 4 or 5 of them fired shots in quick succession, managing to barely manage to kill the mutant on the spot. Holy crap, he doesn't seem to be dead yet. The player cautiously took a few steps closer and saw that the flesh on the mangled corpse was still twitching and writhing, and his scalp tingled instantly. Xia Shang arrived shortly after and, seeing the player trying to get closer with a mixture of disgust and curiosity, quickly warned, "Good job. Don't come any closer. Surround this area and send someone to get the flamethrower." As the high-temperature flames of the flamethrower scorched the remaining tissue on the ground, Xia Shang's heart, which had been in his throat, eased a little. He turned his head and saw that Juhua and the others had also come over. "How's it going over there?" Xia Shang asked. Chrysanthemum replied solemnly, "It was burned to the ground, including the bloodstains on the ground, all of which were carbonized." Very good. Meanwhile, Ling, who had been sent to guide the community's remaining residents and survivors in their examinations, returned to report that there were currently no injured or suspected infected individuals, and that environmental purification was also underway. Good, but don't let your guard down. This place absolutely cannot become a black zone. You're not people who haven't seen things before, so be careful, Xia Shang instructed Ling, and also told her to immediately remind the others. The alarm mission was completed once the remaining body parts were burned into glowing charcoal. Alert mission, uninvited guest, completed, reward, 300 star coins. This should be the initial setup mission, so the reward will definitely be low. To see the reward, you'll have to look at the subsequent series of missions. That's certainly true. All those trapped within the Hongjing community walls, please assemble at Xia Shang's location. Look, here it is. Wow, he really is a gaming legend. Within a minute, the 30-odd players from the Red Crystal community had gathered around Xia Shang, whispering among themselves about what kind of mission would be coming up. Quiet down, people inside the walls. We just repelled a plague attack. You should be happy, Xia Shang said to the group of players. Before the players could raise any questions, Xia Shang began to explain. It is a life form infected by a special virus. Infected life forms cannot be cured, and their spirit will dissolve into their body and become part of the virus. They spend their entire lives pursuing flesh and blood. If given enough flesh and blood or organic matter, they can transform an entire area into a breeding ground for the virus and a hotbed for the reproduction of mutants. The places that have been transformed into breeding grounds are called the dark zones, or black zones. There is no life there, no spirit or will, only mutated flesh and blood enslaved by the virus. This is one of the reasons why they are called dark zones. This planet is not a pure land. There are 2 black zones controlled by the Kroni Empire, and they have entered a dormant period. But now there are mutants appearing outside the black zones. Whether this means the awakening of the black zones, we do not know, but we cannot let it become the seed for the birth of a 3rd black zone. Series of missions. The plague follows in the shadow of life. Investigate how this infected person became infected. Note, the progress of this mission depends on the completion status of the people within the wall. If a virus outbreak occurs, the mission will be considered a failure, and the world will undergo irreversible negative changes, significantly increasing the difficulty of survival and potentially leading to server shutdown for maintenance. Damn, it's another game mission that will cause irreversible changes, and may even shut down the game. You mean the NPCs, right? After all, this game is entirely run by NPCs. If all the NPCs die, the game will be dead. The players discussed this and realized that the problem was indeed quite serious, so they quickly got to work on the task. The clever older reacted quickly and immediately found the mutants' former teammates, the same ones who had stirred up trouble today. Where have we been? The man was cleaning up the charred remains left behind by the burning tent when he looked up at the clever older. Yes, we want to find the source of the plague that infected your teammates and then eliminate it. That's what the clever older said. Actually, we don't know either. The man hesitated for a moment before giving Old R an answer he hadn't expected. No, buddy. Wow, Old R, how are you so fast? Li Jieli suddenly darted behind Old R, only to find that the other party had actually gotten there first. Old R turned around and found that not only Li Jieli, but other players were also following behind. Seeing so many people surrounding him, the man knew he had to give an explanation. Otherwise, even if these people didn't question him, the Wanderer would find him, since it was one of his team members who had contracted the disease. I'm not lying to you. A few days ago, in order to collect materials on moonlight plants, we went into the Kiba rainforest, which is 20 kilometers away, and stayed there for a few days. We got separated briefly along the way. During that time, we didn't even know where we were, let alone where he had been. His teammates nodded in agreement, afraid that the players might question them. Where did you find the Kukota eggs? Kikuka asked, as she happened to be in the crowd. Yes, we found it by chance on the road when we were about to leave the rainforest. At the time, we thought we had hit the jackpot. We also heard that this area had become an unofficial part of the lakeside market, so we planned to rest for a day and then take it to Master Tisoni to exchange for the reward. Then we can be certain that he was infected somewhere in the rainforest, right? That's one way to put it, because he probably didn't have the ability to run out of the rainforest and back during that time. He could only have been active in the Kiba rainforest. Having received a relatively positive answer, many players are eager to try it out and head to the so-called Kabar rainforest immediately. Why don't we just burn that rainforest down? The NPC said they've been back from there for several days now. It might already be a black zone, one player suggested. That's a good idea, but with something this big, are you sure the Kroni won't notice the billowing black smoke when we set the fire? To be honest, this area is still officially Kroni Empire territory. Of course, some players raised questions. That's right. There's an abandoned experimental base of Kroni in that rainforest. If we make too much noise, they might send in airships to investigate. The NPC quickly said when he heard that the group was about to set the fire. Besides, that rainforest is also related to the survival of many people in the surrounding area. Please, investigate thoroughly before you act. The players were at their wits' end, so they could only send someone fast to fetch Xia Shang and ask him for advice. Kabar rainforest. He's talking about the Kiba rainforest. Xia Shang's thoughts raced upon hearing the player's reply. Yes, that's what he said. The Kabar rainforest is indeed in a strategic location. It is rich in species and resources, and many people depend on it for their livelihood. Before it is confirmed that the area has become a black zone, as long as there is still room for maneuver, we cannot easily burn it down. You can go to the rainforest to investigate according to the location he mentioned. Okay. The players immediately set off upon hearing the news, forming a team to rent all the remaining assembled vehicles at the auto repair shop. Each of the 6 battle-damaged assembled vehicles carried 5 or 6 people, heading straight for the Kiba rainforest, 20 kilometers north of the Red Crystal community. Xia Shang, still in the camp, carefully checked the camp one last time. Only after confirming that nothing had been disclosed did he feel relieved and call out to Audis. Otis, have you finished making the portable signal detector yet? Commander, it's complete. I'll transfer you to them now. But are you looking for a specific signal source? Actually, Audis is the most advanced detector model. No, this is for the players, Xia Shang denied, while simultaneously catching the handheld-sized, portable detector. The signal tower here received a distress signal from the Cup's merchant ship, and today we also received a report of someone infected with the plague. I suspect there's a connection, so... Before Xia Shang could finish speaking, Audis exploded. What? Commander, you've come into contact with infected people. Oh no, this is too dangerous. Audi suggests that the entire camp be burned to the ground. Leave no one alive. Audi's tone suddenly became extremely violent at the end of his sentence, but he immediately realized the problem and toned it down. Audi's means that this camp needs to undergo a serious and thorough high-temperature disinfection. Don't worry, I've already arranged for people to disinfect these areas and check them a second time. There's no problem inside the camp. The issue is outside. There seems to be a source of disease infection in the Kabar rainforest, and the direction of the distress signal we're receiving here highly overlaps with that of the Kabar rainforest. So I'm going to send another small team of players to search for the distress signal. Wait, Commander, the distress signal you mentioned is from the Cups Trading Company. How did they break through Kroni's orbital blockade and land in the plains of Night Spirit? This doesn't make sense. Audis exclaimed. That's why we need to send people to search and investigate now. This detector is meant to help players find the signal source. If that's the case, Commander, I suggest they split into 2 groups to investigate. One group can directly contact the source of the signal, while the other can trace the source of the epidemic. If both sides show signs that they are responsible, then we can use that to blackmail them, demanding compensation. Yes, compensation. Audis pretended that he had just misspoke. You're wrong, we don't need it, Xia Shang said, shaking his head. Oh, Audis was being presumptuous. Just as Audis was about to apologize for his dark thoughts, Xia Shang interrupted his brewing emotions. Why do you think I didn't lead the team myself? Cups likes to talk about contracts and principles to outsiders, but we people inside the walls don't need principles to get things done, Xia Shang chuckled. Cups Chamber of Commerce, I'm going to strip them bare and paint a rosy picture for our lovely players. This time it was Audis' turn to be stunned. On the plains, Qin Chuan was driving with several rebellious veteran players towards the Kiba rainforest when a notification popped up in front of him without warning, startling him so much that he immediately braked. With a series of clanging sounds, the riders who were clinging to the outside of the car and sitting on the roof were caught off guard and were thrown off the car like dumplings being dropped into water. Ouch, my back. What are you groaning about? You didn't turn on the pain simulator. Where does it hurt? TSK, they really have no humanity at all. What's going on? Say something, Quinn. Dust rose from the ground and peered out the driver's side window, asking. However, Qin Chuan didn't care about any of this. His smile revealed a hint of mystery as he raised the object in his hand and said, Your brother Quinn just got a big job. Chapter 110, split into 2 groups to search for the signal source. A heads up. If you feel like you've skipped a chapter, congratulations, it's true. The previous chapter added 2,000 words of plot information, so go catch up. Divider, there's no road ahead. 5 assembled vehicles drove along a path at the edge of the forest, but the path was abruptly cut off by a huge elevation difference. Only the treetops of trees taller than 20 meters could peek out and greet the headlights of the assembled vehicles. But this is the Kabar rainforest. Should we take a detour down? One player lay down on the edge of the cliff to look down and found that the cliff face was not too steep, and the interior of the dense forest was almost overgrown with vines, so there was no gap that the size of the assembled vehicle could squeeze into. Forget it. The detour will probably only allow you to park your car outside. If you drive in, you won't be able to drive. A driver player with driving experience came down to check and said, Then let's climb down here. But what about the car? If we leave it here, won't it be stolen by a passing scavenger? I can't care about that. The one behind you adjust the position of the car and stop the tree. Don't just look at it. Go and cut some branches. It needs to be more lush and can cover the car. The players finally hid the assembly car, so they immediately climbed down the cliff. Oh my god, I'm a little afraid of heights to be honest. A player prostrated himself on the edge of the cliff and looked down, feeling dizzy. Come on, brother, this is a game. Even if you jump down from a height of 100,000 meters and fall to your death, you can still resurrect and jump twice more. There is no such opportunity in reality. A 100% realistic rock climbing simulator. Do you know how many extreme sports enthusiasts would kill for this? Exactly, or you can go down and respawn and wait for us, one player joked. Why don't you go down and revive? The player, enraged, immediately followed his companions. Wait a minute. Ezio, who was lying on the rock wall, suddenly looked around and noticed a problem. Where are they? Who are you talking about? Asked Jujiro from the side. Quinn, didn't they keep up? I don't know, they're probably lost. Never mind, we have to finish the mission first and get the most mission rewards. Your girlfriend said excitedly. Finding a good angle, she suddenly jumped off the rock wall, grabbed a thick tree branch with one hand, and made whimpering noises. Holy crap. Chapter 1, The Monkey King is born, a player exclaimed in surprise. Dozens of players descended slowly down the rock face like ants, unaware of the unusual light reflecting off the treetops in the distance. Aren't we going with them? Inside Qin Chuan's car, a tall young man watched as Qin Chuan turned the steering wheel and, after the 5 cars ahead of him disappeared into the woods, chose to continue driving forward alone. Don't worry, Big Smart, we're going on another hidden mission now. Dust sat obediently in the back seat this time, patting the player next to him on the shoulder. A hidden quest. When did you guys get a hidden quest? Clever Old asked in surprise. Also, don't call me Big Clever, just call me Old or if you think my ID is too long. What hidden mission? Is it difficult? Will it affect our series of missions? The player who spoke had the ID Ultraman Mamba above his head, so he was probably a tokusatsu fan. No, Qin Chuan, who was steering the car, glanced at the edge of the window and explained. Xia Shang's message said that this is a covert investigation mission. We need to investigate whether a sudden distress signal is related to this epidemic infection. A distress signal. Clever Old R and Ultraman Mamba were both puzzled when suddenly a head drooped down from the roof of the car and said, Brother Quinn, it's about this direction. It was Akiku. Hold on tight. 10 minutes later, the group drove the assembled vehicle into the shade of the trees and covered it with large branches before facing the path leading deep into the rainforest. Many people walk this road. I guess most of the survivors who come here to collect materials enter from here. Dust examined the several sets of footprints on the ground. These footprints were drawn by the damp soil that had been picked up in the rainforest, but now they were completely dry and hard. It was unclear whether they belonged to the group that went to Hongjing community. Be alert, everyone. There might be infected creatures, Qin Chuan said, telling everyone to have weapons ready. I saw the NPCs were using fire to eliminate the plague. Do we have flamethrowers? The clever older asked, holding his gun. No, the flamethrowers in the community need to be disinfected, and there aren't many, so we didn't take any. But don't worry, I brought the cannibalistic woman, and the ammunition is already being made, Chrysanthemum replied. So, the other team doesn't have any fire either. Mamba Ultraman asked worriedly. Don't worry about them over there, many of them have incendiary bombs. Dust waved his hand and said. You'd be more worried about whether they can escape if a forest fire breaks out. The 5 hiked into the rainforest, with Chrysanthemum leading the way with a detector, while the others followed closely behind. You guys seem so skilled. Mamba Ultraman and Older followed behind the 3 in front and found that the 3 of them were very quick in identifying directions and finding their way. No, this is our first time in the rainforest too. Dust carried a martial machete and cleared away the vines and branches along the way, but the clearing was rather rough. No, I mean you guys are like veteran gamers who've been playing for ages, Ultraman Mamba said accurately. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. I'm not worthy of being called a veteran player. I started playing the game with you guys. This way. Chrysanthemum laughed. I saw you guys come back at noon today and it seems you've amassed quite a few spoils again. How did you find so many sources? We've been searching the plains for ages and haven't been able to find many Kroni patrols, the clever Older asked. The patrolmen don't make much money, Dust shook his head. To collect materials, you have to find Kroni's stronghold or their transport convoy. But convoys are more of a matter of luck. Or you could find some NPCs. They have special channels, and you can go with them on missions. Oh, is that how it is? I thought you had to kill a lot of monsters to get it. Ultraman Mamba scratched his head. He didn't have much experience playing this kind of game. He was just curious and clicked the pre-registration button. Who knew he would be so lucky as to win? Actually, it's not a big secret. You'll understand if you look back at some of the pre-recorded videos on various platforms, like this big streamer next to me. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Chuan slapped the dust onto the top of his head. Ahem. The game currently offers both rewards and risks. To reap rich rewards, you also face a high risk of being resurrected with nothing, so you can just take the recorded videos as a reference and not take them too seriously. Qin Chuan quickly issued a cosmic disclaimer. Hey, Quinn, that's a strange statement. Anyway, the armor blueprints will be released soon. Once they have the armor, they can just go in and out of the Kroni outpost anytime to farm materials. Dust joked. Armor. The clever Old R and Ultraman Mamba were hearing about the blueprints for the battle armor for the first time. What kind of armor? Is it the holy sword? The two immediately became incredibly enthusiastic and started asking around. Chapter 111 The First Infected Beast. Start a fire. The search in the edge of the rainforest was ineffective. During this downtime, the clever Old R and Ultraman Mamba also learned in detail about the role of the specialization panel, void skills, and teleportation. Oh, so that's why power source wasn't very useful. Turns out you have to upgrade it to use it. Ultraman Mamba checked his specialization panel repeatedly and asked, so if I want to use the armor sooner, the next level is to upgrade void teleportation, right? No, Tilda, Dust shook a finger and said, the battle armor blueprint is just background information. Brother Xia Shang only told us that there is such a thing, but how to get this blueprint, the difficulty of making the blueprint, the production time, these conditions are all unknown. If you rashly put your current experience into this skill, you will be 1 skill less than others. Maybe by the time the actual battle armor is made, everyone will already be level 7. At that time, you can activate the void transmission and use the battle armor directly. So, before building the battle armor, the priority is to improve combat effectiveness. That makes sense, the astute older nodded. Based on your experience, what's the first combat skill you plan to activate? I recommend void cover. It grants stealth and invulnerability. Weapon damage isn't actually lacking these days, so I recommend this. I recommend Void Ray. With this skill, you can farm night spirits at night to make amplifiers. Brother Xia Shang said that this is unstoppable damage. You could call it true damage. Amplifiers can enhance and change the attack method of Void Ray, and maybe then you can really play with the special beam killer cannon. Damn it, just thinking about it makes me angry. Why did you stab me too? I don't believe you couldn't control the length of the glass cutter. Dust suddenly flew into a rage upon hearing the name of the special beam cannon. Hey, I didn't know that would heal you too. Subconsciously, I thought you'd be okay. Just as Chrysanthemum was being punished and brutally violated by Dust, the clever older suddenly interrupted the two of them. There seems to be another sound. Please be quiet. Before they could finish speaking, a sharp roar suddenly came from the forest, startling everyone, who quickly clutched their weapons. What's that sound? A wild beast. A Kubro. I've never heard of Kukoro's cry, so I don't know. As they were talking, a rustling sound suddenly approached from the bushes, and a 4-legged creature covered in fleshy tentacles burst out from it. Holy crap. What the hell? Damn, it's obviously infected. Open fire. 4 Brighton swords instantly riddled the creature with holes, but they couldn't stop its tumor-like muscles from piercing through. The immense force sent it hurtling like a cannonball into the nearest Dust. What terrible luck. Dust was propelled into the air and stuck to the tree branches, unable to come down for a while. It's unkillable. Guns are useless against it. Ultraman Mamba shouted as he fired. The four-legged infected beast charged left and right, but the players were prepared and managed to dodge in time, so no one else was knocked over. Where's the cannibalistic woman? Help her, help her! The clever older cried out. The bullet hasn't even been made yet. We only have one bullet. Are you sure you want to waste it here? Chrysanthemum retorted. What do we do now? Just as the players were still dealing with the infected beasts, a sharp shout came from above them, splitting Mount Hua in two. A figure suddenly descended from the sky, wielding a machete that precisely struck the infected beast's skull. The scorching blade sliced the beast in two with a hiss, and the two halves of flesh slammed to the ground with a thud, writhing in agony. It turns out that the Dustman had descended from the sky. The crisis is over. Chrysanthemum leaned closer and asked, looking at the two halves of flesh and bone still connected on the ground. He's not dead yet, everyone be careful, Qin warned. It's still not dead. What kind of creature is this? It doesn't even have internal organs. The clever older took 2 steps forward to take a look and found that the infected beast's body cavity was full of twisted, fleshy fibers tangled together, like a meatball full of tendons. The muscle bundles were also contracting and relaxing in a terrifying way. Many fine tendons no longer just connected to bones, but were intertwined to form a stronger tissue. At this moment, Dust was ruthless and taciturn. The martial machete shone brightly with its blazing blade, and with a few strokes, it chopped them into pieces. Is this going to work? I don't know. Don't we not have fire? It just so happens that the martial knife has a high-temperature blade. I want to try and see if it works, Dust said, and was about to swing the knife, but Qin stopped him. Wait, look at the head you chopped off at the beginning. Its activity has decreased. Qin said, pointing to the two halves of the beast's head. Really, Dust, you're incredibly lucky. Chrysanthemum poked the head with a twig and found that the jaw, which had been opening and closing with drooling, was now frozen, like a corpse that had been dead for a week. But we can't be sure it's because of the high-temperature blade, since it was cut into pieces. It could also be because the controlled nerves were severed, the astute older analyzed. Let's not talk about that now. We can't leave this corpse here. There's still blood in it, and it could become a breeding ground, Ultraman Mamba said worriedly from the side. Yes, start a fire. Quickly start a fire. How do we start a fire? By rubbing sticks together. Are you stupid? This is a sci-fi game, not a survival game. Why don't you ask Audis? Haha, so you're not just going to bark like a dog here, are you? Don't you understand the difference between humans and wild animals? Humans just know how to use tools. Now that we have this versatile little tool, Audis, why don't we use it? My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. The group got busy and quickly cleared a small open space and set up a campfire. I never imagined that such advanced void teleportation technology would be used by us for the most primitive form of starting a fire. Sigh, it's just sending a lighter. Why make it sound so awful? No, we've already started a fire. Aren't we going to grill something to eat? Aren't you hungry? Holy crap, you have such a grotesque taste. That's meat infected with a virus. But can't high temperatures kill this virus? I'll try slicing it thinner. At worst, it'll just revive on the spot. Awesome. ×4. Commander, Quinn's team has made contact with the first infected creature. There are now fully fledged infected creatures in the rainforest. Audis' projection suddenly appeared in front of Xia Shang. Xia Shang was already used to this, but when he heard the message from the other party, he couldn't help but frown. Is it a variant of a local species? Judging from the characteristic words they provided, it should be a variant of the swift charger. How did they solve it? A player was lucky enough to use a high-temperature cutting weapon to cut, slice, and chop it up, cough, and successfully kill the nerve activity in its body. However, the virus itself was still present, so I sent them a lighter to incinerate it on the spot. High temperatures can inactivate them, and severing their nerve connections with a sharp blade can effectively block limb movement, confining the virus-controlled neural units to the smallest possible piece of flesh. This is a good idea, Xia Shang nodded in approval. However, this is still not good news. If too many creatures become infected inside the rainforest, it may be truly difficult to save this place. Commander, should we send them flamethrowers for assistance? Audis asked, noticing that Xia Shang seemed to be lost in thought, so he waited patiently. The next moment, Xia Shang suddenly came to his senses and spat on the ground, cursing as he did so. Pa, what is this idiot doing? He dares to eat infected meat. Audis looked at Xia Shang's disheveled appearance with curiosity. It was the first time it had heard its commander curse the people inside the wall like that. Xia Shang finally rinsed his mouth with water before letting go of his obsessive-compulsive disorder about cleanliness. After wiping his mouth clean, he instructed Audis, pick out the lava impacts and see how many there are. Yes, Commander. Searching. Void crystal, silver tier, lava impact. Current inventory, 346 level 0 lava impacts, 3 level 2, and 1 level 5. Teleport 1 to each of the level 0 characters. Oh, and just say it was a loan to them. Yes, Commander. Chapter 112. A weapon with a completely new art style has appeared. Hey guys, does this thing give experience points? The group sat around a fire that emitted the aroma of roasted meat, carefully savoring the thin slices of roasted meat in their hands. Among them, Ultraman Mamba asked a question. Yes, but not many, Dust said. When I cut it until it lost its activity, it jumped to a number of 90. Huh. The clever older looked at the Dust in surprise. You got the entropy number. I also got a number jump after I ignited it just now, but it was only 45. Dust, huh? You too? Wait, what do you two mean? It died twice. The crowd asked curiously. Or maybe it's a bug. The clever older whispered, as if afraid the development team would hear him. It shouldn't be, Qin said, not eating the meat of the roasted infected creature. Instead, he skewered 2 fruits he had picked nearby, roasted them, and tasted them. He found them quite good and ate until he was half full. He denied it when he heard Oldar's question. Discarding the carbonized branch in his hand, Qin began to explain his speculation. Before we set off, at the NPC mobilization meeting, Xia Shang said something. I don't remember the exact words, but the gist was that the spirit of the infected would dissolve into their bodies. My understanding is that the infected are not dead, but have gone mad, or have become like a vegetable. When the dust cuts off their flesh, that vegetable is truly dead. So what I burned was a virus. But how can a virus be considered a defined life form? How do you determine how many viruses constitute a unit? The clever old I was even more puzzled by this answer. This issue is debatable. Firstly, these viruses are capable of developing a consciousness within an infected organism. Secondly, the viruses themselves possess a kind of massive collective consciousness, with each infected organism being a branch of this massive collective consciousness. Qin explained his conjecture. The second one sounds a bit scary. What is collective consciousness? Dust said, touching the goosebumps on his body. Wasn't there a movie before the ban? It featured a swarm of insects that were controlled by some kind of mind, but I watched it when I was very young and have forgotten about it. Chrysanthemum replied, stroking her chin. Just then, all 5 players simultaneously saw messages from Audis. Audis, the commander is aware of your situation and experiences. Based on your battle performance, the initial assessment is that in addition to the weakness of being killed by high temperatures, the infected creatures may also have a weakness of limb amputation. To confirm this idea, the commander will lend you void crystals, which can cause high temperature damage in melee combat, to test your theory. Receive 0 lava impact, increases fire damage by 15% on attacks indirect. Melee pressure 6. Holy crap, the NPC gave us equipment. The eyes of the 5 players who received the void crystal lit up, because what appeared in their palms was actually a silver crystal. 1 task, and you get 5 silver crystals. The pressure is a bit high. Even level 0 requires level 6 pressure. What's so special about it? Adds extra fire elemental damage. Isn't that awesome? That's enchanting technology. Wait, isn't this sci-fi game a bit too fantastical? But our martial machetes already have a high-temperature blade function, so isn't it a bit of a waste? Dust asked doubtfully. Let's give it a try. My martial doesn't have any crystals, so there's an empty slot, Chrysanthemum said, adding lava impact to the blade of Marshall's machete. Hiss hiss hiss, a burning sound of flames engulfing the blade was heard, and flames began to ignite sporadically on the martial knife. Holy crap, alloys can catch fire. Physics has lost its brilliance. Upon seeing this, the clever older exclaimed in surprise. Who's talking to you about physics? This is the science of the void. Chrysanthemum retorted, carefully examining the flaming machete. She reached out and touched the blade, but felt no heat. This seems to be just special effects. Chrysanthemum said uncertainly. Why not give it a try? After all, the description on the crystal says it deals fire damage when attacked. Otherwise, who would carry a torch around everywhere? Qin Chuan reminded him. That's true. Chrysanthemum said, then saw a small tree about the size of a fist that had been broken in the recent conflict, so she walked over and chopped it down with her knife. Cool, a burst of flame erupted as the blade touched the wood, startling the unprepared Chrysanthemum. Wow, so that's how it's used. Chrysanthemum pulled the blade out of the wood. A layer of charcoal had appeared on the surface of the cut, and a red light like lava was spreading and seeping into the cracks of the charcoal, while a wisp of smoke that stung the eyes rose up. It's confirmed. It's a fantasy game. This is enchanting. Dust shouted, quickly freeing up a pressure slot on his martial blade. 8 pressure points, deep blue, upgrade lava impact. Duang duang. Dust's lava impact skill was upgraded to level 2, and the pressure also reached 8, but the fire damage was increased to 45%. Holy crap, 45% fire damage. With a bang, the void crystal was slammed onto Marshall's machete. After the two merged into one, the fire effect on the machete's blade was much more intense than that of a chrysanthemum. Cool. Dust exclaimed, carefully hanging the fire poker on the weapon rack behind him. He was excited to find that it did not affect storage, but then he noticed that everyone else was looking at him with strange eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Have you forgotten something? Qin Chuan asked helplessly. This crystal wasn't a gift to us, it was lent to us. Ooh. Dust paused for 2 seconds before speaking. So, you mean we have to pay it back, right? That must be it. Fortunately, given Dust's personality, it won't dwell on it for too long. Since the entropy points have already been invested, there's no point in regretting it now. It might as well use them to earn back the entropy points. After cleaning up the mess and eliminating all the potential dangers on Mars, the group continued to move forward following the direction indicated by the signal receiver. Hey, look over there. After traveling less than 2 kilometers, the group discovered another strange object, a gun covered in threads of blood and flesh. This looks like a gun. After burning the seemingly breathing shredded meat to death with a lighter, Dust reached out and picked up the gun. The gun is predominantly grey blue, with a barrel formed by 2 metal rods resembling a tuning fork. There are also several ring-shaped icons emitting blue light on the gun body, the meaning of which is unknown. It looks so futuristic, it doesn't seem like the kind of art style you'd expect in a game, the savvy older remarked in surprise. Chapter 113, The Defensive Consciousness of a Breeding Ground. Fire 2 shots and see how the barrel of this thing is positioned vertically. Is it possible that that's not a gun barrel? Dust tentatively gripped the gun handle, adjusted his posture, and pulled the trigger at the large tree beside him. 2 dense blue beams of light shot out from the parallel metal gun barrels, striking the tree trunks with a crackling sound. Holy crap, it really does have 2 barrels. What a bizarre design. The surrounding players were all astonished. It doesn't seem to be firing physical bullets, but rather some kind of energy. I can't tell. I looked at the bullet holes in the tree. They were quite deep, and the temperature inside was very high, but there were no signs of burning. At this moment, Dust turned the gun on his own arm and shot himself twice before anyone could react, leaving 2 holes in his arm. Wow, the penetrating power is so strong. Dust raised his arm with a hole in it, his eyes able to see the 4 people on the other side through the hole. Awesome. The other 4 praised Dust for testing the gun on himself. It's definitely not a physical munition, and the temperature is extremely high. It must be some kind of high-temperature energy, Dust analyzed to the 4. But if it's a high-temperature weapon, why was it abandoned here? Isn't high temperature specifically designed for attacks against infected? The high-temperature method is different. Its attack method is to compress the temperature to a single point, which is too weak to kill infected creatures unless you can actually use it to turn infected creatures into a net with loopholes, Qin Chuan analyzed from the side. The question is, who left this gun here? It's obviously not something that Kroni's idiotic aesthetic could have produced. It's probably the person who sent the distress signal. The gun is gone, so the person probably couldn't have gone far. Let's check the surrounding area for any trace of the gun's owner. The 5 people immediately dispersed to search everywhere, and soon found something about 20 meters away. In the middle of the woods, there was a carpet about 5 meters in diameter with many fleshy tentacles as tall as fingers, with purplish-red blood vessels spreading across its surface. Those tentacles twitched slowly like mycelium, like grass blades swaying in the wind, or like living things breathing. They were out of place with the surrounding decaying leaves and the shady grass struggling to grow among them, yet they were just as quiet. However, the most striking feature is the scattered skeleton on this carpet. There are small skeletons of rodents or rabbits, as well as skeletons of felines the size of leopards. They have somehow wandered into the room and lie peacefully among the raw flesh tentacles. However, what is more conspicuous are the 2 skeletons in the very center. One was a humanoid skeleton lying on the ground, its body clad in a grey-yellow patchwork suit that had been violently torn apart, riddled with claw and bite marks. The exposed skull on the square metal collar had numerous blood vessels connecting to the fleshy carpet on the ground. Beside it lay the skeleton of what appeared to be a Kukoro creature. It looks like it was bitten to death by Kukoro here, but why throw a gun? Wouldn't it have killed Kukoro directly with a gun? Ultraman Mamba asked, puzzled. It's impossible to analyze, but there was infected tissue on the gun, so he may have been infected for a long time and was in a state of delirium. Should we burn this place down? It seems like even incendiary bombs wouldn't be enough to stop this. We'll have to bring out the cannibalistic gal. Brothers, don't rush. Let me ask Audi's first. Wait, Audi said he needs detailed video information. Let me take a few screenshots first. Tilda. Dust took more than a dozen pictures of the breeding ground, and even climbed a tree to take a few more. Only after sending them to Audi's did it receive the burn on the spot instruction. Okay, everyone step back and watch me burn it to ashes. Chrysanthemum said as she took out the only specially preserved explosive bomb, preparing to install it into the cannibalistic woman. But seemingly at the same moment, all the tentacles on the breeding bed began to tremble wildly. Wow, did they understand? They're all trembling with fear. Dust exclaimed in surprise. Hiss. A roar came from the forest, followed by more strange howls from all directions. For some reason, many infected creatures that they had not discovered during their search suddenly appeared in the forest. Holy crap, we're surrounded. The rustling sounds of collisions and running completely enveloped all the players, as all the infected creatures simultaneously chose to attack them. I wonder if it's possible, the wise older suddenly said seriously, that the breeding ground summoned them here because it sensed we wanted to kill it. Stop talking. It's a bit scary. Ultraman Mamba shouted nervously to Brighton, holding up his flaming hollow blade. Then we must burn it all. Chrysanthemum loaded the cannibalistic woman's gun and aimed it at the center of the breeding ground. Whoosh whoosh, the sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air rang in her ears. Caught off guard, Chrysanthemum was suddenly knocked to the ground. When she looked back, she found it was just Dust. Before Chrysanthemum could even speak, she saw 3 menacing fleshy tendrils sticking out of Dust's chest. What are you looking at? Do it. Dust grabbed the fleshy bud and pulled out the sharp teeth stuck in his body, cursing. As they were talking, several basketball-sized peekers emerged from the woods. Their bodies were covered in fleshy buds, and their heads were stretched taut by swollen muscles, making them look like pot lids. Bang bang bang. Gunfire erupted instantly, and one after another, the mutated rat was blown to pieces by the enhanced Brighton. Now they didn't care about the virus and blood splattering. Killing monsters was the priority. Fortunately, infected creatures like peekers are small enough that Brighton managed to kill one by blowing it up, even though it only gave him about 10 points of entropy. Is that all? Dust swung his flaming martial machete, slashing at the oncoming mutated rabbit. The burst of flames instantly turned its interior into glowing embers, and it shattered into sparks on the ground. Oh! A mutated sickle-tailed cat pounced down from the tree, its terrifying, blood-red maw aimed directly at the chrysanthemum's head. Bang 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 bang. The clever older reacted quickly, and with a dough in his hand, he smashed the sickle-tailed cat into a pile of mangled flesh and slammed it to the ground. No, you're too close. If the cannibalistic monster opens fire within this area, we'll all be burned to death here. Just before pulling the trigger, Chrysanthemum suddenly remembered the scene of killing that elite monster in the transfer warehouse. At that time, the huge flames instantly covered the floor with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters, turning it red, and the high-temperature heat wave it emitted covered the space with a radius of more than 10 meters. Damn it. You mean we have to fight our way out and make room for you? Ultraman Mamba Brighton kept firing, smashing half of the bodies of one mutated creature after another, leaving them to struggle in place. Suddenly, a message appeared before everyone's eyes. Quinn, to avoid them understanding, I'll say it here, everyone protect Chrysanthemum and break out to the outside for a distance. Then Chrysanthemum will detonate incendiary bombs on the breeding ground. The crowd acted decisively, surrounding Chrysanthemum and launching a swift attack. We're far enough away. It's safe here. Chrysanthemum said, turning around and aiming at the swaying breeding ground. She threw the explosive bomb, which was packed with high temperature and heat, into it with a thud. But just as the incendiary bomb had flown halfway, several infected figures suddenly burst out, their speed seemingly unleashing the full force of their lives, all lunging towards the incendiary bomb in midair. Boom! Blazing flames roared through the forest, the intense heat quickly turning everything around into charcoal, some even turning to ashes. Seconds later, the heat wave rose, the blazing flames gradually dissipated, and the ground was covered with hissing, red-hot charcoal bones, with charred marks all over the surrounding tree trunks. Chapter 114. A moment of indulgence leads to a lifetime of mistakes. Fut. Tui, did it work? Chrysanthemum crawled out of the dust, spat out the rotten stuff in her mouth, and looked around. No. Dust's body was half burnt red, and he took the initiative to block most of the flames for the other two players. Because of his amazing vitality, he didn't care about the burns. Instead, he was focused on the location of the incendiary bomb explosion. The incendiary bomb was intercepted in midair. The explosion point was some distance from the breeding ground, so we only burned half of its area. Chuan had just gotten up from the ground when he saw that the land, which was being scorched by the high temperature, and the breeding ground looked like two overlapping, intersecting circles. Damn it, a bunch of beasts actually have this trick up their sleeves. Aren't they sentient beings? Ultraman Mamba was both shocked and furious. Then it's almost certain that they possess a unified consciousness, and the combined intelligence of all these consciousnesses might not be lower than ours, Chuan analyzed. What do we do now? I still have fireballs, which should be able to burn off the rest of the parts. Chrysanthemum took out a fireball. We have to act quickly, there are still infected creatures coming this way. The clever older heard the sound of leaves rustling around him and was about to urge Chrysanthemum when a tongue of fire shot out from the forest. Whoosh, the intense orange-red flames burned the approaching infected creatures, causing them to roll around on the ground. Then, a bipedal mechanical object made of mechanical structures stomped forward like a chicken, crushing them to pieces with each step. These two worked together to quickly clean up and resolve the remaining infectious material. The flames receded from the gun barrels, and the players could finally see the opponent's red suit and the metal box helmet on his head. The overall equipment reminded them of the human skeleton in the center of the breeding cradle. Who are you? A synthesized electronic voice came from the helmet on the other side. The players looked at each other, not daring to reply immediately. Don't you understand? I don't think there were any communication problems when talking to the remnants of the Imperial planet before, right? The person dressed in strange, bulky clothes looked at the player with a puzzled expression, and raised his hand to control the mechanical bird to return to his side. Where are you from? Are you from another planet? Dust suddenly stood up and asked. Oh, so you understand, but you don't recognize the uniform I'm wearing. The other person looked very puzzled, reached out and took off his helmet, revealing a tired middle-aged human face with a large M-shaped hairline on his forehead and dark, swollen eyes. We've never seen it before, Chrysanthemum said. These words elicited a wry smile from the middle-aged man. Your base is far too isolated. The Kroni Empire hasn't closed its Imperial Star route for many years, so how come there are young people who haven't seen our Cups Trading Company uniforms? Cops Trading Company. That sounds like a name the elite monster mentioned before. Chrysanthemum whispered to Chuan. Chuan thought for a moment, then had Chrysanthemum bring out the model detector and said to the person from the Cups Chamber of Commerce. Our base received a distress signal, and we were sent here to investigate. Could the source of the signal be you? The middle-aged man with a dangerously receding hairline stared wide-eyed at the group of young people, then at the makeshift signal receiver in Juhua's hand, seemingly unsure how to respond for a moment. You've come to rescue us. Oh, I really don't know what your outpost leader is thinking. Well, I did send the distress signal, but if you've come to rescue us, I suggest you retreat and leave immediately, the Cup said. Why? We've come this far, there's no reason to turn back. Ultraman Mamba expressed everyone's attitude. I don't know why you refused this rescue, but given the current situation, we must help each other and understand the current situation before we can consider the next step. After all, this forest has never been infected with plague before. The Cup stopped and looked back at Chuan. I didn't beg you to come and rescue me. It's no longer a matter of rescue, it's about finding a way to prevent the formation of the Black Zone, and you are now the only one who knows the truth. Chuan stared coldly at the Cup's people. All right, I'll explain everything, but before that, there's still work to be done. The Cups gave up quite readily, but carrying a flamethrower, he passed through the players and arrived at the remaining half of the breeding grounds. Looking at the skeleton in the middle, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Flames engulfed the entire warm bed, and the fat and blood sizzled as they burned in the flames. On the other side, the players gathered together and whispered among themselves. It seems like he's just waiting for us to keep him here. Dust whispered. Exactly, they knew there was still half a bed of roses to deal with, but they pretended to leave, Chrysanthemum nodded. But why is that? We're already here, wouldn't it be safer to just come along? Ultraman Mamba asked. Puzzled. I don't know, maybe he wants to negotiate. But judging from his changed attitude, he wants us to ask him to stay. Maybe he wants to take the initiative. The astute older analyzed. Let's not worry about that for now. The mission can still continue, so let's take it one step at a time, Chuan said, shaking his head. The Coops used a flamethrower to scorch all the bloodstains from the corpses on the ground, and then took a can of cryogenic spray from the mechanical bird to extinguish the sparks on the smoking ground, thus completing the cleanup of all the viruses. Let me introduce myself. I am a Cups engineer employed by the Cups Merchant Guild and the Dawn Caravan. You can call me Lyle. This is my mechanical terror bird. Please don't damage it during the battle. It's a bit troublesome to repair this thing right now. Lyle was very easygoing, but when he heard the player's self-introductions, he couldn't keep his expression in check. Burning eyes, love maid, clever, Mamba. These don't sound like names at all, more like nicknames. Only the name Quinn makes any sense. Hearing Lyle's complaint, the players felt a little embarrassed, since Xia Shang had reminded them about naming their characters when they created them, but they hadn't paid attention. That is indeed our name. It sounds strange because it's just the translation of our original name. It's a tradition of our tribe, the maid Chrysanthemum Love said in a serious tone, spouting nonsense. That's right, that's right. Besides, it doesn't matter how long it takes. You can call me whatever you want. The most urgent thing right now is dealing with the infected. Ultraman Mamba nodded in agreement, while also changing the subject. Traditional. Well, let's talk about the infected stuff as we go, Lyle sighed, his tired face showing signs of lack of rest, making the middle-aged man look quite dejected. Go. Where to? Let's go to where my spaceship crashed. I need to refuel my flamethrowers anyway. Chapter 115 Technical Engineer Lyle. After an hour's trek, the group followed Lyle's footsteps and discovered a spaceship that had crashed in the rainforest. The blue and white bird-shaped spaceship plowed down large swathes of trees, its massive belly dragged long trenches into the earth, half of its wing was broken and shattered, and its tail pointed high into the sky. The area around the crashed spaceship was covered with blackened flames, and there were also charred, dark humanoid figures crawling around, seemingly still hoping to live before they died. This is it. Lyle had already put his heavy helmet back on, which made it inconvenient to turn his head, so he spoke to the players with his body twisted. Are there signs of a battle? Chuan noticed that the stone at his feet was broken into several pieces, one of which had half of its center shattered by the impact. Yes, after our forced landing, we were discovered by the nearby Kroni jungle forces, and a battle broke out. We barely won, wiping out all the Kroni soldiers. After Lyle finished speaking, he noticed that the 5 people were looking at him suspiciously, so he smiled bitterly and said, the reason for the silencing was that we entered the Imperial planet by activating a brand new anti-detection system. If the Kroni Empire obtains this technology, I will become a sinner of the Cups Trading Company, guilty of countless crimes. Aren't you worried about leaking this to us? Dust probed. Don't worry, because the anti-detection system has been destroyed, and the entire circuit system has been burned into glass, Lyle said nonchalantly. As for the other equipment, it's all publicly available technology that has long been sold within the solar system. Okay, let me confirm the information you gave me again. You said that you were transporting military equipment and supplies from Jupiter to the Mercury war zone, and found that the Cups camp on Mercury had been completely swallowed by the Black Zone. On the way back, you were tracked and shot by the Kroni ghost fighter. You originally wanted to jump to Venus through the interstellar route, but you were unexpectedly teleported to the Imperial planet, so you had no choice but to make an emergency landing on the ground. Chuan condensed the interstellar story he heard during the hour-long journey into an outline. It was definitely not because the author was too lazy to write. Yes, and I noticed it before. Quinn, your brain development is perfectly normal. Lyle asked curiously. Huh. Quinn raised an eyebrow at him, his tone slightly raised. Oh no, don't misunderstand me. As you know, the atmosphere of the Imperial planet has been severely polluted and damaged by the Kroni Empire, with too much toxic gas, which has caused many life forms born on Earth to have developmental abnormalities. The players were hearing for the first time that the atmosphere here was poisonous, and they looked at Lyle with surprise and uncertainty. You don't know. How come you don't know anything? Lyle looked at the incredulous expressions on everyone's faces, his face full of helplessness. Well, no one has ever said that, not even Brother Xia Shang, Chrysanthemum said, scratching her head. Yes, and we haven't felt unwell at all these days. In fact, we feel the air is very fresh. The clever older said in a low voice. Cough cough, Quinn, I'm feeling a little unwell. Dust coughed. Chuan was speechless and too lazy to pay attention to this drama queen. Xia Shang. Is he the person in charge of your base? Why isn't he telling you anything? Information asymmetry is a major source of profit in the solar system. A piece of information you don't know could cost you tens of millions of star coins, Lyle remarked. Xia Shang said that it's meaningless to tell us some information in advance, but he does tell us everything he knows when the time is right. So I think this information is actually dispensable for us, because so far, the condition of toxic atmosphere has not affected us at all, Chuan said after thinking for a moment. Upon hearing this, the players looked slightly embarrassed, quickly suppressing their fear or doubt and chuckling awkwardly. It seems you trust this person in charge, which is a good thing. If your bodies have truly adapted to the environment here, then this matter is indeed insignificant. However, after observing for so many days, I have found that the activity of the infected creatures that landed on the Imperial planet is lower than that of other planets where plague viruses have broken out, Lyle said. You mean their growth rate is inhibited by atmospheric toxicity? The Dust retorted. Wouldn't that actually be an advantage? Maybe it's a good thing, but it'll be a bit uncomfortable for me because I was born in a space station on Neptune, so I have to wear a breathing mask for long periods of time, Lyle shrugged. Let's get down to business, Lyle. Chuan waved for everyone to quiet down. Whether you've been trying to steer the conversation in the right direction, or playing dumb to fool these clueless folks, it doesn't matter. The point is, your spaceship has been to the alien Black Zone and brought the plague here. Now we have a chance to be frank, sir. We need to eradicate the plague from this rainforest in the fastest and least costly way possible. Do you have any thoughts or suggestions? The most frightening thing was the sudden silence. All 5 players stared at this hard-headed cops. Do you know why I became a technical engineer? It's because I always failed my sales and marketing course in college, Lyle said with a wry smile. Why is it that I'm the only one who encounters this kind of thing, and why am I the only one who survived? The player just kept staring at him. Well, the epidemic has been following our spaceship for 7 days now. In these 7 days, our surviving crew members have been infected one after another. Because this virus is fatal once infected and has the characteristic of becoming a new source of infection, we will shoot and cremate anyone we find infected. So some people chose to escape overnight in order to avoid being shot. At least 17 infected crew members have gotten lost in this rainforest. Are you sure they're just lost in the rainforest, and not that they've left the rainforest altogether? The wise older asked. Don't worry, the incubation period after infection with the virus is very short. Running and other sports will accelerate the speed at which the virus takes over the central nervous system. They will not have a chance to leave this rainforest and will become mindless infected bodies, looking for any creature that can be infected, or they will become a breeding ground on the spot, capturing and devouring the flesh and blood that pass by as nutrients. Upon hearing this, the 5 players exchanged glances, already knowing almost exactly how the backpacker had been ambushed by the infected creature. Unfortunately, Mr. Lyle, there have been cases of outsiders being harmed by infected creatures, leaving the rainforest, and then mutating again. Chuan briefly told Lyle what had happened in the Hongjin community. How could this be? I clearly sent out a lot of mechanical mower birds to set up warning signs on the outskirts of the rainforest, so why are people still coming in? Even Lyle was puzzled now. Warning signs? We haven't seen any warning signs on the road, Ultraman Mamba said, scratching his head. They probably missed that intersection. After all, the rainforest is so vast, it's normal to miss things, otherwise the story wouldn't be able to continue. Chrysanthemum joked. Snap, snap, snap. Gunshots echoed faintly in the rainforest, and continued to ring out. Are there other people in the rainforest? Lyle asked in surprise. Let me ask. Dust opened the regional channel, and after a short delay, several player messages popped up. After reviewing the players' information, Dust frowned slightly and said, it's a large force. They've encountered a breeding ground that has developed into a tree-like structure and are currently battling the surrounding infected swarm. A giant tree. Upon hearing this, Lei Den was immediately terrified. Quick, come with me to get the flamethrower. We can't let that tree grow. It will give birth to the ancient ones. Chapter 116 Bloodbath and shocking change at the tree. Help. Help. Where's my teammate? Help. Can I have an A1 high explosive one? Like pear syrup. Cover me up, I'm reloading. In the rainforest, the main force of players is engaged in a bloody battle against swarms of infected creatures. The mutated infected creatures roar and bar their fangs, showing no sign of retreat even in the face of bullets that can tear their bodies apart. The reason is that a fleshy tree covered in a membrane grows on the player's path. It is only 15 or 16 meters tall, which is just a small calame compared to the 20-meter tall trees that are common in the surrounding rainforest. However, it has a thick trunk that would take 3 or 4 people to encircle with outstretched arms. Its surface is covered with blood vessels as thick as an adult's arm, twisting and climbing like centipedes. There are countless capillaries branching out from it. Huge abscesses resembling gallbladders hang from the sprawling, fleshy branches. Upon closer inspection, you can see that these abscesses are pulsating as if breathing, as if they are gestating something. At the foot of the big tree, a 10-meter radius breeding bed was spread out, and the fine, downy mycelium of flesh surged like ocean waves, just like the turbulent waves of this battle, throwing incendiary bombs. Watch out, people in front. Zhou Zhizuan gripped the heavy grenade, pulled the pin, and threw it. The molten iron splashed everywhere, burning the infected people around him into dry, hard lumps. Of course, some players were unable to dodge in time and were splashed with some molten iron, but they had no time or interest to peel off the molten iron that had seeped into their skin, because a large wave of infection was rushing in from the surrounding rainforest. These rainforest creatures already exhibited significant mutations due to their genes and atmospheric environment. After being infected by the plague virus, they developed additional muscles, tendons, and nerve synapses, making them appear even more chaotic and disorderly. Cats or leopards with ruptured chests sprouting new fangs, large horned dogs with thick, lumpy limbs, and rodents with withered, upside-down paws that crawl quickly by bending their ribs backwards. These things are just too outrageous to be true. Damn it, I feel like my SAN value is going to drop to 0 if this keeps up. Ezio praised me as he removed the empty magazine and took out another one as he spoke. Huh, you haven't lost all your money yet. Your girlfriend joked. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 3 sharp fangs shot out from nowhere, piercing Ezio's shoulder before he could react. Tentacles at the roots of the fangs clung to the wound like leeches, making it impossible for Ezio to pry them off. Immediately after Ezio praised me, he noticed that his entire shoulder was gradually losing sensation, as if it had been paralyzed. Damn it, could it be a neurotoxin? Ezio cursed through gritted teeth, his arm hanging limply as he raised his gun with one hand to begin firing. He wasn't the only one who got injured. Many players, knowing their marksmanship was terrible, went straight into melee combat with the infected. Blades, machetes, and canes were all used to attack, and naturally, they couldn't avoid having their flesh torn apart by sharp teeth and claws. Damn it, it likes to jump, it likes to jump. A player was beating an infected rodent that was always bothering him when a large deer with its neck twisted to the right suddenly charged at him, sending him flying and smashing the trunk of a long-dead, drooping tree. Then countless bullets immediately locked onto its body, and the hail of bullets broke all 4 of its limbs, leaving it only able to fall to the ground and roar. A fleshy python covered in tentacles lunged out from the shade of a tree, instantly coiling itself around a player. As its muscles contracted, a series of cracking sounds rang out. The scene was extremely chaotic, with wave after wave of infected creatures trampling over the shattered corpses and the bodies of their incapacitated comrades as they attacked the players. The players fought until they died, at which point they would be resurrected and fight the infected creatures again. This is my last life, brothers. See you tomorrow. Damn it, I don't know if I lost or gained. I exchanged 2 lives for a total of 3,000 experience points, and even after putting all of them into willpower, I still haven't leveled up. Without a flamethrower, killing these things is really difficult. I'll have to chop them up. If I'm lucky, I don't know what I'll hit to kill them with one blow. Incendiary bombs are coming. Zhou Zhizuan laughed heartily, glad that he had stored up a lot of incendiary bombs. Just as he was about to throw a grenade at the tree again, an arm suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed his wrist tightly. Damn it, you old ox. What are you doing? Zhou Zhizuan was holding an incendiary bomb with the pin already pulled. If it fell to the ground, it would melt his bones. In such an emergency, how could anyone dare to interfere with him, let alone grab his hand? The owner of the hand, Ezio, was visibly tense and horrified, shouting, "It wasn't me. Damn it, my hand seems to be out of control." Ezio, trying to pull his hand back, tried to forcefully move it back, but the grip on that hand seemed to have exceeded its limit, as if it were cast in iron and firmly held onto Jijiro's wrist, almost making a cracking sound. It's going to break. It's going to break. Zhou Zhizuan felt the grip on his hand weakening, seemingly because the tendons in his wrist were being compressed. He quickly freed his other hand and tried to snatch the incendiary bomb. Brush machete slashed down vertically, severing Lao Nyo's arm. Zhou Zhizuan tumbled headfirst to the side, then was engulfed by the erupting molten iron. The grenade had been released and detonated. Bu Lai covered his eyes, not daring to look at Zhou Zhizuan's miserable state, and instead looked at Lao Nyo, who was fighting with his severed hand. What's wrong with you? Did your hand betray you? Bu Lai asked the old ox, who was reaching out to grab his severed arm but was rolling around on the ground in a sorry state because of his twisting shoulder. I've been hit by 3 venomous fangs, and the tentacles on them seem to be infectious. Ezio complimented my cowboy arm, saying it looked like a giant python writhing. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. What parasite? Should I cut it down for you? No, you can't control it. How about I finish you off instead? Bu Lai raised his cleaver. Let me do it. The resurrected Jijimasu suddenly jumped out from the side. That sudden attack just now cost him 20% of his entropy experience. Who could tolerate that? No, you're letting your personal feelings get in the way. Old Nyo shouted. How come everyone else isn't infected? But you are. Look at yourself and see why. Zhou Zhizuan pulled out his gun and pointed it at Lao Nyo, saying, "Don't worry, I'll give you a quick death." Just before the trigger was pulled, Lao Nyo's struggling arm suddenly stopped moving. 9-5 Zhizuan. Ezio praised me, saying, "What do you mean? You're afraid of dying and so you're not pretending anymore, huh?" Kujiro Chizuru laughed angrily. "Today you must die." Wait. I'm not faking it. It really isn't responding." Old Nyo quickly explained. "Hey, stop making noise. Look over there," Bu Lai suddenly reminded him. "What's wrong?" The 3 looked into the distance and saw that on the battlefield where players were still fighting with infected, the ground was covered with flesh and blood. At some point, a breeding ground had spread to the feet of the infected. The clawing fleshy tendrils devoured all the broken flesh and blood, and the nutrients absorbed entered the tree through the blood vessels. Thump. A sound like a heartbeat rang out from the tree, making the player's heart stop for a moment and giving them goosebumps. "What's that sound?" the players exclaimed in shock. Chapter 117 The Birth of the Ancients. The blood on the tree trunk rapidly converged on one of the branches, and the pustules hanging on it quickly turned blood red. The nutrients on the other branches and pustules were also visibly drawn to it, and their color quickly faded. However, the color of that one pustules changed from blood red to purple, and finally to a purple with a hint of green. What's going on? I suddenly feel a chill down my spine. The infected creatures have stopped moving. Have they given up the struggle? The players in the midst of the battle were so focused on the claws and tendons in front of them that they didn't notice the changes in the tree and assumed that victory was imminent. However, the players behind could see it clearly. Is it being ripened prematurely? For some reason, the word Kyujimaru came to mind. I can feel it. This hand is afraid, scared. The virus is afraid of that thing, but aren't they trying their best to protect it? Old Nyo noticed a strange emotion coming from the shoulder, and he could vaguely sense that palpitating fear. There can only be one explanation. That thing is far more powerful than these ordinary infected. Shoot it down first, then worry about the consequences. Don't let it land intact. Bang bang bang, your girlfriend is pretty good. She was the first to fire at the purplish green tumor, and the other players followed suit. but countless bullets struck the wrinkling skin of the tumor with a dull, leathery vibration and bounced off to the ground. No, the outer layer has already hardened. Type 95, load the incendiary bombs. Bu Lai shouted. They're here. The 9-5-inch spruce had already run close to the big tree, and after calculating the parabolic distance, it threw the incendiary bomb from a distance. Based on his extensive experience with bombing, he was certain that the bomb would explode above the tumor, completely engulfing it in molten iron. Snap! A blur of motion flashed by, the incendiary bomb was sent flying, exploding in midair as the players fled in panic. The orange-red molten iron rained down, scorching through a large area of players and the trembling infected creatures. Is this really something a human could have made? As Zhou Jizuan watched the muscular tentacles protruding from a crack in the tumor knock away the grenade, it slowly twisted itself. Then, more cracks opened from the inside out on the surface of the tumor, eventually blooming into a large, fleshy flower about 2 people wide. 7 or 8 stamen-like tentacles swayed at the center of the flower, and there seemed to be a few emerald green lights flashing within it, surveying the surrounding battlefield. Every player who was seen by the red light felt a jolt, as if they were sensing the fear that had been etched into the cells and genes of all living things. Since ancient times, a fear that had never faded even after being filtered and evolved through the long river of time. Bang! Bang bang bang! Some players couldn't resist shooting at the center of the flower. The stamens quickly wove a net to block the rain of bullets, but some bullets still managed to splatter blood from the soft flesh inside. That's a weakness too, the player explained. Perhaps it was about to succumb to the firepower. The big flower suddenly contracted into a cone shape, using its tough outer skin to deflect the bullets. The umbilical cord connecting it to the big tree above gradually withered and finally broke off, and then the whole thing crashed to the ground. The tremor of the earth was enough to tell you how heavy it was. 9-5 Jizuan took out an incendiary bomb. Wait, how come you still have one? Wanting to make one last attempt, but just then, a request to join the team popped up in front of him. Quinn requests to join the team. They've been lost for so long. Have they finally found their way? Zhou Jizuan didn't think much of it and agreed to join the team, but was met with Qin Chuan's urgent urging. Destroy that tree immediately. That tree is a viral aggregate. Given enough nutrients, it will spawn elite viral monsters called Ancient Ones. Watching the large flower stand upright on 2 fleshy petals like a human, with the other petals directly merging with the flower's stamens and tentacles to form arms, emerald green light spots hidden in the gap stared at the player who fired, and with a flick of its hand, it shot out a tentacle that instantly pierced through the player's body. Wait, the moment the player spoke, the tentacles piercing through it bound it and dragged it in front of the ancient being, turning it into a pool of foul-smelling blood with a splash. Is this what you're talking about? Zhou Jizuan calmly recorded the scene in front of him and took screenshots, then sent 2 of them to Qin Chuan. It's too late, the Ancient Ones have already been born. Qin Chuan and his group had already retrieved a considerable amount of usable weapons and equipment from Lyle's spaceship and were now rushing towards the direction where the gunfire had ceased. When he received the picture from the first-person perspective of the 9-5 wisdom trout, he saw that the pure flesh monster that looked like a standing squid. Even without Lyle's confirmation, he could tell that this was a boss-level monster. What? It's already been born? That shouldn't be the case. It's only been a few days. Why did they use so much nutrition to create the ancient being? Has it devoured some other unknown force? Are there any of Kroni's remains on the ground? The screenshot from the first-person perspective did not show any skeletons resembling those of the Kroni. However, before Qin Chuan could answer, Lyle dismissed the speculation, explaining that the Kroni had experience dealing with infected creatures and breeding grounds. They would encounter all sorts of ancient beings in the Black Zone, so they would not go up there to provide warmth to unhatched breeding grounds for no reason. Calm down first. Currently, there is only one ancient one, and judging from the withered state of the tree, there shouldn't be a second one hatching for the time being. So we should still have a chance. You gave each of us a flamethrower, and we also have incendiary bombs. We also have cannibalistic female demons. Qin Chuan said, supporting the middle-aged man's shoulder. Lyle, covered in sweat beneath his helmet, paused for a moment when he heard Qin Chuan say there was only one ancient one. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. 1. You mean only one? Yes, that amount of time and nutrients isn't enough for an entire tree to mature. It must have encountered your teammates, and under pressure, only one embryo was catalyzed to become an ancient one. Lyle took a deep breath to calm himself down, but his hand holding the gun was still trembling. The 5 players didn't blame him for being timid, because he had already introduced the so-called ancient ones to them. Did they tell you what kind of ancient being it was? Was it a yellow tentacle or a red tentacle? If it was either of those, we could have an easier time, as long as it wasn't a green tentacle. Lyle thought of the most crucial question and quickly asked. Ancient Ones are a collective term for a type of infected individual. They are powerful, resilient, and possess terrifying regenerative and infectious abilities. Each one is essentially a walking breeding ground and has considerable intelligence, enabling them to control infected individuals in a large area to carry out tactical actions through mysterious means. There are actually differences between the individual Ancient Ones. Each of them has a unique special viral mutation organ. Some of these special organs can secrete viral biomass fluid, which can allow the mutants that are splashed with it to quickly recover their physical bodies. Ancient Ones with this type of organ are called ancient healers. Some organs emit radiation waves that shock biological brainwaves and can also emit electromagnetic explosions that destroy the surrounding power system. The Coop's research team believes that these are organs that evolved to generate plasma under cosmic radiation, and ancient beings with these organs are called ancient disruptors. There is another type of ancient being, which is unanimously considered by all forces in the universe to be the most terrifying and lethal ancient being. However, its internal organs are not as fancy as the other two. It simply secretes a deadly poison, but it is a deadly poison that can instantly disrupt protein balance and instantly transform flesh and blood into nutrient solution. Furthermore, the toxic liquid can be transformed into toxic mist through high-frequency vibration, which can quickly sweep across a large area. Therefore, every time an ancient poisoner appears in the Black Zone, it is always accompanied by a terrifying number of deaths. This number is even impossible to calculate because human bones cannot be collected in time. The most distinctive feature of these ancient poisonous creatures is their emerald green poisonous glow. Yes, green, emerald green. After Qin Chuan finished speaking, he pretended not to see Lyle's trembling and almost leaving look, raised his hand to grab the other's shoulder, turned his head to look at his teammates, and said, "Looks like this is going to be an obviously tough battle, brothers." Chapter 118. Without a doubt, the Ancient Ones won. The ancient poisoners could secrete potent toxins, turning those infected into blood, and could even spray poisonous mist. Looking at the monster information sent by Qin Chuan, Zhou Jizuan felt a chill run down his spine. Doesn't that mean you'll die as soon as you touch it? Damn, how are we supposed to fight like that? Old Nyo and Bu Lai were dumbfounded when they heard Zhou Jizuan's mutterings. Keep your distance. This is the boss ancient venomous one. Everyone find cover to avoid his hooks. We need to hold out until the boss arrives. Zhou Jizuan shouted to all the players as soon as he had a thought, and then ran into the jungle first. Hearing this, the players breathed a sigh of relief. If given the chance, they didn't want to waste their resurrection attempts on an invincible enemy. However, the ancient venomous creature seemed unwilling to waste time. Hiss! With a sharp, deafening roar, large plumes of emerald green smoke erupted from the ancient venomous creature. Then, it swung its arms violently, its terrifying muscle strength easily creating a gust of wind that blew the poisonous mist and smoke outwards. Holy crap! Retreat! Everyone, retreat now! someone shouted. Many players immediately took off running into the woods, but two tentacles suddenly shot out from the poisonous fog, piercing through the backs of two players and dragging them into the fog. However, these two players did not immediately turn into blood like the first player who was hooked. The moment the poisonous mist entered their skin and their breathing, festering began to spread on their skin, and the mucous membranes in their respiratory tracts were instantly destroyed, causing gushing blood to spray from their mouths and noses. With a flick of his hand, the ancient being slammed the two players to the ground with two sharp cracks, leaving them motionless. They were then carelessly tossed at the foot of a withered tree, seemingly used as fertilizer. Shah! The shrill cry rang out again, and the ancient being strode forward with its thick, fleshy limbs, swinging its bizarrely twisted arms, and thrashed toward the player in an extremely terrifying manner, while simultaneously waving its tentacles once more. Tap tap tap. Gunfire flashed through the woods as bullets left the barrels, clattering against the ancient beings. Many bullets were deflected by their thick, purplish-green skin, but a few struck the softer, more delicate parts of their bodies, tearing their flesh apart. Hit! There's hope of killing the boss. When the players saw the blood splatter on the Ancient One, their fear immediately lessened by more than half, perhaps leaving only a physical discomfort from the Ancient One's appearance. Call out! Facing a hail of bullets, the Ancient One did not retreat. It let out a strange sound, and the infected creatures that had been crawling and hiding around it seemed to be controlled. They once again charged forward in front of the Ancient One, roaring and charging at the player. Damn it! You dog! The player cursed immediately upon seeing this. Don't hide your grenades, it's worth exchanging them for experience. Zhou Jizuan shouted, throwing fragmentation grenades into the infected horde. The repeated bombardment shattered the flesh of many infected. Who the hell would be like you, hoarding nothing but hand grenades? Some players cursed, but still obediently pulled out grenades to help clear out the mobs. Wait, the boss is healing itself. A player who had equipped Brighton with a scope saw through the scope that the Ancient One's open wound was covered with a large number of pustules, which then turned dark and black, becoming a tough layer of keratin. Damn it! The boss can actually regenerate health, the players cursed. The sound of a whip whistling through the air reached his ears, and another player was caught off guard and pierced through, but he clung tightly to the tree trunk, refusing to accept his fate. Where are my teammates? Help me, he shouted. Upon seeing this, the players nearby immediately pulled out the machetes confiscated by the Red Crystal community and began hacking at the taut tentacles, but it was as futile as cutting a spring. Finally, the player was exhausted and dragged away. Along the way, the player who was cutting the tentacles was knocked over and fell over. Then, the player was stabbed by the second tentacle and dragged into the poisonous fog. Knowing something was wrong, Zhou Jizuan hid the incendiary bombs among several fragmentation mines and threw them all at the Ancient One. Boom boom boom, with its tentacles still binding the player, the Ancient One had no other way to clear the grenades around it and was instantly engulfed by the shockwave. Even the player who wasn't completely dead was blown away. Hiss hiss hiss. Fragmentation mines were useless against the Ancient Ones, but the molten iron from the incendiary bombs splashed all over their faces, and even the thickest outer skin was burned and torn apart by the high temperature of hundreds or thousands of degrees. Gaga gaga gaga. The ancient being's voice trembled amidst the pain, its muscles twitching and twisting wildly in response, each muscle bundle contracting, twisting, and tearing like a leech, rapidly shaking off the skin and flesh that had been scalded to a hard charcoal by the intense heat. Brothers, it's been skinned alive. Shoot it. Your girlfriend, seeing the large patches of blood-red muscle exposed on the ancient creature's body, shouted with delight, urging the players to fire at it like crazy. Sure enough, the ancient beings were indeed blasted apart by the hail of bullets from all directions, their flesh splattering everywhere. Well, that's all there is to it. With firepower in hand, I have the world at my fingertips, said Jijiro, smugly weighing the iron lump in his hand. However, the next moment, a sound wave suddenly burst forth from the direction of the Ancient One, carrying a dense poisonous gas that swept towards the players. Wah! The skin of the players covered in the poison gas quickly crumbled and peeled off. Even though they held their breath and ran away from the gas-covered area as fast as they could, they were no longer recognizable as human beings. If it weren't for the fact that their bodies are phantoms, they probably would have gone into shock on the spot due to massive bleeding caused by ruptured capillaries in their skin. Holy crap, who are you? A player who had lost his skin stared at another player next to him with his two eyeballs that had no eyelids. Holy crap, where did you get this anatomy model from? The player even had the nerve to joke, but you know what? This game actually built the entire internal structure of the anatomy model, and it doesn't even look like a texture. Buzzing sounds, the fleshy pad stepped over the infected corpses on the ground, and the tall, standing squid brazenly ran up to the two players, grabbed them one in each hand, and directly poisoned them into blood, pouring it over itself. Oh! With a roar, the wounds on the ancient venomous one's body began to grow flesh and blood rapidly, and by the time the players noticed it, it was almost completely healed. Damn it, they're all going to be wiped out. What about Zhou? Old Nyo exclaimed. Zhou was hit in the face by the poisonous fog and died inside. He didn't dare to revive immediately and said to wait a little longer. Not bad. Half of his body was infected by the poison and his condition was not good. However, he saw that Lao Nyo was completely unharmed, with only the severed arm that he had cut off as an injury. How come you're all right? Weren't you standing with us? Me. It dragged me away before the gas attack, the old ox said, pointing to his severed arm. What do you mean? It betrayed us. Bu Lai asked in surprise. Not really. It's probably suppressed by my willpower. I can feel some of its instinctive emotions now, like it's telling me to run. So it's highly likely that the ancient beings are coming. The next moment, the figure of the ancient being fell from the sky and appeared in front of the two with a thud. Old ox, see? Isn't that right? Not bad. Thank you. Boom. Chapter 119. The players' team's defeat is inevitable. Old Nyo and Bu Lai were thrown away by the sudden shockwave, rolling around in a pile of rotten leaves before crashing into someone's corpse and struggling to get up. Am I dead? Bu Lai felt dizzy. Not yet. Old Nyo reached out and covered his shoulder, as if he was enduring something. Under his palm, a tumor that had swelled from the wound was throbbing. What happened? The frenzied emotions in his mind were quickly suppressed. When Old Nyo heard Bu Luo's question, he remembered the matter of the Ancient One. He hurriedly looked around and saw the Ancient One locked in a stalemate with two figures. Are those Dust and Ultraman Mamba? Old Nyo squinted and saw the IDs above the two figures' heads. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of machinery turning came from beside him. Old Nyo turned around and saw a strange bipedal machine standing nearby. Sorry I'm late. What's going on? Quinn, the clever old R, and Kiku were all around, each holding a flamethrower, and they even had a square-headed guy with them. Supporting the old ox, the clever old quickly apologized and asked, they're almost all dead. We were about to win. Bu Lai was helped up and quickly explained the situation. Stop talking. Get away from that monstrosity. The square-faced guy gritted his teeth and urged, and who is this? Not bad looked at Lyle. We'll talk about it later. He's a trustworthy guy. He's the one who told us about the Ancient Ones. Qin Chuan led the group away from the battlefield and hid among the bushes in the forest. Are we the only ones left now? Quinn asked. Look at the channel. There should have been about 10 more, but after they were instantly killed, they simply didn't respawn and just waited to be reborn again. Old Nyo said with a wry smile as he opened the regional channel. Don't talk nonsense. I'm back. Suddenly, Zhou Jizuan's figure darted out from the side. He had a few sores on his body, but they were not serious. It seemed that he had been resurrected when the poison gas was about to dissipate. What kind of equipment is that? Dust. How can it fight the Ancient Ones while exposed to poisonous fog? Zhou Zhizuan didn't exchange pleasantries with the others and directly pointed to the battle situation on the Ancient One side. Following his finger, they saw a person with the ID burning dust wearing a grey-black suit, their head sealed in a square box, wielding a martial machete that was emitting flames. Surprisingly, together with Ultraman Mamba, who was dressed similarly, the two of them briefly held their own against the Ancient One. The green poisonous mist emanating from the Ancient One had no effect on the two of them. That's Koops's sealed suit. It was originally intended for use in space. Since it's a spacesuit, its sealing must be excellent, so we just took it with us, Chrysanthemum said from the side, loading ammunition into the crimson cannibalistic woman one bullet at a time. Looks like it's working well. But we can't hold out for long. The ancient beings have incredibly strong muscles, and our repair suits can't withstand the impact. They might tear if we just graze them. We must eliminate them as soon as possible, Lal said anxiously. Bang! A grey figure was slapped away by the Ancient One's arm and crashed headfirst into a tree next to the group. The square helmet was also deformed and bounced off, revealing the face of Ultraman Mamba. Cough. Damn. Mamba Ultraman was bleeding from his mouth and nose. Juhua quickly took out the repair device, but Mamba Ultraman refused and chose to repair it and revive on the spot. This. Lal watched as the chrysanthemum pierced through Ultraman Mamba's throat, and then the blood-covered guy stood up perfectly fine the next second, scaring Lal so much that he thought he had been infected by a virus. It's nothing, it's our special ability. Quinn didn't want to explain further and gave a perfunctory reply. I can't go any further. My work clothes and helmet are already damaged. Going any further would be suicide, Ultraman Mamba said, tapping his head. No need, I'll end this. Chrysanthemum hoisted the cannibalistic female demon with its magazine full of ammunition and aimed at the Ancient One. Chrysanthemum loves maid. Dust, find a chance to retreat. Upon seeing the chrysanthemum's message, Dust stopped dodging the Ancient One's attack and instead took the blow head-on with his sword, sending him flying backward instantly. Now! The cannibalistic woman's gun barrel created a shockwave, and the incendiary bullet shot towards the Ancient One with a whoosh. Boom, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fiery flames erupted in the air, and the violent shockwave swirled them into a massive vortex, burning the corpses and blood-soaked soil in the woods into charred remains and hard lumps. But this is not what Chrysanthemum and her group wanted to see. It detonated an incendiary bomb mid-air. Chrysanthemum's eyes widened, the scene she had just witnessed still lingering in her mind. With a nimble gesture, the ancient being raised its hand, and its slender tentacles lashed out like a noose across the explosive bomb, activating it with the immense impact. This result completely burned its tentacles, which it hadn't even had time to retract, but saved its life. Hiss! The ancient creature's thick skin was scalded by the heat wave, and blisters appeared on its body. The pain tormented its consciousness, and it couldn't help but let out a roar. Suddenly, the withered tree in the distance trembled slightly, and countless roots burst forth from the ground, absorbing all the rotting corpses and blood at the base of the tree. Keep firing, Quinn said. At that tree. Thump. The incendiary bomb was launched towards the treetop, but a blur of light appeared out of nowhere and actually caught the bomb, preventing it from detonating and instead flinging it back. The crowd cursed and scattered, barely escaping the blast radius of the incendiary bomb. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. This guy is even harder to beat than we thought. His mechanics are too strong, and his AI is indeed quite intelligent. Chrysanthemum got up from the ground, carrying the cannibalistic woman. The heat had turned her short hair into an afro. What do we do now? The wise older asked, patting the flames above his head. He saw a blood-red sack forming on the withered treetop, while the ancient being hurried towards the tree. It wants supplies. Bang! The metalworker Vulcan reappeared in Qin Chuan's hands, striking the ancient being's body with a single shot, the immense impact causing it to stagger. Damn, it's so tough. Even a sniper rifle can't get a puncture. Qin Chuan cursed, then shouted, ignore the tree, let's blow it up. Dust, restrain its tentacles, don't let it interfere with the bullet trajectory. All right. Dust charged toward the Ancient One, carrying the fire sword, and raised it to strike. Sensing the threat, the Ancient One suddenly twisted his body and swung his arm in an arc, smashing it down on Dust's head. Whoosh, bang. Dust was smashed into the ground with a hammer blow, and the whole thing was broken into 3 pieces. The martial cleaver also cleaved into one of the Ancient Being's arms, and the burst of flames shot into the Ancient Being's muscles and blood vessels, burning one of its arms to a semi-cooked state. Hiss hiss hiss. The intense pain enraged the ancient being, causing it to unleash countless poisonous gases that spread rapidly with its roar, faster than a flood bursting its banks, instantly engulfing the entire area. Just as Chrysanthemum was about to pull the trigger, she suddenly missed, and when she raised her hand, she found that her finger had rotted and fallen off. Bulai and Zhou Zhizuan also quickly dissolved into 2 skeletons. Qin Chuan fired another shot, blasting the half-cooked flesh of the Ancient One to pieces. The shield on its body didn't even light up, and the flesh rotted and melted on the ground. Damn it! Damn it! Ancient poisoner! Lyle fled into the forest, luckily with his uniform by his side. With no more attacks to worry about, the ancient being lowered his head, picked up the corpse of the dust, tore off the outer protective suit, melted it and poured it on himself. When he walked towards the tree again, he found that a figure had climbed to the treetop at some point. Gah! Both of the ancient creature's tentacles were damaged and had not yet recovered, so it could only speed up and rush forward. Damn it, you want it. It's mine now. Ezio, seeing that the Ancient One was accelerating and had clearly discovered him, decided to act decisively, heeding another instinct within him, raised his severed arm, and used the bone fragment to pierce the sack and insert it inside. Chapter 120. The mechanical team makes a great contribution. The moment the bloody pus stained the severed arm, countless tentacles immediately gushed out from the skin, absorbing the thick pus into the flesh. Itching, numbness, and an unbearable discomfort arose from the broken bone in his arm, making Ezio grit his teeth. Fortunately, the discomfort subsided quickly because the viral progeny had been completely absorbed by the severed arm. Is this really okay? What have I turned into? Old Nyo looked at his entire right shoulder and right arm, which had turned an abnormal blood red, covered with hideous tumors, and with swaying nerve roots like hair growing on his skin. Overall, he looked like a corn cob that had just been peeled. In particular, a fleshy growth covered with tentacles grew from the front end of the severed section. Suddenly, the nerve roots in his arm trembled violently. Ezio, sensing something, immediately jumped to the side and onto another branch. The next moment, the huge, twisted flesh slammed into the branch he had just been clinging to, the force so great that it even broke the flesh and branches. Whoosh! The ancient poisoner's attack failed, and it spread its wings in the air like a lily, howling as it spewed a poisonous hurricane at Ezio once again. Oh, you're angry. I don't understand what you're talking about. Old Nyo leaped down from the tree in 3 steps, dodging the attack range of the poison gas, while shouting something. The poison gas has dissipated, everyone can revive now. Chrysanthemum said to the corpses who were still watching after she was revived, and then hid in the distance to observe the situation on Old Ox's side. What's wrong with him? Who is he talking to? Qin Chuan immediately revived and carried the metalworker Vulcan to the side. It was an infected body inside him. Half of his arm was injured and infected while fighting the monster horde. When he was controlled by the Ancient One, he tried to control Old Bull, but failed and Old Bull interrupted the Ancient One's control. That's roughly what he told me at the time. 9-5 Wisdom Trout, your girlfriend is not bad, has also been resurrected and joined the offsite chat camp. What? Isn't that Parasite? Are we watching the final episode of Parasite right now? Let's not talk about that, in case people accuse us of plagiarism. Now that Old Bull stole the Ancient One's healing pack, he's locked into aggro. We need to think of a way to deal with him. He should be very weak right now, Bulai said. Maybe we can use the Ogre Queen to take down both Old Bull and the Ancient One. That makes sense, On the other side, while running away, Lao Nyo was trying to understand the neural signals that the virus consciousness in his body was sending to him. He could easily interpret the weak signals before, but now that this thing had absorbed the blood pack and evolved, the signals he received were chaotic and complicated. The tentacles on it, some realized that the old bull didn't understand its meaning, and it became angry, baring its teeth and claws. The tentacles intertwined and rolled into a large tentacle, pointing at the ancient being behind it. What does eating, drinking, and defecating in ancient times mean? Call. A thick, heavy arm came crashing down from above. By the time the old ox realized what was happening, it was too late to dodge. He could only instinctively raise his arm to defend himself. Thump. The old ox was sent flying backward like a cannonball, but then 7 or 8 fleshy whiskers grew out to grab the ground and slow his retreat. When he landed, he was completely unharmed. It turned out that his mutated arm had blocked the ancient being's heavy blow. The mutated arm not only cushioned the force but also absorbed most of the impact. Incredible. The chat team in the distance cursed upon seeing this. By the way, where's Dust? Didn't he just die for the first time? Seeing this scene, Qin Chuan was reminded of a certain tough guy who died instantly after taking a hit. He was absorbed by the ancient beings. I don't know if he can be resurrected. Logically speaking, the resurrection countdown has already passed, Chrysanthemum whispered. The phantom was absorbed by the ancient ones, and without a physical body, it can't be resurrected on the spot. That's terrifying. Mamba Ultraman trembled on the side. This was his last life. Wait, there's a twist. Dust messaged me. Qin Chuan's face suddenly lit up with joy. He said his resurrection countdown was frozen at 28 seconds. I wonder if it's a bug. Then why doesn't he come back to life? A Jew asked rhetorically. Let me ask. He said the resurrection mechanism is also stuck, and now he's chasing old Nyo in first-person perspective. 6. Qin Chuan was speechless again. Wait a minute. Do you think this could be some kind of mechanism? At least so far, the bugs we've encountered all seem to be part of a game mechanism. Maybe this is one too. Chrysanthemum pondered, stroking her chin. He wasn't the only player who was poisoned, turned into blood, and absorbed. Let me check the chat logs. Zhou Jizuan quickly checked the history and found that there was indeed someone who said that the resurrection time was stuck and they could only choose to resurrect. At that time, the battle was in full swing and no one paid attention to him. The other person must have just had their last life and had no choice at all. 2 cases in such a short time indicate that this isn't a low probability bug. Do you think it's possible that Dust might actually be resurrected, perhaps even as a minor ancient being? Just then, an angry shout came from behind. Damn it. You guys are chatting here, huh? Everyone turned around and saw the old ox leading the frenzied ancient warriors charging towards them. Holy crap. Don't come any closer. Everyone screamed in terror and immediately turned and ran. We're still discussing tactics. A group of people were being chased by Ezio, who was praising me as a bull. Behind the bull was a bunch of unsightly ancient beings chasing after him on all fours, making the scene extremely chaotic. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Hey, wait a minute. Why hasn't its tentacles grown back yet after all this time? Suddenly, Zhou Jizuan remembered that the ancient creature loved to lure people and play with them, but right now it could only crawl along using its 3 thick fleshy lobes, with a cleaver stuck in its scalded and broken arm. Is he too badly injured to recover? Possibly. So, shouldn't the guys fight back? You lead the way, I'll flash and slam the floor. I'm the bomber. Have you ever seen a bomber initiate a team fight with their bare hands? Do you even have any game sense? Just then, a bipedal mechanical bird appeared out of nowhere, with a communicator hanging on it. If you still have any incendiary bombs, put them in the hoarding area of my mower. I'll have it ionize and detonate the ancient one. Maybe we'll still have a chance to severely damage it. Lyle's voice came through the communicator. Oh, it was an NPC who stepped forward. Yes, here you go. Zhou Jizuan hurriedly threw the last 2 incendiary bombs into the empty compartment in the head of the mower. The mower got the bomb and immediately turned and charged towards the ancient one. The ancient being didn't care about this thing that didn't have brainwaves at all. Just as it was about to crush it with its physical strength, an arc of electricity burst out on the terror bird's head, followed by a burst of molten, golden iron covering the ancient being's body. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The ancient creature's sensory nerves were being burned and destroyed by the high temperature. It rolled on the ground and twisted into a ball, trying to shed its skin again to escape the pain. Terror bird. Everyone was moved to tears. Opportunity. Opportunity. Chrysanthemum had been keeping an eye on the ancient one, and seeing that it had broken away, it turned around and prepared to pull the trigger on the cannibalistic woman. However, the muscles on the ancient being suddenly tore and rolled up, rushing into the sky and forming the shape of a human upper body. Holy crap. It's evolving again. The clever older exclaimed in horror. However, the humanoid shape quickly solidified into a concrete appearance. It was actually blinding Dust. The moment Chrysanthemum pulled the trigger, she saw Dust's face clearly and actually raised the muzzle of her gun slightly. The incendiary grenade grazed Dust's scalp and exploded into a curtain of flames in the distance. Chapter 121. Invitation to the player's team for their victory speech. Dust. You're not an ancient being, are you? Chrysanthemum shouted. Dust opened its eyes and found that its lower body was still fused with the ancient being. It also heard Chrysanthemum's call, so it quickly waved to signal. It's him, but what's going on? Did he resurrect from the ancient being? Hey, aren't there guys over there who have infected individuals who turned into right wives too? You can name names already. Old Nyo cursed. And what do you mean by right wife? I was just testing the game mechanics in the first place. Okay, that works. I'm too lazy to tell you. The ancient one is very weak now. The resurrection of the Dust has extracted all the nutrients that the ancient one originally absorbed, and now it has a chance to kill it. Old Nyo translated after analyzing the information transmitted to him by the infected arm. What about the Dust? The ancient one has now become his genitals. Can't you be a little more civilized? Those are lower limbs. Dust actually heard it. It's all the same thing. Several people gathered around the Dust, looking at the way he emerged from the head of the ancient being with his bare upper body, their faces full of complex emotions. I feel like my sanity is dropping a bit, Chrysanthemum said. Can your lower body still recover? Or should we cut you off and fix you up? It seems like Zhou Jizuan has become addicted to fixing up his teammates. Get lost, get lost. Dust waved for Zhou Jizuan to get out of there. Why can't we notify brother Xia Shang to come and analyze this? Maybe this is a hidden profession, and I can directly become an ancient one and command the infected. I'm afraid that won't work. At this moment, old Nyo walked over holding the ginseng arm. The consciousness level of the ancient one is far higher than yours. As long as it recovers, you will still be absorbed back by it. Do you have a way? Dust asked. I don't have it, but it does. Want to give it a try? Come. Before the other players could question him, Old Bull stepped forward, raised his root arm, and pierced the ancient being's body. Countless roots, which had been waiting for this moment, burst forth and devoured the ancient being's body inch by inch. Every muscle cell was dismantled and reassembled, and finally, a strange organ inside the ancient being was also wrapped in the tentacle tissue. In just 1 minute, the ancient being was completely decomposed and absorbed, and the lower half of the Dust was reassembled and woven together by thousands of roots in the process, almost perfectly resurrected. Squeak. The flesh taut. The Old Bull felt the brand new black and green right arm. At the end, 3 forearm-thick tendrils curled up like a water bottle, their roots covered with sharp pincers, and a gland spout hidden in the center. The elbow to the shoulder was wrapped in swollen ancient muscles, with many green glowing tentacles twitching agilely. Calling it a new arm is an understatement. It's more like a 3-legged squid growing onto an old cow's shoulder. See, it really is a new mechanism. Old Nyo laughed, raising his dark green arm. Are you sure your brain isn't being controlled by pathogens? Bu Lai looked at his arm with a troubled expression. The arm was simply too terrifying. Of course not. You can even have Xia Shang give me a loyalty test. Old Nyo said, shaking his head. Look, he's already out of his mind, said Jijiro, heartbroken. You know nothing. Watch closely, I'll only demonstrate once. The old ox spat and raised its forearms toward the withered tree not far away. Bang bang bang. 3 clumps of emerald green venom spurted from the glands in the center of the arms and limbs, slamming into the tree trunk and exploding into a large cloud of green poisonous gas. The players stared in disbelief at the gas. Holy crap, a poison gas hand cannon. Awesome. The sound of running footsteps came from the woods, and Lyle hurriedly returned. Where's the ancient venomous one? Did you handle it? What was that explosion just now? I remember my terror bird should have dealt with it. Look, the ancient one is here. Qin Chuan pointed to the old ox's poisonous arm. It's turned into an ancient Chilean arm. Seeing the NPC standing there dumbfounded, he went from touching his head to taking off his helmet and touching his hairline, asking in shock and fear, resurrection, fusion, what are you? The players didn't even know what they were, but instead called on Lyle to start using flamethrowers to clear the battlefield over a large area. What should we do with this tree? If we just burn it down, it'll be hard to control the fire, Dust asked, looking up at the tree while carrying a flamethrower. I don't know, and I also don't know if there are any surviving infected in the surrounding woods. That's all, Old Ox said. The ancient being's actions have brought all the infected here. How did you know? Oh right, you're half infected. This is called assimilation, don't you understand? Can assimilation be called infection? Yes, go ahead, I'm listening. Xia Shang sat opposite the old ox, wearing a strange pair of glasses, intently studying the old ox's right arm, which was placed on the table. You decide. Old Nyo gave up trying to explain, feeling extremely uncomfortable. He turned to look at the red crystal community 100 meters away, then looked at the table placed between himself and the NPC, sitting face to face on this vast plain, with a group of players watching the show nearby. He felt a pang of sadness. Dr. Xia, do you think my brother can be saved? Not bad, unable to suppress the corners of his mouth from turning up, leaned over and asked a question, which made old Nyo roll his eyes at him repeatedly. Although he knew the players were just joking, Xia Shang still gave a serious reply. If I had to put it into words, this venomous claw has become one with the phantom, and there is no way to remove it. Its nutrition is all provided by the body's blood system, and even the creation of the claw and viral gel was done by extracting nutrients from your own body. As Xia Shang spoke, he removed the scanning eyepiece. Based on your peak physical strength, you can probably only fire 9 viral gels or 27 stinger scatters at a time. You mean, my life is just one magazine? Old Nyo felt a chill run down his spine. That's roughly the idea. Because it also has self-awareness, if you lose consciousness due to exhaustion, it's equivalent to losing the firewall that suppresses it. At that time, even if you don't die, you will be judged dead due to the phantom aberration, Xia Shang replied. Can I use resurrection to restore the aberration? Old Cow couldn't accept this outcome. Yes and no. I guess you want to use resurrection as a magazine, but the phantom is repaired by the void entropy, which will restore it to its perfect state. Do you think it can survive the reconstruction of the void power? Xia Shang asked rhetorically. But when Dust was resurrected from the Ancient One, he was only half resurrected at first. Old Ox still wanted to struggle a bit more. Xia Shang's gaze sharpened, and he turned to look at Chanari, who was still laughing and joking. Is that so? Come here too. Dust's face stiffened, and he obediently moved closer. Xia Shang used his void power to enter the phantom machine in the dust and found no obvious traces of the virus inside. However, there is a problem. The upper body of the dust phantom is made of materials with the strength of an entire previous mecha, while the lower body is made entirely of a mesh-like muscle structure. In other words, when he resurrected his upper body, he had already recycled all the phantom materials, while his current lower body is made from the flesh and blood of an ancient being, which is incredibly strong. If you take into account the enhancement from the void crystal, Dust's physical body has already reached the threshold of the battle armor, making him a living, breathing blank battle armor. I need to take your 2 phantom mechs back for research. I'll prepare new phantoms for you tomorrow, Xia Shang said after a moment's thought. Upon hearing this, Old Ox and Dust turned ashen-faced. Chapter 122 There's a merchant ahead. Mission series, The Footsteps of the Plague. Spaceships descending from outer space have brought uninvited guests, whom we do not welcome, even if they wish to take root. The greatest crisis of the moment has passed, but we may not yet be able to let our guard down. Quest rewards. All players who participate in the event quest will receive 5 healing injections, 1 healing injection blueprint, reusable, 1 coordinate pin blueprint, reusable, 3,000 star coins, and 1,000 experience. Rewards for this quest series. 1 healing potion blueprint for all players, 1 coordinate pin blueprint, reusable. After calculating and distributing the players' rewards, Xia Shang first approached Ari Ling about the rainforest cleanup issue. I need someone who is very familiar with the rainforest and can search the entire rainforest in the shortest amount of time. If it's the Kiba rainforest, I know at least 15 people who are familiar with it. Let them form groups of 2 or 3, and add 2 more resource workers to each group to go to the rainforest for cleanup work. What do you think? Ari Ling flipped through the list of community personnel in the crystal board and quickly formed 10 groups of 5, which he then handed over to Xia Shang for inspection. Very good. Tell them to hurry up and... Xia Shang glanced at the time and changed his mind. Let's set off tomorrow morning. The sooner this matter is resolved, the better. No problem, I'll have them prepare it right away. Watching Ari Ling's departing figure, Xia Shang noticed a man in an orange-red uniform holding his square helmet, standing helplessly near the auto repair shop, surrounded by several casual players who hadn't done any quests, who were asking him all sorts of questions. Dude, where are you from? Are you an astronaut? Lyle was brought in by Qin Chuan and the others with Xia Shang's permission. It seems they went to the auto repair shop, leaving Lyle out in the conspicuous spot. I came from Jupiter. I was originally going to Venus, but I jumped to the wrong place and ended up on the Imperial planet. I wouldn't call myself an astronaut because I work inside the cabin, but I do occasionally do product inspections in space. Although Lyle was unsure of these people's intentions, since he was on someone else's turf, it was best to adopt a humble attitude and at least answer their questions. So, what do you do for a living, sir? Do you need to inspect products in space? The players became even more curious upon hearing this. This new NPC's attire was anything but ordinary. Not only did he look more human than the Kroni people, but his uniform, with its unique style, was also different from the ones around him. He also had a small toolbox on his back, making him seem quite professional. They were certain he was a special NPC, so they approached him and, sure enough, there was a trap involved. Making products in space. This is a technical job. I'm a marine engineer, responsible for research and development, manufacturing, repair, and the like. Lal didn't want to go into too much detail, but those 3 words were enough to excite the players. Research and development. Make it. And it still needs repairs. This must be the new blacksmith NPC. Wow, new weapons and new items. Dude, when are you going to open the shop? I can't wait. Do you sell weapons, or just blueprints? Lyle was baffled by their sudden excitement, especially since one of them even equated him with the ancient word blacksmith, leaving him speechless. As for the last question, Lyle replied helplessly, I have almost nothing right now. The weapon blueprints are only in my head. I have to build them before I can provide them to you. It's the weapons merchant NPC. We're safe. Everything's safe. So how do you open a shop? What do you need? Like collecting crafting materials, you can hire us to do that. Yes. Faced with the player's enthusiasm, Lyle didn't know what to do. He was just here for a short while and didn't intend to stay long. Cops, are you the sole survivor of your ship? Xia Shang's voice silenced the player's surging enthusiasm. The quick-witted Xia Shang immediately covered the mouth of the person next to him, indicating that the NPC storyline was about to begin. You're in charge here. I didn't have a good chance to see you outside before. Hello, I'm a Cups engineer from the Dawn Caravan under the Cups Merchant Guild. My name is Lyle Parman. You can just call me Lyle. Lyle bowed to Xia Shang while holding his helmet. After all, those guys who could resurrect all listened to him, so he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Hello Lyle, this is the Red Crystal community under the Lakefront Market. I am the acting manager here. I've heard about you and this plague. We are truly sorry about this outbreak. It was absolutely unintentional and an unexpected situation. Before Xia Shang could finish speaking, Lyle quickly apologized. I know this is an accident for you, and you are also victims of the plague, with many deaths. But you know, this is an undeserved disaster for this plane. We have lost 30 of our fighting force, all of them warriors who fought against Kroni. Xia Shang spoke calmly, and the players on the side looked at each other in confusion, but dared not speak here, so they started typing in the channel. Sankaria, something doesn't feel right. Aren't we players supposed to be able to revive? Happy Chef, maybe in the game's design, those who die are truly dead, and only we players can be resurrected. Why is the dark-skinned tomboy a god? It feels a bit like a CPU scene. I don't know if it's just my imagination. On the other side, Lyle, also covered in sweat and unsure of what to say, said dejectedly, but I'm all alone now, and my employer died in this accident. This isn't a responsibility I can bear, nor am I capable of compensating you for your losses and the deaths of those who perished. What are your plans for the future? Xia Shang didn't continue on that topic. The future. Lyle was a little confused when he asked this question. He had signed a labor contract for several years, but now his boss was dead, and he had been reduced to a very primitive place, which was even under the jurisdiction of Kroni. Going to space was a luxury, let alone returning to Jupiter. To be honest, I don't know either. I have nothing now and can't go anywhere. If you hadn't sent people to the Cabal rainforest to look for my signal, I would probably have run out of resources and died in the rainforest with my colleagues, or been turned into infected or something. Indeed, I should thank you for saving my life. Lyle suddenly realized what was going on and bowed to Xia Shang, but Xia Shang dodged him. Coincidentally, Qin Chuan and the others finished arranging the car assembly and came out right behind Xia Shang, facing Lyle. You should be thanking them, Xia Shang said. If you can't go where you want to go for the time being, why not stay here? You've seen it yourself. Ever since Kroni closed the orbit of this planet, countless people have been scavenging the trash that the Kroni people don't want in order to survive and resist. And you are Lyle, a technical engineer from Cooper's. The Cooper's Chamber of Commerce is indeed ruthless in its pursuit of profit and gain, but your technology truly matches your ambition. If you can help us and provide technical support, our situation of being at the mercy of others will be greatly improved, and you will have the opportunity to return to Jupiter. Chapter 123 Helping NPCs move spaceships. The next morning, when the respawned players arrived at the Red Crystal community from the Wanderer's hideout by car, they found a brand new convertible had been built. Lyle was still wearing that eye-catching outfit, with a simple-looking square iron helmet, making him look nothing like a weapons merchant. No, maybe that's exactly what he looked like. The convertible was very rudimentary, built like a garage, and could not possibly replicate the cleanroom research lab he had on the spaceship. However, Lyle didn't care, because he didn't have the research tools and systems that came with the lab. Everything was done by hand, so why should he care about being dust-free? Is this the new blacksmith they were talking about on the forum? He looks more like a programmer. Watch your mouth. What did the programmer do to you? Outside, the players were chattering endlessly. Seeing that his new base was about to be surrounded, Lyle said he wasn't nervous, but he was still a little uneasy, recalling the management that Xia Shang had taught him overnight. You must have already seen them come back to life, right? Xia Shang's face was shrouded in the dim light above, all his features hidden in shadow. Yes, Lyle said timidly. Even though he was the older one, he was like a quail in front of Xia Shang. You don't need to worry, this isn't a big secret, and you won't be silenced because of it, Xia Shang said with a light laugh. Does that mean he might be silenced by something else? Lyle thought to himself. It's a good choice for you to agree to use Hongjing community as a pilot site. Even if 90% of the Hongjing ore here is sold, there will still be a lot left over. At least you don't have to worry about energy consumption. I can reduce the price of the Hongjing ore to half. Lyle, 50% off. I thought it was free. Xia Shang, too low. Lyle, with a forced smile. No, it's just, I don't have any money on me right now, so I might not be able to get supplies from you. Besides, all my tools are on the spaceship, and many were destroyed in the crash landing. Maybe only a few are still somewhat useful. Xia Shang, pointing at the table, I won't take that spaceship from you, you can rest assured. Moreover, if needed, I allow you to send personnel to help you recover useful materials, or you can choose to dismantle it on the spot and use it as your material warehouse. Lyle looked at Xia Shang in surprise, and suddenly noticed that the light above Xia Shang's head had also become warmer. However, you may need to pay some labor costs, and please don't misunderstand, this is not a fee I'm charging. This is precisely what I need to explain in detail. So the idea of hiring people from within the wall to do work initially surprised Lyle, but after Xia Shang explained it to him, he quickly understood the meaning of hiring. If I register reward items to offer as bounties for some missions, they will naturally send people to help me complete them, right? But what if I need them to bring back energy equipment for me, but it gets embezzled? How do I resolve that? Lyle was interested, but had some concerns. Theoretically speaking, this shouldn't happen, because they are people who strictly follow the agreed upon terms. The only unexpected situation is that your mission item might be targeted by other villains, who would then intercept it and cause the mission to fail, Xia Shang said, shaking his head. But, I mean, what if? Then you can point out this person to me, and I'll take care of it for you, Xia Shang said. I've made demands of them regarding order, and if they commit any errors outside of my rules, then they will also be subject to my punishment. Lyle wasn't sure what Xia Shang meant by order and punishment, or what would make these people inside the walls obey obediently. However, remembering the group of members who had led him out of the rainforest, he was still willing to believe Xia Shang's words. Hello, I need your help with something. I was wondering if you might have the time. Lyle cleared his throat and spoke to the outside, but as soon as the players heard the word help, they all swarmed over. Mission. What mission? Accept it. Whom do we kill? Whom do we rob? The player's enthusiasm almost overturned his stall. He barely managed to keep things in order. Calm down, let me finish. Lyle said with a wry smile. My spaceship crashed in the Cabal rainforest. It's completely destroyed, but all my crafting tools are on it. I had to abandon them yesterday to escape. Now that the crisis is almost over, I need to get my tools back. For this, I'm willing to make a weapon or item for free for everyone who brings back my crafting tools. But with so many of us here, how many tools do you have to bring back? The players asked. I actually have a lot of tools, but this is only one of them. There are other items, such as daily necessities, material components, and as I said, that spaceship is completely scrapped. I need you to help me dismantle it on the spot because most of the controls and equipment are still very important. I can use them to build an energy room here. What is an energy room? A small girl asked, jumping up and down in the crowd. The energy room is like my workshop. In the energy room, I can expand my design blueprints and samples, manufacture more advanced products, and also perform more refined repairs and upgrades on the weapons you purchase from me. Oh, I see, one player nodded. So it's the relocation quest and weapon upgrade system. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. But we don't understand the structure of spaceships. How are we supposed to help you dismantle that thing? What if it explodes if we demolish it in the wrong place? Lyle was much more adept at handling these questions, as they involved his area of expertise. Don't worry if you don't understand the structure. I'll provide you with technical support. Do you have a communicator? The demolition work will require specialized tools. You can help me empty the interior first, and then we can proceed with the demolition once I've manufactured the cutting tools for you. A few minutes later, there was no one left in front of Lyle's convertible. Everyone had gone to rent cars to head to the Cabal rainforest. Moreover, the players who died in the rainforest yesterday wanted to go back to retrieve their equipment, so it was convenient for them to go there. In just one morning, several assembly vehicles had already made 2 round trips, carrying a lot of long tube and short stick-like tools to Lyle's open-top cabin. Inside were Lyle's all-too-familiar multi-purpose repair kit for ship cabins, as well as condensation spray guns, precision cutting pens, circuit assembly tools, and so on. Although most of them had some damage, there was no need to worry, as he could repair them quickly. Lyle busied himself sorting and classifying them, but the pile only grew larger over time, eventually spilling out onto the ground outside the gate, making it look like a garbage dump. However, the people working at the auto repair shop across the street, along with the owner, were all outside looking at these high-end Coop's machine tools that they had only heard of in rumors, now piled up on the grass like garbage, and their eyes almost turned red. Compared to Lyle's furniture, their auto repair shop really looked like a junkyard. Chapter 124 Reputation Exchange. Armor Blueprints Commander. The blueprints for the glazed maiden armor have been fully analyzed. Surprisingly, I also discovered information on a set of warrior weapon armor. Should we package them together as a blueprint set? In the armory, Audis reported to Xia Shang. Xia Shang, however, was standing at the other side of the control panel, dissecting a phantom on the surface of the panel, and did not respond for a moment. Oh, Commander. Audis cautiously leaned over Xia Shang's shoulder, looking over his shoulder at the one-armed, mutated phantom, his voice filled with disgust. Commander, did you obtain anything? It's strange, Audis. Xia Shang stared intently at the dissection in the mouth, uttering a puzzled sound. Although it looks like a mutant overall, it has 2 layers inside. The outer skin and organs are tissues from the ancient poisoners, but its nervous system is still derived from the nerve endings of the phantom, which have invaded and controlled the operation of the poisonous organs. But they are all composed of aberrations, perhaps just different between 1 and 1 plus 1. Audis said uncertainly. Theoretically, that is true, but the current 1 plus 1 situation is not the spontaneously formed structure of the distorted combination we have seen before. Compared to the combination of virus and infection, this model has indeed independently evolved into a fully aggressive feature, and even the life support system has degenerated to the level of parasitism. Audis blinked its eyes. Does the commander mean it has abandoned its instinctive direction and evolved into a weapon that needs to depend on a host? But how is it supposed to choose its parasitic host? It can't be called parasitism, but rather symbiosis. Interestingly, it doesn't choose its targets, but rather its consciousness has broken away from the cluster and become a separate existence. This consciousness, acting as a sensor, has transformed itself into its current form under the guidance of the player's emotions. At this point, Xia Shang, having completely put down his scalpel, said excitedly, if that's really the case, we might no longer need to fear infected organisms. They will become a completely new countermeasure weapon. Take this hand cannon, for example. After its toxicity combines with the original virus, it not only no longer causes aberrations and infections, but even the aberrant organisms themselves cannot be immune to its toxicity. Audis reacted quickly. Commander, are you saying it's capable of causing devastating damage to infected organisms without posing a risk of transmission? Otis, scan and copy the entire structure of this phantom, and isolate the nutrient supply system of the virus's organs. If we can successfully separate it from the individual and turn it into an independent weapon, then we'll be in for a lot of trouble. Yes, Commander. Audis will do his best. By the way, what did you just say to me? Ords contacted the commander to say that the blueprints for the glass maiden armor have been finalized. Hearing that there was also a set of matching weapons, Xia Shang was surprised. He didn't expect the other party to be so cooperative, giving him all their belongings. Show me the weapon data. After reading the descriptions of the 3 weapon blueprints, Xia Shang shook his head and closed them. What's wrong, Commander? Is there a mistake? Audis asked, puzzled. No, they're all fine, but I don't agree with bundling them up and providing them to the players. On the contrary, we need to sell them separately. Xia Shang said, nodding as he spoke. Besides, the players have already stockpiled a lot of resources. Our players are quite wealthy now, so it's time to consider a plan to recoup some of the operating costs. Operating costs? Do we have operating costs? Audis asked naively. Who said there isn't? I put so much effort into manually developing the system and designing the website. Isn't all that mental effort a cost? Xia Shang retorted. It seems, that's how it is. Audis nodded blankly. But how should we price it? With star coins. We've already spent a lot of star coins, and we definitely need some way to get them back. Star coins are small matter. You can just put some consumables on the market and collect the money, such as healing injections, heart drops, and life repair devices. Not using star coins. Then what will we use? Naturally, it's supplies, materials, various samples, and extracts. We need to refill our warehouses now to distribute various mission rewards. However, we can't openly price the materials. That would be too demeaning. How about we issue a brand new currency for internal player circulation? Some high-level items will be priced using this new currency, and players who want to obtain the new currency must contribute materials from the list, Audi suggested. A new currency, it's not impossible, but in practice it's just a number on the player's user panel. We don't need to actually create a physical currency, so it's no different from reputation. Perfect. Let's not make it that complicated. Let's just use reputation and set up our own reputation system and levels. Hongjing community. Dust sat atop a large vault, watching Lyle's tin shed in the distance being filled with all sorts of things. Why aren't you checking your entropy? Something on your mind? A figure jumped up from the other side, walked to the dust, and asked. Sai, you'll understand when your almost perfectly synchronized phantom gets banned. Dust sighed. TSK. Is that all? Old Nyo is in the same boat as you. He also had his living cannon confiscated, and he went to do a dungeon too. Chrysanthemum clicked her tongue, sat down next to Dust, and said, besides, shouldn't you be even more eager to farm entropy points to quickly raise your frequency back up? We didn't get many entropy points in yesterday's battle, but we still got 1,000 after the mission, so raising it to 30% shouldn't be a problem, right? Upon hearing this, Dust sighed and was about to say something when a message notification suddenly appeared in the corner of his vision. There are new updates to the user panel. Please take note. You have joined the faction, Chenji Dash, current reputation level, 0. Current total reputation points, 0 3,000. 3,000 reputation points needed to reach the next level. You have submitted a phantom mech with significant experimental value. Xia Shang is very satisfied with it. You have gained 3,000 reputation points. Your current accumulated reputation points have reached the maximum. Do you wish to submit 100 ferrite, 5 alloy plates, 100 nanospores, 300 recycled metal, and 3,000 reputation points to increase your reputation level? Yes, not for now. Dust looked at the message, completely baffled. He asked Chrysanthemum, only to find that he had the same message as her. A brand new lineup reputation level. What's the use of it? And it doesn't say how to get reputation. Chrysanthemum was very puzzled. I think I have it. It said that Xia Shang was very satisfied with the phantom I submitted, and gave me 3,000 reputation points. It asked if I wanted to submit some materials and spend these 3,000 reputation points to increase my reputation level. Dust said. Upgraded. Why not? Chrysanthemum raised an eyebrow and said, according to the reputation system of the lakefront market, increasing your reputation level grants certain privileges, such as shopping privileges or the right to accept quests. Besides, this is Xia Shang's faction, so maybe there will be some good stuff. After hearing what Chrysanthemum said, Dust was also somewhat tempted, but when he thought that his huge phantom could only increase his reputation by 1 level, he still felt a little unbalanced. Forget it, let's level up and see. If we don't, we'll have nothing left. Dust muttered, consuming the corresponding accumulated materials in his account to raise his reputation level. Congratulations. Your Chenji reputation level has increased to 1. Current total reputation points, 0 of 8,000. 8,000 reputation points needed to reach the next level. You have been granted access to the redemption store. You can choose one item for free from the following items in the redemption shop. Faction, Chenji, exchange shop. Glass Lady, Armor Synthesis Blueprint. Glass Lady, Vision Device Blueprint. Glass Lady, Mech Blueprint. Glass Lady, System Blueprint. Airblade Blueprint. Brighton Blueprint. Kunai Blueprint. Leto Blueprint. What's wrong? Is there some kind of reward? Why is everyone so stunned? As Chrysanthemum watched Dust's face change from an indifferent expression with a hint of curiosity, it gradually widened, its mouth agape, and its eyes widened, until it finally showed an expression of utter shock. Armor. I can change my armor now. Haha. This phantom is a good friend. I actually doubted Brother Xia Shang's character. I'm such a jerk. From now on, I'll give Brother Xia Shang whatever he wants. Brother Xia Shang is my dad. Dust jumped up and laughed wildly. Chrysanthemum stared blankly at the Dust's frenzied appearance, then gradually came to her senses. What? The armor shop is open. Chapter 125. The player's long road of synthesis. Not only did Dust and Chrysanthemum discover this new treasure, but another person who directly rose to reputation level 1 and unlocked the reputation exchange shop was Ezio, who had the same experience as Dust. Ezio praised me for handing over the mutated phantom, which even earned him 4,000 reputation points, leaving him with 1,000 remaining. This is why he immediately opened the exchange shop. Upon opening the reputation value page, I was immediately drawn to the exchange shop. Upon closer inspection, the first thing you see are the 4 blueprints for the Glass Lady armor. Holy crap! Brother Shang is awesome. Old Nyo immediately let out an excited cheer, startling his 3 teammates around him. Who goes there? Dozens of meters away, a group of Kroni jungle soldiers dressed in camouflage also heard the shouts and immediately raised their guns and turned around. Old Nyo instantly realized that his loss of composure had ruined everyone's mission of stealthily following them. However, the outcome was good. In the end, no one knew that they had infiltrated the rainforest. What happened to you? We were assigned to follow and find the hidden Kroni stronghold. Now that you've been exposed, we have no choice but to kill them all. Exactly, now we have to find a new squad, and we're not even sure we can find one. We don't know if our gunfire has alerted any nearby enemies. The 3 teammates were quite resentful of Lao Nyo's outburst. Old Nyo had no excuse. This was his problem, so he could only nod repeatedly and apologize to his teammates. Sorry, I was just too excited about the new content. I won't do it again. Oh, there won't be a next time. New content. What new content? It's that notification when breaking stealth. I was thinking that notification was pretty user-friendly. It wouldn't suddenly interrupt our mission progress. I almost forgot. It seems like they've joined a new faction. It's called Chenji. Let me see. The 3 opened the faction reputation panel, but after looking around, they couldn't find anything that would cause them to lose their composure, so they looked at Old Nyo with suspicion. Old Nyo suddenly remembered that he had unlocked the exchange shop by increasing his reputation level, so he immediately sent the screenshot to the other 3 people. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Armor! New weapons! Now they felt much better, and the 3 of them started pounding their chests in frustration, wishing they could immediately take out their money and buy everything. But how do I gain these reputation points? And why were you able to directly become a level 1 reputation holder? Old Nyo then had to give a brief overview of the history of account bans. As for reputation acquisition, there is a reputation exchange option just below the UI layer of the faction reputation panel. Let me see, why are they all materials? When the reputation exchange UI was opened, everyone discovered that the only requirements for exchanging reputation were material sets. 200 ferrites, 2 alloy plates, and 200 recycled metals. This set can be exchanged for 100 reputation points. So that means you need 4,000 ferrites, 40 alloy plates, and 4,000 recycled metals to upgrade to the next level? It shouldn't be too difficult, right? Yes, metallic materials are actually quite common on the plains. You could probably find them at any market, and they wouldn't be expensive. However, this set can only be redeemed 5 times per day. Don't worry, there are other sets, such as gems, fish entrails, which give 300 reputation points 3 times a day, as well as amorphous alloys and nanospores, which are all materials we've seen before. Damn it, I was just worried about all my extra materials gathering dust in the warehouse, and now I can use them to trade for armor. Should we go or not? I think I'm a little short on materials. Should we go find an NPC to buy some? What are you buying? We're almost at the Kroni Jungle Forces stronghold. Once we find it, let's pull off a big heist. That makes sense. Walk. However, other players didn't have such a clear reputation start. Most players just thought it was a minor hotfix, nothing more than adding a faction title. It wasn't until night fell in the game world and players logged off to browse the forums that they discovered a wildly popular post. Shocking. Something countless players don't know. The crystal armor has been secretly released. Players who saw this post were shocked, and countless details they had missed flashed through their minds, but there was nothing suspicious about it. Could it be a hotfix for today? The post has already garnered over 10,000 replies, clearly all of whom are armchair gamers. Real players are obviously too busy playing the game to browse the forum. Clicking on the top reveals a huge exchange shop panel. There aren't many items displayed, but the most eye-catching item is undoubtedly the armor blueprint at the very front. The players were suddenly stunned. Wait, don't go dark yet. I clearly remember that this option wasn't in the faction list. Could it be photoshopped? Scrolling down further, oh, it turns out you need to increase your reputation level to gain access to the exchange shop, and you even get a free exchange when you level up. It's incredibly generous. It's practically free. Some people are so restless they want to reconnect to the game. But how do you gain reputation? Players, please continue reading. However, some people may ask, how do you gain reputation? The answer is through material exchange. On the main page, in the reputation exchange section, you can see the following list of materials. Image. We can choose to exchange materials according to the list. For example, we can choose to exchange for a set of 3 materials: ferrite, recycled metal, and alloy plate. It will automatically deduct the corresponding amount of materials from your account. However, there is a daily limit to the number of material sets you can exchange. This means that the reputation you can gain each day is limited. This means that if you exchange fewer sets of materials on a certain day, you may have to wait another day to exchange for the same item next time. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Some veterans have already redeemed all their reputation points for today, reaching exactly 3,000 reputation points. They can then submit a set of materials to upgrade and unlock the exchange shop. For example, I'm one of them. After upgrading, I selected a battle mech blueprint for free, image. As you can see, in addition to star coins, 2 of the 4 main materials required for the blueprint's production are old friends, copper alloy and red crystal. To avoid any misunderstandings, copper alloy can be mined or purchased as copper or unsmelted at the blacksmith in the lakeside market. There are 2 other materials. One is Lai Body, which we players haven't seen since we've only been in the game for a short time. I asked an NPC before logging off, and he said it's a type of or produced in a specific area. The way to obtain it is very simple, so I won't go into details here. The important thing is the following one. Night Spirit. You must think it's just those little night spirits that wander around at night, but there's a difference. It has the word Night Spirit in its name, but that's because it only appears on our Night Spirit planes. This is a very mysterious thing. Even many NPCs don't know it exists. However, through the author's tireless efforts, the secret of this thing was finally revealed to a highly respected old NPC. Night spirits are very similar to night spirits. They are also lifelike entities composed of stone-like substances. They appear near water bodies, and can be found wherever water can accumulate. They are very timid and easily scared away. In fact, they blend into the ground. And another point is that they prefer to be nocturnal. This means that if we want to create the glass armor, we must face the night spirits of the night. Chapter 126 The tenderness from the boss. On the second day after the exchange shop opened, almost all players logged into the game, except for a few players who had done some activity on their accounts the night before and were still fast asleep. Some players missed a few days of gameplay due to busy schedules, and when they logged back in, they found that most players had already crafted the void shield. So, they shamelessly teamed up with their friends to join a caravan and farm materials together. Some players, in order to keep up with the times, borrowed star coins and materials everywhere to buy materials and make props, accumulating a huge debt. Now, those creditors are chasing after them to exchange for reputation, but because their wallets are really empty, they are dragged by the creditors to mine as hard labor, or taken to find dungeons, and all the materials they get belong to the creditors. If wealthier players lack materials, they will post hiring NPCs to collect materials for them, whether it's running errands, buying things on behalf of others, or searching for materials on the map. Players mobilized all sorts of material acquisition channels, and by the end of the day, most players had enough reputation points to unlock the exchange shop, except for those who were still short of reputation points to pay off debts. It unlocks with 3,000 reputation, and they say you can get a free item, but actually the most expensive Warframe blueprint in the shop costs 3,000 reputation. It's more like we opened the shop for free and bought a blueprint for 3,000 reputation. Some players, after receiving the blueprints for Warframe parts, discovered that the prices were all in the thousands, with the highest being the Warframe part blueprints, all 4 parts priced at 3,000 reputation, totaling just reputation. Using those materials to exchange for it, how long would it take? And if we calculate it this way, each of us will have to spend 12,000 reputation points to exchange for one set. With a total of 50 players, that's 600,000 reputation points. The resources and materials in the entire Night Elf plains might not even be enough to exchange for it. That's not all. There are also these weapons. I heard someone consulted Audis about it. As reputation level increases, even higher level blueprints will be unlocked. With this in mind, some players are worried about whether the source of materials can withstand such plundering. After all, this is a simulation game, and the ecological balance is adjusted by the automatic calculation of AI. If players completely clear an area at once, it may cause the living environment of NPCs to be in danger. Some players think this viewpoint is idiotic. Why bother about game data balance? The developers could easily solve it by simply adjusting the resource spawn rate. However, this concern was not unfounded. On the third day after players began searching for resources to exchange for reputation, the dry bell came knocking. You have to do something about this. Those people inside the wall have been acting strangely these past few days, grabbing anything they can get their hands on. Many seedlings that were being nurtured have been pulled up. Residents of the surrounding safe zones have already come to me to complain. Ku Zhong tapped his cane repeatedly as he told Xia Shang about how he had been blocked at the door early that morning by the leaders of the small-scale farmers in the plains. Xia Shang was somewhat embarrassed. He couldn't very well tell Ku Zhong that he was the one who had driven the people inside the wall mad, could he? I understand your situation. I will try to persuade them through legal means. Xia Shang could only make this promise, and soon issued a server-wide notification and a repetitive task to restore sustainable ecological balance, hoping to use a small amount of entropy as a price to make players voluntarily restrain their ruthless hands. I've sent the message to everyone. We'll need some time to see how it goes. If it doesn't work, I'll make some changes, Xia Shang said to Ku Zhong. That's excellent. By the way, old man, why don't you take this opportunity to let them join your market? The lakefront market already has the Red Crystal community under its name, so adding a few dozen more people would be more than enough, Xia Shang asked. It's not that I haven't thought about it, it's just that the timing wasn't right, Ku Zhong said, shaking his head. Xia Shang was slightly taken aback, but then he immediately understood. The people inside the wall were backed by Ku Zhong, and now that their activities were encroaching on their living environment, Ku Zhong's request to join the lakeside market made people wonder if he wanted to become a local bully. You're a sharp-eyed old man, I didn't even notice, Xia Shang said with a shake of his head and a smile. Leaving that aside, can you tell me why they need so many materials? I heard you recruited a technician from the Cups Chamber of Commerce. What are you planning to do with that? Ku Zhong looked at Xia Shang, seemingly trying to verify something. Then you're overthinking it. It is indeed related to me, but I didn't instruct them to do this. Like I said before, they only do things that benefit them. The reason they're crossing the border like swarms of wasps is simply to exchange something good for me, Xia Shang replied. Ku Zhong was somewhat disappointed, but it seemed to be within his expectations, so he didn't dwell on it for long and quickly took his leave. In fact, Xia Shang had long anticipated this day. The reason he was able to edit the task and send it out on the spot was because Xia Shang had anticipated that once the players' demand for resources increased, it would inevitably overdraw on the surrounding environment. After all, leading players like Qin Chuan Chenari are still a minority. Their ability to escape from the Kroni stronghold alive does not mean that mid-level and casual players can do the same. These players mostly focus on diligently mining, gathering resources, and spiffishing. Moreover, these types of players make up the vast majority of the total number of players, so in this sudden situation, their first thought was to collect as many supplies as possible nearby, which led to such an extreme outcome. To make such a big fuss in just 3 days, these ordinary players really went all out for the armor. Meanwhile, the players were still struggling to find resources and materials when they received a mission to restore ecological balance. They immediately realized that waiting for natural materials to respawn was not an option in this game, and they had no choice but to retreat to their base. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. How do I complete this ecological restoration task? It offers entropy rewards. At the market, people sell seeds and bait such as attractants. They probably use those things. You'd be better off killing some monsters instead of doing that quest. Killing monsters yields more entropy. I don't like fighting and killing. Growing vegetables suits me better. Ah, okay. So what do we do now? We're still missing a lot of materials. How about we raid Kroni's stronghold? All the top players on the forums raid strongholds. They get tons of materials. But I don't have a shield yet. Who told you not to log on for days on end? We need to eat. Clang, 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 clang. While the group of players were still arguing, a large black car drove into the parking lot of the Red Crystal community, following the tracks. Because renting a car is affordable and cheap, and 5 or 6 people can rent one car together, there are very few people taking unlicensed taxis these days. So when they saw this big unlicensed car entering the Red Crystal community, the players glanced at it sideways, thinking that there were still people so poor that they had to take the bus. Suddenly, a figure climbed from the driver's seat onto the roof of the vehicle, holding up a megaphone made from scrap metal and shouting, "Materials for sale. Common ferrite materials for circuit boards are on sale at low prices. All kinds of high-end alloy materials are available, including nanospore encapsulation. Amorphous alloys are limited in quantity and will be sold out quickly. We also have guns available. Buy 1 gun and get 10 magazines of ammunition free. There are also grenade sets, explosive grenades, fragmentation grenades, smoke grenades, and incendiary grenades, all for only 500 star coins. And more." Dust, caught in his throat, suddenly had a mental block and leaned down to ask the chrysanthemum in the driver's seat. What else was there? I don't remember either. Just say whatever you want, Chrysanthemum shrugged. Just say it. That's not a good idea. What if someone asks us if we don't have it? Dust scratched his head and said, "Sigh, they all bought it to exchange for reputation. If they don't get it, they don't get it." That's true. Dust casually greeted them, attracting not only almost all the players still in the stronghold, but also NPCs. Among the crowd were employees from the auto repair shop and a square-headed engineer from Cups. They have a huge supply of materials. I don't know where they got so many materials from. Did they steal all the materials we refreshed? An envious player asked indignantly. Come on, bro, how long has it been since you logged in? Look at his ID, Burning Dust, the one known as the most durable player in the game. He's either fighting with Kroni or on his way to being beaten by Kroni. He's always teaming up with Quinn for high difficulty dungeons. Heh, a high difficulty dungeon. What kind of difficulty is that? It's about the kind of difficulty where if all of us went up together, we'd be wiped out without a trace. Is this what a pro player looks like? Awesome. Durable King, you said you have all kinds of materials. What are the prices? A player asked after glancing at Dust's ID. He had bought materials from Dust to make shields before. The price will satisfy you. A common material starts at just 200 star coins. In terms of reputation, about 1,000 star coins can be exchanged for 100 reputation. Don't think it's expensive. We're just making a living off our hard work. If you buy it from NPCs, you'll need at least 1,500 star coins to get 100 reputation. Dust replied. The exchange rate of 1,500 to 100 was also known to the players and wasn't a secret. Upon hearing the price, the players were all excited. Buy. I'll buy 5,000 star coins. I have 6290 star coins here. I'll buy them all. Bro, can I borrow some? Get out. You still want to borrow? I don't even have enough for myself to buy. Seeing that several players were short of money, Dust smirked and shouted, don't be discouraged if you don't have enough star coins, we support credit here. Wow, Bodhisattva, how much can I get on credit? I want the maximum. Is this the tenderness from a pro? This newbie is moved to tears. Wow, that's practically free. Aren't they worried about people not returning it? Another player wondered. Bro, I bet you remembered to mention that they each have a wicked eye weapon. Are you sure you want to get blacklisted by the big boss over something as trivial as this? You were wrong, you've already confessed, so we'll let you go. Stop talking, Damage King, hurry up and start selling. Some players were getting impatient. They were just a few hundred reputation points away from buying the blueprint for their second Warframe piece. Don't rush. There's one more thing to clarify. We do support credit, but it's not star coins, it's ore. After saying that, Dust and Chrysanthemum opened the trunk together, revealing boxes full of bullet holes and bloodstains. Ore. You mean mining for it? I'll dig then, I'll borrow until the top is reached. Players got excited when they saw the open storage boxes were full of materials. Chapter 127 The Terrorbird Order. Just after Chenari and a Jew finished entertaining the players, the NPCs who had been standing around took the initiative to come forward. Excuse me, are the prices you're offering the same? The mechanic's face was still covered in engine oil as he looked at the Dust with anticipation. Yes, it's all the same. Your auto repair shop isn't running out of materials. If your auto repair shop buys in bulk, you can get a discount, Dust said. No, I'm not here on behalf of the boss. I wanted to buy some materials to make some small gadgets myself, the mechanic said shyly. Oh, that's all right. Just pick one yourself. Some of the rare materials might already be sold out, but see if you can find what you're looking for. No. I only need ordinary materials, like circuit boards. I can't afford expensive materials. After the young man squatted down to the side and picked through the items with his colleagues, the square-faced engineer from Coops also came forward. Hey, great engineer. How's your studio coming along? Upon seeing the other party, Dust smiled and teased. It's working normally now, thanks to everyone's continuous help, Lal said, patting his helmet. The only headache now is that the ship's propulsion engines and warp drive module are too large to move out. Dust looked at him and saw him fall silent, a big question mark appearing above his head. What? I was wondering if you could borrow this car. Lyle asked, sounding a little embarrassed. You want to borrow the car to transport the spaceship wreckage? Then you can hire us to do it, Dust said, patting his chest. Haha, I'm already heavily in debt, and even after the energy room is officially operational, there will be a period of time without income, so I may not have enough money to pay your hiring fees, Lyle said with shame. It's all right. Just give us a token amount for the car rental, and a Jew and I will consider it a favor. Chenari nudged Juhua with his elbow. Yes, next time we go to your energy room, we can get a discount, a Jew said casually. Thank you so much. The discount will definitely be there. Lyle thanked him repeatedly. Shall I get it done for you now? Dust asked. Well, I'd like to change some materials. My ship is severely lacking in nanospores and biomass. Change it. Use what? Mower, or rather, the mower's base. As Lyle spoke, he raised his left arm and pressed the control screen on it, and then a clanging sound came from not far away. A bipedal mechanical body quickly approached, its long mechanical legs striding forward like a running ostrich, except it didn't have an ostrich head. It was just a pair of legs supporting the chassis. Oh, isn't this your companion from the forest? Dust and Chrysanthemum's eyes lit up. After all, no man dislikes a mechanical creation, let alone one that can move. Yes, this kind of unit is the most common ground combat unit in Cups. It is extremely well balanced and can operate and follow on any land terrain. The chassis can also be modified and added to as you wish, whether it is equipped with guns to act as a follower turret, or installed with cargo racks to transport some medium and light cargo, or even assigned to a suicide mission at a critical moment, it can do it all. Lyle explained the uses of the mower to the two of them, causing their eyes to sparkle repeatedly. Isn't this the feeling of science fiction? Dust laughed. That's true, but do we even need it? We run dungeons and bullets are practically free, so we'll probably run out of ammo in no time. Chrysanthemum still had her doubts. Upon hearing this, Lyle quickly retorted, if it's going to be on the battlefield, it can't be used like that. Its role is flexibility and stability. When we were fighting against the Kroni army, the Terrorbird units in the fleet were positioned as armed soldiers, using numbers to counter the Kroni's clone units, focusing on overwhelming numbers. Combined with the shielded ospreys, under normal circumstances, they were equivalent to a Kroni Marine Corps. Oh. Hearing Lyle say that, Chrysanthemum became interested as well. Isn't this basically a summoner class? To be honest, I think I'm a summoner player myself. Lyle, how many of these Terrorbirds do you have? Lyle, there's only this one right now, and I built it in my spare time. There's only one. Chrysanthemum is speechless. If there were 4 or 5, Chrysanthemum thinks there might still be a chance. TSK, think ahead. It's not like you need it right now. You can order it. This one is just a sample. Dust couldn't stand it anymore and advised Chrysanthemum. That's true. What's your price? Chrysanthemum asked, looking at the mower standing quietly beside her. This is the basic model. The market price for a Coops unit is 3,500 star coins. I can give you 3,000 star coins per unit. Lyle said through gritted teeth. 3,000. Not only were there Chrysanthemum dust particles, but even the young man from the auto repair shop who was eavesdropping nearby was stunned. You should know that even a broken gun used to cost several thousand star coins. For example, the Genera gun that everyone in Kroni had originally cost 8,000. Although it's now rampant due to people inside the Great Firewall, it's never been less than 3,000 apiece. What's wrong? This price is very reasonable. Lyle looked at the shocked expressions on their faces and thought they thought it was too expensive, so he said carefully, 10 units, make me the weapon modules adapted for Genera. Before Chrysanthemum could even speak, Dust immediately asked for 10 units. 10 units. That might take a while. I want 10 too. Chrysanthemum thought for a moment, then agreed. Finally, the two of them each transferred 30,000 star coins to Lyle's newly opened Red Crystal community account, and only after Lyle reminded them did they sign the order contract. Originally, Dust and Chrysanthemum wanted to send Lyle a batch of nanospores and biomass in their personal capacity, but Lyle refused to accept them. Instead, he left the Terror Bird and the operating manual to them at a price of 3,000 per unit, only taking the materials of the corresponding price for himself. The 3,000 nanospores and biomass weren't much. There were only a few jars and 2 small boxes. Lyle was about to leave when Dust called him back. I have a personal matter I'd like to ask, Dust said. Please speak. Do you have any melee weapons similar to greatswords for sale over there? They need to be wide, big, and sturdy, Dust said, gesturing as he spoke. A melee greatsword. Lyle scratched his head. Our melee weapon style might be a little different from what you're thinking. Most of the melee weapons in Coops are enhanced tools, like the straight pickaxe and the electric saw. They definitely don't meet your requirements. The only sword-like weapon should be the Provo electric machete, but even though it's called a machete, it's more like an electric baton. Isn't there anything similar? Dust pressed. Similar. There is, the Creed Privy Council. This weapon is an extremely powerful interstellar giant blade, but unfortunately I can't make that thing. It belongs to the core secret technology of Coops, and my education level is not high enough to learn it. Lyle said apologetically, and Dust could only wave his hand to indicate that it was all right. After all, he had only asked casually. Or I could design one for you when I have time. Lyle thought for a moment and asked, design one? Dust was taken aback. You can design something out of thin air. Nothing comes out of thin air. All tool blueprints are born from knowledge. As long as you have the corresponding knowledge and technology, designing a general weapon is not difficult, Lyle said with a smile. All right, bro, my dream of owning a greatsword depends on you. Let me tell you, I want one that looks like this. Dust caught Lyle and proceeded to describe the greatsword's appearance, its image being exactly as described in the description of the greatsword wielded by the Holy Sword Armorer. However, Lyle felt that the more he listened, the more familiar it sounded. Why did he feel like he had seen this thing before? Wait, brother, are you saying it's the Heavenly Blade Galantian? Chapter 128 Amplifier Template Garentian. I think so. I did see it in the hands of a battle armorer. It's pretty cool. Dust made a fist with both hands, pretending that he also had a giant blade in his hand, and gestured with it. Lyle couldn't help but smile wryly, replying, all right, I think I understand. However, I can't possibly make an exact replica of Galantian. We at Cups haven't fully cracked the Heavenly Sword's forging system either. I can't replicate the energy circulation system inside this weapon. I can only make a similar-looking iron block, and the weight will be reduced because we can't lift the weight that's suitable for Heavenly Sword warriors. Can you accept that? Sure, copy it if you want. It'll just be the 1 Malawian Quachar model, I understand. Dust gave a thumbs up and said, how much? I'll pay you. Having paid 2,000 yuan for the design, Chenari was in a great mood and went back to brag to Juhua. Only 2,000 yuan. Are you sure this level of weaponry is enough for you? Chrysanthemum questioned after hearing Dust's words. After all, this price is a bit too affordable. It's good enough, I don't have high requirements, Dust said indifferently. After all, if we're going to deal damage, the Evil Eye is enough. Don't even mention Evil Eye. Chrysanthemum was furious at the name. That primitive reloading method is absolutely outrageous. 1 second to pull the trigger, 1 minute to reload. It's nowhere near as good as my cannibalistic she-devils. It's alright, but its power is that of a real handheld cannon, and it's accurate too. You have to give up something, Dust laughed, then suddenly remembered something and grabbed Chrysanthemum's collar. You haven't offered up the cannibalistic henchman for a share of the blueprints yet? You're addicted to hoarding, aren't you? Chrysanthemum quickly retorted. What do you mean by hoarding? Who knows what materials are needed to make this thing? If it weren't for it, how could we have obtained so many materials without losing our lives? Besides, we don't need one for each of us right now. One is enough to clear the field for now, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Chen felt that it made some sense, but there wasn't much logic to it, and he couldn't find many reasons to refute it, so he could only give up for the time being. The NPCs didn't manage to buy many materials from them, since their income sources were too limited. The savings they accumulated came from their daily frugality, plus the income from mining and selling the mines provided by Xia Shang. I feel like our NPCs shouldn't be this poor. Although mining is tiring, the returns are pretty good, and with a bit of luck, you can even become incredibly wealthy, Dust said with a sigh as he packed up the remaining storage boxes. Don't you think about it. It's only been a few days. How much can they possibly dig up? Besides, there are no buyers for the Red Crystal mine. All the minerals mined before were taken by Kroni, and the original mine owner is penniless, Chrysanthemum replied. After thinking about it, Dust realized that it was indeed the case. The mountain was full of red crystals that could be mined and used, but there was no big spender to monetize them. Moreover, this planet has been occupied and sealed off by Kroni. As the Iron Defense rebel faction, we can only find internal solutions among the rebel faction. Does that mean we can only wait for the Himalayan convoy to arrive? I don't have much hope. I estimate they won't be able to take much. In fact, they're mostly transporting high-end goods to sell and siphon off military spending. After packing up the storage box, the two realized that the amount of material stored was not much. They discussed with Qin Chuan about dividing all the materials and sending them to Xia Shang, where they would be stored in their respective warehouses. This squad is pretty outrageous. They always just move the warehouse from the Kroni base. Xia Shang couldn't help but sigh after seeing Audi's sort and organize the several storage boxes that had been teleported to him. If he hadn't set a daily limit on reputation exchange, players would probably have discovered that his high-level exchange shop was completely empty. It's not that he doesn't have anything to put up for sale, it's just that many of the items require materials that don't belong to this planet. If players find out and buy them, but can't make them because they don't have the materials, then he'll be the one in trouble. Commander, a player has inquired about the creation permission for the amplifier. After testing, he has unlocked the right to use the Void Ray. Audi suddenly spoke to Xia Shang. Oh, at this point in time, the only ones who could upgrade their entropy to level 6 are. Let me see, it really is one of them. Xia Shang opened his modified Void terminal, which prominently displayed the name of a veteran player, Quinn. Quinn is now leaning against his assembled vehicle. The bullet holes and ripped parts of his combat suit show that he has just been through a fierce battle. Even with the Void Shield, he is not immune to the severity of his injuries. The Evil Eye flintlock pistol, which resembled a cane, lay horizontally on his thigh. The barrel was now cold, and the gunpowder debris at the muzzle had been wiped clean, indicating that some time had passed since the battle began. However, what makes Qin Chuan even more uneasy now is the inquiry progress in the user panel. He had read the post on the forum. As for reputation, there was no need to worry. At his current reputation level of 1, he couldn't reach level 2 in a short time. Before he could accumulate enough reputation to reach level 2, he would have to spend money to exchange for Warframe blueprints. In addition, there was a daily limit to reputation exchange. No matter how anxious you were, that was all you could exchange each day. There was no rush. At first, Qin Chuan was a little confused as to why there was a restriction on material exchange, but when he and Dust Chrysanthemum blew up the warehouse of the Kroni Research Institute together, he instantly understood the good intentions of the production team. Resources in this world are constant. If a player plunders and monopolizes a large amount of resources in a region without any checks and balances, the player will only become stronger and stronger, and the stronger they become, the more they will plunder. At that time, the progress of other players will be slowed down indefinitely, and it is very likely that a large number of players will eventually quit the game. So after discussing it with the other two, they kept only the relatively valuable materials and enough common materials to exchange for daily reputation over the next few days, and sold the rest. After all, even if you kept all these common materials, it would probably take several months to exchange them all at the daily limit. It's much better to sell them to other players to enhance the overall strength of the player base, and you can also gain a good reputation along the way. How wonderful. However, he wasn't idle while letting Dust and Chrysanthemums dispose of the stolen goods. The blueprints for the armor required some strange and even unseen materials. As the leader, he had to have the combat power to pave the way for those who came after him. So the three of them split into two groups, and he went alone to find another Kroni stronghold located more than 40 kilometers north of the original stronghold. Speaking of which, he found out the coordinates of this stronghold during a casual chat with Lyle, an engineer from Coops. However, the distance was a bit tricky. It was easy to arrive during the day but be blocked by the night spirits at night. As for why he came, one reason was that they had no choice. They had already gone far enough, and the journey back was even longer than the journey to get here. Secondly, he had injected no less than 10,000 entropy into his level 5 willpower in the past few days, and a feeling of blooming had been lingering in his mind for a long time. He dared to assert that this was a sign that he was about to break through to level 6, so he gritted his teeth and came to take a gamble. As expected, he was very lucky. After attacking the Kroni patrol, he broke through while facing the offensive of Marines and two white and red giant-toothed Kroni soldiers. He casually fired a void ray and exhausted all the void energy to kill the two giant-toothed soldiers, thus managing to escape. Audies. You have earned the commander's approval. The commander is surprised and very pleased to have provided you with the amplifier component blueprints. The user panel will now have the assembly preview function enabled so you can see how well your assembled amplifier performs. We hope you will continue your efforts. Amplifier. Preview. Is it to view the attack method? Jean Chuan excitedly opened the amplifier interface and found that the amplifier's components were actually divided into three parts: prism, bracket, and crank. Opening the category for prism, at random revealed a row of objects resembling fish skeletons or mechanical fasteners. Their names were composed of strange characters, which, when translated by the interface, turned out to be incomprehensible phonetic symbols. However, the development team thoughtfully provided explanations of each object's characteristics. For example, one of them was described in its function description as follows: reconstructing void ray energy into internally focused grenades, lasers turning into cannons. Jean Chuan was shocked. Chapter 129. Searching for the Night Spirit, Jean Chuan glanced at the effects of the various components and found that although they looked like there were over 100 combinations, they actually had several similar branches, which were then differentiated by firepower, range, attack speed, continuous refill, and special functions. Like the grenade firing module he just saw, which compresses void energy into unstable individuals before firing, it can be paired with the increase energy frenzy component to increase burst damage, or with the energy recompression component to increase the storage of void energy in the amplifier, or with rapid compression to reduce the time required for grenade condensation. If you choose the combination of the grenade mode, prism, and the rapid compression, crank, you can end up with the short-range bomb stand, sacrificing half of the planar range to create a high-angle, wide-angle void grenade launcher. Alternatively, the cluster hive support could turn grenades into cluster bombs, generating a group of small void bombs that track enemies after the initial impact explosion. Of course, the damage from the initial impact explosion would be significantly reduced. There are just too many combinations. Precision firing might suit me, but I desperately need area of effect damage. Grenade launchers or flamethrowers would be pretty good, and high-pressure energy grenades might be more cost-effective than expanded capacity. But how do I calculate range? Jean Chuan originally wanted to try to find an optimal solution, but in the end he found that even with the dog brain overload, he could not get a result. Forget it. Let's not dwell on it. This is just a blueprint. Let's contact them to provide backup on their way, then find a pond to spend the night and see. Unable to figure it out, Jean Chuan stopped wasting his energy, put away his gun, climbed into the car, and started heading back. He definitely wouldn't be able to reach the base at this time. Fortunately, there are many lakes and rivers of varying sizes along the way. If he hurries, he will most likely be able to meet up with Dust and a Jew by one of the pools and spend the night there. After all, according to information from the forum, the night spirit is a life form that only appears near water and is extremely timid, hiding underground at the slightest disturbance. As for the existence of night spirits, Jean Chuan already possesses the void ray. According to Xia Shang's explanation, void energy can directly deconstruct the night spirits and cause them real damage. Since there's a health bar to reduce, these guys are no longer a concern. While Jean Chuan led the viewers in the live stream to enjoy the golden sunset over the plains, he and Chen Ai-Juhua checked the coordinates. Because it was a two-way journey, it didn't take long. They successfully met up in front of a small lake before it was completely dark. Instead of arriving in a large black car, Chen Ari and a Jew rented a custom-built vehicle and connected it with Jean Chuan's car to form an angle facing the lake. They then covered the large tarpaulin they brought with them with the vehicle to set up a small tent large enough for 3 people to rest in. Dust originally wanted to start a fire on the spot, but Chrysanthemum stopped him. As darkness fell, the two vehicles, covered by tarpaulins, looked exactly like a giant rock by a lake in the night. No one knew that 3 people were actually hiding behind this giant rock. The 3 men remained silent, gazing at the lake surface or the surrounding area. After all, the night spirits are very sensitive to sound, and the eerie green that represents them is now visible everywhere outside, with many green lights floating even on the opposite shore of the lake. Although the 3 couldn't speak, they chatted enthusiastically in the team channel. Jean Chuan had already sent them an introduction to the different types of amplifiers, and the 3 of them had different opinions on the combination of amplifier components, making quite a lively argument. Dust believes that true damage should be plentiful and satisfying, with grenades having the maximum explosive range, allowing you to explode face-to-face with the enemy. Chrysanthemum values the ability to precisely eliminate enemy personnel more, so she wants to build an amplifier for long-range, precise sniping. Jean Chuan originally wanted to see if these 2 had any brilliant ideas, but unexpectedly they turned out to be opposing extremists, one with the scope fully extended and the other with the range fully extended. However, both of them still have one thing in common: to keep their firepower up. After all, the most realistic damage in the entire game is naturally the higher the better, so that you can wipe out everything in sight. However, limited by their level of willpower, they can only use a total of 25 points of void energy at a time. But Jean Chuan has 50 points because he has leveled up, which means that the most basic energy foundation of the void ray is 50 points. Jean Chuan used the void ray to instantly kill 2 Kroni giant tooth soldiers, which consumed all his energy at once. It took him half an hour to barely recover his energy. Therefore, neither of them wants to waste such precious energy output time. However, after arguing for so long in the chat box, the matter was eventually dropped, because they were still a long way from leveling up, and Xia Shang wouldn't open the exchange interface for the amplifier component until they unlocked void ray. Therefore, knowing too much only adds to the troubles. Jean Chuan sometimes understands what Xia Shang said. Not knowing can actually make you have more fun, just like those casual players. Many people came with the mindset of playing a post-apocalyptic survival game. After picking up some fruits, seeds, and the like, they couldn't help but feel the urge to try it out. Fortunately, there were many valleys around the Red Crystal community, so they took shovels made of scrap metal and transplanted plants everywhere, planting similar plants in the same area and having a great time digging. I wonder if those transplanted plants are happy, because Jean Chuan heard that the soil environment on this planet is extremely harsh. The Kroni people have altered the structure of the atmosphere, resulting in unusual rainfall that has affected the soil composition and pH levels in different regions. Even at a distance of only 20 or 30 meters, the soil composition can vary greatly. There are also players who spearfish, carrying big fish around the base every night. It feels like the fish will dry out and become a dried fish after a few rounds of this, although it smells quite good when grilled. As for mining players, they spend all day in the mines with their cutters, and once they find something colorful, they shout things like, "I got it! I got it!" Thinking about it this way, is he the one playing the strangest game? Jean Chuan didn't know, but he felt pretty good after playing for so many days. He even felt like he was truly alive here, so much so that he needed some time to get used to his somewhat heavy physical body after logging off each day. Jean Chuan shook his head to clear his cluttered thoughts, took out a telescope he had bought from an NPC in a scavenging team, and slowly began to observe the lakeshore. Unfortunately, he found nothing, only the same old night elves wandering around. Isn't it the right time yet? Chapter 130 Trying to escape. Watch my grenade leap. Dust lay down in the corner to rest, trying to sleep in the game. Before, he would always go offline to sleep, but today he said he would try to sleep online. Chrysanthemum asked him if a sleep connection mode would be introduced in the future, and if he slept in his dream like this, would that count as logging off? This question completely stumped Dust, who was racking his brain trying to figure out the logical relationship. Sleeping in reality is the online state, sleeping in dreams is the offline state, so am I online or offline? Chrysanthemum loves maid. Sigh, this is getting a bit boring. Just waiting like this is really making me sleepy. Burning Dust. Is it possible you're genuinely sleepy? It's 8:30 in the game, which is already 1:30 in real time. Chrysanthemum loves maid. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I'm a professional night owl. How could I possibly feel sleepy because of the time? It must be boredom. Burning Dust. So, what would you like to do that's not boring? Chrysanthemum loves maid. I never imagined that I would always have NetEase cloud music playing when I stayed up late playing games, but now, even if you have music playing in the background while playing this game, the music automatically pauses after you log in. It's very user-unfriendly. Burning Dust. Laughs. A 150% realistic game. It'll definitely simulate your hearing too. Chrysanthemum loves maid, but I can still hear my family calling me for dinner. It feels so disconnected. Burning Dust. What do you know? We're people inside the wall. We came here through the wall between reality and illusion. Our family members are naturally people inside the wall too. Isn't it normal for us to hear whispers from inside the wall? This is actually a more realistic sense of immersion. Chrysanthemum loves maids. Spicy Lee and Jean Diarc are awesome, but if I apply for a music player system, will you agree or not? Burning Dust. Then I must agree with it. Both my hands and feet. Quinn, stop using your hands and feet. Come and see if it's that thing. Have you discovered something? Dust and Chrysanthemum quickly and carefully approached Jean Chuan, took the binoculars, and each looked with one eye in the direction Jean Chuan indicated. Where? I can't see it. Dust and Chrysanthemum quickly and carefully approached Jean Chuan, took the binoculars, and each looked with one eye in the direction Jean Chuan indicated. Where? I can't see it. Chrysanthemum loves maid. Idiot. Where are you looking? Move to the right a little, and don't make a sound. Oh. The two eyes, one big and one small, finally locked onto their target. A strange object that was about the size of a palm, flat as a palm, and almost symmetrical from left to right, made of irregular stones. On the left and right were two sharp, flame-like stones, and in the middle, above and below, were two oval stones, the upper one hollowed out in the center, like a tearful vertical eye. Chrysanthemum loves maid. It seems to be this thing. It floats and hovers in a small area without moving easily. But aren't they supposed to be timid? Why doesn't it affect it when night spirits float around nearby? Also, why don't the night spirits attack it? Aren't they supposed to attack indiscriminately? Burning Dust. They've been nicknamed Night Ghost, so maybe there's a connection, Tilda. Quinn. Indeed, they all seem to be rock-like life forms, and could all be incorporated into blueprints as materials. Chrysanthemum loves maid. So what do we do now? There are quite a few night spirits around it, and the area is relatively open. We can't even sneak past. Burning Dust. Or should we charge in? Quinn. Don't joke around. Only 2 firing lines in half an hour. Even if each shot kills one, there are at least 17 or 80 night spirits here. I don't want to have to come back from the Xia Shang camp tomorrow to collect their corpses. Blinding Dust. Unfortunately, perhaps the only option left is a feint. Chrysanthemum loves maid. That's definitely the only way. Lure all the night spirits away, then sneak over and arrest them. Quinn, keep it down. Dust, put your grenades away. Are you trying to lure all the night spirits across the plains? Burning Dust. It's a misunderstanding. I took the wrong one. Dust quickly stuffed the grenade back into his bag and carefully pulled out a metal canister. The can looks like a tin can, but a taut rope extends outward from one of the openings and is wrapped around the can. As the dust slowly loosens the rope, it falls back into the can, making a faint tinkling sound. It turns out that there is a stone hanging inside, imitating the design of a bell. This is a method for attracting night spirits that some scavengers on the plains told players. However, in the original plan, the cans were not filled with stones, but with small rodents. Otherwise, the night spirits' attention would be quickly diverted, and the desired effect of attracting them away would not be achieved. Originally, Dust wanted to find mutated rats, but the area around them was practically ravaged. Dust spent the whole day searching but didn't find a single rat hair, so he had no choice but to use stones instead. Burning Dust. I prepared 4 bait cans, but their effect should be short-lived. I can't find any living creatures. Quinn, let's give it a try. Dust held its breath, weighed the can in its hand, and, taking advantage of the moment when the stone inside wasn't paying attention, smashed it nearly 100 meters into the night sky. In the real world, his strength probably wouldn't even be enough to throw someone dozens of meters. Thanks to the phantom body and the boost to his life force, he is now comparable to a mini Superman. Clang 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 clang. The sound of the stones hitting each other inside the empty can reach its maximum when they landed, and the clattering sound could probably be heard hundreds of meters away in the middle of the night. As expected, the eerie green lights that were lingering nearby paused for a moment, and then quickly converged on the spot where the can had landed, including the night spirits near the ghost. The 3 of them held their breath and waited until all the night spirits were facing in another direction before they were able to climb out of the tent and tiptoe along the lakeside toward the night spirits. Wait, how are we going to put it? Did anyone bring a sack? Dust asked quickly, suddenly remembering something as the floating stone palm got closer and closer. Who carries that kind of thing? Nobody's going to ambush them. Chrysanthemum whispered. If we store it directly in the void, the sack might not be able to hold it. Jean Chuan said, but he noticed a green light flashing nearby out of the corner of his eye. Jean Chuan was shocked and immediately warned, oh no, Yiling is back. Dust and Chrysanthemums noticed this too, so they stopped pretending and started running wildly. However, the night spirit seemed to have noticed them as well. The ghostly light that was originally floating in midair slowly descended to the ground. It didn't seem to be fast, but it dropped by half in an instant. Damn it, so cowardly. Dust cursed immediately upon seeing this. We're going to be too late. Chrysanthemum said angrily. Jean Chuan watched as the object gradually approached the ground and couldn't help but sigh. However, at that moment, he heard a crisp click of a pin being pulled. Looking closely, he saw that Chenari had been carrying a grenade and was now throwing it in front of him. You. Not only Jean Chuan, but even Ju Hua was stunned. The 2 of them instinctively lunged to the side and lay down. However, the dust did the opposite, leaping towards the grenade and then, boom, the shield shattered, and the resulting shockwave sent dust flying toward the ghost. Chapter 131 Trying to escape. Behold my great summoning spell. Come in. With a wave of his hand, a flash of purple light appeared in Dust's palm, and just as Night Spirit was about to disappear into the ground, he successfully absorbed it. Holy crap, that's awesome. When Chrysanthemum saw this while lying on the ground, she was overjoyed. She had thought that she would have to return empty-handed today, but Dust had turned the tide with a grenade thruster. Stop bragging and think about how to escape. Jean Chuan gave a wry smile. The thunderbolt that struck in the middle of the night caused the entire night sky to rumble. Not to mention the night spirits that had already been attracted. Now most of the night spirits on the lakeshore were gathering there. What should I do? I suggest I lie down and wait to die. Dust rolled around on the spot, got up, patted the gunpowder and dust off his body, and said, but when he turned around, he found that Chrysanthemum and Qin had turned around and run towards the direction where the car was parked without saying a word. Hey, I was just kidding, don't really leave me behind. I've bled for the team before. Dust exclaimed in alarm and quickly ran after him. What? You weren't planning to just wait to die? The Chrysanthemum running ahead heard footsteps behind it, turned its head and smiled. Are you kidding me? Do you know how long it takes to learn a phantom from scratch? Dust protested from behind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 familiar whooshing sounds rapidly approached. Dust suddenly plunged headfirst into the ground, dodging the Night Spirit's ranged attack, and then rolled over to get up and continue chasing his teammates. The movements were so smooth and fluid that they seemed to be etched into his body. However, there were too many Night Spirits around. The arrival of the first burst of energy blasts meant that even more Night Spirits were about to enter the attack range. Sure enough, the distressed faces of the little Night Spirits around them were as clear as lamplight. Countless energy bullets shot at the 3 of them one after another, causing the 3 players to run away with their heads in their hands. What was even more infuriating was that they dared not fight back easily, as retaliating at this moment would only waste time. The only good thing is that in the first phase, the Night Spirits only attack with ranged shots of green cyclone energy bullets that numb the nerves. In this state, even if the player gets right up to their face, they won't react much. Chrysanthemum was the first to run to the base of the assembled vehicle and grab the iron skewer securing the tarpaulin. Just as she was about to grab the second one, the interval between Night Spirit's second wave of attacks arrived. A dense array of green cyclones crashed down like a wall of wind, startling Chrysanthemum into quickly withdrawing her grip. She watched as the assembled vehicle in front of her was overturned by the massive energy wall, its tarpaulin tumbling upside down with a thud, almost rolling into the lake. But thanks to this, the other type of assembled vehicle no longer needed to have its tarpaulin removed. So Chrysanthemum and Qin immediately jumped in, grabbed the control lever and rushed out. With a swerve, they knocked a large group of little Night Spirits to the ground, where they rolled around like balloons. I haven't gotten on the bus yet. Dust saw Chrysanthemum grab the steering wheel and start driving, afraid that they would leave him here. Too late. Grab the bumper and you'll be sorry. Chrysanthemum caught a glimpse of several energy blasts poised to fire, so she stepped on the gas and charged straight at Dust. Dust reacted quickly, grabbing the bumper by the car door and hitching a ride. Several energy blasts hit Dust, but were deflected by the shield. Why don't you try taking out 1 or 2? The 2 men in the driver's seat asked after Dust had settled on the footboard and was holding onto the door frame. What the hell? Let's see if the speed of the assembled vehicle can outrun them first. Chrysanthemum retorted. The engine roared to life, and the massive tires of the assembly vehicle suddenly accelerated and spun, crushing the wet mud and grass under the platform and hurling it at the Night Spirit's large face behind the vehicle. Then, with a whoosh, it broke through the Night Spirit's encirclement. Countless cyclone energy projectiles chased after the car's rear, making the metal rattle and clang. Chrysanthemum tried her best to control the vehicle, keeping it on a smooth, curved path, attempting to evade the fire. However, the assembled vehicle was only slightly faster than the Night Spirit. This winding and meandering route only made it harder to widen the distance between them. Moreover, as it sped across the plains, the roaring engine attracted more and more Night Spirits to gather around it. As time went on, the green ghosts behind the vehicle accumulated more and more. As a result, the cyclone bullets that were being tracked became increasingly dense, to the point that even a glance at the Dust would give one goosebumps. I feel like I've messed up badly. Dust's back was completely numb, his shield had long been blasted apart, and he barely had time to recharge. Then what do you think we should do? Chrysanthemum knew this wasn't a solution, but there was simply no other way. My idea is to give them a good blast. After saying that, Dust looked at Qin, who was deep in thought in the passenger seat, and asked, what does Quinn think? You want to come back tomorrow to collect Night Spirit stones? Qin raised an eyebrow, glanced at the Night Spirit army behind him, and felt that if they had a grenade amplifier, they would probably get the maximum reward. This is the most cost-effective option. The cannibalistic woman unleashes 5 consecutive attacks, and they'll all be roasted into, what can you roast into stones? Dust said, I don't know, let's bake it first and see how they handle the second phase. Qin agreed to Chen Ai's suggestion, took the cannibalistic woman that Ju Hua handed him with one hand, turned around and popped out of the car window, pulling the trigger towards the back. Bang! The incendiary bomb slammed into the face of a night elf, instantly exploding into a storm of fire. The intense heat swelled inward, igniting a fiery tornado several meters high that melted the soil and rocks at its center into an orange-red liquid. The hordes of Night Spirits endured the scorching heat of thousands of degrees, and the Night Spirit stones that formed the mask turned red-hot. They quickly lost their unity and scattered like firecrackers. Bang! Bang bang bang! This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. An entire magazine of incendiary rounds was fired into the Night Elf swarm. 5 fiery tornadoes blazed brightly across the plain, and the sound of the Night Elf self-destructing gave the 3 people in the vehicle a feeling of celebrating the new year. Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Dust laughed. Ha ha ha, you're amazing. Amidst the laughter and chatter of the 3, countless eerie green energy spirits slowly emerged from the fiery hurricane. The 1,000-degree flame seemed like a mournful wail to them, and each spirit displayed a different expression of joy, anger, sorrow, infatuation, resentment, and hatred. They appeared in patches along with the flames, like a mirage projected from hell. Moreover, because they were all blown up to the second stage at once, many Eidolons seemed to have lost their ranged attack capabilities and remained in place. Other night spirits with mournful expressions conjured eerie green rays or explosives like the grenades they had thrown at the base, and their attack frequency decreased significantly, which relieved the 3 being chased. Wow, what a spectacular scene. Did you record it? Recorded. The visual effects are absolutely amazing. They're stunning every time I watch them, and the fire particle effects have absolutely no frame rate fluctuations. Oh dear, this is how our game is optimized, but it seems like we have a chance to escape now. Dust looked at the Night Spirit getting further and further away, and it seemed that his original plan to die here in battle had fallen through. It's just a lucky break. Wait, what's that? Qin had initially felt lucky, but when he suddenly saw the ghostly Night Spirits emitting waves of green light, he couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. What? Dust and Chrysanthemum both looked back, and suddenly a deafening roar seemed to explode in their minds, followed by soaring green light that enveloped all the second stage Night Spirits. The next moment, a huge, deformed figure slowly emerged from it. Chapter 132 Facing the Giant Night Spirit Eye. Grass. The 3 of them uttered 2 words in unison, and the green light screen reflected in their eyes slowly faded, revealing the real figure of the giant Night Spirit standing on the plain. The 3 of them were hundreds of meters away from it, and they had to look up to see its shoulder. That means it must be at least 120 meters high. The dark green stone pillars are bent and connected, supporting this tall body in a terrifying structure. The joints are rigidly connected by eerie green energy. Even without flesh and blood or any sense of balance, it can stand steadily. The whole thing can move as if it was standing between heaven and earth, and it is extremely oppressive. Terrifying undead. Dust cursed. Nobody said a bunch of stage 2 undead could summon greater undead. Dust initially thought that since almost all the Night Spirits remained in place, they had a chance to escape. But by some unexpected twist of fate, they summoned the great boss of the plains. Quinn, is the void ray any good? Chrysanthemum's throat was a little dry. What do you think? The attack range of the void ray is 20 to 25 meters. You want me to jump up at his feet and shoot his knee? Qin laughed angrily. It's not impossible. If 2 shots can blow out both of its kneecaps, then we can. Before Dust could finish speaking, a strange sound, like the tolling of a bell, was heard from the giant Night Spirit, melodious and lingering. Then, the giant night spirit slowly raised its withered branch-like arms, the forked ends of which gathered bright green energy, and then fired 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 huge energy projectiles into the sky. Qin Chuan watched as the shells flying into the sky remained motionless like a string of moons, before slowly growing larger. Quick, quick, turn. It's a mortar. He hurriedly pounded on the car door and shouted a warning. Chrysanthemum dared not question it, and with a flick of the steering wheel, drifted in a perfect arc across the plane, while Dust gripped the bumper tightly, his whole body being flung around like a pendant. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Each energy projectile, roughly the size of a 3-bedroom apartment, crashed into their path, bursting forth with light like the rising sun. Countless clods of earth and gravel were thrown into the air, and within the dust, particle radiation scattered like a spider web could be seen, instantly burning the shattered vegetation into dust. The assembled vehicle roared at full power, dodging the bombardment of the giant cannonball. However, the shockwave from the explosion of the energy cannonball was even larger. Even though the three of them were able to turn their direction to avoid the center of the explosion, they could not escape the surging shockwave. The entire vehicle was swept several meters into the air in an instant. Clang! The vehicle crashed heavily to the ground and rolled away, its sheet metal, bumpers, and even frame crumbling and breaking. The dust couldn't be held back when it was airborne and was blown in another direction. Taking advantage of its body's slenderness, it landed hard and was able to get up quickly. There were no signs of fractures on its body, and the status bar only showed a light yellow mark indicating minor injuries. I'm the only one left. Dust, having gotten up, stared blankly at the wrecked assembled car. Fortunately, the voices of the other two people came through the communication channel the next moment. Cough cough, how many died? Hello, 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 can you hear me? Dust quickly responded, only to learn that the two of them had been thrown out of the car in midair and had only survived by being protected by a shield. Even so, both of them were seriously injured. Duhua had almost all of her bones broken, and Qin Chuan could only move one hand. Qin Chuan was fortunate to still have one hand that could move. He raised his hand, took out a healing needle from the void passage, and inserted it into his neck. The scalding liquid rushed through his arteries and into his whole body, and all the structures that had been physically destroyed were rapidly restored to their original state. It took Qin Chuan almost 10 seconds to fully recover and get up, before the giant night spirit had even lowered its raised arm. Upon hearing that Qin Chuan had recovered from his injuries, Chenari wanted to go find Juhua again, but Juhua refused. Don't gather together. What we should do now is spread out so we don't get wiped out in one shot. Chrysanthemum lay limp in the haystack like a lump of mud, her limbs twisted and contorted, with bone fragments even protruding from her skin. Chrysanthemum herself suspected that if she hadn't used vitality and steel fiber as a precaution, she probably would have been wiped out in this wave. But then I thought about it again. This is no different from being instantly killed, and it would be better to be instantly killed. Now I can't even die if I want to, and I'm going to jail. Could you guys help me fix this? Chrysanthemum asked in the voice channel. Yarn, I have no idea where you fell, said Dust. You didn't get stuck in a tree, did you? Get lost. You're the one hanging from the tree. Your ass is hanging from the tree. Chrysanthemum cursed. Never mind that for now. Let's split up, Qin Chuan said in the voice chat. We can't escape anyway, so let's explore the boss's mechanics. Whatever we find out will be a bonus. Okay. Dust responded enthusiastically, swinging his arms and running towards Night Spirit's feet. Qin Chuan, on the other hand, now held the evil eye flintlock pistol, its ignition device glowing with sparks and ready to fire. The composition of the giant Night Spirit's body is the same as that of the smaller Night Spirit, except that the smaller Night Spirit is made up of many small stones, while the Night Spirit stones on the giant Night Spirit's body are almost all thicker than the trunk of a 100-year-old tree, and the smallest ones are probably close to the size of its own big black car. Although Qin Chuan knew that the gun in his hand had the power to shatter metal and break stone, he wouldn't be foolish enough to test the defensive capabilities of the boss plus Night Spirit stone combination, as that would only waste the evil eye's precious shooting opportunity. Since the body is made of stone, it must be designed to be invincible or have an impenetrable defense below a certain threshold. Conversely, the parts outside the stone must be its weaknesses. Thinking of this, the giant Night Spirit finally lowered its arm, while Qin Chuan slowly raised the barrel of his gun, aiming at the Night Spirit's shoulder joint. The piece was connected by a bark-like component, and its surface was emanating blue energy patterns resembling bark textures. Bang! The evil eye gun's muzzle flashed crimson light, and a bullet the size of a finger instantly struck the giant Night Spirit's shoulder joint, sending sparks flying. However, nothing happened. Damn, can't even breaking through its defenses by attacking its weak points. How late in the game do we have to be to fight this thing? As he cursed, Qin Chuan suddenly recalled Xia Shang's words and seemed to realize something, or perhaps it requires void energy to destroy. Qin Chuan put away his evil eye and looked up to analyze the giant Night Spirit's body structure. He could see that its lower limbs supported its body with a reverse arch structure, and its knees, which were thrust forward, were covered with a thick layer of horizontal striped shell. Upon closer inspection, it was made of the same material as its shoulder joints, with slight differences from Night Spirit stone. However, even the lowest knee joint is 30 meters above the ground. It was just outside the range of the Void Ray. Chapter 133, The Terrifying Night Spirit. Damn it. The development team is really inhuman, completely eliminating the minimum requirements for players to even unlock the boss. But I refuse to believe it. What if I find a way to climb up? Thinking of this, Qin Chuan immediately set off towards the giant Night Spirit. For some reason, the giant Night Spirit stopped firing its mortar and remained motionless. Even when Dust was hitting its feet with the back of its machete, there was no reaction. This allowed Qin Chuan to successfully approach the giant Night Spirit's feet. It seems to have stopped moving, Dust said as Qin Chuan approached. Could it be a bug? It's definitely not a bug, Qin Chuan thought. He already knew the game development team's ways. If something resembling a bug appeared, it was definitely hiding some ulterior motive. I need to go up there before the moth appears. You're going to climb up there? Dust exclaimed in surprise. The lower leg with its reverse arch structure has an angled front. Qin Chuan found the right angle and used the raised patterns on the surface of the Night Spirit stone to climb upwards. To be on the safe side, we should go up to a height of 10 meters. As Qin Chuan pondered, his eyes remained fixed on the knee. As he drew closer, he could see the blue light seeping from the crack growing ever brighter. Bright. Is it waiting for energy to return? Realizing this, Qin Chuan moved even faster. Upon reaching the target distance, Qin Chuan raised his right hand without saying a word, and a light purple beam shot out from his palm, like a laser, illuminating Yiling's knee joint. The next moment, a crackling sound came from above, and many black powders fell from the beam of the void. That's exactly right. However, the void ray only lasted for 2 seconds before exhausting its void energy, and Qin Chuan couldn't even see how many marks he had left on Yiling's knee. At the same time, the giant Night Spirit moved. It slowly raised the foot that had crawled onto the ant, and then stomped down. Boom. That kick was so powerful it almost caused the sky to collapse. A burst of violent blue radiation energy erupted instantly, engulfing both the Dust and Qin Chuan in chaotic radiation particles. As the bursting blue light shield grew larger and larger, closing in on her, Chrysanthemum, who was sprawled in the hay, closed her eyes and logged off. A large amount of Night Stalker radiation signal detected. Commander. Audis whispered a reminder to Xia Shang. Someone dares to provoke Zhao Lisha at this hour. Xia Shang exclaimed in surprise, then slapped his forehead, realizing something. Could it be a player? Xia Shang immediately checked the connection status of all players. It was the middle of the night, and 42 players had already logged off at the rest point. There were still 4 night owls online, and another 5 players were in a state of death. These 2 died yesterday afternoon after being resurrected 3 times in a row. The location of their deaths was in the sea. The other 3 died at the same time. It's you again. The void terminal displayed the grey avatars of Quinn, Burning Dust, and Chrysanthemum Maid. The radiation signal is located 20 kilometers north of the Red Crystal base and will not affect the base's security, so we can ignore it, Xia Shang said after finishing his inspection and leaving the void terminal behind. Yes, Commander. What's wrong? Xia Shang noticed that Audi's mood seemed to have changed, and the atmosphere in the entire spaceship had become strange, so he asked. Commander, the people from inside the walls have been here for 12 days. Audi's thought you were going to lead them back to space and reclaim what belongs to us, but it seems that's not the case. Audi slowly floated to Xia Shang's side and whispered, You awoke from the ruins of the ancient battlefield, and did not abandon Audi's because Audi's lost everything in the database. You helped Audi's create a brand new body and stabilize the program vulnerabilities in the central system. We found other companions wandering between stars, and then we took back a part of our freedom from the Kroni Empire. We even built a relay station together with scrap metal from space. Those were wonderful times, and Audi's remembers them clearly. Yes, I remember too. I don't know which guy was so foolish as to find the Oro language sign and put it in the central hall. I wanted to take it down, but many people objected. Xia Shang said with a smile and a shrug. Yes, the meaning of the Oro language is that the Celestials are the faithful guardians of the solar system. They don't know why you don't like this phrase, Commander. It's not that you don't like the phrase, you just don't want to see the Oro language. Audi's, I know you miss them, and I miss that time too, but everything was destroyed. Kroni's Eye of Destruction operation and the giant warship secretly built by Heck destroyed everything, Xia Shang sighed. But Audi's wanted to say something, but Xia Shang raised his hand and pressed it down. I know what you're trying to say, but you've probably misunderstood me. I'm just waiting for news. Waiting for news. Congressman Heck, the owner of the giant warship and the administrator of this planet, has reportedly returned from Saturn. In another reality, Dust slept all night wrapped in a blanket, but a towering figure remained in his mind until he heard his phone alarm, at which point he realized it was time to get up. Despite the pain deep in her eye sockets, Genera got out of bed, skillfully made herself a large cup of instant coffee, placed it on the table, and then went out to have breakfast. He sat down in his usual spot with a bowl of hot porridge, crushed a peeled tea egg through the bag with one hand and mixed it into the porridge. He slurped it up while taking a deep breath, and then skillfully pulled out his phone to open the official website for him for a quick glance. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. I encountered a massive army of night elves in the middle of the night. They were numerous and powerful, and in their second phase, they summoned giant night elves that were as strong as monsters. I fought with all my might but was instantly killed. Dust almost spat out his porridge when he saw that the poster was chrysanthemum. The post was made at the same time when everyone was instantly logged off. It contained screenshots of his game and a dying image of being engulfed by radiation. However, it had already been upvoted by thousands of posts. This closed beta has only been running for 10 days, and top-tier players are already raiding the plane's bosses, while I just drowned in the sea 3 times yesterday. It's hard to believe we're playing the same game. It's a shame this game doesn't have an ID reporting function, otherwise I'd show them what it means to be famous and notorious. The person upstairs who's just a casual gamer is being a bit extreme. Here's what you should do. Wait until the next round of slots opens, then click the browser's back button and click the game pre-registration button on the official website homepage. This night spirit looks like something a graphic designer would create on a touchscreen with their bandaged hand after getting hit by a car on their way home from work late at night. Aside from the torso and limbs resembling a human, you can't tell what it is at all. But you know what? This thing wiped out top-tier experts instantly. They were all reduced to ashes in the nuclear explosion. Come on, you guys have only been in the game for a few days and you're already top-tier players. I watched that Mist Quinn stream replay. He's just a complete idiot, and I heard he has some dirty secrets from the past. Does that really qualify him as a top-tier player? If I were in the game, I could take down that tree branch guy in a heartbeat with my mech. Damn it, at least in the same amount of game time, no one's skill level is higher than Quinn's. They were the ones who pioneered many game mechanics, and the same goes for the Night Elf this time. You can stop talking nonsense. Sigh, the development team really needs to open up more slots. Some people are going crazy from just watching the game. They're starting to bite people randomly. Yes, the production team had better hurry up and open up 10 million spots. Don't be ungrateful, or I'll beg you on my knees. You think you're guaranteed to get a spot just because there are 10 million available? Sure enough, the floors started to veer off course. Chapter 134 Strange Phenomena. In reality, when Dust saw the cloud reply, he felt that if it were in the past, he would have already typed out a string of curses. However, now he was calm and even wanted to laugh. Maybe it's from playing games all day, Dust thought to himself, casually swiping his thumb. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Genera caught a glimpse of a figure beside him falling to the side at an abnormal angle. Instantly, the image of the person's large belly, which had just passed by his dining table, flashed through his mind. She is pregnant. Before the answer could even flash through his mind, Dust moved even faster. In a flash, his waist, like a torch shock absorber, propelled his upper body, sending him hurtling towards the ground at an even greater speed. He had actually opened his arms ahead of time and caught the pregnant woman with his body. Before anyone even noticed someone had fainted, Dust had already completed all its actions and called for help. Everyone rushed over to help, and then they learned that the pregnant woman was experiencing sudden dizziness due to low blood sugar. It's all right. Dust waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need to be thanked, sat back down and finished his porridge. Just as he was about to get up to pay, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower back, like being pricked by a needle. As a result, he ended up being carried to the hospital by a group of people, where he was diagnosed with an acute lumbar muscle strain. Lying in the hospital bed, looking at the diagnosis report in his hand, Dust was full of questions. He had just reacted subconsciously as usual, so how could this have caused a muscle tear and a back sprain? Not long after, the pregnant woman's family came to the ward. The middle-aged man, who was not young, said that he had a child late in life and, to express his gratitude, offered to cover all of Chennai's hospital expenses. In fact, Dust's waist was firmly bound by a support board and bandages. As long as he could not twist his lumbar spine, it would not affect his life too much. Moreover, Dust considered that he would not be able to play games if he was hospitalized, so he repeatedly declined, saying that he could only accept the other party sending him home to recuperate. Unable to dissuade Chennai from her insistence, the middle-aged man had no choice but to ask the hospital to send Chennai home. After seeing the middle-aged man off, Chennai sighed, lay on the bed, took out his phone, opened the game app, found the ID of Chrysanthemum Loves Maid and sent a message. Burning Dust. I twisted my back. I'll be online today depending on the situation. Since Chrysanthemum didn't reply immediately, Dust started contacting his family. As soon as the video call started, Dad, who had been all smiles, saw Chenna lying on the pillow and his face immediately turned serious. Are you short of money? Have your mom transfer you 500. No, can't I come to you guys if I don't need the money? Dust looked embarrassed, but when he recalled the revenue figures on his video platform, he regained his confidence. Besides, I have income now. It's just not time to pay out yet. You said the same thing 2 months ago, Dad scoffed at the reply. You quit after a month at a media company, quit after a month at a bubble tea shop, quit after a month in sales, and after 2 months of self-studying screenwriting, and then there's no progress. You haven't even worked on game design or modeling for more than 2 months, and you always say it's not time to get paid yet. Hearing his father list his sins one by one, Chennai couldn't hold back any longer and was about to retort when the phone was handed to his mother. Why aren't you up yet? Didn't you sleep all night again? Didn't you eat breakfast either? Look at you. You become like this when you're alone. Get up earlier so you'll be more energetic and be able to sleep better at night. The moment my mother sees me, she knows exactly what she's going to say. Oh, that's not the issue. My sleep schedule is perfectly fine now. Today is a special case. After saying that, Chennai leaned the camera against his waist. The thick support plate and bandages made Chennai's waist look like a potbelly. Oh my god. What happened to you? How did you get hurt? Did you go to a big hospital? Sure enough, the response on the other end of the phone was explosive, and even my dad, who had initially given me a cold shoulder, came over. Dust briefly explained the situation. After listening, the two elders felt it was wrong to scold Dust, but they also felt sorry for him if they didn't. The doctor said it's best not to move your back, right? So how are you going to eat? Even if you order takeout, you can't pick it up. I guess your mom will have to come over and cook for you. So what about your studio? Didn't you say you'd be busy for a while? You two were even considering hiring college students to work like slaves, Dust teased. What nonsense. You're a college graduate yourself. Don't you know the job market right now? As for the studio, why don't we transfer those old contracts to someone else? The last sentence was a conversation between the two rivals. Forget it, don't come. You two go about your business. I'm actually fine with it. I'd feel uncomfortable if either of you came, Dust quickly declared. You little brat, you speak so sweetly, don't you? Yo-ho, Dad's been surfing a lot lately. Dust laughed it off and brushed it off, saying that he could easily get up and walk a few steps. Do you even know what you're doing? You're not going to die alone in bed, are you? As soon as Dad finished speaking, Mom slapped him and scolded the old man for not knowing how to speak. Dust breathed a sigh of relief, but was then stunned by the next sentence his mother said. How about we have Dao cook for you? She called us the day before yesterday and said she beat up her boss and quit to come back. She can come directly to your place. Huh, she can cook. She's probably just like that brat. All she knows is how to order takeout. It's better to have her come back and help out than let her go, saving us one person's salary. While her parents were still arguing, Ari hadn't reacted yet. Dao is Ari's younger sister, only 2 years younger than him. She is just as good at studying as Ari. The two have never given in to each other since they were little, which has also made her have a bad temper. She has short hair and walks with Ari. When Ari's classmates see her, they ask, is this your brother? And then she gets scolded. Then last year, she was lucky enough to find a job through campus recruitment after graduating. Dust, who graduated 2 years early but was still slacking off, was very unhappy about this and called her a lucky dog. She almost beat Dust into a fist and taught her a lesson. No, you want her to take care of me. Aren't you afraid I'll die? Even if I don't die, I'll probably get a herniated disc. No, I can take care of myself. Dust didn't care why she had hit her boss, so she just repeatedly admonished her parents that her life was important. Only after receiving a reassuring reply did she hang up the phone, and she even sent them the income from her platform account. Blooming flowers and wealth. With this little money, you can't even afford one pig's trotter a day. How are you going to recover? Transfer, 2,000. Dust sighed as he accepted the transfer, thinking he would transfer it back once he recovered. I casually opened the game app, and there was already a reply from Chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemum loves maid. What's going on? You managed to twist your back. Let me tell you, I feel like my exercise bacteria are incredibly strong right now. Yesterday afternoon, my classmate invited me to play basketball. I used to have trouble even touching the net, but yesterday I looked at the rim and felt like I could dunk, so I wanted to give it a try. Chrysanthemum loves maids. Guess how they recruited me? I was the coolest guy on the court yesterday. 9 consecutive dunks. The school team all want to talk to me. Burning Dust. Huh, I bet you're lying in bed like a dead pig right now, your legs hurting at the slightest touch. Chrysanthemum loves maid. Dude, I treat you like a brother. You're spying on me. Chapter 135. Good brothers still have to be together. Dust smiled dismissively, then embellished his own story, saying that he was like a tiger descending the mountain, while everyone on the other side was safe and sound, and in the end, a world where no one was hurt was achieved. Chrysanthemum loves maids. If you're like that too, then I'm not an isolated case. Is it similar to those cases online? Like pushing your limits and lifting a car or something? A blinding Dust. Yes, there are things that claim to push the limits of the human body, but I feel it's just that the mind thinks you can do it, and your body follows suit. It's just that our physical abilities aren't up to par, and overexertion comes at a price. Chrysanthemum loves maid. So, my brain decides what I can do, but the problem is, I really feel like my body is too heavy lately, and I think it's related to the game we're playing. Chrysanthemum loves maid, because I'm acting based on how we feel in the game, but now our real bodies can't keep up with our nerves. Dude, this is groundbreaking technology. Aren't you going to make a video about it? Burning Dust. No, stop talking. I'm scared. Don't make it so I can't play Starfall Frenzy. The two tacitly refrained from discussing the matter further and instead began to talk about yesterday's mission. They had captured Night Spirit, but there was only one at the moment. To make a battlesuit, they would need to capture another one. If we were to build a machine for everyone, we would need to capture 5 more. We can't keep facing the giant Night Spirits summoned by the army of lesser Night Spirits, can we? Even if we build armor to fight them, we probably still can't beat them. Burning Dust. Yesterday I saw Quinn use Void Ray to blast a Night Elf's knees with that little laser, and the damage seemed too low. Without an amplifier, it's simply not enough. Chrysanthemum loves maid. Maybe it just deals less damage to greater Eidolons. We haven't had a chance to test it on lesser Eidolons, and building the amplifier requires Eidolon stones, so Void Rays should be enough. Burning Dust. Sigh, never mind. I'm going to log in and grind some experience to level up to 6, then hunt some Night Spirits tonight. Chrysanthemum loves maid. What the hell are you talking about? Let's go pick up the Night Spirit stones that dropped yesterday. The two of them had almost forgotten about it, so they notified Qin Chuan and asked him if he wanted to go collect stones. Quinn, then I'll have to trouble you guys to help me collect the stones. I need to go to the beach. The amplifier also needs fish entrails. I'm going out to sea with the fishing team. Burning Dust. Wow, out to sea. I want to go too, but I get seasick. Female flower loves maid. Is it sea fishing or spiffishing? Quinn, bring more fish. We'll grind experience and level up after we finish reducing the stones, and we also need to make amplifiers. Quinn, sure, we'll get whatever we can find. We might not be able to get the internal organs you need for the amplifier. After the three finished discussing, Ari first prepared the dry food for the day and placed it on the table before sitting down, enduring the pain in his muscles and putting on the signal collector with a long sigh. Starry Sky Frenzy, log in. Dust closed its eyes and opened them, instantly springing up from the ground. Then it jumped up and hopped around, looking incredibly happy. This body suits me best, Dust laughed. Where have you been? Why did it take you so long? Hearing the sound of Dust, Chrysanthemum came in from outside the cave and asked, after everyone is resurrected, we're waiting for you to take the car to the Red Crystal community. Oh dear, it's hard to move around with a back strain. Can you please understand that someone who is partially paralyzed is injured? Dust replied, and quickly ran outside. Since there were only a few people who needed to be resurrected, Xia Shang only arranged one assembly vehicle for transportation, and the driver was a local. It's all Red Crystal community. Doesn't anyone go to the lakeside market? The driver asked. No, okay. As soon as the car started moving, Ai suddenly realized something was wrong. Where's Quinn? Wasn't he with us? Chrysanthemum glanced at him upon hearing this and said, Brother Quinn is in a hurry. The fishing and hunting team has to set off very early, so he contacted an NPC to pick him up alone and take him to the lakeside market. The other two players in the car, upon hearing the words fishing team, listened attentively for a moment and then spoke up. Going out to sea to fish is too dangerous. Yesterday I asked the NPCs if there were many fish in the sea, and they suggested we try the river first. But we didn't believe in such superstitions and wanted to become water ghosts. And now we're riding in the same car with you guys. How did you die? We were killed by the explosion of the night core, Dust whispered. The great night spirit. Upon hearing this, the two players were immediately astonished and quickly inquired about the specific details. It seemed that they hadn't visited the forums yesterday, nor this morning. After hearing the embellished descriptions from Dust and Chrysanthemum, the two players became fearful. They had originally wanted to hitch a ride with the pros, but now they didn't dare to ask, so they changed the subject and chatted all the way. Upon arriving at the community, Dust and Chrysanthemum went straight to the auto repair shop. Nowadays, players have more ways to earn income, so they often rent a car for convenience. When the two arrived at the door, they found that the inside was already bustling with activity. "We want to rent a car." Dust shouted. "Me too," said a player in the queue next to us. Hearing the shouts, the boss rushed out and told Dust that there were no spare cars in the garage because players always drove back in dilapidated cars, causing them to repair cars until midnight. Even though there were extra engines in the warehouse, there was no time to assemble new cars. "Boss, if you're this busy, why not hire more people? You can totally leave the shell repairs to apprentices," a player suggested from the side. Yes, we're also preparing to recruit. By the way, didn't you take one out yesterday?" Dust and Chrysanthemum helplessly shrugged, then paid off the money for the lost car and left the auto repair shop. "What do we do now? We don't have a car. How are we going to collect stones?" Dust asked helplessly. "How would I know? I remember there should still be a car by that lake, but we can't exactly walk over 20 kilometers to get there now." Just as the two were racking their brains over this, Lal slowly floated over from the front, carrying two metal briefcases as he passed by them. "Hey, good morning, bro. Your mower order is still being processed, don't worry, I should be able to deliver it to you tomorrow," Lal greeted the two. "Oh, okay, no need to rush. You can also build Galantian for me first," Dust said with a smile to Lyle after hearing this. "Garentian, oh, I almost forgot. Okay, I'll make it for you when we get back." Lyle gave a wry smile and then floated away. Dust and Chrysanthemum continued to ponder how to solve the transportation problem. Wait, how did Lyle just leave? Dust's mind suddenly went blank. Did he float away? Doesn't he walk? Chrysanthemum asked in confusion. The two looked back and saw Lyle floating lightly towards his energy room, his feet resting on a magnetically levitated metal plate. Wow! Best bro. The next moment, Dust and Chrysanthemum grabbed Lyle with screams. Chapter 136 already existed, but it was just kept under wraps. "What are you doing? What are you doing? I'll do it as soon as I get back. Galantine, you can't drag me out now." Lyle had no idea what the two were up to, and then he saw his mode of transportation being lifted up by the two guys. Dust, finally. Chrysanthemum, here we are. Lyle. This hoverboard wasn't gleaming and shiny. Rather, it was covered in blemishes. It was much larger than Xia Shang's hoverboard and looked more like a surfboard, and it was also thicker. The rust on the metal surface showed signs of being cut off, indicating that the outer shell was made from recycled metal. "Lyle, did you make this new? I didn't see you have this yesterday," Dust asked. Yeah, I'm not used to the gravity here. This transportation attack can reduce my daily physical exertion. What's wrong?" Lyle was puzzled. Could these two have stopped him because of this thing? Doesn't their boss have one too? You, what can I say to you? You have such a good thing, and you don't even put it out to sell." Chrysanthemum said, pounding her chest and beating her feet, as if she had really encountered something that made her unable to hide her sorrow. You didn't say you wanted it, did you? Besides, it's not an essential item. The assembled car over there is an old relic, but it's quite practical. I think it's pretty good too, Lyle said, puzzled. "Sigh, I think they don't understand at all," Dust shook his head. "The assembled vehicle is useful, that's true, but it's too slow and cumbersome. The planes of night can't accommodate such a big, slow-moving thing." "Name your price, Lyle. We're such good friends, don't act like an old lady and keep things to yourself," Chrysanthemum sighed. "When have I ever hidden anything?" Lyle was furious. However, he didn't get angry. Over the past few days, he had more or less gotten used to the occasional erratic behavior of these people inside the walls. Apart from saying some strange things, they were quite easy to get along with, especially since he was living under their roof. "Are you in a hurry to use it?" Lyle thought about his recent situation and then asked. Dust nodded repeatedly and told Lyle about their itinerary. "What? You went and hit Night Spirit's knee? But the car is gone. How did you all get back alive?" Lyle had indeed never been to Earth, but as a businessman, his knowledge would certainly include this place. Wherever there are people, there is trade, and Coops would not let go of a single penny of profit. Moreover, Earth's orbit was only recently blocked, so the plains of Night Spirit was not an unknown territory. Night Spirit Commander. Is that the name of the great Night Spirit? What a strange name, Dust commented. I know, the nuclear explosion energy it unleashed is measured in megawatts. Chrysanthemum had a flash of inspiration. TSK, it really is. I wonder if this surfboard can outrun the speed at which its nuclear explosion expands. If it can, then it's not like we can't fight it. Lyle got more and more confused as he listened, and finally shook off the random thoughts in his mind and snatched the hoverboard back. "Sorry, guys, this is not for sale," Lyle said. However, Lyle gestured for them to follow him, and the three headed to Lyle's energy room. The energy room, also known as Lyle's workshop, occupies the same area as the original greenhouse, but it has obviously been expanded, with a single-story area exceeding 100 square meters. The overall design features a dual-layer structure, with the outer shell made from the spacecraft's outer shell and repainted. The starry grey color and simple polygonal design give it a very futuristic feel. Lyle even added blue energy light strips, creating a cool, flowing gradient light effect. It can be said that it perfectly captures the interpretation of technology in Dust and Chrysanthemum Heart. However, its location is a bit off. It's squeezed together with the surrounding wooden and tin houses, making the overall look quite awkward. It didn't matter, though. Dust said she really liked it here and hoped to move in with them, but Lyle refused. The automatic curtain slowly rose, and in the huge space that served as both a workshop and a warehouse on the first floor, what first caught their eyes were more than 20 bipedal skeletons, not to mention the parts and tools scattered all over the floor. "It seems like it's all finished," Dust exclaimed in surprise as he glanced at the mower birds. "The instruction module is still being copied. Those are the time-consuming parts." Lyle said this was normal. After placing the two metal boxes, he raised his hand to activate the warehouse's intelligent central control system. "Open the list of plans," Lyle said. The next moment, a robotic arm slid down from the ceiling, its golden hand projecting a densely packed virtual screen. A quick glance revealed that it displayed machines that were either in production or paused. Dust suspected he saw something like armor inside, but Lyle explained that it was a modified auxiliary armor he had made to adapt to the Earth's environment, and the two boxes he was carrying today were materials he had bought on credit from Xia Shang. "Don't be envious. I heard you're all preparing to build battle armor. Is that right?" Lyle shook his head when he saw the envious looks in their eyes. "This thing is far inferior to battle armor. But I think, if you design it to look cooler, maybe even people who already own armor will buy a set," Chrysanthemum whispered. Lyle didn't want to talk too much about it. Instead, he brought up a navigation panel with one hand, fiddled with it a couple of times, and the blueprint for the same model of hoverboard appeared next to him. "Although I won't sell mine, I can make a new one for you. I can expedite the process. Making both at the same time should only take 2 hours because the materials and circuit boards can be laid out simultaneously." Yes. Since we're already here, there's no reason to refuse. And this price? Price is not an issue. What a joke. The two of them have been through so many dungeons with Qin Chuan, and the amount in their vaults has never fallen below 6 figures. In fact, no player in this game richer than them has even more than that in one hand. After signing the purchase contract, Lyle acted quickly, and at Dust's request, the material for cutting the sheet metal casing was changed to alloy plate instead of recycled metal. Dust and Chrysanthemum watched as Lyle built the skeleton support for the drawing board, laid out the circuit board wiring, and tested the floating module by hand. After success, he installed it into the base slot. 2 hours passed in a flash, so much so that the two of them were almost unaware of the passage of time. Lyle placed 2 hoverboards down and activated them. With a hum, the 2 metal surfboards floated on the ground, a result that brought a smile to Lyle's face. All right, what's wrong with your hoverboards? Just as Lyle was about to hand over the man inside the wall, he discovered that Dust and Chrysanthemum were squatting at the doorway, muttering to themselves. Did he really do it right in front of us? Dust clutched his head, somewhat incredulous. It's not just a repeating animation. It's so realistic, the structure and layout are so smooth and the handcrafted modules are so seamless, and the assembly is so tight without any clipping. Chrysanthemum, like Dust, held her head in her hands, looking like she had lost all reason. Do you think the production team actually built this thing, but is just holding back from releasing it? Then conduct experiments in the game. Are they holding back something big? Stop talking, I'm afraid I won't have any games to play in the future. As if they had made some kind of realization, the two looked at each other, nodded, and went back to complete the final procedures. The hoverboard was easy to operate, and the gestures were simple and easy to understand. Dust and Chrysanthemum quickly got the hang of it and took off with a whoosh. They rushed out of the community with a whoosh, attracting 100% attention. Holy crap, a hovercraft. The news that the hoverboard was available for purchase immediately caused a stir in the regional channels. Chapter 137 The Stone Gets Furry. Wow. A strong wind rushed in, blowing even my short, dusty hairs upside down, and the edge of the mountains on the side of the horizon receded behind me at a visible speed. Occasionally, a hill may appear. Simply adjust your center of gravity to move forward steadily, and you may even be able to leap over the hilltop in a parabolic arc before landing smoothly without any bumps or knocks. Lyle's handmade levitation device was powerful enough that the two of them sped across the plain at almost 80 kilometers per hour. In just a few tens of minutes, they could see the place where they had been blasted by the night spirits in the early morning. From a distance, they could see 6 whitish circular areas imprinted on the ground, which looked more like sand compared to the grass next to them. We need to slow down. Chrysanthemum shouted, her figure slowly lagging behind. But the wind was too strong, and the dust didn't even register. It kept speeding forward until it caught a glimpse of 2 pieces of wrecked car wreckage out of the corner of its eye. When it looked back, it found that the chrysanthemum had become just a dot. Damn, I've gone too far. Dust hurriedly raised his hand to control the speed, while adjusting the center of gravity and pressing down on the back of the skateboard in an attempt to brake suddenly. However, his operation was still clumsy. The speed of the hoverboard decreased, but he did not. Then, a figure flew out with a whoosh and with a thud, rolled dozens of meters across the plain before lying motionless in the grass like a dead dog, its rear end sticking up. Finally, its rear end was slowly bumped by the out-of-control skateboard. Hey, can you hear me? Sorry, I wasn't in the team channel just now. I told you to slow down, but you didn't seem to hear me. Are you alright? Chrysanthemum's gloating voice came through the channel. Dust pushed itself out of the haystack with both hands, its mouth full of grass. Pa. This thing is risky to drive. Did Lyle forget to design a safe speed limit? Hearing that the sound of Dust was still full of energy, Chrysanthemum gave up her plan to come and check. After listening to what Dust said, she said irritably, what the hell are you talking about? 80 kilometers per hour is fast. An assembled car can go up to 70 kilometers per hour with the accelerator fully depressed. You still think it's too slow? That's true. Wait, my leg seems to be dislocated. Let me get an injection first. When Chrysanthemum saw the Dust again, she found him slowly floating over on a skateboard. I've discovered that this works too. It's easier to control the center of gravity, Dust said cheerfully. Then why don't you just lie down or crawl? Surfboards have that kind of operation, don't they? Chrysanthemum asked. It's not that it's impossible, it's just. Dust adjusted his posture, his arms and legs dangling around him as he paddled the ground. It's kind of like a dog paddle. Seeing that Chenari had pushed off with his hands and feet and slid several meters away in an instant, Juhua was speechless. He hugged his skateboard and walked to the car wreckage to take pictures so that he could reconcile accounts with the auto repair shop later. But I still feel it's not convenient like this. Dust was still struggling with the posture issue. I feel more comfortable sitting down, like I can play the role of a magic flying carpet. Then why don't you stand and pretend to fly on a sword? Chrysanthemum retorted. Didn't you also order a giant sword? That's not impossible, is it? Oh no, that won't work either. Galentine isn't wide enough. It would look silly to put it on a skateboard. How about we ask Lyle to design a flying sword-shaped skateboard skin? Great, I want to buy one too. Chrysanthemum dealt with the dust, then suddenly her eyes narrowed. She walked over to a piece of wreckage and wiped away the dried dust on its surface. What's wrong? It's only 20,000 yuan. Why are you mourning? Dust thought he was just upset about the money. It seems someone came here beforehand. Look, this smear mark was left when the dew was still damp on the surface. Upon hearing this, Dust rushed over and discovered that there was indeed a strange mark on the outer shell of the wreckage. What if some animal rubbed it off while scratching itself? Dust said nonchalantly. Besides, it's not a big deal, is it? That's true. Even if Kroni's men are nearby, we can just clear them out. Chrysanthemum nodded, but then pointed to a shallow indentation on the ground and asked, but Kroni soldiers move in groups, and we haven't seen them use any two-wheeled single-person vehicles. What do you mean by that? Damn, what kind of eyes do you have? How can you see that clearly? Dust stared wide-eyed before seeing the indentation that Chrysanthemum was pointing to, and judging from its shape, it was clear that the other party had come from the direction of the explosion to the north and circled around. I came from the lakeside. Dust wiped his hair and casually flicked off 2 blades of grass. Let's go see if the Night Spirit Stone is still there. Chrysanthemum immediately stepped onto the hoverboard and set off, with Dust following closely behind. As the two continued forward, they entered a huge, circular area of white, sandy landforms, and only then did they realize that this was the area left behind by the Night Elf nuclear explosion the previous day. The single ruts are more obvious here. Soon, Chrysanthemum arrived at the epicenter of the nuclear explosion, bringing with her Dust. The ground was a mess, with chaotic footprints, and the two of them couldn't even tell how many people were there. Damn it. Dust searched the surroundings and only found one Night Spirit Stone, which made him curse. I worked all night, and the scavengers picked it all up. Was auto pickup left on? There's nothing we can do about it. Scavenging is how NPCs survive in this game. It's part of the game mechanics, so you can't blame them. Although Chrysanthemum could understand, she wasn't in a good mood either. She touched her jawline, pondering something, and instead observed the remaining footprints, discovering that they all eventually disappeared in the same place, leaving only 2 wide tire tracks several centimeters deep in the sand. This size and pattern are the tire tracks of the big black car, Kroni. Chrysanthemum recognized it at a glance. So you mean Kroni's guys hijacked our car? Damn it, it's always us who hijack Kroni. When did it become their turn to hijack us? Go after them and take them out, then we'll drive this car back. Dust was even more furious upon hearing this. Just the two of us. Okay, let's go follow them and see. Chrysanthemum was also unhappy, but she didn't want to go back empty-handed. The two followed the tire tracks and soon returned to the lakeside where they had camped the night before. The vehicle covered by the tarpaulin had also disappeared. There are quite a few people. If a scavenger picks it up, the Dust and Chrysanthemums won't cause any problems. After all, losing equipment upon death is part of realistic games, an unavoidable aspect that increases the risk of dying. Small equipment can now be stored in the void to avoid losing it, but vehicles can't. The two had considered the possibility of being picked up by a scavenging team. If it was survivors or people from the planes who picked them up while scavenging, that would be fine, but if it was Kroni's caravan, then they would be out of luck. I suspect this is one of those special hidden challenge missions we encountered when the server launched. Dust suddenly remembered how the previous car had arrived. Chapter 138 Mediation from a third party. Yeah, that's very possible. But we're not newbies anymore. Even without Quinn leading the team, with 6 lives, how could we not take it down? Chrysanthemum added. The two followed the tracks left by the convoy all morning but still couldn't catch up. They lamented that the hidden mission should be renamed the Opportunity Mission. Just as they were about to give up, a faint hum came from the distant sky. Thunder. Is it going to rain? Dust looked up at the sky, which was covered with some cumulus clouds. Come to think of it, they had never seen a rainy day in all the time they had been in the game. But after the low hum, a series of fireworks and firecrackers followed. Damn, it wasn't just thunder, it was a deafening roar. A fight has broken out. Moreover, judging from the direction, it was at the foot of a mountain pass between 2 mountains in front of them, so the two stopped talking and immediately moved forward at full speed. As the two climbed to the mountainside and looked toward the direction from which the sounds of battle were coming, they saw 7 or 8 metal-framed trucks protecting a black armored transport vehicle on the dry riverbed in the valley, with many Kroni soldiers in black and green paint guarding it. Attacking them was a group of white and red giant-toothed Kroni soldiers. Thanks to the terrain, their armored convoy was blocked at the foot of the cliff, and the other 3 directions were completely blocked. Yes, both sides are Kroni soldiers. The only difference between them is their paint job, and even their weapons are identical. What's going on? The Kroni are attacking the Kroni people. Dust thought he was seeing things, but the chaotic battlefield below was indeed full of Kroni people clad in iron armor. Among them, the white-painted giant-tooth Kroni soldiers were all using tactics that Dust was familiar with, which was undoubtedly the Giant-Tooth Legion. It's not impossible, have you forgotten? The Kroni Empire has rebel groups, such as the Iron Defense Line, the superior force of our lakefront market. Chrysanthemum said, taking out her binoculars and looking at the large black car protected in the middle, noticing a large heraldic pattern on its body. Do you recognize the pattern of large and small circles running horizontally across the big black car? Chrysanthemum asked. You don't know. How would I know? Dust asked in surprise. That makes sense. Chrysanthemum was speechless. After taking a few more glances, she discovered that the assembled vehicle she was familiar with was also in their defensive formation. Clearly, the owner of the footprints that had previously stolen her things was this convoy. What do you mean? Our stuff is in that convoy. How do we make a move? Chrysanthemum told Dust the situation and asked for his opinion. I have no objection. Either way is fine. If you ask me, we can kill the rest after they've decided who won, Dust said indifferently. That's not necessarily the case. If that convoy is truly an impregnable fortress, they are actually our allies. Besides, didn't the previous update mention that a Himalayan convoy recently returned? What if you wipe them all out and the Himalayan storyline gets interrupted? After being reminded by Chrysanthemum, Dust remembered the update announcement and felt a little guilty, sighing, I really forgot about it. We definitely have to help the steel line, right? Even putting aside the plot, they've been keeping the Night Spirit Stone safe for us, haven't they? You're right. Boom boom, gunfire rang out continuously, with sporadic bullets hitting the dark green and white padded armor and being easily bounced off to unknown locations. Grenades were hurled one after another at the enemy's position, creating chaos as blood and severed limbs flew everywhere. The soldiers of the Giant Fang Legion are more destructive than those of the Iron Line. Their lines keep pushing forward, and with the help of snipers on the flanks and agile thugs, they are already able to shake the Iron Line's formation. Die, you traitor! The thug with the giant teeth activated his jetpack and charged into the ranks of soldiers in the steel defense line with a self-destructive attack, blowing up 4 shield bearers and infantrymen behind portable bunkers with a barrage of grenades. For the Iron Line of defense. None of the black and green Kroni soldiers retreated. Even as their padded iron armor was shattered and torn apart by the enemy sniper rifles, they did not flinch. Sniper! 2 o'clock, watch out for the sniper. A soldier caught a glimpse of a deep red figure gleaming in the sunlight through the smoke and immediately shouted anxiously. However, there was no response. Looking back, the sniper had been shot in the head due to the poor terrain and died on the spot. 7 or 8 raiders, wielding dual swords, charged the front line, with no one to care about. The soldier's pupils contracted, and he seemed to be thinking something. Then, he grabbed a dom rifle and rushed out of his cover, charging alone towards the sniper. Bullets ripped through the metal plating on his body, but the soldiers ignored them, their eyes only on the sniper, and kept firing at him. The sniper had no intention of wasting his precious bullets on him. Relying on the thickness of the iron plate, he withstood the attack of the doe and finally rushed forward and shoved him away with his shoulder. Without the Empire, you are nothing but a bunch of useless people. Not only do you not fight for the Empire, but you even dare to dream of rebelling against the Empire and the Empress. You cowards. The sniper cursed and went up to smash the soldier's eyes with the butts of his rifles, making him see stars. I fight for my brothers, for those who cannot protect themselves. The Empire torments everything. It is not worthy of my fight. The soldier drew his sword and waved it wildly to drive away the other man, but was met with contempt and disgust. The other man stared at him as if he were a bug and smashed the bright red cannibalistic which in his hand onto the soldier's head like a sledgehammer. With a few blows, the giant tooth soldier, injected with advanced enhancement agents, was much stronger than the steel defense line. Several heavy blows crushed the soldier to death on the spot. The bombardier disdainfully kicked the corpse aside, but a grenade bounced up from under the body, catching him off guard and causing him to be blown apart, his head bleeding profusely and his eyes turning red with blood. For the Empress. For the Empire. The bombardier wiped his face, carried the cannibalistic woman towards the last defensive position in the direction of the steel, and raised his gun. Upon spotting this direction, the soldiers of the steel defense line scattered in terror and fled. The bombardier laughed. 3 shots, no, 2 at most, would be enough to wipe out the convoy advancing along the steel defense line. Bang! Like thunder exploding in their ears, red blood blossoms burst open. Before the bombardier could react, his upper body slammed to the ground with a thud, freezing everything in place. The soldiers guarding the steel defense line stared in horror at the bombardier, whose entire waist had been blown into a bloody pulp. Before they could even process what had happened, 2 pale blue arcs appeared in their peripheral vision, accompanied by a strange scream. Whoa! Let's break up the fight. Inside the black car, the members of the iron line of defense in front of the monitor were ready to destroy all the data they were carrying, but they found that the situation outside seemed to have changed again. Who goes there? Reinforcements. Our reinforcements have arrived. They stopped what they were doing. We're the Marine Corps motor transport mission. Where would we get reinforcements from? That hoverboard looks like a product of Coop's technology. Are there still Chamber of Commerce artifacts circulating on the Imperial planet? No, that's not right. Their attire doesn't suggest they're cups. Cups are generally weaker than us and can't withstand prolonged exposure to toxic atmospheric substances. Are they natives, descendants of a remnant tribe? However, another thunderous sound rang out, and the group suddenly saw the iron bars in the hands of 2 unidentified individuals on the monitor, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Evil eye. 2 of them. That's a terrifying weapon that only non-commissioned officers with outstanding military achievements are issued to. Every person who wields this weapon is a ruthless individual who has slaughtered an entire war zone. It's impossible for their weapon to be taken away. How could they possibly possess such a weapon that wouldn't possibly fall into the wrong hands? And 2 of them. Holding the Kroni evil eye in hand, standing on the Cooper's hoverboard. Not only the people of the Iron Defense Line, but even the soldiers of the Giant Fang Legion would be confused when they saw this equipment. Who exactly are they? Chapter 139. Where are my teammates? Where are my teammates? Help! Let's show off Tim. With a shout, Dust and a Jew split up, gliding in a huge semicircle around the center of the valley. Dust spun the evil eye in his hand, loaded a bullet, and then charged straight at a giant tooth soldier. Die! The double-barreled shotgun in the giant tooth soldier's hand continuously sprayed out shattered bullets, which hit the dust and splashed up countless pale blue ripples. But just before the shield was shattered by the barrage of bullets, the dust had already reached within 3 meters of him. Bang! A huge ring of fire erupted from the muzzle, and beneath the smoke, Dust and the hoverboard were jolted back in a sharp turn, but the giant tooth soldier was still mostly gone, and the double-barreled shotgun fell to the ground with a thud. Give it to me. Dust quickly swung his skateboard, grabbed the shotgun and the magazine belt from the meat scraps, and scurried away, followed by a series of bullets hitting the ground and splashing up dirt and gravel. While dodging bullets, Dust put away the empty evil eye and held the double-barreled shotgun, noticing the model and name on the stock. Crocodile God. Nice name. I'll follow you from now on. Dust smiled as he removed the disc drum magazine from the gun, loaded a full magazine, and then turned and charged back into the crowd. Thump 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 thump. Crocodile God's parallel barrels continuously spewed out barrages of bullets. Individual bullets did not cause much damage, but the impact was astonishing. As large swathes of bullets were fired out, they knocked giant tooth soldiers to the ground. Some soldiers even had their armor torn off piece by the barrage, and blood flowed like pillars. I should have used a troll a long time ago. Despite the flank fire from the Giant Fang Legion, Dust managed to hold off more than a dozen Giant Fang soldiers single-handedly, relying on the mobility of his hoverboard. Dust missed a shot and casually tossed the empty drum aside, preparing to start another round, when 2 villains suddenly flew in from the sky, using their bodies as shields, each grabbing one of Dust's waists and carrying him into the air. The hoverboard lost control and whooshed to an unknown corner outside the battlefield. Let go. Dust was being strangled around the waist, almost unable to breathe. No matter who you are, no matter where your evil eye came from, you rebels must die here. Giant tooth thugs gritted their teeth and said. One of them pulled out a machete from his leg and stabbed it directly into the soft flesh of Dust's lower back. The shield was already teetering on the edge of its limit. This strike pierced through it and into the flesh and blood of the Dust. Damn it, get out of here. Dust, realizing his kidney had been stabbed, became even more enraged. Instantly, a cleaver engulfed in flames appeared in his hand, and with a flick of his wrist, he cleaved the 2 men in 2 pieces of cooked flesh. However, he seemed to have forgotten that a thug's backpack could go out of control or even explode in unstable conditions. The scorching flames rushed into the engine of the villain's backpack. Sparks flew for a moment, and both backpacks exploded at the same time, sending a dark cloud of fire rising into the sky. The soldiers on the steel defense line were overwhelmed with mixed feelings upon witnessing this scene. Although they did not know the other party's identity, judging from the target of their actions, they were clearly not enemies. If they are not enemies, they may be comrades in arms. The other side, regardless of being outnumbered, will rush out to help them and even pay with their lives for it. However, this is a true reflection of the planet, where fighters die every day under the military rule and oppression of the Kroni Empire. Their steel defenses were clearly built to protect these people, so why have they now become the objects of their sacrifice? The sergeant sitting in the vehicle had red eyes as he watched a humanoid object covered in black smoke fly out of the cloud of flames and finally crash to the ground. We cannot lose this battle, brothers. We must wipe out all the enemy forces to prove the true meaning of our ironclad defenses. Just as he drew his sidearm, preparing to get out of the vehicle and fight alongside his men, his adjutant suddenly grabbed him. He's come back to life. What? The humanoid figure, engulfed in flames, suddenly crawled out of the crater it had fallen into, cursing and swearing as it pulled out a syringe from somewhere and stuck it into its chest. Damn it, if it weren't for the 20% damage reduction in the air, we would have been traded this time. The surface of the dust is completely carbonized, but this is only the outermost layer. However, because of this, even the eyeballs are necrotic due to the high temperature, and the field of vision is completely black. At first, Dust thought he was going to die because his vision had gone black. But after waiting a few seconds, he found that not only did the resurrection option not appear, but his consciousness also did not switch to spectator mode, so he suspected that he had not died suddenly. I tried to move and found that I was not dead, but most of my skin was carbonized, which greatly affected my movement. After giving yourself a treatment injection, skin quickly grows out from under the tar layer, breaking through the hard shell on top. Rub it and shake it, and the snow-white dust is reborn. Even the eyeballs, under the warm repair, gradually regained clear vision. Damn it, the Giant Fang unit is still awesome. It's still a bit of a challenge to fight against regular units. This won't do. Dust thought to himself. While Dust was still waiting to recover, Chrysanthemum was also engaged in fierce battle. Unlike Dust, who charges head-on, Chrysanthemum will feign an attack and circle around halfway when encountering a group of enemies. Then, he will suddenly pull out the Ogre Queen and fire a shot at the opposite side. After clearing the screen with a fire tornado, he will slowly reload the Evil Eye and shoot other high-threat units. Damn it, why do they have cannibalistic female demons? Didn't we say the bombardiers had to be careful about their positions? The soldiers of the Giant Fang Legion cursed loudly. Frontline soldiers, hold the line. Brothers in the rear, surround and kill that female demon wielder. Spread out and surround him. Protecting the wicked. In the past, the Chrysanthemum might have been suppressed by a group attack and unable to show itself, eventually being surrounded and wiped out. However, Chrysanthemum now has an incredibly agile individual vehicle at its feet. Upon discovering that the Giant Tooth Legion's firepower was gradually closing in on it, Chrysanthemum immediately slipped away. However, the Giant Tooth soldiers deeply resented the fact that he had a cannibalistic woman in his possession, and the villains almost relentlessly pursued him, while snipers constantly anticipated his position and fired at him. Even with his agility, he was now at a disadvantage. Where are my teammates? Help me. Chrysanthemum covered her head to avoid being shot by 3 snipers, while also facing pursuit from thugs and gunmen, putting her under immense pressure. Wait, Dust's voice replied in the channel. I need to find some clothes. My combat uniform burned out. What are you looking for? Don't even mention Diudu. You don't even have an asshole. What are you afraid of? You can't say that. Then hurry up. I can't take it anymore. Didn't we agree on cheese sandwiches between 2 buns? How come I'm the one getting beaten up while you have time to look for clothes? Hey, it's you. Here I come. We got caught in the fireworks, and they're trying to self-destruct, so I can't do anything about it. Damn, where's my skateboard? Dust hurriedly waved to activate its hoverboard, but the wristband indicated that the skateboard was out of control. Damn it. Forget it. I'll look for something else after I'm done fighting. Dust looked around and realized that the place where it had crashed was not far from the vehicle defense formation of the steel line, so it immediately ran over. Upon seeing the arrival of the Dust, the soldiers guarding the steel defense line looked as if they had seen a ghost. After all, they had watched the dust explode in the sky, but now it was running over naked as if nothing had happened, with only tattered rags hanging from its waist. This car is mine. I'm driving it away. Dust jumped onto the assembled vehicle, roared out of the steel defense line, and no one dared to stop him. Chapter 140, the legendary heat-resistant king. On the way. On the way. Dust floored the accelerator with one hand and pulled out his Genera with the other, firing wildly as he sped off towards another direction where the Giant Tooth Legion was gathering. Just as Chrysanthemum was gradually surrounded by the thugs' gunfire, Dust rammed 2 thugs with the front of his car and walked alongside Chrysanthemum. Hey, your skateboard is gone. Chrysanthemum, having narrowly escaped death, asked this question as her first words upon seeing the Dust. Damn it, the skateboard went off somewhere. It's out of the bracelet's summoning range. I'll go find it after we're done fighting. Dust was very annoyed. Just as Chrysanthemum was about to say something, he saw an incendiary bomb suddenly appear behind Dust and rapidly approach. Careful. However, Chrysanthemum's warning came too late. Amidst the roar, the entire assembly vehicle was engulfed in flames, and the sweeping high-temperature shockwave even blew Chrysanthemum away, the heat singing his hair into curls. Dust, Dust, don't revive in the fire. You'll die twice. Chrysanthemum sent a message to Dust to warn him. Resurrection. What resurrection? You think I'll die like this? Yet, amidst this intense heat, where even iron glowed red hot, a figure actually crawled out. Between the dust particles, the hair on their bodies was burned off, and their skin had patterns that looked like flowing lava. Although the surface was charring and carbonizing at a visible speed, this was clearly abnormal, because the metal sheeting of the assembled car in the flames was even melting into molten iron. Holy crap! The legendary heat-resistant king. Chrysanthemum stared wide-eyed as Dust emerged from the fiery hurricane, brushing off the carbonized sparks from her body. You're the one who's the most heat-resistant. Dust retorted, jumping up and down at Chrysanthemum's teasing. Watch out, or I'll elbow you. But what do you mean by this? It's open. Chrysanthemum asked, pointing at his body. Open my ass. Vitality, shock absorbers, steel fiber plus flame protection. Dust patted his chest and said, word by word, each slap sending sparks flying. Flame protection. Is that the void crystal you got a couple of days ago? I remember it was a bronze-grade crystal, right? Chrysanthemum remembered. Yes, I used the entropy I just got to increase the Phantom's frequency, raising the pressure limit, removing the pilot's aerial damage immunity, and putting on fire protection. Do you even understand the value of 60% fire damage immunity? Dust chuckled smugly. Speaking of which, the fact that I didn't die in the mid-air explosion was thanks to the pilot's percentage-based damage reduction in mid-air. With 60% fire immunity, 20% physical damage reduction stacking, and the support of vitality, Dust's physical body can withstand a blow from the cannibalistic female demon. My suggestion is that you upgrade your vitality, add shock absorbers, pilot, and flame protection, and steel fiber to your elbows, Chrysanthemum exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Man, what can I say? Dude, what do you want me to say? Alright, let's not talk about that. Now you've lost your car and your skateboard. How are you going to fight flexibly now? Chrysanthemum laughed. I don't know, let me rub against you, Dust said, pointing to the skateboard under Chrysanthemum's feet. Damn it, I said let me rub against you, and you expect me to be at the very front to take bullets for you, huh? On a hoverboard, dust particles, resembling oxen, and horses carrying chrysanthemums, control the hoverboard's agile movement with chrysanthemum-shaped control bracelets on their hands. Oh dear, your defenses are maxed out. Taking bullets is like child's play for you. What's wrong with blocking a few bullets? Chrysanthemum held up her Paris longbow, drew it fully, aimed, and fired an arrow from 100 meters away, piercing the sniper's neck. Then she put away her bow and said, besides, with the two of us brothers working together, how could we possibly be a match for them? The problem is I can't open or close it. I can't take it anymore. You stand in the back. Dust placed the chrysanthemum directly on the rear of the pedal, and then pulled out the double-barreled shotgun Crocodile God. Since you want me to tank, then listen to me now, Dust said. I'll spray and clear the way, and you heal the wounded. TSK, fine. Chrysanthemum wasn't too happy, but she still switched to two Genera submachine guns. The next moment, the two piloted a hoverboard and charged into the Giant Fang Legion's lines. Dust, leading the charge, charged at Crocodile God and Giant Tooth soldiers amidst a hail of bullets, spraying them one by one and charging straight at their faces, while Chrysanthemum followed behind with a pair of submachine guns spraying water and finishing them off, even having time to look for threatening enemy units. In addition, the two are now gradually becoming familiar with the fighting style of the Giant Tooth soldiers, and they deliberately walk into their ranks, making the bombardiers who wield the cannibalistic female demons hesitant to attack. Then Chrysanthemum points out the direction of the bombardiers to Dust, and Dust can spray straight at their faces. Within minutes, the Giant Fang soldiers unit was broken up. Although the frontline soldiers were fighting fiercely with the Iron Line, they were being overwhelmed by the Iron Line's defenders with their weapons and equipment. The original battle plan was for them to act as the assault troops to put pressure on the steel defense line, while the real firepower would be provided from the flanks and rear. However, the rear support forces were thrown into chaos by the two flying cockroaches and were unable to support the front line at all. As a result, the battle gradually turned one-sided. The morale of the Iron defense line soared, and they actually took the initiative to attack, annihilating all the Giant Tooth soldiers on the front line. They then picked up the Giant Tooth soldiers' weapons from the ground and went to support Dust and Chrysanthemum. Sir, we found two of the cannibalistic demons' weapons. Then let's teach them a lesson. Let them know what it feels like to have their homeland burned. Yes. Dust and Chrysanthemum were having a great time when suddenly they heard the familiar sound of gunfire, which almost triggered Dust's PTSD. He immediately stumbled and flew away from the scene. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. After all, being heat-resistant doesn't mean being willing to be burned. The next moment, a fiery hurricane rose up dozens of meters away. What the hell are you doing, you idiot? You're miles away from the explosion point. Why are you running? Chrysanthemum cursed from behind, as the Dust had just veered off course and almost threw him off. It's not my fault. They used AoE attacks without mics on. Dust said aggrievedly. Back on the battlefield, with the retaliatory support of the Iron defense line, the remaining Giant Tooth soldiers were quickly annihilated. Dust and Chrysanthemum felt a pang of regret as they watched the Giant Tooth soldiers being silenced by the NPCs. Brothers, thank you for your support. Thank you for your selfless dedication. We, as the road convoy of the Iron defense line, express our gratitude on behalf of the Iron defense line. Dust and Chrysanthemum were ushered to the foot of the big black car and met the sergeant from the convoy. The sergeant immediately led the way and bowed to them in gratitude. Haha, you're welcome, you're welcome. It's everyone's responsibility to resist the Kroni Empire. You are the people of the Iron defense line, so we're all family. Dust laughed. Yes, Chrysanthemum chimed in. Hearing Dust's words, the people on the Iron line broke out in a cold sweat. So you don't even know who we are, you just risked your life to help us because you saw us? And she's so young. What a rebellious and indomitable new generation they are. No, such a promising talent must be recruited to headquarters. This made the ironclad defenses even more enthusiastic towards them. Chapter 141. Qin Chuan slacking off azure sea and blue sky. Qin Chuan, wrapped in a fish skin cloak, squatted on the gunwale, looking out at the sea. He went out to sea with the fishing team and arrived at an area about 1 kilometer from the coastline. He could see the land and mountains when he looked back, so it wasn't far at all. However, this distance is already the limit for the fishing and hunting team's safe operation. If they were to dive any deeper, there would likely be a risk of casualties. The engine of the fishing boat under Qin Chuan's feet had been turned off, and the anchor had long been dropped. Now he was the only one waiting on the boat, while everyone else had dived into the water to hunt. Qin Chuan originally wanted to give it a try, but after seeing his swimming skills, the fishing team solemnly entrusted him with the task of guarding the fishing boat and assisting in the retrieval of the prey. This saddened Qin Chuan, but he had no objections because they had promised to teach him how to swim later. With a splash, two members of the fishing team surfaced and waved to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan immediately took the winch from the rope rack beside the boat and swung it forcefully. After waiting for about half a minute, the two fishing members climbed back onto the boat, and Qin Chuan cooperated with them, the three of them working together to pull up the rope. The rope was about 2 fingers thick and felt very sturdy when dragging, so there was no need to worry about not being able to exert enough force. However, the thing tied to the other end of the rope was also very heavy. Qin Chuan felt as if he was swimming across a high-altitude river. His hands were almost exhausted before he finally managed to pull the other end of the rope to the surface of the sea. This is a sea fish that is over 3 meters long. Its entire head and upper body are covered with metallic-colored bony armor. Its mouth is wide open, and it could probably swallow 2 people whole without choking. You can also see rings of barbed teeth in its mouth. If it takes a bite, it will probably shatter the shield. However, there was a metal harpoon lodged in the fish's abdomen and left eye, suggesting that the one in the eye pierced its brain and killed it instantly. No, I can't pull it anymore. Qin Chuan, his hands exhausted, plopped down on the deck and said, swinging his arms. It's all right, leave the rest to the crane. The fishing crew members coiled the winch around the metal railing at the edge of the boat and secured it, then went to pull over the crane's boom. Watching the crane struggle to haul the large fish onto the boat, Chuan couldn't help but ask, why didn't you just use the crane to pull it up from the beginning? That would have been much easier. The fishing team member unhooked the hook and pushed it back. Hearing Chuan's question, he pointed to the large fish on the deck and said, are you sure it's dead? What? Chuan looked at the harpoon stuck in the fish's eye socket and asked in a puzzled tone. At the urging of the fishing team, Chuan took out his machete, gritted his teeth, and slashed at the bony armor of the fish's head, only managing to pick up the sparks. Gaga 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 gaga. The next moment, the terrifying fish thrashed its huge tail violently, shaking the entire ship. The fish leaped off the deck, raised its head, and lunged at Chuan. Chuan could even see the fangs inside, which were dazzlingly bright in the sunlight. Bang! Like a bolt from the blue, the fish's skull shattered from the inside out into a bloody mess, its foul-smelling, milky yellow brain tissue covering the entire deck. The fish lost all its vitality and crashed to the ground with a thud. Chuan slowly withdrew his evil eye and solemnly said to the two seniors, I have learned a lot. I didn't know that the fish here are so tenacious. They are almost as hard as dust. Seeing this, the two fishing teams looked at the fish brain on the ground with heartache and regret, then exchanged a glance and sighed. Originally, I wanted to show this person inside the wall the cunning of the sea fish, but I didn't expect that the person inside the wall was even more cunning, hiding a secret evil eye to use as a troll. Sigh, you could have just said so. Now that the fish brain is gone, we've lost a lot of money. We caught the whole fish for nothing. It's all my fault. The two men, looking distressed, prepared to clean the deck. After all, the fish brain was just too refreshing, and even a fishing team that dealt with fish year-round would find it hard to bear if it wasn't cleaned up. By the way, what's the market price for this fish? How much of its innards are usable? After wiping the evil eye and putting it away, Chuan asked the two of them. This is a dark ray. Besides its brain, its liver is the most useful part. The liver of the dark ray can detoxify and can be used in medicine to improve or treat some post-experimental sequelae. Even cooking it can improve our physical condition. Fish intestines and skin can be dried and rubbed into fibers. Fish oil is very versatile, and fish gallbladders are less toxic than those of other fish and can be used as an anesthetic to hunt wild animals in the mountains. That guy Tissanai likes to collect these. And his skull, oh, it's gone now, but the meat was good too. Upon hearing the name Dark Ray Liver, Chuan opened the description of the amplifier components and found that there were exactly 3 components that could be combined to form an amplifier. However, this combination's attack changes the void ray into a short-range, wide-beam shot, the power of which is currently unknown, but short range is not what Chuan wants. I'll buy this fish. You can pay me the market price, or I don't mind if it's cheaper. Chuan suddenly thought that he could give it to Dust or Chrysanthemum. Even if it was the worst choice, exchanging it for reputation would still be a profit, so there was no reason not to buy it. We can't make that decision. You'll have to ask Sunny, the two said, scratching their heads. But I think he'll agree. Just then, the other team members called out from the sea, and the 3 of them rushed to help. 2 hours later, 2 more large fish appeared on the fishing boat. One of them is a blue-purple sharp-nosed shark. This type of fish is very common and is the one that most often injures fishing teams. Although it is also huge, it is slender and agile, with sharp teeth that are turned outwards, making it easy to hook its prey. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Even more exciting content awaits. The other one is more like a shrimp than a fish, with the body and antennae of a shrimp, but the only difference is that its tail has mutated into the shape of a fishtail. Since the internal organs of the two are almost identical, Chuan expressed that he wanted to buy them both. Why are you buying all this? Isn't there plenty of fish in the community? Sunny was the last pair to return, and the only 2 who failed in their hunt. They had apparently encountered a symbiotic pair, a combination of a carrion fish and a venomous beetle. The beetle was extremely venomous and could spray venom like a squid. If it spread in the seawater, contact with it could cause skin ulceration and blindness. They originally wanted to try to kill the beetle with one blow, but the carrion fish beneath them were very cautious, not giving them a chance to get close, while maintaining a barely perceptible distance. Sonny realized that the other party seemed to be luring them to deeper waters, so he cautiously abandoned the pursuit. This will not cause the team members to look down on him. The only reason for giving up hunting is when his life is threatened, and this is to be responsible for the safety of the team members. The fish meat is just a side dish. What I need is a large amount of fish entrails, Chuan said honestly. Then you can just take out the internal organs. Why do you want to buy everything? The market has a high demand for fish meat and fish oil now, and I can't sell you those. But what do you mean by a lot? Are there any restrictions on the types? No requirements. I'll take as many as you catch, Chuan replied. Sony checked the time and said, okay, we need to get back before the tide goes out. Now everyone rest and eat, and then we'll find another place to catch fish for the boss. Oh, the members echoed, and they started processing the fish on the spot, making a pot of fish stew. Chuan ate 3 bowls and was stuffed. Before the tide receded in the afternoon, Chuan and his fishing team returned with a boat full of sea fish whose cavities had been hollowed out. Chuan had a fruitful day. The fishing area in the afternoon was closer to the coastline, which gave him the opportunity to go into the water. He not only practiced his swimming skills but also learned the hunting methods of the fishing teams. This made him very much looking forward to tomorrow's fishing trip, and he even wanted to bring 2 other people along to catch fish, so he immediately contacted them. Quinn, how's it going for you guys? Have you reached level 6 yet? 2 minutes later, Dust sent a reply. Burning Dust. Quinn, come back quick, something terrible has happened. Chrysanthemum Loves Maid. Yes, Quinn, we've brought back the new event. Fallen Leaves. Stop sending messages. The master of the Imperial Ball is back, and the Kroni forces will be making a big move. Chuan, black guy with a question mark. .jpg. Huh? I've only been out at sea fishing for a day, and you've already caused me such a huge mess. Chapter 142 arrived just in time. Dust said he would come to pick up Chuan immediately and asked Chuan to wait at the lakeside market. Quinn, oh, you found my car. While you're at it, could you refuel it? I'll transfer you some star coins. Burning Dust. Well, Quinn, your car's burned to a crisp. Chuan. Quinn, so you bought a new one? Or did you rent it? Blazing Dust. Haha, the auto repair shop owner has no spare cars. Now everyone who wants to rent a car has to wait in line. Quinn, so how are you going to get here? Wait for the bus. A Burning Dust. Quinn, you just don't understand. A hoverboard lets you surf on the plains. It's even more fun than surfing. Chuan raised an eyebrow. He never expected that the only hoverboard in the NPC's possession would suddenly become available. He had originally thought that Radiance would be added in the next version update. At this moment, Chuan suddenly remembered that Xia Shang had said that the blueprint for the hoverboard came from Coops, and hadn't a Coops engineer just come to the community a couple of days ago? Quinn, could it be Lyle? Burning Dust. You got it right. But there's no reward. Lyle already has a lot of orders lined up, so I can only bring you the Chrysanthemum board for now. With anticipation, Chuan saw the Dust more than 10 minutes later. It takes nearly 20 minutes to drive from Hongjing community to the lakefront market, but the speed of the skateboard did not disappoint him. Moreover, it was easy to operate. Chuan mastered it after practicing for about 10 minutes, a process that piqued the curiosity of the other local residents in the market. Where did you get these skateboards? Did Lord Xia Shang make them for you? When Sony's fishing team returned carrying a large fish, they saw Chuan practicing breaking on a skateboard outside the market. His elegant turns and sudden stops made Sony's eyes light up. Sunny, this was made by a Kurps we rescued a while ago, not given to us by brother Xia Shang. Chuan saw Sunny and slowly floated over on his skateboard. Tilda not bad, really not bad. It feels like if it were used for fishing, it could allow for long-distance net casting without disturbing the fish. Perilo, what do you think? Perillo, the teammate carrying the fish head behind him, nodded repeatedly when he heard his captain's question. Let alone offshore operations, I actually think it's more suitable for use on inland lakes and rivers, Perillo replied after thinking for a moment. Oh, that's right. This makes it easy to spearfish on the lake. But the Copus people are quite greedy. How much does this cost? Sunny asked after thinking for a moment. Qin Chuan looked at the dust upon hearing this. Not expensive, 30,000 star coins, Dust replied. Damn, he's got money to burn. 30,000. Sunny exclaimed in surprise, his eyes wide with disbelief. That's enough for me to sell fish for 3 days. 30,000. Qin Chuan also turned to look at Chenari, because the purchase price of one of his assembled cars was also 30,000. We shouldn't have needed this many originally. I asked Kiku and I for better materials. Look, the entire outer shell is made of alloy plates. Even if you shoot it with the evil eye, it might not break. Dust tapped the outer shell of the plate and said, this is still a bit expensive. Could we use other materials to make it cheaper? Sunny asked. After all, we're only using it for water operations, so we don't need it to be that sturdy. As long as it's waterproof, it'll be fine. That should be cheaper, around 22 or 30,000. I'm not sure, Dust said with a shrug. You can go talk to him another day. It's Lyle, right? I heard about him the other day. He applied for a bounty on the inside of an electric ray. Looks like he's got some skills. Sunny nodded. Okay, I'll communicate with him. Thank you all. But please be careful when using it. This thing is too versatile. If the Kroni learn to use it, it won't be good for the planes. The two kept Sony's words in mind. By the way, Quinn, you can also post your fish gut needs on the bounty board in the Red Crystal community. Our terminal will sync the information every other day, and someone will naturally help you get them. Okay, thanks a lot, Sunny, Quinn said. The two did not linger in the market for long. The sky was already tinged with the colors of dawn, and they needed to hurry and find out about the event storyline. Watching the two people inside the wall leave, Sony carried the fish and continued on his way to the fisherman's stall. Suddenly, he noticed a little girl next to him also looking in the direction the people inside the wall had left, and couldn't help but laugh. Wind chime, do you want to play on a skateboard too? That thing is easy to get hurt on. Foamling knew her uncle was teasing her, so she pouted and stared at Sony with wide eyes. This appearance was actually quite adorable, prompting Sony to quickly drop the fish tail and try to comfort her, but the fishy smell on him chased the wind chimes away. Sigh, Sunny sighed, watching Foamling's retreating figure. Foamling seems quite interested in the Red Crystal community lately. After all, she's grown up and hasn't been to many places, mostly just minding her family's shop at the market. Periro, do you think I should take her to see the Red Crystal community? Big brother, please help me out, it's a bit heavy. Periro said shakily, carrying a fish head that was bigger than himself and dragging the fish tail. Oh, sorry, I forgot about you. You're back. How did it go? Dust led Qin Chuan straight to the community center square to find Chrysanthemum, but they did not see Xia Shang or the iron defense line. Brother Xia Shang finished communicating with them and told them to set up camp in the open area to the west. They just arrived not long ago. Chrysanthemum took her skateboard from Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan seemed a little reluctant to part with it, so he suggested that he take Quinn to get a custom hoverboard first. No need, I'm just not quite recovered yet. Let's get to the point first. Qin Chuan quickly shook his head and refused. The important point. What important point? Chrysanthemum paused for a moment, then slapped her forehead. That's right, Dust. We still haven't gotten our night spirit stones back. Qin Chuan, that's not the point. Never mind, this is also very important. The three of them hurriedly ran towards the open space to the west, but were stopped by the black and green defense soldiers on the perimeter. Wait, you are Dust and Chrysanthemum. Where have you been? The commander was just about to send someone to look for you. The soldiers on the front line said hurriedly after recognizing the two men's faces, and then asked who it was when they suddenly noticed a stranger behind them. This is our captain. We usually work with him. But what does your commander want with us? Chrysanthemum asked after introducing Qin Chuan. So you're your captain. You should go in quickly. Mr. Xia Shang is inside too. Watching the three figures hurrying away, the soldiers responsible for maintaining order at the edge of the open space couldn't help but sigh. I wonder who this person is who was appointed captain by those two. He looks very ordinary. However, someone who can train two such fierce warriors must be hiding their true strength. The three hurried to the tent next to the big black car, and when they lifted the curtain, they saw Xia Shang and Commander Lu Xing talking to each other. What brings you here? Xia Shang asked, raising an eyebrow. Did we come at the wrong time? Shall we wait outside for a bit? Dust asked awkwardly. No, that's not it. I meant I was just about to contact you. Come in. Xia Shang waved, then looked at Commander Lu Xing and continued. Perfect timing, Captain Lian Ping. We can consider having them handle what we were discussing earlier. Them. Captain Lian Ping looked at the two familiar faces and said with a wry smile, Mr. Xia Shang, I know they are brave and skilled in battle, but this matter cannot be taken lightly. The most careful person must lead the team. The group leader even hopes that you can take action yourself, if possible. This would be all for today. Next part coming soon, so please like, share and subscribe in order to be notified as soon as the next part drops.